This was the first time that Han Feng fought against a genius who possessed a chaotic divine body. Han Feng could not dare to be careless when he sensed that unfathomable aura like an abyss. Immediately, the Xingyan battle physique and the golden immortal physique were superimposed and displayed, and the Ziji Xuanhuan merged into the two great bodies at the same time, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared instantly. The purple flames that seemed to come from the sky filled the entire sky with unparalleled power. The frost was melted, and the darkness was swallowed. At this moment, the mountains seemed to be divided into two worlds. One world is full of purple whirlpools and burning, and the other world is full of darkness and frost. What? Wan Gong was shocked. Wan Gong still clearly remembers that Han Feng's dual fighting body 100 years ago definitely did not have the terrifying effect it has today. How is that possible? Of the two combat bodies from 100 years ago, one was clearly a newcomer to the high-level divine rank, and the other was only at the top of the intermediate-level divine rank. The power of fusion is not bad even among the top gods. There is also the purple flame. I am afraid that the overall situation is not worse than my frost demon body. I can understand the flame improvement, but how can the battle body? Could it be? Wan Gong thought of a possibility, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Is it the kind of combat body that can be infinitely improved? Impossible. How can there be such a combat body in the world? No matter how unbelieving Wan Gong is, the improvement of Han Feng's combat body is an indisputable fact. Wan Gang's face suddenly darkened. Originally, Wan Gong was still proud of his frost demon physique. Now that he knows that Han Feng possesses an infinitely improved combat body, Wan Gang's heart is full of jealousy. This son must die? If this son escapes this time, with this infinitely improved combat body, he will surpass me sooner or later, and his future achievements will also be limitless. Such a future enemy cannot be allowed to live. A vicious thought flashed in his heart, and Wan Gong would not hold back even more. Magic Sky Punishment. The demonic energy rolled and roared away, the terrifying dark energy condensed with terrifying power, and directly collided with the purple flame. Six-winged mysterious dragon transformation. The loud roar of the dragon rushed out of the purple flames. A flame dragon roared out. The mysterious dragon spewed out the dragon's breath, and the dragon's breath gushed out like a torrent, swallowing the dark energy violently. A six-winged mysterious dragon transformation that has reached an advanced level is no less than a top-grade high-level magical skill. The dark energy seemed to have met its nemesis, and was devoured by the dragon's breath in a blink of an eye. Top-grade high-level magical skills. Wan Gong took another breath. 100 years ago, Wan Gong had of course seen Han Feng perform such a magical skill, and he definitely did not have the power it has now. Even the magical skills have improved so much, this kid's understanding is too terrifying. If I knew it earlier, I should have taken some risks and eradicated this kid in advance. Wan Gong felt a little regretful. Sky Shadow Night Kill. Seeing that the dragon's breath was about to rush over, Wan Gong grabbed the palm of his hand, and the dark breath rolled away again. The dark energy turned into a series of phantoms, assassinating them away. Humph. Xianlong snorted coldly, and the dragon's breath was also divided in mid-air, turning into countless drifts, which wiped out the phantoms one by one. Moonlight Ice Burst. Just as Han Feng was dealing with the phantom, the frost in the sky surged and turned into hail all over the sky and fell. The hailstone approached Xuanlong's body and exploded suddenly. In a blink of an eye, Xuanlong's huge body was swallowed by the frost. Ji Xianhua, Rong. The purple flame rushed out of the encirclement of the frost, and the body of the mysterious dragon became even bigger, wrapped in purple flames. Samsara Ice Fiend. The frost turned into ice thorns again, piercing towards Xianlong like a tornado. Magic Sky Punishment. Sky Shadow Night Kill. Moonlight Ice Burst. Samsara Ice Fiend. With 4 different divine skills and 2 different attribute divine skills, Wan Gong can easily master them and display them continuously with extreme ease. The combination of the 2 attributes of frost and darkness makes the 4 magical skills exert even more terrifying power. Even the magical skills of the 2 attributes can be fused with each other, and the power soars. This is Wan Gang's recent research direction. Once the magical skills with different attributes are fully integrated, the power will inevitably increase to an incredible level. Thanks to the frost demon body, one just dared to try this way. Because it is in the experimental stage and has not yet been completed, the power has not been improved much. However, with the battle with Han Feng, the speed of the fusion of the 2 attribute magic skills is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Wan Gang's attack power increases, Han Feng's mysterious dragon body will collapse at any time. This guy actually used his battle with me to fuse his divine skills. Han Feng's heart shuddered. He deserves to be called a genius who has the potential to become a giant of the ancient gods. Now that he knew Wan Gong was paying such attention, how could Han Feng make Wan Gong fulfill his wish? Taishan Tianling slash. The Taishan divine sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed away. The astonishing sword light cut the frost and the devil energy directly. At the same time, Yantian Wubaluan, Soul Eater Ruler and 7-star Pear Blossom Needles are also distributed around Han Feng to assist in the attack. After all, the level of the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle was a bit low, and in addition to the fact that the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle was used in the previous battle with Wan Gong was very alert this time, and Wan Gong noticed it just as the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle approached. Frost Demon Fist. This is the name of the magical skill newly named by Wan Gong after the initial fusion of the 2 attributes. Frost and magic energy gushed out together, and the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle appeared from the sneak attack state. Wan Gang's face was grim. Damn artifact, go to hell. Frost and magic energy invaded the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle, the frost froze the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle, and the devil energy even destroyed the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle. The Qixing Lihua Needle spirit screamed in pain from Han Feng's soul. Come back. Immediately, Han Feng took back the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle and threw it into the Lingquan, using the power in the Lingquan to expel the negative energy inside the 7-star Pear Blossom Needle. There is no 7-star Pear Blossom Needle, but there is also Yantian Wu Baluan and Soul Eater Ruler. 1 artifact of the 9 tribulations and 1 artifact of the 8 tribulations. With the assistance of the 2 artifacts, Han Feng gradually gained the upper hand. One after another sword light broke through Wan Gang's attack, and cut directly at Wan Gang. Suddenly, an ice crystal sword flashing with cold light appeared in Wan Gang's hand. Wan Gang's expression was condensed. No matter how many high-grade artifacts, how can they compare with the top-grade artifacts? 9-foot cold light slash. The ice crystal sword was cut out, the void storm condensed, and the endless frost rolled like a storm, and an ice crystal-colored giant sword exuding extreme cold appeared in the storm. The temperature of the entire world plummeted, and the entire mountain range seemed to be frozen at this moment. Terrible power surged towards Han Feng, and Yantian Wubaluan tried his best to emit flames to resist the erosion of ice. The Taishan Excalibur in Han Feng's hand kept cutting out the sword light, but he couldn't even get close to Wan Gong. They were frozen halfway and fell from the sky as giant ice cubes. The second update. Power God. Too strong. Han Feng had such a thought in his heart. Possessing the Chaos Divine Body, Wan Gong is obviously stronger than Fengshan Sword King and others. Even in the mastery of the best artifacts, Wan Gong is still above Fengshan Sword King and others. It seems that everyone in Qianquanzong still underestimated Wan Gong. Seeing that the frost storm was about to drag him in, Han Feng knew what he had to do. Once it is involved, it will only be cut in half by the giant sword in the frost storm. Suddenly, a burst of golden light burst out, and 9 real dragons could be vaguely seen in the golden light, making a roar that shook the sky. It is the ultimate artifact, 9 Dragon Seal. The golden light became bigger and bigger as it flew out, and the roar of the Kowloon gradually resounded through the sky. In almost a moment, the golden light has swept across the sky, almost no less than the frost storm. In the golden light, a golden seal like a giant mountain appeared, and above the seal, 9 golden true dragons roared again and again. The 9 dragon seal suddenly rushed into the frost storm, and the golden light broke through the frost storm. The 9 dragon seal is like an ancient giant mountain, with terrifying power. It collided fiercely with the giant ice crystal sword in the frost storm. In an instant, like a meteor colliding, golden rays of light and icy blue wind and frost gushed out crazily, followed by what came out was a loud bang. The sky, the earth, and the mountain seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Puff puff. The aftermath was too shocking. Han Feng and others were obviously far away, but they still vomited blood. Xuanhuan Gang's subordinates were also not doing well, and everyone withdrew in a further direction in horror. 9 Dragon Seal. How could you have such an artifact? Could it be that you? Xuanhuan obviously didn't expect that Han Feng would have a top-grade artifact, or a familiar artifact like the 9 Dragon Seal. Chui was the last owner of the 9 Dragon Seal, one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of the Xuanhuan sect, and his reputation was second only to Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan and others. Han Feng didn't reply, or said he was unable to reply. It is still a bit difficult for Han Feng to control 4 artifacts at once, especially one of the artifacts has reached the level of the best artifact. Xuanhuan sneered unceasingly, it's so daring to kill Chui. The power of the Chu family is only slightly inferior to that of the Wen family. Do you really think that with God, Lu Jinggu, protecting you, everything will be fine? Offending so many forces, even if you escape alive today, you will feel better when you leave the secret realm of chaos. Chui, even Xuanhuan, only dared to injure, but not kill. Except for the fact that the Chu family lacked one high-ranking ancient god giant than the Wen family, they were no worse than the Wen family in other respects. What responded to Xuanhuan was another attack from the 9 Dragon Seal. Boom! The 9 Dragon Seal and Xuanhuan's Excalibur collided together, and Xuanhuan was smashed into the air with fierce force, and the same 9 Dragon Seal was also smashed by Xuanhuan's Excalibur. But at this moment, the soul-devouring ruler sneaked up from behind and smashed hard at Xuanhuan's head. The Yantianwu treasure wheel hovered over Han Feng's head, and the raging flames turned into streaks of flames that spurted out. Han Feng swiped the Taishan Excalibur with his right hand in the void, and the sword light whizzed away. After all, it took too much time for Han Feng to obtain the 9 Dragon Seal. Even with the active cooperation of the 9 Dragon Seal, Han Feng is still not as good as Xuanhuan in the mastery and performance of the top-grade artifact. Fortunately, there are 3 major artifacts such as the Taishan Excalibur to assist, which can make up for Han Feng's shortcoming, and even turn the tide of the battle, suppressing Xuanhuan Da. Xuanhuan's subordinates have been dumbfounded. One of his subordinates said angrily, "Senior brother Xuan hasn't used his real power yet. Once he uses his real power, this kid will definitely lose." Terrified. Before, they still looked down on Han Feng, thinking that Han Feng had nothing worthy of their attention except for the legendary puppet hole card. Now it seems that it was a big mistake. If they were replaced in Xuanhuan's position at this moment, they would have been killed long ago and there would be no scum left. Looking for death. Xuanhuan was crushed and beaten, and the anger in his heart almost burned through the sky. After struggling for a while, Xuanhuan backed up abruptly, and a giant knife surrounded by black energy appeared in his left hand, and the aura it exuded was another top-grade artifact. The divine essence poured into the top-grade magic knife, and the black brilliance bloomed, dyeing the sky into pitch black, and the dark clouds rolled. 2 superb artifacts, Han Feng's face changed slightly. Even a top-grade artifact is so powerful, with 2 top-grade artifacts in hand, the strength will only become stronger. Wang Gong took a deep breath. Even for me, it is very troublesome to grasp the 2 top-grade artifacts. But as long as I can kill you, it will be troublesome. To be honest, among the inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect, the one who can force me to such an extent apart from Tan Ningong and Xuanhuan, you are the only one who can do it. You should feel honored. You are the third one who can let me take out 2 top-grade artifacts and deal with them with all my strength. Sword Demon Maihan break. Wang Gong slashed through the void with the best magic knife in his left hand, and the tumbling magic energy attacked Han Feng like a troll. This devilish energy contains extremely astonishing power, and it can even have an impact on the soul. Before the power arrived, Han Feng felt that his soul was invaded by some strange energy. This energy was quite familiar, and it was exactly the same as the energy attached to Huang Zhiqi's wound before. Golden immortal eyes, open. Han Feng let out a low voice, his golden pupils opened, and the golden streamer shone. Han Feng's soul has already reached the top of the 8th rank, but now with the power of the golden fairy pupil, it is almost no lower than the 9th rank. Generally speaking, the 9 tribulations true God will have the 9th grade divine soul. The divine soul was temporarily raised to a level comparable to the 9th rank, and the invading magic power was quickly resisted and swallowed. But this is the aspect of the soul, the real space. The magic energy turns into a giant knife, and cuts it from the sky. Han Feng took his time and made a handprint with his left hand, and the 9 dragons seal immediately struck away. But at this moment, Wang Gang's divine sword attacked and slashed. 9-foot cold light slash. Oops. Tai Xian Tian Ling slash. Dance of Yen Tian. The 2 9 tribulations divine weapons released their own attacks, but the attacks of the 9 tribulations divine weapons could not be the opponents of the top-grade divine weapons. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng's body was covered with frost, and he was almost frozen. The piercing sword slash had broken through the attacks of Tai Xian divine sword and Yen Tian Wu Baoluan, and was about to slash on Han Feng's body. Boom! The purple flames roared and roared, all gathered on Han Feng's right arm. Han Feng swung his fist and roared, Ziyan divine arm. At this moment, Han Feng had no reservations and used his strongest blow. The 10th layer of Ziyan divine arm is already in the category of the ultimate divine skill. The coercion of the ultimate divine skill permeates, and the Ziji Xuanhuan blends into it, making it even more powerful. The first update. King of Power. Burning with purple ferocious flames, it raised its giant arms to the sky, pierced the sky, ruled the earth, and rushed towards the frost storm. In almost a moment, it directly hit the core of the frost storm, where there was a giant sword condensed from the frost. The huge arm of the purple flame slammed into the huge sword, and the sound of cracking was endless, and it broke completely amidst Wang Gang's ugly face. Not only that, the frost was also swallowed by the flames. The strange thing is that the frost was not melted, but burned instead, which is extremely weird. The burning frost fell down. This scene was a bit strangely beautiful. Extreme divine skill. Wang Gong set off a storm in his heart. This is the ultimate divine skill, a mere true god of the 7 tribulations. How could it be possible to master such a terrifying divine skill? It wasn't just Wang Gong who realized that what Han Feng was using was a supernatural skill, and a look of disbelief flashed across everyone's faces. Supernatural skills can only be comprehended and mastered by the existence that breaks the limit of the true gods, and a few geniuses can comprehend and master them in advance, but such geniuses, even if they are not the true gods of the 9 tribulations, are also the true gods of the 8 tribulations. Wang Gong has never heard of someone who can master the 7 tribulations true god at this level. After some fighting, Wang Gong knew that he had been able to underestimate Han Feng since 100 years ago, so that he was forced to use all his trump cards and strength today. But now, Wang Gong suddenly realized that he still hadn't seen through Han Feng until just now. Han Feng's abnormality is still beyond his imagination. What about the ultimate divine skill? I want to see how many times you can perform it. Wang Gong immediately slashed out Sword Demon Maihan Break with the magic knife in his left hand. The huge flame arm broke through the 9-foot cold light slash, its power was greatly reduced, and finally died together with the tumbling giant sword of devil energy. The next moment, Han Feng set off again, flashing in the void like a ghost, holding the Taishan Excalibur in his left hand, and the Yantianwood treasure wheel on his head was burning with flames. The 9 dragons' divine seal slammed down on Wang Gang, following the operation of the divine soul. Sword Demon Maihan Break. 9-foot cold light slash. Wang Gong holds a sword in his right hand and a knife in his left, chopping or slashing with each sword. The 2 top-grade artifacts exerted extremely terrifying power in Wang Gang's hands. The 2 attribute attacks alternate one after another, or assist, to face Han Feng. With 2 great weapons in hand, Wang Gong regained the upper hand, but Han Feng would use Ziyun Divine Arm every once in a while, hitting Wang Gong almost vomiting blood. Han Feng relied on his Ziyun Arm, and Wang Gong relied on his 2 top-grade artifacts to attack at the same time, and even the attacks of 2 different attributes could be combined, which was not inferior to Han Feng at all. Wang Gong originally planned to procrastinate until Han Feng's divine energy was exhausted. However, with the passage of time, Wang Gong found aggrievedly that the recovery speed of Han Feng's divine energy was too terrifying. As long as he used Ziyun Divine Arm every once in a while instead of using it continuously, there was no possibility of it being completely consumed. If this continues, the first person to be dragged down is very likely to be himself. The 2 had been fighting for half an hour, and the sky was shattered, and the sky was almost shattered. Both of them were exhausted. At this moment, Han Feng has an accurate understanding of his own strength. With his cultivation base and Wang Gang's difference of 1 level, he can only fight so far. Han Feng is confident that if he is at the same level, he can easily defeat Wang Gang. Hoo. In the stalemate, Wang Gong already had the intention of retreating, and Han Feng's difficulty was really unexpected. Wang Gong didn't think about asking his subordinates to make a move. The gap between his subordinates and them was too great. If he made a move, he would basically not be able to turn the tide of the battle, but would lose a lot. The time has come. When Xianghao Jian Wang Gong in the distance was pale and out of breath, and his heart was overjoyed. Although Han Feng's complexion is not bad, in Wen Xianghao's view, Wang Gong has already been consumed to such an extent, and Han Feng probably is about the same. With Han Feng's current state, my Li Hen King puppet is enough to kill him easily, and I will never waste too much energy from the God Stone. Even if Han Feng really has a bone puppet, it is said that it is only comparable to 9 at the level of the true God of Tribulation. My puppet of the King of Strength is comparable to the middle level of the true God of the 9 Tribulations, and close to the high level. Go. When Xianghao suddenly threw out a token, and the token burst into purple light, which was extremely dazzling. The purple light almost covered Han Feng and Wang Gang's sight, attracting them both to look. I saw a huge monster appearing in the purple light, and a fierce aura permeated the air. Li Shen Wang. Wang Gang's eyes froze. How could Wang Gong, the puppet of the God of Power, not recognize it? There were very few puppet masters in Ziyun God Realm who could refine puppets. Perhaps only in ancient times there would be more puppet masters in Ziyun God Realm. The current puppet masters basically refine low-level true God puppets, and those who can refine mid-level true God puppets are considered masters among the puppet masters. Because of this, puppet masters are declining more and more, and there are fewer and fewer. In a sect as big as the Chankuan sect, there are almost no puppet masters. This profession has no future. The high-level true god puppets in Zongmen or Zongmen families are generally obtained in various secret realms and places of inheritance. They are passed down from ancient times. They are extremely precious, and every time they are activated, they need to consume an astonishing amount of god stones. But Wan Gong heard that every half a minute of the power god puppet's activation, it needs to consume 100,000 top-grade god stones. It is said that when the Li Hen King puppet was in good condition, it should not be inferior to Tianzuan or even the Tiandi true god. Now it is only seriously damaged, so every time it is activated, it can only display a high-level combat power close to the Nine Tribulations true god. However, the damage is serious and the strength has declined seriously, but the energy required for each activation remains the same. Since the Wen family got the God of Power puppet, they have basically never activated the God of Strength, because each activation is a puppet. Losing business. It is not that there are no puppets in the treasury of Qiankuan Zone that are comparable to the Nine Tribulations true gods. To activate such puppets, it only takes 10,000 high-grade god stones in 1 minute. What is the difference between 1 point of tens of thousands of top-grade sacred stones and half of 100,000 of top-grade sacred stones? This is where Wan Gong was surprised. In order to kill Han Feng, the Wen family, or Wen Xianghao, was really ready to bleed. Half a minute, how long is that? 3 snaps of the fingers, 30 instants of time. With Han Feng's strength, as long as he concentrates on escaping, even if the God of Strength has a power close to that of the Nine Tribulations true God, it is impossible to solve Han Feng in a short time. The longer it takes, the more divine stones Wen Xianghao needs to consume. Isn't Wen Xianghao heartbroken? How did Wan Gong know that Wen Xianghao was not only heartbroken, but heartbroken to the extreme? If it weren't for the fact that the puppet of the High Tribulation true God collected by the Wen family for so many years, only such a powerful God King possessed the combat power of the Nine Tribulations true God. If Wen Xianghao was killed, Wen Xianghao would not choose God King. The second update. Li Hen King. Is this Wen Xianghao's trump card? Han Feng's eyes froze slightly. Facing an opponent like Wan Gong, who has been unable to take down for a long time, Han Feng has long wanted to release Bai De. However, Han Feng knew that in order to cover up the existence of Wan Yanbingpa, Zhao Feng and other disciples of the Qiankuan sect family had spoken out about his whiteness early on, otherwise he would not be able to justify himself. After all, it was impossible for Han Feng and others to escape from the powerful Ice Demon King at that time. Now that Bai De was exposed, even if the Wen family didn't believe it, they would not fail to respond. It is precisely because of this that Han Feng has not released Bai De for a long time, just to see what is the whole card arranged by the Wen family. If the Wen family's whole cards are too strong, he can only let Bai De delay and escape by himself. As long as there is a bone order, there will be countless high-ranking bone generals, comparable to the Nine Tribulations true gods. What Han Feng didn't expect was that it wasn't Wan Gong who had the whole card, but Wen Xianghao. Wan Gong has played too many heroes, so shouldn't the cards be placed on the strong? But only for a moment, Han Feng suddenly understood. Although Wan Gong has contact with the Wen family, it is only because of the Tan family. The wife of the head of the Wen family is from the Tan family. Wan Gong is the lackey of the Tan family. The relationship between Wan Gong and the Wen family is better than normal. How could the Wen family give Wan Gang a precious and powerful puppet with peace of mind? Han, go to hell! Wen Xianghao shouted triumphantly. The Li Hen King puppet also stretched out at this moment, and the whole body was completely presented in the sight of Han Feng and Wan Gong. The Li Hen King puppet is purple all over, and I don't know what special material it is made of. The arms are extremely huge and thick. When the arms are closed, they are thicker than the waist of the God King puppet. Not only that, there are 2 silver-purple giant knives inlaid on the outside of the thick arms of the God of Strength King puppet. Every time the arms of the God of Strength King puppet swing, the silver-purple giant knife will set off a storm of sword energy, cutting space seems to be collapsing. On the head of the Li Hen King puppet was a single silver-white horn, on which thunder flickered. Below, there was a pair of red pupils, and a tyrannical aura swept out. Following Wen Xionghao's order, the Li Hen King's puppet's huge body rushed towards Han Feng suddenly, and smashed towards Han Feng fiercely with its incomparably thick arms. The gust of saber energy gushed out wildly, spreading in all directions. Even Wan Gong was also within the range of being affected. "What are you doing?" Wan Gong backed away angrily, but was still affected by the saber gale. If it was the heyday, Wan Gong would naturally have a way to resist it, but now Wan Gong has consumed a lot, so even though it was only affected to a small part, it is still scarred and blood is spilled wildly. Facing Wan Gang's enraged questioning, Wen Xionghuan sneered. Wan Gang's face was ugly, so he had to endure it, knowing that Wen Xionghuan took the opportunity to take revenge on himself. At this time, Han Feng is not feeling well. Most of King Li Shen's attacks were aimed at Han Feng. Ziyun Divine Arm. The huge divine arm, burning with purple flames, slammed into the right arm of the Li Hen King puppet. The Ziji Xuanhuan spread to the right arm of the Lishanwang puppet through the contact surface between the giant flame arm and the Lishanwang puppet's fist. It is not known what material the Lishanwang puppet's right arm is made of. Above, just like ordinary flames, it can only cause weak damage. Even after the gust of saber energy circled the arm of the Li Hen King puppet, Ziji Xuanhuan was blown to death. At the same time, the Li Hen King puppet directly blasted Ziyun's arm with great strength. Han Feng vomited blood and flew upside down, gliding for tens of thousands of meters in the sky before barely maintaining his figure and stand. "It's so strong, I'm absolutely no match." Han Feng's face was pale, and his arm was in severe pain. Han Feng had an intuition that if his right arm used the Ziyun divine arm again to meet the puppet on the opposite side, it would most likely break. "We can only release Bai De." Han Feng took a deep breath, and his soul poured into the bones. King Li Hen didn't move at the same place, only the silver unicorn on his head suddenly burst out with thunder and burst out. Violent thunder light, the exploding dark clouds and the void burst, and the space trembled. Before the thunder light arrived, Han Feng felt a deadly threat. This was definitely not a force he could resist. Once he was hit, he would definitely die. This blow of the God of Strength King puppet is comparable to the peak middle-level true God of the Nine Tribulations. But at this moment, Bai De had already appeared in front of Han Feng, and immediately raised the bone shield in his hand. Rumble. The thunder surged, fiercely bombarded the bone shield, and the sound was deafening and rumbling. Bai Da's figure was almost swallowed by the thunder. The thunder light is not only powerful, but also the force of the bombardment is extremely ferocious. Bai Da's bone shield resisted the lightning bombardment on one side, and Bai Da's body was constantly retreated by the bombardment on the other side. Qiu Jianfeng and others watched Han Feng's battle nervously. The people who were extremely nervous when they saw the Li Hen King puppet bombard the thunder light breathed a sigh of relief the moment they saw Bai De appear. These days, they have seen Bai De show off his power several times, so they have full confidence in Bai De. Only this time, Bai De obviously met his opponent, which made Qiu Jianfeng and others nervous again. Compared to Qiu Jianfeng and the others, Wen Xionghao's cheeks twitched. Damn it, this guy really has a puppet at the level of the Nine Tribulations True God. This is no match for the Nine Tribulations True God. This power has clearly reached the peak of the Nine Tribulations True God's mid-level, enough to compete with my Li Hen King puppet. It's too bad, I don't want to take down that kid in a short time. Wen Xionghuan feels sorry for the consumption of the God Stone, and is also glad that hundreds of thousands of top-grade God Stones were left in the puppet of the King of Power from the beginning. Otherwise, if the energy of the God Stone is exhausted, and if he loses, he will be the next to suffer. Everyone under Wan Gang's command originally looked down upon Wen Xionghuan, but now seeing Wen Xionghao's trump card, they all kept silent. The power of the thunder light dissipated. Bai Cai raised the huge bone knife in his hand. Within a few flashes, he covered tens of thousands of distances, and came not far from the puppet of King Li Shen. The bone knife in his hand cut it off instantly. Clang! The Li Shen king puppet raised his arm, and the silver-purple giant knife on the outside of his arm immediately blocked Bai Cai's bone knife. The two giant knives collided, and a strong gust of wind raged, causing ripples in the space. The next moment, Bai Cai and the Li Shen king puppet separated, and then continued to collide. Boom boom boom. Fierce battles unfolded in the void, and the strong wind of the blade would come almost every few moments, mixed with thunder flashes and roars. Bai Cai and the Li Shen king puppets are so powerful that they are evenly matched. Han Feng and Xuanhuan Gong have now become spectators. Han Feng used the 9 flames and different fire art, taking this opportunity to crazily recover his divine essence. The first update. King of Power God. 1765 Bone Skeleton vs His Majesty King Li Shen, second update. Bai Cai and King Li Shen fought fiercely, and the aftermath of the battle made Han Feng and Xuanhuan Gong dare not get too close. After all, these are two powerful existences that are comparable to the peak middle-level 9 tribulations true gods. The aftermath of the vibrations that spread out may even be damaged by ordinary 9 tribulations true gods. Han Feng and Xuanhuan Gong used all their strength and all their whole cards. They may have the ability to fight against the 9 tribulations true god, but they definitely can't really compete with the 9 tribulations true god, let alone kill the 9 tribulations. Therefore, in the face of the aftermath of the battle between Bai Cai and King Li Shen, they naturally couldn't ignore it. Following the battle between Bai Cai and the Li Shen king puppet, Han Feng's face changed slightly. Han Feng has already discovered that the materials used to make the God of Power puppet should be extremely precious and surprisingly hard, which is by no means comparable to Bai Cai. Although Bai Cai's strength is comparable to the current Li Shen king puppet, but if this continues, Han Feng knows that Bai Cai's body will definitely not be able to bear it first and will be damaged. Once damaged, Bai Cai's combat power will be greatly reduced. With each increase and decrease, the gap between Bai Cai and the Li Shen king puppet will become wider and wider, and there will be only one final result, and that is Bai Cai's defeat and being smashed into pieces. At that time, perhaps even the bone order could not restore Bai Cai's body. Xuan Gang's sharp eyesight also saw Bai Cai's strangeness, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth immediately. The Li Shen king puppet can only exert the mid-level power of the 9 tribulations true god only if it is seriously damaged. It is said that in the complete period, it is at least comparable to the existence of the heavenly god, and may even be comparable to the heavenly emperor. If you want to break the body of the puppet of the God of Power, you must not be weaker than the true God of Heaven. Otherwise, the only option is to rely on the strength far surpassing the Power God puppet to suppress the Power God King and not move, or wait until the Power God King puppet's energy consumption is exhausted. It is absolutely impossible to destroy the God of Power puppet. What needs to be seen now is whether the bone skeleton lasts for a long time, or the strength of the God King puppet energy for a long time. Involuntarily, Xuan Gang's eyes fell on Wen Xianghao. Only Wen Xianghao knew how much energy was in the puppet of the God of Strength King. Seeing this, Xuan Gang's heart skipped a beat. Wen Xianghao's expression was extremely nervous. Kill, kill, kill quickly. Wen Xianghao roared in his heart. The battle has lasted for 2 minutes, and the Li Shen king puppet needs to consume 100,000 top-grade god stones every half-minute, hundreds of thousands, and can only last for a few minutes. In another 3 or 4 minutes, the God of Strength puppet will stop fighting due to lack of energy. At this time, Han Feng is trying to solve the crisis that Bai Cai is about to expose. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when his eyes caught Wen Xianghao inadvertently. Not good. Xuan Gong paid attention to Han Feng at all times, and when he sensed Han Feng's gaze, Wang Gong felt a bad feeling in his heart, and the next moment he saw Han Feng going straight to Wen Xianghao. How could Wang Gong make Han Feng fulfill his wish? The appearance of Bai De made Wang Gong confirm that the rumors were true. Han Feng did have a powerful skeleton comparable to the 9 tribulations true god. It wouldn't be terrible if it was just comparable, but the strength of this white bone skeleton is not only comparable, but the closest to the 9 tribulations true god high rank. Such a powerful puppet can't be resisted by the God King puppet, even if he possesses the frost demon physique. I'm afraid he will also fall here. Possessed a chaos artifact. Wang Gong has a bright future, and with the support of the Tan family, he might not be able to become a giant of the ancient gods in the future. How could Wang Gong bear to fall into the secret realm of chaos before he was only the true god of the 7 tribulations, and had not fully established his reputation? Wen Xianghao naturally also noticed that Han Feng was rushing towards him, and he screamed in fright. Help, help! You trash, don't hurry up! Although Wang Gang's subordinates were dissatisfied, they also knew the importance of the Lis Hen King puppet and Wen Xianghao, and they were about to attack immediately. Everyone in Qiu Jianfeng shouted angrily, and used their blood or divine body to stop them. Han Feng smiled coldly, and Vermilion Skylark appeared beside Han Feng, released terrifying flames, screamed, and went to support Qiu Jianfeng and the others. With Vermilion Skylark around, Han Feng wasn't worried that Qiu Jianfeng and the others wouldn't be able to win. Wang Gong, save me! Wen Xianghao was terrified. How could this Han Feng still have a demon god of the 8 tribulations true god? This guy has a lot of whole cards. Wang Gong felt a little cold in his heart. Han Feng's endless tricks made Wang Gong vaguely regret that he was an enemy of Han Feng and asked Han Feng to trouble him. However, now that both sides have fought to this point, Wang Gong can only continue until Han Feng is killed and the future troubles are resolved. 9-foot cold light slash. Sword demon Maihan break. In 2 minutes, Wang Gong recovered some of his physical strength, and cut down one after another with one sword at a time. Ziyun divine arm. Han Feng sensed the attack behind him, turned around and blasted out with one arm. A vague force that made him irresistible came. Wang Gong vomited blood and flew backwards. His expression was full of horror. How is that possible? How did you recover so much in such a short period of time? Han Feng's attack was not as strong as it was in its heyday, but after 2 points of recovery, Han Feng's spiritual vitality surpassed that of Wang Gang's. It was because of this battle that Wang Gong vomited blood as a result. But that's all. If you want to kill Wang Gong, it's still not enough. Wang Gong immediately suppressed the mouthful of blood that was about to spit out again, and attacked again. Absolutely must not let Han Feng get close to Wen Xianghao. Han Feng may have sensed Wang Gang's thoughts. His eyes were cold. It seems that you have really used up all your cards, so I have nothing to hide. Think Wen Xianghao can escape by catching me? Dreaming. When the sleeve robe was rolled up, several bone skeletons similar to Bai De appeared on the left and right sides of Han Feng. They were by air, by sand, by sea. These 3 bone generals have all reached the high level of the 8 tribulations true god. Any one of them is a great enemy to Wang Gong, who is currently exhausted. Han Feng keeps the strongest by air, by sand, and by sea. Continue to catch Wen Xianghao. No. How could? Wang Gong was completely stunned, and finally started to panic. Han Feng's various methods finally made Wang Gong afraid and felt life-threatening. In fact, it's not just Wang Gong. Qiu Jianfeng and others are not surprised. They knew about Bai Da's existence. But they don't know the existence of Vermilion Skylark, by air, by sand, and others. The next moment, Qiu Jianfeng and the others couldn't hide their joy. The current situation has become clear. Wang Gang's defeat is almost a doomed outcome. This time, what Wang Gong has to pay for this defeat is very likely to be his own life. No. Don't kill me. Wen Xianghao screamed. At this moment, Wen Xianghao was full of regret. Given his status in the Wen family, he didn't have to come to the Chaos Secret Realm this time. He came to this Chaos Secret Realm just to take revenge. How could he think that he would fall here? If I had known it earlier, I would not have come to the secret realm of chaos, and I would not have troubled Han Feng. The second update. Sword. 1766 Excalibur, Soul Destroyer Demon Knife, 3 more. Bai San and Bai Si are just skeletons without wisdom, so naturally they would not pay attention to Wen Xianghao's begging for mercy. Bai San was very neat, and killed Wen Xianghao. Facing Bai San, who was comparable to the high-level existence of the true god of 8 tribulations, Wen Xianghao, a mere true god of 6 tribulations, had no power to resist. And at the moment when Xianghao was killed, a mark containing Shura's will flew out. It was the unique Shura death mark of the Wen family. Only important members of the Wen family could have it. On the murderer, provide the Wen family with clues to the murderer for revenge. Shura's death mark was first imprinted on Bai San's body, but it disappeared quickly. Bai San is a dead thing after all. But don't think that Shura's death seal will give up because of this. The third generation of Bai came from the Bone Order, and the Bone Order recognized Han Feng as the master. Through the connection between the soul and the soul, Shura's death mark was quickly imprinted on Han Feng's body along this connection. This is. Han Feng immediately noticed the strangeness in himself. Wang Gong laughed like crazy. Han Feng, you are finished. With Shura's death mark, once you leave the secret realm of chaos, the Wen family will never let you go. When Xiongguo's death, God Lu Jinggu can still warn the Wen family not to take action against you by saying whether you can vent your anger. But now that Shura's death seal is here, the Wen family can directly take action against you. No matter how strong the ancient god Lu Jing is, no matter how great the future is, he is still just a high-ranking ancient god, not a half-step god king, nor a god king. He can't stop the Wen family. As if knowing that he was bound to die, Wang Gong yelled frantically. I'm dead, you have to come down to accompany me, this deal is worth it. Wang Gong will not beg for mercy, like Wen Xianghao. Wang Gong has his own dignity and arrogance. With the fall of Wen Xianghao, the soul imprint belonging to Wen Xianghao left in the puppet of King Lishen also disappeared. The movement of the god of strength king puppet stopped suddenly. The red eyes also dimmed, returning to pitch black. With no opponent, Bai De flew towards Han Feng, and Bai San and Bai Si also flowed towards Han Feng. Bai De, Bai Er and other white bone generals surrounded Wang Gong, and Han Feng looked cold. Wang Gong sneered, and slashed out desperately with one knife and one sword. Perhaps because he knew that he could not escape, Wang Gong worked extremely hard this time, as if he wanted to release his last brilliance. 9-foot cold light slash. Sword demon Maihan break. Bai De stood in front of Han Feng, directly, attacking with one sword and one knife, unable to break through Bai Da's bone shield. The golden light whistled, the Kowloon roared, and the Kowloon seal descended from the sky. Wang Gong crossed swords in front of him, and with a loud noise, the 9 dragons seal struck the swords and swords. A sword and a knife flew out of his hand after being shaken. Wang Gang's face was ferocious, he vomited blood in embarrassment, and was suppressed by the 9 dragons seal. Purple cloud divine arm. Taking a deep breath, the purple flame divine arm followed the bombardment of the Kowloon divine seal. Just as Wang Gong roared and punched away the 9 dragons seal, he was hit head-on by Ziyun's arm. This time, Wang Gong suffered a fatal injury. Not only was his body smashed into chaos, but the Ziji Xuanhuan penetrated into Wang Gang's body along the wound, burning violently. Waiting for you. Before dying, Wang Gong stared at Han Feng with resentful eyes. He cursed and then fell to the ground. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. Just wait, slowly, mere writer, you can't do anything to me. At the same time, Vermilion Skylark killed all of Wan Gang's subordinates in 7s and 8s, and those who escaped were also killed by Qiu Jianfeng and others. The matter of Wan Gong has come to an end. Han Feng first flew to Yuan Bingfeng and the others, took a look, and said, their souls were imprisoned by something. It should be done by Wan Gang's subordinates. Now with the fall of the spellcaster, it has been untied, and it won't be long. If you can wake up, you can watch here. Huang Zhiqi came over and said, leave it to me. Han Feng didn't look at the piece under Wan Gang's command anymore. All the items in those people's storage containers should be handed over to Qiu Jianfeng and others as spoils of war. Qiu Jianfeng and the others were a little embarrassed at first, but they heard Han Feng say, there must be more treasures in Wan Gang's storage container, and that puppet is also my trophy. This is already a big one, so don't refuse the rest. Gone. Seeing what Han Feng said, Qiu Jianfeng and others went to pick up their spoils with peace of mind, and were full of gratitude to Han Feng. Without Han Feng, they couldn't have gotten these spoils. Han Feng first transferred the contents of Wen Xionghao's storage to his own storage space. Regardless of Wen Xionghao's low strength, there are quite a lot of treasures inside, and there are also a lot of artifacts, but there are not many that Han Feng can take a fancy to. For the current Han Feng, only top-grade artifacts can enhance more combat power, provided the fire attribute or special attribute is the premise. Wen Xionghao's storage container did have a top-grade artifact, but it was a magic sword, so Han Feng naturally couldn't use it. The rest are some heaven and earth spirits that can enhance their strength, as well as a large number of sacred stones. Looking at the mountain of top-quality sacred stones, Han Feng gasped, there must be hundreds of thousands of them. In the future, breaking the limit of true gods, there should be no shortage of god stones to practice in a short time. Breaking the limit of the true god does not mean that there is no need to practice the god stone. For example, when the true god of the general is still at a lower level, if he does not want to break through the ancient god but wants to continue to improve, he needs to absorb the power of the gods in the top-grade god stone until he reaches the limit of the true god of the general. Of course, if you don't want to continue to improve, just absorb the chaos stone directly until you break through to the ancient god. However, most celestial generals and true gods will not sprint to the realm of ancient gods at the level of low-level celestial generals. Although both low-level celestial generals and high-level celestial generals break through to true gods, they are both chaotic silver lotuses, and there is no difference. At that time, the ancient gods who broke through with high-ranking generals hoped to be greater than the ancient gods who broke through with low-ranking generals. After taking away everything in Wen Xionghao's storage device, Han Feng came to search for Wan Gong again. The first thing he got was Wan Gang's 2 top-grade artifacts. The ultimate artifact of the ice-cold attribute, the Ice Excalibur. The ultimate artifact of the dark attribute, the Soul Extinguisher Demon Knife. These 2 top-grade artifacts are also extremely outstanding in the same level, and Han Feng is both envious and regretful. If these 2 top-grade artifacts were fire attributes or special attributes, how good it would be. If I have 2 more top-grade artifacts that can be used, the strongest power will probably surpass the tenfold Ziyun Divine Arm that is integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan. The 2 top-grade artifacts, the spirits, also resisted endlessly. Han Feng said lightly, as long as you break through to the chaos artifact, I will exchange you. If you resist now, I will annihilate your spirituality. With this threat, the 2 top-grade artifacts, the spirits, reluctantly gave up their resistance and were taken away by Han Feng. There are also many treasures in Wan Gang's storage container, but Han Feng has seen too many good things these days, so naturally he will not make a fuss. Taking everything away calmly, Han Feng came to the last loot this time. Power God King Puppet. The third update. Han Feng naturally knew how to control the puppet. He squeezed a few handprints, and his soul moved accordingly, leaving his soul imprint on the Lishen King puppet. After a while, Han Feng learned about the puppet of King Lishen. No wonder the body is so hard, it turns out. Han Feng never expected that the God of Strength King puppet was just a broken puppet, and its combat power in its heyday was at least comparable to that of the God of Heaven. But the huge consumption of the God of Strength King puppet also made Han Feng feel extremely painful. Half a cent of 100,000 top-grade sacred stones, counting the remaining energy of the godly king puppet, and the top-grade sacred stones looted from Wen Xionghao, Wang Gang and other storage containers. It is estimated that it can only support the godly king puppet to run for 10 more times. It's just a lot of time. If the puppet of King Lishan is intact, then it doesn't matter. However, the puppet of the God of Strength King is damaged, and its strength is only as high as that of the 9 tribulations true God, which is not worth the candle. Shaking his head, Han Feng put away the Lishan King puppet. Let's see if it can be repaired in the future. If it can be repaired, it can be used as a trump card. If it can't be repaired, let's see who is taken advantage of, or the local tyrant is willing to take it. Anyway, I can't stand it. With the bone order, the God of Strength King puppet is really a tasteless thing to Han Feng, and it is a pity to discard it if it is tasteless. But at this moment, Yuan Bingfeng and the others finally woke up. Knowing everything from Huang Zhiqi, everyone in Yuan Bingfeng thanked Han Feng one after another. Xing Zhenjuan's expression was complicated. He didn't expect that he would be rescued by Han Feng one day. You've got your wish. Jun Sijia patted Huang Zhiqi on the shoulder, and Huang Zhiqi smiled faintly. The grievances between Huang Zhiqi and Huang Hanhai had been deeply rooted in the royal family. Now that they came to Qianquanzong together, the relationship between the same family background did not make the relationship between the two of them better. Now, because of Han Feng's relationship, Huang Zhiqi took the opportunity to kill Huang Hanhai during the gang fight, which was the result of their grievances. Everyone took a rest and set out on the road again. This time, there were more people, including Yuan Bingfeng and others. A month passed silently. Some chaos flowers, chaos grass, and chaos god fruits have been discovered one after another. The body of the beast was also obtained by Han Feng. After refining the body essence of several 8th-level beasts, Bai Dai was finally promoted to a high-level general, comparable to the high-level 9 tribulations true God. Afterwards, the improvement was just a slow tempering, until the limit of general bone the 9 tribulations true God's high-level peak. In the future, Bai Dai can break through again and be promoted to general by bone, comparable to the true God of Heaven. The rest of the second-class white-boned generals have also been promoted under continuous tempering. Except for the 10 white-boned skeletons, Han Feng did not continue to make redundant bone generals. No matter how many bone generals of the 8 tribulations true gods, it is better to have a few more bone generals of the 9 tribulations true gods. Therefore, when Bai Dai was promoted to the high level of the 9 tribulations true God, most of the remaining body essence of the beast was used on the second-class general Baigu. Within a month, both Bai Er and Bai San advanced to the elementary level of the 9 tribulations true God, and Bai Si to Bai 10, ranging from the middle level to the high level of the 8 tribulations true God. Now, Han Feng has 3 bone generals, with the strength of the 9 tribulations true God. With such power, as long as he doesn't provoke the beasts of the ancient god level in the secret chaos, he can almost go there. Thanks to these bone generals, Han Feng and his party gained a lot, including many small chaotic veins. But at this time, Han Feng and his party fled in embarrassment. Lu Xinfan's face paled even more. Not long ago, Han Feng and his group encountered another chaotic vein, which was originally estimated to be a relatively high-level small chaotic vein, or a relatively low-level medium-sized chaotic vein. Who knew that everyone guessed wrong? It was clearly a large chaotic vein. A large chaotic vein means that there are many chaotic stones, and most of them are top-grade. With this level of chaotic veins, it is easy to dig out hundreds of thousands, or even millions of high-grade chaos stones. This is still a relatively low level among the large chaotic veins, And it is not impossible to dig out tens of millions of high-grade chaos stones for relatively high-level large chaotic veins. A high-grade chaos stone, even a high-ranking ancient god, is very necessary for cultivation. However, Han Feng and others were not at all fortunate to encounter a large chaotic vein. So what about the large ones? They need to have the strength and the life to dig them. Low-level medium-sized chaotic veins have a great chance of producing ancient god-level strange beast guardianship, let alone large-scale chaotic veins. With a large chaotic vein, the guardian beast is not only at the level of the ancient gods, but also at the level of a relatively powerful ancient god. Han Feng and the others encountered such a strange beast. With the eyesight of Xuanhuan, who has seen many low-rank ancient gods and middle-rank ancient gods, he judged that the strength of the strange beast was roughly equivalent to the low-rank ancient god Dzogchen or the middle-rank ancient god. Early days of God. Of course, this kind of strength comparison is based on the ancient gods who broke through from the 9 tribulations true gods. The ancient god who broke through the 9 tribulations true god is also known as the White Lotus ancient god. The lower ancient god Balian is Dzogchen, and his combat power is roughly equal to that of the true god of the Emperor of Heaven. In other words, unless Han Feng and his party have the existence of the Heavenly Emperor true god, they will not be able to contend. Before they got close, a frightening gust of wind severely injured the group. Han Feng retreated decisively. Fortunately, he retreated early, otherwise he might have wiped out his entire army in the face of a strange beast of that level of strength. It's so scary. Too bad luck. Scared me. After escaping from birth, the group felt lingering fears. Han Feng also turned pale with fear, and said happily, "Fortunately, that strange beast didn't chase us, because of its duty, otherwise." Thinking of the consequences, Han Feng's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Qiu Jianfeng and others were also said to shrink their necks. The coercion at the level of the ancient gods is too terrifying. Fortunately, it is only a relatively low level of the large chaotic veins. If it is a large chaotic vein of high level, it is not surprising that there will be guardian beasts of the middle ancient god Dzogchen, or even the upper ancient god level. At this level, take a breath, but it didn't just make us embarrassed and injured, it directly killed us. Jiao Feng said. Don't talk about that, we can't covet the large chaotic vein. Let's go and search for the next small chaotic vein. Han Feng saw that everyone was in a low mood, so he changed the subject. Everyone cheered up and continued to search. 5 days later. The heavenly soul imprint on Han Feng and Xuanhuan reacted again. The aura of the heavenly soul imprint is Xuanhuan. Han Feng was overjoyed, and finally sensed Xuanhuan, which was not easy. Xuanhuan, that is an existence that is no less than or only slightly inferior to Wangong. If it is not as good, it is just that the blood is not as good as Wangong. Han Feng sensed Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan also sensed Han Feng, and immediately called out anxiously through the Tianhun imprint. The first update. This kind of calling was naturally not really heard by Han Feng. Xuanhuan couldn't transmit the sound so far from such a long distance. The so-called calling is just to make Han Feng feel a kind of urgency through the imprint of Tianhun. Why is there such a strong reaction to the imprint of the soul left by senior brother Shi? Han Feng was startled. Could it be that Xuanhuan encountered some kind of predicament? But with Xuanhuan's strength, who can make Xuanhuan like this? The second and third of Tian Luo 8 god generals? The second sword king of Tai Bai sword sect? Or did Xuanhuan encounter the number 1 general of Tian Luo? The number 1 sword king in Tai Bai? Tan Ningong? Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't sit still. In any case, Xuanhuan once saved him, and later gave him a lot of good things, and now he belongs to Lu Jinggu's lineage, so he can't turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, Han Feng turned his head and told the powerful enemies that Xuanhuan might encounter, saying, If my guess is true, this trip will be full of dangers. I can guarantee my safety, but I cannot guarantee yours. You are now yes. Now Han Feng obviously gave Xuanhuan and others two choices. One is to separate here, and the other is to continue to follow him. Xuanhuan and the others looked at each other. They also knew Xuanhuan's name. The one who can put Xuanhuan in danger may really be like Han Feng said, meeting a strong man like Tan Ningong. Of course, it is also possible that they encountered some powerful beasts, but no matter what, the enemy must be strong. Just like what Han Feng said, they might not be able to help them if they followed them. Instead, they would be in danger, and they might even drag Han Feng back. But maybe it's really dangerous, but I can't let you face it alone. Anyway, without you, most of us might die early. Anyway, I will follow. Even if I don't have enough strength, I can when you are in danger, I will help you and exchange your life for your life. Xuanhuan said firmly. Lu Xinfan immediately agreed. Xing Zhenliang smiled, I won't leave either. With Xuanhuan at the beginning, everyone was unwilling to separate. Han Feng nodded, in that case, let's go together. I also want to see what trouble brother she has encountered. The flames in the sky are rushing, as if there are dragons rolling. Suddenly, a huge sword was inserted into the flames, and endless sword energy shot out, piercing through the flames continuously. Vaguely, it seems that there is a dragon roaring. The flames and the sword energy confronted each other, and a terrifying aura permeated the air. As expected of Xuanhuan of Qiankanzong, your strength is not a disgrace to your name. On the ground, a young man in white stood with his hands tied. The arrogance on his face dissipated a little because of his opponent, but it was only a little bit. The young man has a handsome face, and the jade tree is facing the wind. Standing there, there is an unspeakable aura that attracts everyone, and people can't take their eyes off. He is like a luminous body, always attracting everyone's attention. 2. Come on. June. Jean. Xuanhuan stared at the man in front of him, and said the young man's name word by word. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree, Taishang Juanjin's reputation is too great, so big that when people hear this person's name, they feel a little bit unable to raise their combat power. This was the case on Xuanhuan's side, and all of Xuanhuan's subordinates looked miserable. Who is Taishang Junjin? That is the strongest of the 10 sword kings of the Chi Bai sword sect, known as the #1 sword king of Chi Bai. His reputation is not weaker than that of Tan Ningong. Such a strong man put great pressure on Xuanhuan and the others. Obviously, there were only 7 or 8 people on Taishang Juanjin's side, and except for Tai Bai Junjin, the rest were only the middle-level 7 tribulations true gods, but the more than 10 people on Xuanhuan's side fell into a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Xuanhuan was the only one in Taishang Juanjin's eyes, no matter how many others there were, just hearing his name would almost make him weak. This kind of stuff is not worthy of his attention. Xuanhuan's face was solemn. Taishang Junjin, I admit that you are very powerful, but I, am not easy to mess with. This chaotic vein was first discovered by Xi, but as a latecomer, you want to monopolize the chaos. Ling Mai, is this a little unreasonable? It's a joke, those who are capable of the chaotic veins live there. Do you need me to teach you this truth? Taishang Juanjin's mouth was full of disdain. Xuanhuan naturally knew this truth, but it was impossible for him to watch more than 100,000 or more chaos stones pass by him, and he was unwilling. Next to Taishang Junjin, a wretched mustache suddenly approached Taishang Junjin, and the sound transmission didn't know what to say. Taishang Juanjin's expression moved, and the sound transmission replied, Is what you said true? The wretched mustache said, It should be right. I tested it several times with the test method developed by our Tai Bai sword sect. This chaotic vein is very likely to be a relatively low-level medium-sized vein. Brother Taishan should know that with this level of chaotic spirit veins, it is very likely to give birth to guardian beasts at the level of ancient gods. At worst, there will be one or several guardian beasts, comparable to the high-level peaks of the 9 tribulations true gods. Brother Taishan is strong, but he needs help when facing a guardian beast of this level. This, Xuanhuan, is at least stronger than me, second only to senior brother. With this son's help, the possibility of killing the guardian beast is high. Up. Taishan Junjin frowned slightly, then let go. Taishan Junjin is not so arrogant that he thinks the world is invincible, nor is he a tyrant who doesn't listen to any opinions. After serious consideration, Taishan Junjin nodded, "You are right." Xuanhuan didn't know what Taishan Junjin and that wretched mustache were talking about, but he vaguely felt that it had something to do with him, and he always felt hairy all over. But at this moment, Xuanhuan listened to Taishan Junjin and said, "Xuanhuan, why don't we join forces? Afterwards, you can get 30%. Xuanhuan was taken aback, never expecting Taishan Junjin to propose joining forces. Is Taishan Junjin's guarantee worth trusting? Xuanhuan hesitated. What should I do if Taishan Junjin regrets it later? Both Xuanhuan and Taishan Junjin raised their heads, only to see many startled rainbows bursting towards them. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. Through the imprint of the soul of the sky, Xuanhuan knew that Han Feng was coming. "Senior brother, my little brother is here." After landing, Han Feng immediately glanced at Xuanhuan and found that Xuanhuan was not injured. Immediately, Han Feng's eyes fell on Taishan Junjin, and he always felt a sting in his eyes. Did he see a son? "This person is Taishan Junjin," Xuanhuan said solemnly. Taishan Junjin. Han Feng's expression was awe-inspiring, and Lu Xinfan and the others gasped. The number 1 sword king of Chi Bai. Senior brother you are. Han Feng quickly came to his senses, so what about Chi Bai's number 1 sword king? He might not be an opponent. Xuanhuan told what happened before, and Han Feng's eyes sparkled. After a while, Han Feng said in a deep voice, "Senior brother promise to come down." The second update. Ancient gods. Xuanhuan thought that Han Feng would persuade him. After all, no matter how you look at it, Taishan Junjin's side has a huge advantage in combat power. If he repents afterwards, he has nothing to do, the power of the two sides is unbalanced. The so-called negotiations and agreements are only somewhat true when the strengths of the two parties are relatively balanced. Xuanhuan didn't realize it at first, but thinking about it now, it is more likely that Taishan Junjin wants to use himself as a thug. Xuanhuan was already preparing for Han Feng to persuade him to give up, and then take advantage of this step to walk down and leave here, so that he would not be so ashamed. Unexpectedly, Han Feng actually let himself agree. If he didn't have some trust in Han Feng, Xuanhuan would have felt that Han Feng was having an affair with Taishan Junjin. "Han Feng, do you know what you are talking about?" "That's Taishan Junjin. Do you really think he will give us the Stone of Chaos afterwards?" "It would be nice if we didn't get silenced afterwards. If you want to die, die yourself, don't involve us in it." Xuanhuan's subordinates became annoyed, and their tone was full of questioning. They didn't dare to oppose Xuanhuan, and they didn't dare to raise objections in front of Taishan Junjin. At this moment, he dared to make irresponsible remarks to Han Feng. Han Feng's face turned cold. Han Feng was already a little upset with these people, and now he even sneered, "Since you are afraid, let's go. If we get the Stone of Chaos afterwards, don't even think about getting one. Senior brother if you believe me, agree to come down." Looking at Han Feng's sincere face, Xuanhuan's complexion changed. Thinking that Han Feng could not collude with Taishan Junjin, then Han Feng must have his own thoughts when he said this. Suddenly, Xuanhuan remembered that Lu Jinggu valued Han Feng. If Lu Jinggu could value him, maybe Han Feng had a side he didn't know about. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I agree. As for you, if you are afraid, just go." The last sentence was what Xuanhuan said to his subordinates. Xuanhuan looked at each other in dismay, and quickly left for most of them, leaving only 4 people, all of whom were at the middle level of the 7 tribulations true God. And those who left didn't leave too far, maybe they wanted to see the next development, or maybe they wanted to gloat about Han Feng's future. Xuanhuan felt a little sad. Those people who had flattered him in Qianquanzong and wished to become his confidants suddenly exposed their true colors. The friendship of hundreds of years was not as good as Han Feng. Who are these people? Taisheng Junjin has been paying attention to Xuanhuan's place, seeing that Han Feng made Xuanhuan agree to join forces with a few words, and couldn't help being a little surprised. When did such a number 1 person appear in Qianquanzong? Even Xuanhuan obeyed. I don't know. The wretched Bazija shook his head. Forget it, even if you have some tricks at the middle level of the 7 tribulations true God, it's not worth mentioning. Taisheng Junjin quickly averted her attention. Since we have decided to join forces, let's go. Taisheng Junjin said bluntly. Han Feng, be careful and follow me. Xuanhuan didn't know what trump card and confidence Han Feng had, so he walked ahead without hesitation. Approaching the chaotic vein, those guardian beasts, also known as strange beasts, appeared one after another and attacked Han Feng and the others. I saw Taisheng Junjin holding the top-grade divine sword, swiping it a few times, and a large number of guardian beasts fell. Han Feng looked at it with awe. This Taisheng Junjin's divine essence might not be as good as his own, but he had reached the top level of the 8th rank, even surpassed the 8th rank, and was infinitely close to the 9th rank. Presumably, if Taisheng Junjin left the secret realm of chaos to retreat for a few years, it would be extremely easy for Xuanhuan to break through to the 9th rank. With infinitely close to 9th grade divine essence, top grade divine sword, and top grade mid-level magical skills, these are equivalent to the guardian beasts of the 7 tribulations true gods, and they are extremely fragile. Han Feng knew that this was just a little strength that Taisheng Junjin showed at will, and the real strength would only be stronger. At the very least, Taisheng Junjin has not used the famous Taisheng sword body of the Taisheng family yet. As a sword cultivator, he did not display a powerful sword intent. Xuanhuan was also extraordinary. He punched out like a dragon sailing out to sea. The momentum was astonishing. Vaguely, one could really hear the roar of the flood dragon, killing these guardian beasts, one after another. Han Feng also didn't use his battle body, and defeated the guardian beast only by relying on the powerful Xuanhuan and Xinyan battle body. The remaining powerhouses also showed their special abilities, and a large number of guardian beasts fell. Many of Qiu Jianfeng's people showed their blood and whole cards. Han Feng glanced over and said, "If you can't hold on, then retreat, don't hold on. This guy, the divine essence seems to be of higher quality than mine." Taisheng Junjin inadvertently mentioned Han Feng's fighting state, and couldn't help but be surprised. The proud Taisheng Junjin finally took Han Feng to heart at this moment. The wretched mustache on the side said contemptuously, "After all, the cultivation level is too low to be the opponent of the senior brother, and his subordinates are also a group of gangsters. This is the first wave of interception, and the gang of gangsters have used all their strength." The first wave of guardian beasts was quickly killed, and then the second wave of guardian beasts appeared. The strength of the second wave of guardian beasts has been raised to a level comparable to that of the 8 tribulations true gods. Most of them are at the beginning level of the 8 tribulations true gods, and a small number of them have reached the middle level of the 8 tribulations true gods. Qiu Jianfeng and the others had to retreat regretfully. These guardian beasts could withstand most of them with one head. Only the children of Qianquan clan, such as Zhao Feng and Lu Xinfan, are still persisting. Xuanhuan's 4 subordinates have already spread their blood and started to fight. One-on-one, Xuanhuan was not afraid of any guardian beast, but the number of guardian beasts increased and they came to obstruct them together, so Xuanhuan had to show his blood. This was the first time Han Feng saw Xuanhuan show his blood. Xuanhuan's bloodline stands at the top of the top divine rank, which is close to the level of the chaotic divine rank. It is called the bloodline of Wan Yanjiaolong, so Xuanhuan is also known as the master of Yanjiao. Exerting the blood veins, flames of various colors burned all over Xuanhuan's body, circulating continuously, and the flames condensed into a dragon, crawling on Xuanhuan's body. The power of the dragon. At this moment, Xuanhuan attacked like a dragon, killing a mid-level guardian beast of the 8 tribulations true god with one punch. Taisheng Juanjin's movements were still unhurried, and he still didn't use the Taisheng sword body. Even the sword intent did not reveal a clue, but the guardian beast was still easily killed by Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin walked all the way, strolling in the courtyard. Watching Taisheng Juanjin's battle was more like watching a beautiful dance. Han Feng's expression was solemn, as expected of a person as famous as Tan Ningong, as worthy of being the true god of the 8 tribulations. While speaking, several guardian beasts rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng shouted angrily, and Xinyan's battle body was displayed. Taishan Tianling slash. The divine sword slashed down, and several guardian beasts were split in half by Han Feng. The third update. Beast. Using the magic weapon so quickly? Am I overestimating him? Seeing this scene, Taisheng Junjin couldn't help feeling depressed. Hey, the strength of these guardian beasts has been raised to the level of the 8 tribulations true god. With that kid's middle-level cultivation of the 7 tribulations true god, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive if he doesn't use his cards. Nothing. I thought I had found a good opponent, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. It's just that the kid's spirit quality is really high. Afterwards, I captured the kid alive, and asked the method. There is no special method. How could there be such a high-quality spirit? Yuan. If I get the method, I may be able to break through the 3rd limit of the true god in the future and step into the true god of heaven. A fiery flame flashed in Taisheng Juanjin's sword-like eyes. Yes, brother will definitely do what he wants. The wretched mustache had a serious look on his face. All the guardian beasts in the 2nd wave were killed, and the 3rd wave will come soon. Most of the guardian beasts this time are at the middle level of the 8 tribulations true god, and a few have reached the high level of the 8 tribulations true god. Han Feng didn't know what he was thinking, he didn't reveal too much, and he always fought with the Xinyan combat body and the Taishan sword. Today's Han Feng has almost perfected the Taishan Excalibur, and can display 90% of its might. With only the Xinyan battle body and the Taishan sword, Han Feng can only deal with the weaker middle-level ordinary 8 tribulations true god. That is to say, the guardian beasts of the 3rd wave cannot be dealt with by most of Han Feng. Xuanhuan knew that Han Feng had a dual combat body, and seeing this flashed his eyes. Did Han Feng want to catch him by surprise? But even so, it may not be able to seriously injure Taisheng Junjin. With his trust in Han Feng, Xuanhuan didn't say much, he just protected Han Feng behind him, and intercepted all the guardian beasts that attacked Han Feng. Why is this kid so weak? Brother Shi, did you believe it was wrong? Damn, I should have known. Xuanhuan's 4 subordinates were shocked and furious. If they were not really loyal to Xuanhuan, seeing Han Feng's performance at the moment, the 4 of them might have left immediately. Those subordinates who hadn't gone too far sneered when they saw this. They seem to have seen the scene where Han Feng will be torn apart by the guardian beast soon, and they also seem to have seen the scene where Xuanhuan is killed by Taisheng Junjin. Unfortunately, senior brother Shi believed in the wrong person. Xuanhuan asked for this. That's right, we've been with him for so long, and even believe a newcomer doesn't believe us. Xuanhuan didn't know that his former subordinates were gloating. Facing more and more guardian beasts, Xuanhuan also felt the pressure. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan yelled, "Jiaolong Tianhua Fist." This punch is already close to a top-grade high-level divine skill. As soon as the Jiaolong Tianhua Fist was released, a fire dragon roared out, spinning around Xuanhuan and attacking. A number of guardian beasts were sent flying by the fire dragon, many of them were directly torn apart by the fire dragon, and even some guardian beasts were swallowed by the flames ejected by the fire dragon. Suddenly, a strong sword intent shot straight into the sky like a storm. It's like the arrival of the Supreme King. Surprisingly, it was Taishang Junjin who finally used his sword intent. Taishang Junjin was surrounded by vigorous sword intent, standing proudly like an emperor. The next moment, Taishang Junjin moved, and his steps were as swift as lightning. The entire venue was full of afterimages of Taishang Junjin, and with Han Feng's 8th-grade spirit, he was completely unable to perceive Taishang Junjin's movements at this moment. The sword intent erupted, and Taishang Junjin walked like flying, constantly appearing in front of the guardian beast, and slashed down with a single sword. A group of powerful guardian beasts fell under Taishang Junjin's sword. Xuanhuan's 4 subordinates were all stunned. Then the corners of the mouth became bitter. With such a strong strength, if Taishang Junjin really regretted it afterwards, was not ready to fulfill his promise, or even planned to kill them, how would they resist? Involuntarily, they resented Han Feng. If Han Feng hadn't persuaded Xuanhuan to agree, how could they have fallen to this point? The guardian beasts of the 3rd wave were finally all slowly killed. Han Feng was intact under Xuanhuan's protection, and Xuanhuan was fine except for being short of breath. However, Xuanhuan's 4 subordinates each suffered trauma to varying degrees. Boom boom boom. Before everyone could rest, 3 powerful auras descended, and 3 behemoths appeared in front of everyone. 9 Tribulations True God. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, his face serious. Facing masters of this level, even Xuanhuan had to be prepared. The 3 heads are comparable to the guardian beasts of the 9 Tribulations True God. Taishang Junjin frowned, and said, "This is the opponent that can make me enjoy myself." Unfortunately, it is only comparable to the 9 Tribulations True God, not the real possession. The latest chapter of the rise of the 9 Tribulations True God's initial combat power, the Beggar Gang. Han Feng also noticed this situation. These 3 guardian beasts were much weaker than the one he encountered for the first time. Taishang Junjin swept over with a smile that was not a smile. "Xuanhuan, I'll give one of them to you, you can handle it." Xuanhuan clenched his fists and growled, "Leave it to me." It's just comparable to the 9 Tribulations True God. Xuanhuan still has some confidence in himself, not to mention there are 4 subordinates behind him. 8 Desolate Dragon Flame, condense it for me. 9 Turn Flood Dragon Breaker. Facing a powerful guardian beast, comparable to the 9 Tribulations True God, Xuanhuan used all his strength. The top-grade sword appeared in Xuanhuan's hands, and as the dragon roared, the sword slashed at the powerful guardian beast. Bawanglanjian. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Han Feng knew that he had underestimated Xuanhuan. At first, Han Feng thought that Xuanhuan was slightly weaker than Wangong, but he was only as great as Wangong. Now it seems that Xuanhuan is stronger than Wangong. Whether it is divine skills, artifacts, or mastery of artifacts, Xuanhuan is no weaker than Wangong. The only thing weaker than Wangong is his bloodline. However, Xuanhuan has the divine fire of Bahuang Longyan, and has reached the level of high-level divine fire. This kind of divine fire is integrated into the divine skill, making the divine skill burst out with even more terrifying power. Wangong's chaotic god body can only exert its strongest power when it breaks through to the level of the ancient gods. Before that, the power it exerted was only a line stronger than the top body. Therefore, the combat power displayed by Xuanhuan at this moment is stronger than that of Wan Gong. Ho ho ho! The powerful knife made the guardian beast cry out in pain, and the 8 desolation dragon flame even devoured the guardian beast. Such a powerful blow cost Xuanhuan a lot, and the 4 subordinates shot immediately, with an incomparable tacit understanding. Han Feng watched all this silently. Right now, it's not the time for him to make a move. Who knows what level of guardian beast will be next? Let Taishang Junjin block it first. He has a divine fire. This Xuanhuan is hiding really deeply. If this divine fire is exposed early on, this guy will be second in the Qianquan sect, and there is no dispute. Taishang Junjin was obviously a little surprised. But it's interesting that way. Taishang Junjin licked her lips, and continued, I can't fall behind either. Taishang sword body, Ning. Taishang Junjin's sword intent and momentum increased several times crazily, and the next moment Taishang Junjin flew into the void, and his whole body seemed to be a peerless sword at this moment, and the sword was one. Taishang True Spirit Slash. The powerful slash was slashed out like monstrous waves, leaving the 2 guardian beasts nowhere to hide. Under Han Feng's shocking eyes, the 2 majestic guardian beasts comparable to the 9 tribulations true god, Taishang Junjin, who was united by the divine sword, instantly killed him with one sword. So strong. Han Feng only had these 2 words in his mind. At the same time, Xuanhuan's 4 subordinates worked together to injure the already severely injured guardian beast again. Afterwards, Xuanhuan made another move, and this time, Xuanhuan finally killed the guardian beast. However, before Xuanhuan could catch his breath, at the entrance of the chaotic spirit vein, the chaotic energy of the world and the earth gathered violently, before forming a real guardian beast. A suffocating breath swept across the sky. This aura is far superior to the 9 tribulations true god, and it is not comparable to the 9 tribulations true god. Han Feng took a deep breath. This is a guardian beast of the ancient god level. Han Feng really did not expect that there would be a guardian beast of this level, which means that this chaotic spirit vein is at least medium size. Medium chaos spirit vein. Han Feng's eyes are a little red. The 4th is completed. Originally, Han Feng thought that this chaotic vein was just a small chaotic vein. Now it is discovered that this is a medium-sized chaotic vein, rich in middle-grade chaos stones. However, Han Feng glanced at the guardian beast of the ancient god that was rapidly condensing into shape, and couldn't help but tremble. Medium-sized chaos spirit veins, although there are many chaos stones, among them are mainly middle-grade chaos stones, whose value far exceeds that of small chaos spirit veins. But the premise is to be able to get in. There are guardian beasts at the level of ancient gods blocking them. Can they get in? Xuanhuan and the 4 subordinates gasped. At this time, let alone the 4 subordinates, even Xuanhuan also had the idea of retreating. The guardian beasts of the ancient gods, how could they compete against them? Xuanhuan glanced at Taishang Junjin, but was surprised to find that Taishang Junjin had a smile on his lips, and he didn't show the slightest shock or surprise. With a thump in his heart, Xuanhuan suddenly remembered that it was rumored that the Chi Bai sword sect had already worked out how to judge the level of the chaotic spirit veins. Could it be true? If the Taishang Junjin had known that this was a medium-sized chaotic vein, they would have guessed that there would be a guardian beast of the ancient god level, and naturally they would not be surprised. So, Taishang Junjin wanted to join forces in the first place, just for this moment? Before, Xuanhuan was a little puzzled. Although the strength of Taishang Junjin's side was far superior to his own, he did not drive him away, but united. If he intended to use everyone on his side as thugs or cannon fodder, then Taishang Junjin shouldn't have shot so cleanly before. killing two powerful guardian beasts comparable to the 9 tribulations true god in one shot. Now it seems that the reason for joining forces should be to fight against the guardian beasts of the ancient god level. After all, no matter how strong Taishang Junjin is, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the strong ancient gods, even if he is the weakest existence among the ancient gods. Your judgment is not wrong? Taishang Junjin narrowed his eyes slightly, staring closely at the guardian beast of the ancient god that was condensing into shape, and at the same time asked the wretched mustache through sound transmission. The wretched mustache said decisively, "There is no mistake. According to the level of this chaotic spiritual vein, the guardian beast of the ancient gods born is at most the early stage of the lower ancient gods, and it is the early stage of the one-petal level. With the strength of the senior brother, there will be more. I wait for the help of my subordinates, together with Xuanhuan and others. It is enough to compete against the guardian beast of the ancient god for a period of time. During this time, we can find someone to enter the chaotic vein. Dig out the chaos stone and escape." From the very beginning, the purpose of the wretched mustache was not to kill the guardian beast of the ancient god. That was simply impossible. The real purpose is just to delay for a while. As soon as the words fell, the guardian beast of the ancient god had completely condensed, and let out a shocking roar. The guardian beast of the ancient god is a gigantic stone monster, with 6 arms and huge fists, comparable to a head. As a member of the Taishang family, Taishang Junjin had come into contact with so many powerful ancient gods. Through the breath of the stone monster, Taishang Junjin judged that the strength of this stone monster was indeed a low-ranking ancient god. The lotus of chaos is condensed in the body of the ancient god. The lotus of chaos is divided into upper, middle, and lower layers, corresponding to the upper, middle, and lower ancient gods. Each layer has 12 petals, 1 to 3 petals, corresponding to the initial stage. A petal of the lower ancient gods is exactly the initial stage of the lower ancient gods. In terms of cultivation level, it is the lowest level of the ancient gods. Taishang Junjin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the method researched by the family is correct. If the judgment is wrong, it is not a low-ranking ancient god but a higher level. Even if Taishang Junjin is unwilling, he has no choice but to retreat. Xuanhuan, how about we join forces to fight against this guardian beast, and let our subordinates take the opportunity to enter the chaotic vein? It was only then that Xuanhuan realized that Taishang Junjin was playing with this attention. Indeed, they still don't have the ability to kill ancient god-level masters, even the weakest ones. They can barely contend. It seems that there is only one way to get the Stone of Chaos. Just who to send in? Xuanhuan looked at his 4 subordinates, who looked hesitant. If one of them entered the chaotic vein, someone from Taishang Junjin's side would naturally enter. After entering the chaotic vein, it's hard to say what happened inside. If Taishang Junjin really kept his promise, then it would undoubtedly be the safest to enter the chaos spirit vein, without having to face the guardian beast of the ancient god. But if Taishang Junjin didn't intend to keep the promise, it would be death if he entered. Anyway, everyone wanted to run away afterwards, and there was nothing Xuanhuan could do if he wanted to take revenge, not to mention Taishang Junjin would definitely stop him. "Senior brother Shi, let me go." Suddenly, a voice sounded from the 4 subordinates. The 4 subordinates looked at Han Feng in surprise. Could this guy not see through the problem? Don't you really think that entering the chaotic veins is the safest? Junior brother Han, you. Xuanhuan suddenly said that Han Feng had reserved his strength and shut up. Xuanhuan believes that his 4 subordinates are definitely not Han Feng's opponents. If he enters into the chaotic veins, the one who is most likely to come out can only be Han Feng. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan quickly said, "Then I will leave it to junior brother Han." At this moment, the guardian beast of the ancient god had landed, and the ground trembled at this moment. The next moment, the stone monster rushed towards the crowd. A true god of the seven tribulations on Taishang Juanjin's side cast his blood and turned into a huge orangutan, and also slammed into it fiercely. However, not only did the orangutan not shake the stone monster at all, but was thrown into the air by the stone monster's punch, immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. The behavior of the seven tribulations' true god undoubtedly drew the stone monster's attention to Taishang Juanjin. Taishang Juanjin smiled coldly. Stone monster? I want to see how strong you are as a beast. The body of the Taishang sword was displayed, and the sword of Taishang Juanjin was integrated into one, and the whole body seemed to be fused with his own top-quality sword. Taishang True Spirit Slash. The terrifying sword intent crazily bombarded the stone monster's body, and the stone monster's movements froze for a moment, as if blocked by a fierce torrent. Yan Yi, Hong Chen, go in. Taking advantage of the moment when the stone monster was stopped, Taishang Juanjin shouted. The two people who were called moved like thunder, and rushed towards the entrance of the chaos spirit vein without the slightest hesitation. Two people. Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed, and the next moment he shouted, Wei Su, you go in with junior brother Han. While speaking, Xuanhuan had already launched an attack. The 8 Desolation Dragon Flame spewed out, devouring the top-quality sword in his hand. 9 Turn Flood Dragon Breaker. The stone monster that had just been relieved was once again stagnant with Xuanhuan's slash. This time is short, but it is enough for Han Feng to spare the stone monster and go straight to the entrance of the chaotic vein. Although Wei Su was a little reluctant, he also knew that he didn't have so much time to think now, so he followed Han Feng subconsciously. In a blink of an eye, Yan Yi, Hong Chen, Han Feng, and Wei Su rushed into the entrance one after another and disappeared in front of everyone. The first update. Seeing this scene, the ancient god-level stone monster roared angrily, and turned around to chase Han Feng and the others. Your opponent is Master Ben. How could Taishang Juanjin let the stone monster bother Yan Yi and the two, once again human and sword merged into one, and slashed at the ancient god stone monster? Xuanhuan also knew the importance of holding back the stone monster, so he slashed out without caring about the consumption in his body. Taishang True Spirit Slash. 9 Turn Flood Dragon Breaker. Following the attacks of the two, many of the remaining disciples also launched their unique techniques one after another, bombarding the ancient god stone monster one after another with powerful attacks one after another. The movement of the ancient god stone monster was finally stopped. In the distance, Xuanhuan's subordinates all had stiff faces. They were already gloating when they saw the ancient god guardian beast appear, and they were even ready to see how Xuanhuan and others escaped in embarrassment, and were ready to ridicule afterwards. If Xuanhuan sincerely apologized, they would be willing to join Xuanhuan's side again. But now, they found that Xuanhuan and Taishang Juanjin had resisted the attack of the guardian beast of the ancient god. And Han Feng and Wei Su rushed into the chaotic vein. In case Han Feng and others really got a large number of mid-grade chaos stones, then. For a while, everyone felt a little regretful. One of them sneered abruptly, "What are you regretting?" Let's see. Whether that kid Han Feng can come out alive is still one thing. Everyone suddenly realized, yes, there were also two people from Taishang Juanjin's side who rushed into the chaotic veins, and Han Feng might have died in it. Many people sneered. In the chaotic veins. The four rushed into it one after another, and immediately divided into two groups. Wei Su and Han Feng stood together, Yan Yi and Hong Chen stood together. Yan Yi is that wretched mustache man. Han Feng. Watch out for those two. Wei Su is indeed a little dissatisfied with Han Feng, but in this situation Wei Su can't let Han Feng have a problem, otherwise he will have no chance of winning when he faces the two opponents alone. Yan Yi smirked and said, "You two, the chaotic vein is very big, why don't we separate for now?" Hong Chen was about to start, but he stopped when he heard the words, and only heard Yan Yi's voice transmission, Brother Taisheng can't last long. If you want to dig out the chaos stone in the shortest time, 4 people will be faster than 2 people. Come on, after they have dug it up, we'll grab it. Hong Chen thought it was reasonable, so he stopped doing anything, but stared at Han Feng and Wei Su coldly. Wei Su only felt waves of oppression coming. Wei Su was only at the mid-level of the 7 tribulations true God, while Yanni and Hong Chen were both at the peak of the 7 tribulations true God's middle level, only 1 step away from the 7 tribulations true God's high level. Hearing Yanni said that they want to separate, Wei Su nodded quickly, and said with a stiff smile, "Then I will congratulate the 2 of you for digging out a large number of spirit stones." Yanni and Hong Chen laughed strangely for a while, turned around and rushed in another direction. Without the oppression of Yanni and Hong Chen, Wei Su suddenly felt relieved. Han Feng, let's go, let's dig the chaos stone. Han Feng obediently followed behind Wei Su, but his expression seemed thoughtful. Han Feng probably guessed what Yanni was thinking. Immediately, Han Feng smiled slightly. "It's pretty much the same as what I had in mind, but I'm afraid the result won't make your wishes come true. It seems that my decision to hide my strength at the beginning was correct. Otherwise, I must be the one who is blocking the guardian beast outside at this moment. Taisheng Junjin and those people will not let me in after knowing my true strength. With Wei Su and the 4 of them alone, the result of coming in is to be killed. Afterwards, it is very likely that senior brother Shi and I helped Taisheng Junjin resist the guardian beast for nothing, but in the end we got nothing. But now that I'm the one who came in, I can't get anything but." Han Feng smiled lightly. Han Feng and Wei Su quickly entered a relatively deep area. From here, there were more and more chaos stones. Han Feng's hands were like thunder, quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately grabbed the chaos stone one after another. Afterwards, he felt that this was too slow, the sleeves rolled up, and a series of tyrannical forces swept away, and a large number of chaos stones fell to the ground. "Han Feng, you are too reckless, aren't you afraid of breaking the chaos stone?" Wei Su was taken aback when he saw Han Feng's behavior. The chaos stone contains the Chi of chaos, and the Chi of chaos is an extremely high-grade energy, but this does not mean that the stone of chaos is extremely strong. With Han Feng's current power of the 7 tribulations true God, if one is not careful, the chaos stone can still be damaged, resulting in a great reduction of the chaos chi inside, or affecting the purity. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of chaos stones are fused together to make it difficult for the true God to break. Han Feng said calmly, "Senior brother Shi is under so much pressure outside, how can we have time to let us pick them up one by one, slowly? To be honest, we are destined to not be able to dig out all the chaos stones inside, we don't have that time. So what we have to do now is to do our best to dig out as many chaos stones as possible in the shortest possible time. There is no way to do it with cruel methods." Wei Su's expression changed, and then he imitated Han Feng and shook out the stone of chaos in a particularly brutal way. Realizing that his efficiency has indeed improved a lot, Wei Su couldn't help showing a smile on his face. In a good mood, Wei Su also had time to joke, "Han Feng, I didn't expect you to be so calm and think so clearly at this time. I can't do it anymore. The pressure is so great." This pressure came not only from Taisheng Junjin outside, but also from Yanni and Hong Chen in the chaotic veins. If Wei Su is not nervous and calm, he can naturally think as clearly as Han Feng. The 2 counted the time and entered deeper. As the time passed by every minute and every second, there were more and more chaos stones in the storage containers of the 2 of them. Han Feng made a rough calculation, and he had 50,000 to 60,000 middle-grade chaos stones, and a small part of top-grade chaos stones. Stone. After a while, Han Feng suddenly said, "Senior brother Shi and the others probably can't hold on anymore, let's go back." Wei Su also noticed that the imprint of the heavenly soul left by Xuanhuan on his body was flickering violently. It's a pity that looking deeper, there must be more chaos stones there, and the proportion of top-grade chaos stones should also increase. However, Wei Su understood that they really couldn't go any further. Once seeing your brother, she couldn't hold on. When the guardian beasts of the ancient gods came to the chaotic veins, they would die. The two moved quickly, and they were about to reach the place where they were separated from Yan Yi and Hong Chen. Han Feng's expression turned serious. He grabbed Wei Su violently, and punched him far away with his backhand. Boom! Wei Su hadn't had time to ask Han Feng why he was holding him back, when he saw two people jumping out from where Han Feng was attacking, avoiding Han Feng's attack. The second update. Seeing these two people, Wei Su had a bitter expression. They were Yan Yi and Hong Chen. It should have been thought of earlier. How could these two people let us go so easily? Wei Su muttered to himself. Because he was so happy to get the chaos stone before, he forgot that there were two other chaotic veins that might be the presence of the enemy. Yan Yi and Hong Chen focused on Han Feng. Yan Yi's expression was serious, and his eyes flickered. I underestimated you. You were able to discover the existence of the two of us in advance. Hong Chen was puzzled. The two of them used a cloak artifact to cover up their aura. How advanced is the other party's soul, to discover the existence of the two of them? The soul of this person has at least reached the top 8th rank, and it is very possible that it is even infinitely close to the 9th rank. This kid is weird. Hong Chen said Yan Yi via voice transmission. Naturally, the quality of this kid's divine essence is higher than that of senior brother Taishang. It seems that this kid was hiding his clumsiness before. This kid may be difficult to deal with, so don't be careless. Yan Yi realized that he had made a mistake. What? The quality of Xuanhuan is higher than senior brother Taishang. Hong Chen was taken aback. In the previous battle, Hong Chen didn't follow Taishang Junjin closely, so he didn't know Taishang Junjin's evaluation of Han Feng. This kid, how did he manage to be so unknown with such a super strong soul and essence quality? Hong Chen couldn't figure it out. It stands to reason that such an existence should have been famous long ago. Hong Chen and Yan Yi never considered that Han Feng was one of the group of geniuses from various states who joined the three overlords 100 years ago. It is true that 100 years is too short. Even the top geniuses in each state 100 years ago can only be regarded as mediocre among all the strong people who entered the chaotic secret realm. The two of you just now wanted to sneak attack? Wei Su had already reacted. If Han Feng hadn't discovered it in time, otherwise he might have been tricked now. Wei Su was already inferior in strength, and was severely injured by a sneak attack. Apart from death, Wei Su never imagined that he would have a second ending. Thinking of this, Wei Su gave Han Feng a weird look, but he didn't notice anything. Thinking of how much Xuanhuan valued Han Feng, Wei Su faintly felt that he might have really underestimated Han Feng before. As for why the previous combat power was mediocre, it is very likely that it is clumsy. Perhaps because he discovered that Han Feng was unusual, Wei Su was not so desperate. Hand over the stone of chaos in your hands, maybe the two of us can spare your lives. Yan Yi snorted coldly. No matter how extraordinary Han Feng was, with his cultivation base there, the other one was obviously not strong enough. Yan Yi still didn't think that the two of them would be unable to take down Han Feng. Wei Su looked at Han Feng, obviously taking Han Feng as the criterion. Seeing this, Han Feng took a step forward without hesitation. At this time, there is no need to hide his clumsiness anymore. The sneak attack didn't succeed, so you want to threaten? But it's a pity, it's impossible for the two gentlemen to ask Brother Wei and me to hand over the Chaos Stone just by talking about it. Han Feng rejected Yan Yi without hesitation. Is that so? Yan Yi sneered, and suddenly made a move, grabbing Han Feng with his claws. Han Feng was already on guard, and the moment Yan Yi made a move, Han Feng reacted. The majestic Xuanhuan roared out, and the Ziji Xuanhua poured into Han Feng's fist, and with Han Feng's punch, the ferocious force rushed straight away. At the same time, Hong Chen also made a move. Yanni obviously discussed everything with Hong Chen, and they are going to join forces to kill Han Feng first. It's a pity that Wei Su's quality is put there, not a wine bag and a rice bag, so naturally he has long been paying attention to the actions of Hong Chen and Yanni. Hong Chen attacked Han Feng first, which surprised Wei Su, who thought he would attack himself. But this accident only made Wei Su's movements a little slower, and he quickly caught up. When Han Feng punched Yanni back, he turned around and swept out with one leg. Hong Chen crossed his arms to block in front of him, and was blown away by the force of the sweep. Ziji Xuanhuan is a high-grade divine fire, and it has reached a high-grade. Yanni and Hong Chen are not stupid, so naturally they will not face head-on with such a high-quality divine fire. After the two retreated, the divine essence erupted unreservedly, and what was released at the same time was the power of their blood. Regardless of Yan Yi's wretched appearance, his bloodline is still incomparably brave, and it is the bloodline of Silver Tiger. Hong Chen is the top divine body, the Tsang Lei divine body. At this time, Wei Su had already caught up, and after displaying his divine body, he slapped Hong Chen with his palm. Wei Su was indeed inferior to Hong Chen, but it didn't mean that Hong Chen could ignore Wei Su's attack and let Wei Su hit him. Immediately, Hong Chen had no choice but to give up attacking Han Feng with Yanni, and instead chose to deal with Wei Su first. Yanni, I will support you after I kill this kid, it won't take much time. Han Feng, let me stop this guy. The voices of Hong Chen and Wei Su came out at the same time. The next moment, the two were fighting together. There was a sneer at the corner of Yan Yi's mouth. Boy, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be our opponent. I admit that I underestimated you outside before, and I will fight with all my strength. Yanni didn't think that Hong Chen would lose. Roar. With a roar of a tiger, Yanni rushed towards Han Feng like a god tiger. Before he arrived, a king's pressure descended. Tiger is the king of beasts. Yanni rushed forward, like an ancient tiger king, even the air trembled, and the space was filled with the terrifying aura emanating from Yanni. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, but the Xingyan battle physique and Jin immortal physique erupted at the same time. Boom! The flame erupted and was extremely bright, like a lotus flower blooming. The dual display of Xingyan battle physique and Jingxian physique undoubtedly greatly increased Han Feng's strength. Fusion, Xingyan fighting fist. Han Feng was unparalleled in bravery, like a god of war descending. Yan Yi's complexion changed drastically when he punched out. The strength of Han Feng, who used the dual fighting body, has reached an extremely terrifying level. This kind of terrifying aura is no longer something that Yanni, who is at the peak of the middle level of the seven tribulations true God, can resist, even if Yanni uses the blood of the silver tiger. The collision between the god of war and the Tiger King ended with a scream from the Tiger King. With just one punch, Han Feng almost collapsed Yan Yi's blood-evolved body, splashing blood everywhere. Yanni was horrified, his eyes were full of disbelief and fear. How could this person be so powerful? I am not only blind, I am blind at all. This person can no longer be regarded as a middle-level seven tribulations true god. Judging by his strength, he is basically a giant. Hong Chen, it's not good, we've been fooled, run away. After Yanni spurted blood, he yelled, turned around and was about to run away. At this moment, Yanni could no longer take care of Hong Chen, and it was the utmost benevolence to be able to remind him. Can you escape? Han Feng chuckled, the golden light flashed away, and it was suppressed by the Nine Dragons seal. The space in the spiritual vein is limited, and the Nine Dragons seal has only been enlarged by 1 or 2 feet, but its power is still full, and it hit Yanni directly. In an instant, the spiritual pulse was faintly vibrating, and Yanni was suppressed by the Nine Dragons seal, only to hear Yanni let out a scream, which stopped abruptly before the scream was finished. The Nine Dragons seal flew back to Han Feng's hands again, and Yan Yi had already turned into a lump of meat. The golden light shot out from the golden fairy pupils, and Yan Yi's spirit, floating out, was also wiped out. At this point, Yan Yi was completely killed by the bombardment. From his soul to his soul, he was so dead that he couldn't die anymore. The third update. Hong Chen stared at all this in astonishment. All of this happened too fast, from Yan Yi's attack to the blood spurt reminder to escape, and finally to death. It was almost completed in an instant. Before Hong Chen realized why Yan Yi wanted to escape, Yan Yi was crushed into a ball of flesh, even his soul was strangled. This. The arrogance on Hong Chen's face disappeared, and the eyes that looked at Han Feng were full of fear, as if looking at a demon. Han Feng swept his gaze, and met Hong Chen's gaze. Boom! Hong Chen only felt that he had fallen into a glacier, and even though Han Feng was burning with unparalleled fierce flames, Hong Chen felt that his whole body was chilling. Escape. Hong Chen had only one thought, but he thought so, but in the end his legs gave way, and Hong Chen fell to the ground. The scene of Han Feng easily killing Yan Yi gave Hong Chen too much shock. This shock directly killed Hong Chen's fighting spirit. In fact, if Hong Chen fought desperately, he would never be killed as easily as Yan Yi. The space in the spiritual vein is limited, the six-winged black dragon cannot be transformed into Han Feng, and the nine-dragon seal cannot be changed to the maximum, and the power can only be exerted by a small half. The Ziyun arm was also unable to use it, so what Han Feng could rely on was the Xinyan War Fist and the Taishan Divine Sword, which greatly restricted Han Feng's strength invisibly. If Yan Yi fights desperately and takes out the divine weapon to fight, Han Feng will never win so easily, unless he integrates the Ziji Xuanhuan into the two great bodies. Die. Seeing that Hong Chen had lost his fighting spirit, Han Feng also felt a little bored. When the Taishan Divine Sword slashed, Hong Chen's head flew out, and blood sprayed like a pillar. Han Feng, you. Wei Su stammered, staring at Han Feng as if looking at another monster. Han Feng's strength really surprised Wei Su. That's all, but Wei Su is too familiar with the Nine Dragons seal. It is the ultimate artifact of Chu Yi, one of the 10 giants of the Qianquan sect. Now the Nine Dragons seal appeared in Han Feng's hands. What does that mean? Wei Su couldn't be more clear. Originally, Wei Su and Han Feng communicated on an equal footing, but now they are much more restrained, and they dare not speak too loudly. After Han Feng sighed, he ignored it, and searched out all the chaos stones dug out by Yan Yi and Hong Chen, and then the treasures on their bodies. The treasures on Hong Chen's body were pitifully few, only a few high-grade sacred stones and top-grade sacred stones could barely catch the eye, or a 9 tribulations artifact. It seems that this Hong Chen should not have a high family background, otherwise he would not have so few treasures on his body. He is too poor. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. This is the only time he has killed so many people. A 7 tribulations true god who is so poor is still a middle-level peak powerhouse of the 7 tribulations true god. Yan Yi's background is not low, so Han Feng got more treasures, but unfortunately most of them are useless to Han Feng. Except for some that could improve his own strength, only one cloak caught Han Feng's eyes. This cloak is called the Zixia cloak, which is an artifact of the 8 tribulations, and its function is to conceal the breath. Yan Yi and Hong Chen were able to hide their aura before Wei Su found out, relying on this Zixia cloak. In terms of soul level, Yan Yi, Hong Chen and Wei Su are similar. Without this Zixia cloak, it would be difficult for them to sneak attack Wei Su. If I put on the Zixia cloak at the level of the 8 tribulations divine artifact, it will be hidden at the level of my soul. Unless it is a high-level soul of the 9th rank, it will be difficult to find my existence. Han Feng thought. That is to say, generally speaking, it is difficult for ordinary 9 tribulations true god below the high level to find the hidden Han Feng. Han Feng, seeing your brother Shi's heavenly soul imprint is starting to weaken. Wei Su suddenly became anxious. Han Feng naturally noticed it, and immediately said, "Let's go." It was already very close to the entrance, and the two of them rushed out quickly, walking like the wind. Suddenly, the situation outside appeared in the sight of the two. I saw that only Taisheng Junjin and Shi Huanqing remained on the field with fighting strength. Shi Huanqing's two subordinates had already been severely injured and lost the power to fight again. One of them fell to the ground, dead or alive. Seeing this scene, for some reason, Wei Su felt a sense of rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he followed Han Feng into the chaotic vein. Han Feng turned his gaze to Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin's side is not much better. Most of those subordinates were sitting in the distance, cross-legged and adjusting their breath, their faces pale. What is better than Shi Huanqing and others is that no one fell to the ground and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Looking at Taisheng Junjin and Shi Huanqing again, Shi Huanqing's face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and his right arm was weirdly bent, obviously unusable. Taisheng Junjin wanted too much, but she was also in a mess, which was far from the situation when she first met. Han Feng and Wei Su rushed out of the chaotic veins, instantly attracting the attention of Taisheng Junjin and Shi Huanqing. Shi Huanqing was full of surprises. If he wasn't fighting the stone monster, he might have cheered. Compared with Shi Huanqing's surprise, Taisheng Junjin had a gloomy face, with shock and anger in his eyes, and a little doubt. "Brother, escape." Han Feng didn't say much. The stone monster had already noticed them and was rushing towards them roaring crazily. Shi Huanqing is already at the end of his strength, and Taisheng Junjin can't compare with the heyday, so naturally he can't stop the stone monster. Wei Su's face turned pale with fright. Shi Huanqing reacted quickly, and immediately retreated, pulled up the subordinate who was lying on the ground, and turned into a rainbow light to escape. The remaining two subordinates had recovered a little bit of physical strength, so they flew into the air immediately after Shi Huanqing without Shi Huanqing's pulling. Han Feng ran the golden immortal stepping step, put his right hand on Wei Su's body, and within a few flashes, he was far away from the entrance of the chaos spirit vein, and then flew away in the same way. The duty of the guardian beast is to protect the chaotic veins. The moment Han Feng is far away from the chaotic veins, the anger of the stone monster will be much less. Damn it! Yan Yi and Hong Chen must have been murdered. Taisheng Junjin was furious. If he couldn't see anything at this moment, he would grow ahead for nothing. "Let's go." Taisheng Junjin chased Han Feng with a murderous intent. Taisheng Junjin's subordinates looked at each other in blank dismay. Such a situation was obviously beyond their expectations. It was Yan Yi and Hong Chen who should have succeeded, and they should have left immediately. As for whether Shi Huanqing and others pursued or not, they didn't care. After chasing him, they might be able to kill Shi Huanqing back and get a lot of spoils. Now, the location has completely changed. They were the ones who pursued. Walk. Catch up with senior brother. What's going on? How could it be Yan Yi and Hong Chen who died? Too careless, that kid must have hidden his clumsiness before. Catch up with that kid, I'm going to tear that kid into pieces. These Taisheng Junjin's subordinates were also full of anger. The fourth is completed. Ask for flowers. Since Yan Yi and Hong Chen had already been killed, their harvest must be taken away. Medium-sized chaotic veins are rich in middle-grade chaos stones. They have resisted for so long, and the four of them will never dig less. With so many middle-grade chaos stones, if they leave the chaos secret realm and hand them over to the Zongmen, they will surely get a lot of merit, and then they will exchange for some high-level magic pills and fruits, etc., and it will be no problem to break through the 8 tribulations true God in time. Right now, these merits were almost taken away, which made Taisheng Junjin's team furious. As for Qiu Jianfeng and the others, the voice transmission had already been sent to them when Han Feng came out, and they slipped away earlier than Xuanhuan. The duty of the stone monster is to protect the chaotic veins, so it did not prevent Taishang Junjin and others from leaving. In a blink of an eye, only Xuanhuan's original subordinates were left near the chaotic vein. These people were stunned, watching all this in a daze. Han Feng and Wei Su didn't die, but Yan Yi and Hong Chen? The next moment, these people's eyes were red. Those are middle-grade chaos stones, and there are quite a few of them. Just pass them by? If they persisted before, they would definitely have their share of the chaos stone now. Many people secretly regret it. Some true gods rolled their eyes and smiled viciously. Let's go, let's catch up too. Anyway, we have also worked for Xuanhuan for so many years. What if the stone of chaos doesn't give us some? After all, those who are so thick-skinned and shameless are only a very few people. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of some who were not so thick-skinned changed. Yuan Qin, this isn't good. That's right. After all, we didn't contribute anything from the beginning to the end. We even betrayed senior brother Shi before. How could senior brother Shi give us the stone of chaos? Don't forget about Taishang Junjin and those people. With the strength of Taishang Junjin, it is impossible for Xuanhuan to resist. If Xuanhuan doesn't want us to join Taishang Junjin's side, he can only give us the stone of chaos. Yuan Qin snorted and sneered ferociously. Yuan Qin was one of those who were unhappy with Han Feng in various ways before entering the secret realm of chaos. Seeing that the rest of the people were still hesitating, Yuan Qin took a strong drug. Since we have betrayed Xuanhuan before, do you think Xuanhuan will treat us as before after leaving the secret realm of chaos? Impossible. Without Xuanhuan, we would lose our backing in Qiankanzong. We might as well take this opportunity to seize the stone of chaos, return to Qiankanzong and hand it over to the Tan family, and ask for protection from the Tan family. Suddenly, everyone's eyes flickered. After a while, one of them gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'm done with you." When one person started, more and more people chose to join Yuan Qin, and in the end, except for a few people, the rest all chased away. Oops, they're catching up. Xuanhuan couldn't help becoming anxious when he noticed that the breath behind him was getting closer. Xuanhuan's side was originally not as strong as Taishang Junjin, but now he was seriously depleted and injured, and his speed was even less comparable to Taishang Junjin. Being caught up is actually something that several people have already known in their hearts, but they have been lucky before. Now, they must face the facts. Han Feng frowned slightly. Existences like Taishang Junjin are all extraordinary in strength and have many cards. Don't look at the strength that Taishang Junjin has shown before, but Han Feng doesn't believe that it is already Taishang Junjin full strength. If such a character is not necessary, Han Feng doesn't want to fight to the death. But now that everyone has caught up, there can only be one vote. The battle between Taishang Junjin and the stone monster is not as terrifying as senior brother Shi, but it is not light. Even if there is a trump card that has not been used, it will definitely not be able to reach the heyday. I have Baida, I have the 9 main Yuhua banner, it's not necessarily impossible to win. Brother, since you can't escape, no matter what, then stay and fight with all your strength. Han Feng said suddenly. Xuanhuan was silent, took a deep breath for a while, and said in a deep voice, "You are right. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before you are caught up. Rather than having no strength to fly by then, it is better to fight with the remaining strength now." This. The two subordinates looked at each other in blank dismay, but they didn't really want to stay and face such terrifying powerhouses as Taishang Junjin. But since it was Xuanhuan's decision, it was hard for them to refuse. As for Wei Su, having seen Han Feng's combat power in the chaotic veins, Wei Su never dared to underestimate Han Feng again. From Wei Su's point of view, even if Han Feng is not as good as Taisheng Junjin or Xuanhuan, he does indeed possess giant-level combat power. At present, Taisheng Junjin has consumed a lot of physical strength because of resisting the stone monster. If Han Feng and senior brother Shi join forces, they may not be unable to win. Qiu Jianfeng and the others knew more about Han Feng's combat power than Wei Su did. Although Taisheng Junjin's name was resounding, in the eyes of Qiu Jianfeng and the others, they might not be stronger than Han Feng. Huh? Stop it. The actions of Han Feng and his party can't be hidden from Taisheng Junjin and his party. Taisheng Junjin said coldly, "You know you can't escape, don't you plan to escape? I'll deal with Xuanhuan first later, and I'll leave that kid to you to deal with." This kid naturally refers to Han Feng. Yes. Everyone should be, grinding their fists vigorously, their eyes flickering coldly. The distance between the two sides was not far at all. As soon as Han Feng and others stopped, Taisheng Junjin and others shortened the distance to an attackable level almost in the blink of an eye. With a movement of the divine sword in Taisheng Junjin's hand, the terrifying sword intent pointed directly at Xuanhuan. But what happened next surprised everyone, including Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin originally wanted to kill Xuanhuan as quickly as possible, but Xuanhuan retreated suddenly, and Han Feng suddenly stepped in. At the same time, Han Feng Shenyan's battle physique and golden immortal physique were duly used, and they had already merged into Ziji Xuanhua. Facing opponents like Taisheng Junjin, Han Feng dared not be careless. Taisheng Junjin didn't expect that her opponent would suddenly change from Xuanhuan to Han Feng, let alone that Han Feng's sudden outbreak would be so powerful. Taishan Tianling / Han Feng roared angrily. The 9th level Taishan Heavenly Spirit / was unreservedly slashed from Han Feng's hands. In the eyes of everyone, there is only such a terrifying sword / left in the world at this moment. This sword is difficult for ordinary high-ranking true gods of the 8 tribulations to take. If Taisheng Junjin shot with all his strength, or if he was not injured, and the consumption was not that great, such a sword would not be able to do anything to Taisheng Junjin at all. It's a pity that Taisheng Junjin's target at the beginning was Xuanhuan, so what he slashed was just an ordinary sword intent slash. This blow was enough to kill Xuanhuan, who was in a weak state at the moment, but it couldn't compete with Han Feng's Taishan Tianling Zhan. In an instant, the two sword strikes collided with each other. The first update. My head is a little dizzy, I don't know if I can complete the 4th watch today, try my best. Boom boom boom. Storms of sword intent raged in the void, and the endless sword energy rushed towards the surroundings like a torrential rain, causing everyone to retreat in a hurry. At this moment, Taisheng Junjin's subordinates are still thinking about taking action against Han Feng. This kid's combat power is too terrifying, comparable to a giant. It was also the first time that Xuanhuan's 2 subordinates saw Han Feng erupt, and they were stunned. Although Xuanhuan had confidence in Han Feng, so he handed Taisheng Junjin to Han Feng after Han Feng's voice transmission, but he also did not expect Han Feng to explode like this. Immediately, Xuanhuan was overjoyed. Taisheng Junjin obviously did not have the strength in his heyday. It is really hard to say whether he is Han Feng's opponent at this moment. If Taisheng Junjin was repelled, not only would they save their lives, but they would also get a large amount of middle-grade chaos stones. Yuan Qin and the others who came from behind happened to see this scene, and were immediately speechless in fright. Seeing this scene, some originally malicious people retreated immediately. Yuan Qin, what should we do? Someone couldn't help asking. Wait and see. Yuan Qin said with a pale face, wiping his forehead with cold sweat. Obviously, Yuan Qin didn't dare to rush into the team at this time. Taisheng Junjin looked down. Sure enough, I underestimated you before. If the quality of Xuanhuan can surpass this young man, how could it be an ordinary character? However, with such power alone, it can't help me. Taisheng sword body, the human sword is one. Taisheng Junjin and the top-grade sword in his hand merged into one, and a force of destructive power swept out. At this time, Taisheng Junjin seemed to be cutting the sky with a sword, breaking the chaos. The terrifying power nearly shattered the space, and everyone's breathing was stagnant. Even the scour of the sword intent made everyone feel a tingling pain on their skin, like needles pricking their bodies. Kowloon Divine Seal, suppress it. The golden light burst out, rapidly becoming huge in the void, and the roar of the real dragon came out. The Kowloon God Seal turned into a huge seal. The 9 dragons danced above, and the next moment, the 9 dragons' divine seal slammed away. The golden light scattered in all directions, and the sword energy splashed in all directions. Taisheng Junjin's human sword merged into one, and collided with the 9 dragons' god seal crazily, and a loud bang resounded through the void. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light rushed straight into the sky. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Puff. When the sound of vomiting blood came, everyone immediately opened their eyes, and then they discovered in disbelief that it was not Han Feng who was vomiting blood, but Taisheng Junjin. Damn it, if it wasn't for. Taisheng Junjin wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth with a gloomy expression. Since coming to the secret realm of chaos, this is the first time that Taisheng Junjin vomited blood after being beaten by the disciples of the 3 sects. Han Feng didn't feel complacent in the slightest. Taisheng Junjin would vomit blood. Firstly, he was exhausted fighting the stone monster before and was injured, so he was somewhat unable to resist the 9 dragons' seal. Secondly, it was the collision with the 9 dragons' seal that aggravated Taisheng Junjin's internal injuries. Therefore, the vomiting of blood was not only caused by the 9 dragons' seal, but also caused by Taisheng Junjin's own injuries. The Taisheng Junjin in his heyday used the combination of human and sword to instantly kill 2 guardian beasts, comparable to the 9 tribulations true god. How could he be knocked so easily and vomit blood? Yantian Wu Baluan emerged from Han Feng's back, and the Soul Eater ruler also appeared beside him. Taishan Divine Sword, Yantian Wu Baluan, Soul Devourer ruler, 9 dragons seal, and the 4 great artifacts in his body, Han Feng fought more and more bravely. Taisheng True Spirit slash. Taishan Tian Ling slash. Dance of Yantian. In the void, 2 figures flickered, the divine swords were constantly fighting, and the sword light washed over the void. From time to time, the golden light turned into a huge seal and slammed it down. Taisheng Zhenwu Zhan. Taisheng Junjin fell into a disadvantage several times, and finally aroused the anger in his heart. A move that had not been exposed in the battle with the stone monster before was finally displayed at this moment. Incomparably terrifying, the sword intent with supreme power crazily condensed in the void, and then burst out. This slash was like a broken bamboo, and even the 9 dragons seal was ruthlessly chopped off. At this moment, Taisheng Junjin's true strength was finally revealed. Taisheng Junjin's face was extremely gloomy. This move was indeed powerful, but it was not small. It was originally prepared for Luo Tianqing of Tianluozong and Tan Ningong of Qianquanzong, but now it was used in advance. Small 7 tribulations, true god intermediate level. If it's not that he can't show his strength in his heyday, how can I use such a whole card on this son? Killing a chicken is like a bullseye, and now Taisheng Junjin feels that Han Feng is the chicken, and he is a bullseye. Against Han Feng, a mere mid-level 7 tribulations true god, he used the ultimate whole card. For Taisheng Junjin, this was undoubtedly an insult. Han Feng thought sure enough, for a character like Taisheng Junjin, he would never use all his cards at once. Seeing that the attacks of the 4 major artifacts were defeated, Han Feng was extremely calm. Taisheng Junjin's attack was about to strike, and as the sword approached, Han Feng felt more and more small, as if he was fighting against heaven and earth. Suddenly, purple flames shot up into the sky, engulfing Han Feng. Afterwards, purple flames surged and converged on Han Feng's right arm, and the next moment Han Feng roared out, "Ziyun Divine Arm." The 10th layer of Ziyun Divine Arm, Han Feng's most powerful trump card, was finally bombarded after being integrated into Aurora Tsangyan. The sky was suddenly filled with purple flames, and thick angry flames roared like a beast in the void. The thick purple flame arm passed through layers of space and flames, and instantly hit Taishang Juanjin's Taishang True Spirit Slash. The Taishang True Spirit Slash defeated the 4 major artifacts of the 9 Dragons Seal, and their power was already weakened. Facing the Ziyun Divine Arm at this moment, they were instantly swallowed. There was a rumbling sound from the purple flames, and sword chi rushed out one after another, but more of them were completely swallowed. The sword energy rushing out couldn't even pierce Han Feng's Xinyan battle armor, so why should he injure Han Feng? What? Extreme magical skill. Taishang Junjin was terrified, and everyone including Shi Huanqing was terrified. Perhaps only Qiu Jianfeng and others who had seen this move were not so surprised. However, the ultimate divine skill is extremely powerful, and every time it appears, it is extremely shocking. This time, Qiu Jianfeng and the others knew that Han Feng had this move, but they were still shocked again. Extreme divine skill. How could it be the ultimate divine skill? Taishang Juanjin's elegance is long gone, and he can tolerate Han Feng's higher level than his divine essence, because Taishang Juanjin's divine essence is not weak at all. Taishang Junjin can tolerate Han Feng beating her until she vomits blood, forcing herself to use her whole cards, because Taishang Junjin can comfort herself by saying that she is not in her prime now. However, Han Feng possessed a supernatural skill that even he couldn't comprehend and mastered. This dealt too much blow to Taishang Junjin, and Taishang Junjin couldn't find any excuse to comfort himself. The second update. Python Fire Banner. Supernatural skill, what is that concept? Generally, only those who break the limit of true gods can comprehend and master them. Many ancient gods who have broken through at the level of true gods of the 9 tribulations have never mastered the best divine skills before. A few geniuses may be able to comprehend with the 9 tribulations true god, but most of them are high-level 9 tribulations true gods. Those who can comprehend and master the best divine skills at the initial level of the 9 tribulations true god are all great geniuses. And those who can comprehend and master the best divine skills at the level of the 8 tribulations true gods are geniuses among geniuses, and they can be called geniuses against the sky. However, the true god of the 7 tribulations is not the peak of the high-level true god of the 7 tribulations, but only the middle-level true god of the 7 tribulations has comprehended and mastered the best divine skills. Taishang Junjin has never even heard of it. Seeing such a pervert appear with his own eyes at this moment, after Taishang Juanjin's various complex emotions merged, they turned into deep jealousy. Why? 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 A mere true god of the 7 tribulations, why is he better than the number 1 member of the younger generation of his majestic Taishang family? Apart from jealousy, there is a cold killing intent like a 10,000-year glacier. Taishang Juanjin's eyes were gloomy and cold, he would never allow anyone to come out casually and surpass himself. This is simply trampling on his dignity, trampling on the dignity of the supreme family. Shi Huanqing smiled wryly. It's no wonder Lord Lu Jinggu took a fancy to Han Feng when he was still the true god of the 6 tribulations. That's why. At the level of the 7 tribulations true god, he has comprehended and mastered the best divine skills, and has a bright future. Shi Huanqing seemed to have seen a future giant of the ancient god rising. No, it's not just the high-ranking ancient gods, maybe this kid Han Feng can step into the half-step god king. Thinking of this, Shi Huanqing's heart pounded. It goes without saying that there will be any benefits in making friends with a genius who is very likely to become a half-step god king in the future. This. How can this kid be so strong? On Yuanqing's side, more people retreated, and they were not blind. There is no need to offend the big shots in the future for the benefit of the moment. Yuanqing rolled his eyes and laughed. It seems that the two of you can't do anything to anyone now. The current situation is really like this. On the surface, Han Feng is indeed comparable to Taishang Junjin. But actually? Han Feng and the 9 main Yuhua banner were not used, and Baide and other helpers did not appear. Where is Taishang Junjin? Has Taishang Junjin really revealed all his trump cards? Han Feng was not sure about this, and Taishang Junjin himself would not say it. So both of them were silent. Yuanqing took the silence of the two as an acquiescence. Yuanqing smiled slightly, first glanced at Han Feng, and said, "If junior brother Han is willing to give half of the Chaos Stone to Yuan Mao can help out with a few brothers, how about it?" Taishang Junjin and the others all looked cold. Some people couldn't help mocking, "It's just you deserve it?" Yuanqing was not angry. If you were all in their heyday, Yuan is naturally unworthy. But now everyone is injured, but Yuan is not afraid. Brother Taishang is on the same level as junior brother Han. Which side is right now? With more strength, whichever side has a better chance of winning, isn't it? The person on Taishang Junjin's side was immediately choked. Yuanqing smiled and turned his head. "Junior brother Han, what do you think?" "Put your mother's shit on." Wei Su couldn't help cursing. Why didn't he see that Yuanqing was such a shameless person before? The remaining two subordinates also shouted and cursed. As for the fourth subordinate, he was still fainting. The yelling and cursing of Wei Su and others made Yuanqing's expression gradually darken, and anger rose in his chest. Enduring the anger, Yuanqing's tone became cold. "Junior brother Han, what are you thinking about?" Han Feng smiled lightly. "I listened to senior brother, Shi." Yuanqing was taken aback for a moment, and his half-smile eyes fell on Xuanhuan. "Senior brother Shi, Yuan Mo has followed you for hundreds of years anyway, so senior brother won't be so stingy with such a little benefit." Xuanqing's expression was dull. He was already extremely angry, but he couldn't show any expression. "Junior brother Han, if Yuanqing joins Taishang Junjin, can you deal with it?" Xuanqing sent a voice transmission to Han Feng, and gave half of the Stone of Chaos to Yuanqing. Xuanqing couldn't bear it. But if Yuanqing really joined Taishang Junjin's side, it would lead to complete defeat for his own side. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only endure it. "Don't worry, these wine bags and rice bags will not affect the overall situation." After receiving Han Feng's reply, Xuanqing was relieved. At this time, Xuanqing already trusted Han Feng extremely. Xuanqing believed whatever Han Feng said. Therefore, Xuanqing's reply to Yuanqing was, "Go to your mother." Yuanqing's face darkened completely. Okay, since you don't miss the old love so much, don't blame Yuan for not thinking about the old love." Yuanqing was completely furious. "Brother Taishang, Yuan is willing to help you win this victory." Yuanqing looked righteous. Taishang Junjin can't look down on Yuanqing's behavior, but if he can make Qiankuanzong fight against Qiankuanzong, why not do it? "How much do you want?" Taishang Junjin rubbed his chin with great interest. "This? 30%, no. 20% is enough." Yuanqing smiled apologetically. Seeing this scene, Xuanqing, Han Feng and others curled their lips, and even the people on Taishang Junjin's side showed disdain. A senior brother who has the courage to threaten his former service, but dare not threaten the enemies of the Qiankuan sect, this kind of personality will have limited achievements in the future, let alone ancient gods. Even the heavenly generals and true gods will find it difficult to step in. "Okay, then you make a move," Taishang Junjin said meaningfully. "Don't worry, I'll leave everything to Yuan." When Yuan gets rid of Xuanhuan and the others, he will join hands with senior brother, Taisheng, to kill this Han. After speaking, Yuan Qin was about to attack Xuanhuan and others. Yuan Qin's group counted people, and swallowed. Their skins were not that thick, but in the face of the huge temptation, they finally made a move. Xuanhuan and the others are ready to fight. Given their current state, the possibility of winning is very slim. Don't even think about meddling, just watch this scene carefully. Han Feng moved slightly. Taisheng Junjin thought that Han Feng was going to make a move, and immediately stood in front of Han Feng with a sarcastic smile on his face. Oh, it's really a good show. Han Feng curled his mouth and flicked his sleeves. Vermilion Skylark screamed and flew out, and the flame rushed out with a roar. Before the person who attacked Xuanhuan could react, he was caught by the flame, rolled up, turned into fly ash. Han Feng rolled his sleeves again, and Fian Six-Tailed Cat, Aoyan Tunshan Wolf, Flying Yencher, and Phantom Leibao roared and appeared one after another. Yuan Qin, who was originally complacent, suddenly became stiff. Skylark, kill them! Han Feng ordered. All of a sudden, the Vermilion Skylark and the 5 beasts showed their power completely, attacking Xian Yuan Qin and the others with surging power. The third update. Python Yuhua. No, do not want. Help. Damn it, why are these beasts so powerful? Yuan Qin, you hurt me. The miserable voices continued one after another. Yuan Qin was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were frightened. Xuanhuan and the others were dumbfounded. It turned out that what Han Feng said could not affect the overall situation was because of these demon gods. No. Don't kill me, I was wrong. Yuan Qin immediately knelt down in the void and begged for mercy. God, for high-level demon gods with top-level bloodlines, and one demon god at the level of the 8th true god, where is he? The middle level of the small 7 tribulations true god can contend. Facing Yuan Qin's begging for mercy, Han Feng remained unmoved. Seeing this, Yuan Qin had no choice but to suppress the resentment in his heart, and instead knelt down to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan sneered and turned his head away. Yuan Qin looked at Wei Su. Wei Su couldn't bear it, but thinking of Yuan Qin's behavior before, Wei Su hardened his heart. Yuan Qin looked at this scene in disbelief, and shouted, "How can you be so ruthless? We are all inner disciples of Qiankuan sect. It's you who are ruthless from the beginning to the end." Han Feng was so disgusted that he was about to vomit when he heard Yuan Qin's shameless words. Who is it who has been shameless and ruthless all this time? Skylark, kill him. Yes. Master Taisheng, save me. Yuan Qin was so frightened that he hurriedly asked Taisheng Junjin for help, but what he got was Taisheng Junjin's indifferent face. Until then, Yuan Qin suddenly realized that his behavior was not only despised by his own people, but even his enemies never saw him in the eyes. The next moment, the flames from the lark swallowed Yuan Qin, and Yuan Qin's eyes went dark, and he didn't know anything. Clap clap. Taisheng Junjin clapped her palms together. It was indeed a good show. Originally, she planned to watch Qiankanzong fight with her own people, but who would have thought that? His eyes fell on Vermilion Skylark. Taisheng Junjin squinted his eyes. Possessing the bloodline of the top divine grade and breaking through to the level of the 8 tribulations true god, this demon god is a relatively formidable opponent. If this demon god unites with Han Feng, then... With a slight smile, Taisheng Junjin said lightly, "It seems that this is your whole card. If so, it's time for me to show my real whole card to fight." Everyone in Xuanhuan was startled. Taisheng Junjin still had a whole card and didn't use it? I saw that the supreme sword in Taisheng Junjin's hand was put away and replaced with another sword. This divine sword is slender, with faint green flames flying out in a trance. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura swept out, crazily surging in all directions like a whirlpool. Rumble. The void trembled, and the energy of the heavens and the earth gathered. The terrifying aura made everyone in Xuanhuan terrified. Chaos. Chaos. God. Artifact. Han Feng said word by word. Good eyesight. Taishang Junjin was slightly proud. With the Chaos Artifact as his trump card, Taishang Junjin has a certain chance of winning. Chaos Artifact. Xuanhuan and everyone despaired. Taishang Junjin was strong enough, and he could only fight Han Feng to that extent when he could only display 6 or 7% of his strength in his heyday. At this time, with the artifact of chaos in hand, it is even more powerful. Can Han Feng still fight against it? Taishang sword body, the human sword is one. Taishang Shenwu Zhan. With the sword of chaos, combined with the chaos god sword, the astonishing breath of the sword directly pierced the sky, and the terrifying breath continued to spread like a stormy wave. Ho 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 ho. The vermilion skylark and the 5 beasts roared again and again, and as the vermilion skylark spewed out flames, the 4 beasts also launched their own attacks one after another. However, Taishang Junjin slashed at him with a sword, and the vermilion skylark and the 5 beasts were crushed and defeated. A large amount of blood poured down, and with just one blow, the 5 beasts were severely injured. Taishang Junjin's sword remained undiminished, and the 5 beasts were in a hurry, and braced their bodies to block Han Feng. Xuanhuan's expressions changed, and they finally decided to help, even if their strength was insignificant. But to everyone's disappointment, Han Feng and Taishang Junjin seemed to be blocked by some power, which was transformed by the power of Taishang Junjin's sword. Once they get close, Xuanhuan and the others will be attacked by sword intent all over the sky. Xuanhuan flew upside down spurting blood, and his already severely injured body was riddled with holes. At this moment, any ordinary mid-level true god passing by would probably be able to kill Xuanhuan. This was true for Xuanhuan, and it was even worse for the others. A true god of the 6 tribulations like Huang Zhiqi was almost killed by the sword intent. Just when everyone thought that Han Feng was going to die, there was an astonishing aura gushing out like a storm, a large amount of flames filled the void, and a huge fire python could be vaguely seen winding in the flames. Astonishingly, the 9 Meng royal fire banner was finally moved by Han Feng. The 9 python imperial fire flag flew out, and Han Feng Xuanhuan poured into it. In an instant, the 9 python imperial fire array opened, enveloping Han Feng and Taishang Junjin together. This guy. The corners of Xuanhuan and the others' mouths twitched. How many cards does Han Feng have? Didn't he come from a remote state? Why are there so many good things, comparable to a genius like Taishang Junjin? But this also made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Han Feng and Taishang Junjin were on par before, and now they both have chaos artifacts, so they should be about the same. 9 pythons are in the fire formation. The sea of fire was churning, and the 9 fire pythons stared at Taishang Junjin, and then rushed over. You also have the chaos artifact. Taishang Junjin felt that his proud face before was a joke, and Han Feng also had the chaos artifact, as if he had slapped Taishang Junjin on the face. The body of the sword is too high, and the sword of man is one. Taishang Shenwu Zhan. The chaos divine sword shuttled back and forth, killing half of the fire pythons, but the bodies of the fire pythons fell into the sea of flames, and the sea of flames rolled violently. Damn it! This guy's chaos artifact is at a higher level than mine. After a fierce battle, Taishang Junjin roughly estimated the level of the 9 python fire banner. Chaos artifacts are divided into 4 levels: top grade, middle grade, and low grade, just like ordinary artifacts. Ordinary artifacts are of the same level, and there are high and low grades. For example, the artifacts of the first and third calamities are all low-grade artifacts, and the same is true for the artifacts of chaos. Among the low-grade chaos divine weapons, there are also high and low grades. Taishang Juanjin's chaos divine sword is called Qilian divine sword. Kind. This is still the 9 Python Imperial Fire Banner in a damaged state, but the 9 Python Imperial Fire Banner is in a complete state, but it is a top-grade chaos artifact, and even among the top-grade chaos artifacts, it is also among the best. The 9 fire pythons constantly entangled Taishang Junjin, and once they fell, they could soon come back to life from the sea of flames. Even Taishang Junjin, who was extremely powerful after the unity of human and sword, was also devastated. However, Taishang Junjin was not an ordinary genius after all, and soon noticed that as the number of times the fire python fell increased, the recovery time for the fire python increased. Taishang Juanjin's eyes lit up, and she laughed. Finally found a weakness. Let's see how I can break your chaos artifact. Your cultivation base is too weak, completely unworthy of such artifacts, which should be used by me. The 4th is completed. Ask for flowers. Chaos shook. The premise is that your divine essence can sustain it. Han Feng didn't take it seriously. As early as the beginning, Han Feng knew this shortcoming of the fire python. There are shortcomings, but it does not mean that they can really be solved. Not everyone can persist until the recovery ability of the fire python is weak to the lowest point, such as Taishang Junjin at the moment. The Chaos Excalibur is such a terrifying artifact. The consumption of divine energy is simply not something ordinary high-level true gods can afford. If it wasn't for Taishang Junjin, who is already a master of the 8 tribulations true god, with a divine essence as high as the 9th rank, and at the same time possessing the Taishang sword body, it wouldn't last long at all. Even so, the time for Taishang Junjin to activate the Chaos Sword is also limited. Of course, if the Chaos Excalibur is replaced with the Ultimate Excalibur, it will naturally last longer, but the problem is that without the Chaos Excalibur, Taishang Junjin may not be the opponent of the Fire Python. Taishang Junjin obviously understood the problem, and his face darkened immediately, and his excitement at finding the Fire Python problem dropped to the lowest point. But at this moment, the 9 fire pythons merged together to form a larger and more intense flame-burning giant python. The giant python spat out the snake letter, and flame sprayed out, filling the entire space. Taishang Junjin dodged in embarrassment, sometimes slashing at the giant python. It's a pity that the giant python has already fused 9 pieces, and its power is far from comparable to before. The previous Taishang Juanjin's slash may only be able to cut off 3 or 4 fire pythons. But now, he could only cut hideous wounds on the giant python's body, but he couldn't cut it off. Boss, let's do it. Skylark's angry voice sounded. No, you have been severely injured before. Han Feng shook his head and refused. But Yunk wanted to say something, but was frightened by Han Feng's serious expression and swallowed it back. Seeing this, Han Feng slowly opened his mouth. Don't look at the embarrassment Taishang Junjin is dealing with now. That is also the fire python's amazing combat power. If you join in, you may not be able to take revenge, but it is very likely that Taishang Junjin will seize the opportunity to injure you again, and even take this opportunity to dodge out of the giant python's attack range and attack me. If Han Feng wanted to maintain the 9 pythons' imperial fire formation, he had to continuously pour divine essence into the 9 pythons' imperial fire banner, which meant that Han Feng could not, or in other words, had no way to fight. Once Taishang Junjin approached, Han Feng would be in danger. Han Feng said before that Taishang Juanjin's urge to activate the Chaos Sword consumes a lot of energy, and it may not be able to drag the fire python. However, Han Feng urged the 9 Mei Royal Fire Banner. How can the consumption be extraordinary? Once the follow-up output can't keep up, the 9 Python Royal Fire Formation will collapse immediately. As expected of the number one sword king of the Chi Bai sword sect, the recovery speed is not slow. Gradually, Han Feng frowned. Han Feng has the 9 flames and different fire Ju, and has reached an extremely advanced level, which is why he has a strong ability to restore the divine essence, which continuously supports the operation of the 9 main Yuhua banner. Han Feng originally thought that Taishang Junjin had the recovery ability of an ordinary 8 tribulations true god, but in fact, Taishang Junjin's recovery speed was infinitely close to that of the 9 tribulations true god. This recovery speed may not be as fast as that of Han Feng, but it is enough to support Taishang Junjin for more time. This guy has a lot of hidden cards, first Taishang Zhenwu Zhan, then Chaos God Sword, and now he has the recovery ability comparable to the 9 tribulations true god. If he hadn't met me, other giants would have met such a genius. He won't last long before he will be killed. Han Feng once again raised his evaluation of Taishang Junjin in his heart. This Taishang Junjin is much more difficult than Wan Gong, and this is because Taishang Junjin herself is injured and exhausted. It's hard for Han Feng to believe that Taishang Junjin in his heyday. How terrible is it? If Wan Gong and the others only have the ability to fight against the 9 tribulations true god beginners, then Taishang Junjin is not just capable of fighting, but can really kill ordinary 9 tribulations true god beginners. High-level powerhouses, including the first-level peak of the 9 tribulations true god. It can even resist the middle level of the ordinary 9 tribulations true god. Han Feng was afraid that Taishang Junjin still had some terrible whole cards to use, so he didn't act rashly. It's just that as Taishang Junjin consumed more and became more and more out of breath, Han Feng realized that Taishang Junjin might really have played all his cards. Taishang Zhenwu Zhan. Taishang Junjin let out a heart-piercing roar, and the anger caused Taishang Junjin's sword intent to explode, bursting out with more than 100% of its power. A slash of sword intent descended from the sky, hitting the giant python's head. The giant python let out a cry of pain, and its huge body was torn apart at this moment, falling into the sea of flames. The sea of fire is tumbling, and it is obviously reshaping Monty Python. But it took time. Even if it didn't take long, it was enough for Taishang Junjin to choose to attack Han Feng. Boy, you are the first person to force me into such a mess, die. Full of anger towards Han Feng, Taishang Junjin walked like flying, and rushed straight towards Han Feng. Taishang True Spirit Slash. Since the Taishang True Martial Slash was consumed a lot just now, Taishang Junjin chose Taishang True Spirit Slash, which is second only to Taishang True Martial Slash. In Taishang Junjin's view, Han Feng, who is maintaining this heaven and earth, can be dealt with this move. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged. Since all of Taishang Junjin's whole cards had been exposed, he had nothing to worry about. Immediately, the spirit and soul communicated with the bone order, and the 2 bone generals Bai Er and Bai San appeared on the left and right sides of Han Feng, and the next moment they waved a giant knife or sword in their hands, fiercely slashing at Taishang Junjin. What? Boom! Bai Er and Bai San's huge knives or giant swords danced impenetrably, completely blocking Taishang Junjin's sword attack. The Taishang Junjin at this time is no longer the Taishang Junjin in his prime, and he may not be able to resist either of Bai Er and Bai San, let alone Bai Er and Bai San, 2 bones and skeletons. Bai Er and Bai San resisted the sword attack, and appeared in front of Taishang Junjin in a flash. The white bone knife and bone sword slashed down fiercely, and Taishang Junjin's face instantly became frightened and angry. Puff! The chaos sword, the bone knife, and the bone sword chopped together, and the 2 bone generals, who were comparable to the first level of the 9 tribulations true god, beat Taishang Junjin until he vomited blood and flew out. At the same time, the bone knives and bone swords in Bai Er and Bai San's hands also cracked countless cracks. The anti-shock force of Chaos Divine Sword cannot be resisted by bone knives and bone swords. However, Taisheng Junjin has already suffered heavy injuries and is no longer able to continue to maintain the Chaos Excalibur. Bai Air and Bai San do not need to face the Chaos Excalibur anymore. Seeing that Taisheng Junjin was about to be beheaded, even Taisheng Junjin showed fear for the first time. Except for a small number of people, most people still cannot calmly accept death. Boom boom boom. Rumble. But at this moment, the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Array vibrated violently, and all the energy in the space inside the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Array became disordered in an instant. The first update. Shook. The 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Array seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking everywhere, extremely violent. Han Feng concentrated his perception and found that the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Array seemed to be bearing some powerful attack. This attack was so strong that the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Array was on the verge of collapsing. The sea of flames rolled violently, and the congealed giant python suddenly collapsed without anyone attacking it. Come back. Han Feng immediately asked Bai Air and Bai San to return to his side, looking at all this in surprise. What happened? Now, Han Feng still has no control over Taisheng Junjin. Although it sensed that the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation seemed to have suffered some powerful attack, the feedback from the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Banner did not seem like someone was attacking, but rather, a disaster from heaven and earth. What the hell is going on outside? Heartbroken by Lu Xinfan and the others, Han Feng's heart tightened, and he didn't care about killing Taisheng Junjin, so he immediately dispersed the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation. Then, Han Feng was stunned. I saw that the chaotic space seemed to be collapsing. From the earth to the sky, everything was shaking, and the space was shattered everywhere. The mountains and rivers are broken. The endless mountains collapsed, and the chaotic void of the highest void was like boiling water, and the chaotic air rioted. In the mountains, the roar of ferocious beasts can be heard endlessly, making one's heart tremble. The space was washed by waves of oscillating force. Han Feng had just appeared, and immediately activated the Xinyan armor on his body with all his strength. Only then was it difficult to resist the bombardment of the oscillating force. Even so, the Xinyan battle armor flickered for a while, which was a sign that the endurance was about to reach its limit. Looking at Qiu Jianfeng and others, they also resisted with difficulty one by one, took out the defensive artifact, and urged it to the extreme. There are even people who can't resist, such as Huangziqi, the true gods of the 6 tribulations. Puff. Huangziqi's defensive artifact was broken, and a concussion force hit Huangziqi violently. Huangziqi's internal organs seemed to have been hit hard, his face turned pale immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body fell from the sky in embarrassment. Han Feng secretly thought that it was not good, and with a movement of his body, he rescued Huangziqi in midair. The skylark and the beasts are powerful, but they are also in danger under the continuous shock force. Han Feng immediately collected the beasts into the Jiuyantianhua pagoda. Brother, what happened? Han Feng shouted loudly. I don't know, I've never heard of such a situation happening in the secret realm of chaos. Shi Huanqing resisted the force of the shock, while struggling to transmit the sound. This is already the extreme that Shi Huanqing can do. Speaking is not something that Shi Huanqing, who is in a state of injury, can do. Could it be that the secret realm of chaos has reached its limit and is about to collapse? Han Feng couldn't help but think so, and said it. Shi Huanqing's faces turned pale in an instant. It is not time to leave now, and the secret realm of chaos will naturally not send them out, which means that if the secret realm of chaos collapses, they will fall into the turbulent flow of space. Whether it is life or death can only depend on luck, and the possibility of death is greater than the possibility of survival. No. It won't be. Everyone smiled far-fetchedly. It's not scary to die, but it makes people unwilling to die so aggrieved. Puff puff. Suddenly, the sound of vomiting blood came back one after another, and Han Feng realized that there were Taishang Junjin and Taishang Juanjin's subordinates on the other side. Taishang Junjin suffered even more. Facing the impact of the current shock force, she couldn't resist it at all, and almost spit out her internal organs. Many subordinates saw this scene. Regardless of the result that Taishang Junjin actually lost, he hastily protected Taishang Junjin in the center of him. But at this moment, the void rumbled, the chaotic air in the void became more and more violent, and the endless vibration force raged towards the surroundings like a hurricane, and Han Feng and others were under even greater pressure. The earth continued to split open, the mountains and rivers continued to collapse, and the ocean rolled wildly, setting off bursts of monstrous waves. Han Feng's eyes froze suddenly, and at the end of the distant space, he suddenly let out a huge breath. This opening does not seem to be torn open, because the surrounding space is not broken. It seems that something has been integrated into it, and it is completely stuck together with the space of the primal chaos secret realm, so the surrounding space is intact and not broken. Han Feng didn't know what it was, he only knew that the opening was like a demon's entrance from the abyss, full of ghosts, a strange color of black ink, and shaking like a water curtain. With the opening of this hole, the vibration in the secret realm of chaos suddenly increased several times. Han Feng immediately poured his divine energy into the 9 Pythons' imperial fire banner again, urged the 9 Pythons' imperial fire flag, and the 9 Pythons' imperial fire array wrapped everyone in. Of course, Taishang Junjin and others are exceptions. How could Han Feng kindly protect Taishang Junjin and those people? It is best for all these people to die. With the 9 Pythons' imperial fire formation to counteract the shock outside, Xuanhuan and the others finally felt much better, and collapsed to the ground. Empress Huangzi was afraid to be grateful to Han Feng. If Han Feng hadn't made a move, he would have fallen and been blasted into scum. What exactly is that? Han Feng guessed what was inside the opened opening? It is now obvious that the vibration of the secret realm of chaos is related to the black hole that was pulled open. Without the pressure, Xuanhuan and others started to deduce together, but there were too few clues, and no one could guess. Suddenly, something seemed to flash across Xuanhuan's mind, but he couldn't remember it after thinking about it carefully. Why? I always feel that I have seen this situation somewhere. Xuanhuan frowned. Han Feng saw that everyone had no clue, so he could only sigh. Now, let's carry the shock of the secret realm of chaos first. Han Feng urged the 9 Pythons' royal fire banner with all his strength, and a lot of divine energy was lost. Gradually, Han Feng's face turned pale. Not good. Xuanhuan and the others thumped. The next moment, everyone gathered behind Han Feng, and sat down one after another. The people behind put their palms on the person in front, and passed on their divine essence. What was passed on to the people in front of him, until it reached Lu Xinfan, and Lu Xinfan passed it on to Han Feng. With everyone's divine energy teleportation, Han Feng's pressure has been greatly reduced. This time, the vibration in the chaos secret territory was several times more violent than before. The chaos chi in the space rioted, and the force of the vibrations raged like a whirlwind. In order to resist, the divine energy in Han Feng's body poured out, and it was consumed extremely quickly. Han Feng has the 9 flames and different fire art, and it has reached an extremely advanced level, but he can't support it. Han Feng didn't know, it was because they were a little closer to the source of the matter, otherwise the pressure they would have to bear would be much less. At this time, Han Feng didn't care about his heartache anymore. He took out the magic pill that could restore the vitality from the spoils, and swallowed it in one gulp. The most important thing right now is to survive this shock. If you can't resist it, no amount of loot is worth it. The second update. Good card, let's make 2 changes today. Pills one after another were swallowed by Han Feng, turning into energy to make up for the large amount of divine energy Han Feng had consumed. With the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng can still be consumed to such an extent, which shows how terrifying the 9 Pythons' imperial fire formation is suffering. Taisheng Junjin and his group probably won't be able to survive. Han Feng mourned for Taisheng Junjin. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the shock of the secret realm of chaos. This death is quite aggrieved. Huh? After a long while, Han Feng noticed vigilantly that the force striking the 9 Pythons' imperial fire formation seemed to have decreased a little. Han Feng was overjoyed, which meant that the vibration of the secret realm of chaos had begun to weaken, and sooner or later it would return to calm. To be honest, even with the 9 Pythons' imperial fire formation, Han Feng still doesn't feel very safe. My own cultivation is limited, and there is a limit to the power that can be resisted by mobilizing the 9 main Yuhua banner. Once the power that hits the 9 Pythons' imperial fire array surges beyond the limit that the 9 Pythons' imperial fire array can withstand, even if there is enough divine energy, the 9 Pythons' imperial fire array will collapse. The result at that time. Han Feng shuddered unless he hid in Xuanhuan Temple. But that also means that Xuanhuan Temple will be exposed in front of Lu Xinfan and others. Time passed by every minute and every second, and everyone's expressions were tense. Shi Huanqing and others were not Han Feng, so naturally they couldn't sense the weakening of the shock and impact outside through the 9 Pythons' imperial fire array. After a stick of incense, Han Feng suddenly said, "Senior brother Shi, let go." Shi Huanqing was startled at first, but then he was overjoyed. There is no need for them to send the divine essence, that is to say. Han Feng can now bear the consumption of the activation formation by himself. This also means that the vibration shock outside is weakening. Everyone exhaled, thinking about the shock caused by the chaotic vibration before. Everyone was terrified. The power of the shock and impact was too strong. If it weren't for Han Feng's formation driven by the chaos artifact, it's not certain how many of them would survive now. Without the threat of shock outside, everyone began to discuss the source of all this. Undoubtedly, the pitch-black opening in the chaotic secret space is definitely the key, but the question is, what is inside the pitch-black entrance? Among the crowd, many were interested in the pitch-black entrance, and wanted to go in and take a look, but this idea was immediately blocked by the rest of the people. Just kidding, it can cause the secret realm of chaos to vibrate like this. No matter what is in the pitch-black entrance, it is by no means simple. If they go in with this little strength, they may never be able to get out, and they will throw their lives in there. Shi Huanqing didn't join the discussion. He always felt that the scene was familiar and was thinking hard. Inside his head, he felt like he was about to grab something, but he couldn't. This feeling drove Shi Huanqing a little crazy. "Senior brother Shi, what's wrong with you?" Someone noticed senior brother Shi's ferocious expression and couldn't help worrying. "It's nothing, I just think I should have seen such a similar situation somewhere." Shi Huanqing rubbed his temples and sighed. "What?" Everyone was startled, all eyes were on Shi Huanqing. Even Han Feng, who was maintaining the operation of the 9 Pythons' imperial fire formation, turned his attention and stared at Shi Huanqing with piercing eyes. Shi Huanqing was very uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. Wei Su said urgently, "Brother, do you know what's going on?" Shi Huanqing quickly waved his hand. "I just vaguely remember seeing it somewhere. Am I thinking about it now?" The memories of the true gods are relatively powerful. Shi Huanqing hasn't remembered them for so long. He probably just glanced at them briefly when he saw them, and didn't take them seriously. Or when you read it in that book, you were still young, and a genius from the god realm is not born as a true god. Brother, think about it carefully. Hearing this, Han Feng knew he couldn't force Shi Huanqing. Everyone also thought of this, and their anxious eyes moved away from Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan felt the pressure was greatly relieved. Xuanhuan knew what was going on in everyone's minds. The secret realm of chaos was shaking as if it was about to collapse. This was too serious, and it was very likely that everyone would fall into a dangerous situation. If you can know what the reason for all this is, there will always be a targeted solution. It's one thing to be able to figure it out, it's another thing if you can't even think of a way without direction. Knowing that they probably saw similar descriptions somewhere, everyone naturally wanted to know urgently. Without many eyes staring at him, Xuanhuan calmly began to recall. Thinking about it this time, it took half an hour. After half an hour, Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he blurted out, "I know what's going on." Everyone's attention was once again focused. Han Feng pays more attention to listening, the bombardment outside is getting weaker and weaker, and Han Feng is dealing with it more and more easily. Now the output is not as good as the input, so don't worry about Xuanhuan not being able to keep up. Attracting everyone's attention, Xuanhuan said with unconcealable excitement, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the collision of the dimensional space of the small world and the chaotic secret realm." Small world? Everyone was at a loss. Could this be the small world they thought of? Lu Xinfan was born in the huge Lu family, and there are many historical materials in the family. When Xuanhuan said this, Lu Xinfan seemed to have thought of something, and his complexion changed wildly. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The words about the small world reminded him of the God King and the God Emperor. After all, only the God King and the God Emperor can have a small world in their bodies. But why this small world is related to the shock of the chaos secret realm, Han Feng couldn't guess. Just judging from Xuanhuan's almost unconcealable excited expression, isn't this a good thing? Or opportunity? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and took the vaccination in advance. Let's say it first, this is just my guess, and I'm not sure if it's true. Brother, just say that your guess is it. Han Feng said. Xuanhuan said, first of all, you should know about small world. Naturally, if a high-level ancient god wants to break through the God King, he must break through the chaos in his body and form a world. The small world is the inner world of the God King and God Emperor powerhouse, because this world cannot yet be compared with the real world, that is, the world. Compared with the world we live in, it is also called the small world. Wei Su nodded and explained the small world. Xuanhuan touched his chin and said, Wei Su, you are right, but you must not know that when the God Emperor powerhouse falls, the small world will not disappear, but will be left behind from the God Emperor powerhouse body. In the dimensional space of our world, it circulates everywhere. This is what I saw in an ancient book. The first update. What? The small world will not disappear. Floating to the dimensional space? Everyone showed expressions of astonishment. This, they really don't know. Han Feng's eyes focused, and he said in astonishment, the secret realm exists in the dimensional space, and the small world also falls into the dimensional space. Could it be that the shock of the chaotic secret realm this time is because the small world and the chaotic secret realm collided? Before, Han Feng felt that something had bumped into the secret realm of chaos, and then part of it merged into the secret realm of chaos, that is, the pitch black hole. Could it be that it is a small world? Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, and said, according to the records in that ancient book, after the collision between the small world and the secret realm of chaos, it will cause violent vibrations in the secret realm of the dimension, as if it is about to collapse and the end of the world. Many secret realms of the dimension are destroyed in this way. But there are also some powerful secret realms that are inherently strong, so they won't be destroyed by the small world. Before, the secret realm of chaos was vibrating, as if it was about to collapse. This is the same as the record, so I suspected that the God Emperor's small world and the secret realm of chaos collided, but it is not sure whether it is true. We need to go to the collision site to observe. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They thought that the secret realm of chaos had reached the limit of its lifespan, so it was about to collapse. Now that they said it this way, it turned out to be collided by a small world? No, I heard that the small world in the body will also collapse when the king of the gods falls. It's completely finished. How could it be possible to fall into the dimensional space? Huang Zhiqi couldn't believe it. This time, the commentator was replaced by Lu Xinfan. Indeed, that's right. When the God King falls, the small world in his body will also be destroyed. But please remember clearly, he is a God King level powerhouse. Lu Xinfan emphasized the word God King, and then said, what brother she said before, but with a premise, is the God Emperor's small world. Huang Zhiqi thought back. It seems that Xuanhuan, apart from saying that the God King and God Emperor own the small world at the beginning, the small world mentioned later is basically the God Emperor's small world. Han Feng was thoughtful, so it turns out that both the God King and the God Emperor have small worlds, but only the God Emperor's small world will not collapse after the death of the God Emperor and wander into the dimensional space. Why is this? It's very simple. The small world of the God King is not complete. Xuanhuan spoke with a solemn expression. As we all know, the small world in the God King's body needs to experience world calamity. The more it goes through, the more complete it will be. However, no matter how complete the small world is, it cannot compete with the God Emperor's small world. The God Emperor's small world has the God Emperor's will engraved by the God Emperor, and the God Emperor's will is like the way of heaven, ruling the small world. Also because the laws of all aspects of the God Emperor's small world are close to complete, life and human beings can be born, there is also a cultivation system. After the fall of the God Emperor, the will left by the God Emperor will not disappear immediately, but will turn into the will of the small world, replacing the supreme rule of the God Emperor over the small world. The will of this small world that was born is very rudimentary and has no wisdom, so it can't compete with the will of heaven in our real world, and can only hide in the secret realm of the dimension. According to ancient records, the ruler of the small world above the God Emperor will also turn into the will of the small world after the fall of the ruler, but the will of the small world transformed into the will of the ruler is extremely powerful and advanced, and even has rudimentary thinking and wisdom. With the passage of time, the thinking and wisdom of the will of the ruler of the small world will become higher and higher. In the end, the will of the ruler of the small world will be reborn, just like the rebirth of the master, possessing everything that once ruled. However, after being reincarnated into a human being with the will to rule the small world, he will never be able to advance to the master class, and he can at most reach the high level of the God Emperor. Because the will to dominate the small world is very advanced, this small world can often appear in our world majestically. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. This knowledge is actually not that precious. As long as it is a big force with a deep foundation, it should have such records. But Ziyun God Realm is just a small 1000 God Realm, the level is too low, there are no strong people at the level of God King, so naturally no one will deliberately study these, and it is useless to study them. Xuanhuan only inadvertently saw it from ancient books while inquiring about some ancient deeds. Wei Su excitedly said, that is to say, the previous shock in the secret realm of chaos was only due to the collision with the small world, not because he was about to collapse. Xuanhuan nodded. Everyone was relieved. In this way, they don't have to worry about the collapse of the secret realm of chaos at any time, causing them to drift into the turbulent flow of space. Unexpectedly, just when everyone was relieved, Xuanhuan poured cold water on them. Whether the secret realm of chaos will collapse depends on the level of the God Emperor's small world. If the small world of the God Emperor is too powerful, the secret realm of chaos will not last long. Xuanhuan said coldly. Everyone looked awe-inspiring. Wei Su couldn't believe it. Can the small world crash into the secret realm of chaos? Is there anything impossible? That's the small world born in the God Emperor's body. Especially when the small world in the God Emperor's body multiplies to the extreme, there may not be the existence of the strongest God Emperor or even a half-step God Emperor. How strong is the small world that waits for the strong to exist? As I said before, there are not many dimensional secrets that have been destroyed by small worlds. Although the secret realm of chaos is powerful, but in terms of endurance, it is estimated that any God King can severely damage or even collapse the secret realm of chaos. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, his eyes also showed a trace of worry. There is still a long time before the Chaos Secret Realm sends everyone away. If the Chaos Secret Realm cannot withstand the impact of the small world during this period, it will still collapse. The faces of Wei Su and the others became miserable again. Everyone was flustered, and Han Feng's voice suddenly sounded, "Senior brother Shi, if the small world wants to destroy the secret realm of chaos, the power of vibration in the secret realm of chaos should become stronger and stronger, but now it seems that the vibration power is getting stronger and stronger." Weak, now it has calmed down, what's going on? Yeah, that's not right. Everyone was shocked and stared at Xuanhuan with piercing eyes, waiting for Xuanhuan's answer. Xuanhuan opened his mouth. Han Feng, is it really getting weaker? Yes. Han Feng replied solemnly. This? Xuanhuan closed his eyes for a while, then opened them again, with a smile on his face. I remembered, it was said so in ancient books. The will of the God Emperor's small world is very rudimentary, without wisdom, so he can't cultivate, and he can't maintain the complete operation of the God Emperor's small world. It's okay that the God Emperor is here. Without the God Emperor, with only the will of the elementary small world, the energy of the world in the small world will become weaker and weaker, the level will be lower and lower, and the law will become weaker and weaker. This directly leads to the lower and lower level of the small world, and there are fewer and fewer strong people in the small world, and the level is getting weaker and weaker. The second update. The strongest can't surpass the ancient god? It's already so low. Wei Su sighed. It's just a guess. Xuanhuan said angrily. Feeling that the impact outside was getting weaker and weaker, Han Feng said, not far from 10. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief again. But Han Feng's words raised everyone's hearts again. Brother, how will we judge whether the other side is a small world? If the judgment is wrong, and it is not a small world collision, then it is useless to relax. Everyone stared at Han Feng resentfully. Can't they let them relax? In a short period of time, he was up and down, tense and relaxed for a while, and he was almost tortured crazy. Xuanhuan closed his eyes, recalling the content of the ancient book he had read. After a long while, Xuanhuan opened his eyes and said, according to the records in the ancient books, we need to go to the place where the small world and the secret realm of the dimension collide to investigate. If you can directly see the scenery in the small world from the contact surface of the secret realm of the dimension and the small world, it means that the other side is the small world. Not only that, if the opposite side is really a small world, we can also directly pass through the boundary membrane of the small world, reach the small world and invade the small world. Invasion. Han Feng frowned. Of course, after all, it is the small world of the God Emperor. Even if the level drops drastically, powerful people were born in it. If we can get the legacy of these powerful people, it will be of great benefit to us. Even if the laws in the small world are different from ours, the inheritance, experience, and treasures left by those strong people are still extremely precious treasures to us little true gods. Furthermore, don't forget the will of the small world. If you get the will of the small world, it is equivalent to getting all the inheritance of the God Emperor who created the small world. Not only the knowledge of the God Emperor, but also the experience of the God Emperor in creating the small world. If the ancient god wants to break through to the God King, he not only needs to break through the chaos in his body to form a preliminary inner world of Dantian, but also comprehend the power of the world. Chi Bai Sword Sect, Tianluo Sect and our Xuanhuan Sect each have a half-step God King. The half-step God King has initially comprehended the power of the world, once he gets the will of the small world and refines and absorbs it, he will definitely break through to the God King. And because what he got was the inheritance of the God Emperor and the power of the world that the God Emperor comprehended, the 3 half-step God Kings are very likely to break through the limitations of their own aptitude and break through to a higher level of God King. With the qualifications of the 3 half-step God Kings, the possibility of breaking through the God King is extremely small, and a lucky breakthrough is only a change of the level of the God King. But refining the will of the small world, the 3 half-step God Kings are very likely to step into the world in the future. To a higher level, the 2nd transformation God King, the 3rd transformation God King, and even the 4 transformation God Kings. It should be noted that the God King of 4 changes is already qualified to be promoted to God Emperor. Although this possibility is extremely small, Xuanhuan swallowed these last words in order to make everyone pay attention. Sure enough, the expressions of Wei Su and the others changed. Wei Su took refuge in Xuanhuan, which meant that he belonged to the side of God Lu Xinggu. If the ancestor of the Tan family got the will of the small world, the end of God Lu Xinggu would come. There is still Tan Ningong in the secret realm of chaos, and the will of the small world must not be allowed to fall into Tan Ningong's hands. Another of Xuanhuan's subordinates said indifferently, "Can that guy Tan Ningong recognize that this is a small world colliding with the secret realm of chaos?" Xuanhuan looked serious. "Don't underestimate Tan Ningong, that man is also very knowledgeable, so he might not be able to recognize him." "We can't pin our hopes on Tan Ningong not being able to recognize him, right? Senior brother Shi, you want us to enter that small world and seize the will of the small world?" Han Feng thoughtfully. Xuanhuan nodded solemnly, "Exactly. Think about it, once Lord Lu Xinggu breaks through to God King, the Chankuan sect belongs to Lord Lu Xinggu. As Lord Lu Xinggu's subordinates, we will naturally benefit from it." As soon as these words came out, Wei Su and others were all moved. Qiu Jianfeng and the others were helpless. They were originally not from Lu Xinggu's lineage, and had nothing to do with the Tan family's lineage. They were considered neutral. But at this moment, Xuanhuan was obviously included in Lu Xinggu's lineage. Xing Zhenliang and the others wanted to refuse, but they couldn't open their mouths. Thinking about their participation in the killing of Wen Xianghao and Wan Gong before, they had already completely offended the Tan family, so they assumed that they were Lu Xinggu's family. Han Feng was a little hesitant. Han Feng had already planned to leave the Ziyun God realm after leaving the Primal Chaos realm, so he naturally didn't care who the Qianquanzong would be king in the future. Besides, although God Lu Xinggu valued him, he only valued him recently, and he didn't get so many benefits, so why take the risk to snatch the will of the small world? No matter how low the level of the small world is, it is impossible to be free from danger, so will the will of the small world be robbed? Without wisdom, it does not mean that there is no basic instinct. To snatch the will of the small world means to be an enemy of the entire small world. I also want to know that without the will of the small world is not far from collapse. Just looking at the expressions of everyone, Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, but did not say no. Forget it, at least everyone has known each other for a while, and there is friendship, so let's treat it as a farewell gift after leaving the secret realm of chaos. Thinking of this, Han Feng also nodded in agreement with Xuanhuan's decision. But what if we can't snatch it? It's a small world after all, the force shouldn't be too weak, just us. Huang Zhiqi was not very confident in his own strength. Since coming to Qianquanzong, Huang Zhiqi has seen too many people who are stronger than himself among his peers. Huang Zhiqi has lost the arrogance he had when he first came to Yunzhou. This? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Xuanhuan can't know the specific level of force in the small world, so naturally he can't guarantee anything. Even if we can't get it, at least we can't let Tan Ningong get it. Xuanhuan said the minimum requirement. Not long after, Han Feng could no longer feel the bombardment of the Nine Mang Imperial Fire Formation by the force of the vibration, so he withdrew the Nine Mang Imperial Fire flag. When everyone saw the scene outside, they gasped in unison, only to see that the entire land had completely collapsed, and their spiritual veins had been shattered and pulled out. A large number of chaos stones sprayed out like a fountain, and fell into the ground or cracks in the ground. The guardian beast came out of the chaos spirit vein condensed with the energy of chaos. Now that the chaos spirit vein is shattered, the guardian beast will naturally disappear. Faced with so many middle and low-grade chaos stones, and even top-grade chaos stones, everyone's eyes turned red. What a windfall! Wei Su swallowed and spit. Old God, if we pick it up casually, we can probably pick up hundreds of thousands. Everyone looked at each other, and the next moment they laughed and rushed to the ground, searching for the chaos stone that was sprayed out. The first update. I have to say that there are many chaos stones spewed out this time due to the bursting of the chaos spirit vein. To everyone's surprise and ecstasy, there is still a large chaos stone in this area, Ling Mai. Large-scale chaotic veins are rich in top-grade chaos stones, and every thousands or 10,000 top-grade chaos stones will produce a top-grade chaos stone. Everyone consciously gave up all the top-grade chaos stones to Han Feng. This is to repay the protection Han Feng gave them. If there is no Han Feng, let alone the top-grade chaos stones, even the top-grade and middle-grade chaos stones, they will not be able to get them, and they will die long ago and can't die anymore. Han Feng did not reject everyone's kindness, and took all the top-grade chaos stones into his bag. However, there are only a few top-grade chaos stones, and Han Feng got the most middle-grade and top-grade chaos stones. Han Feng is only the 7 tribulations true god now, and he is far from using the chaos stone, so he can't help but smile. The Japanese have broken through to the realm of the ancient gods, and it is estimated that they will not have to worry about not having enough chaos stones for a long time. Just a top-grade chaos stone is enough for the next ancient god to practice for a long time. After the shock of the chaos secret realm this time, everyone has gained a lot, but they are a little grateful that the God Emperor's small world has bumped into the chaos secret realm. It should be noted that the guardian beasts of large chaotic spirit veins are at least equivalent to the Dzogchen of the lower-ranked ancient gods, and even the middle-ranked ancient gods are more likely to be comparable to the upper-ranked ancient gods. With such an existence guarding the large chaotic veins, it is impossible for their little true gods to enter the large chaotic veins to dig top-grade and top-grade chaotic stones. Huh? Searching for the Stone of Chaos, Han Feng found the corpses of Taishang Junjin. What made Han Feng frown was that there was no Taishang Junjin around. How is it possible? A look of disbelief flashed across Han Feng's face. At that time, Taishang Junjin was so exhausted and injured that he couldn't even compare with his own subordinates. How did he escape? Han Feng, what's the matter? Xuanhuan noticed Han Feng's situation and walked over to ask. There is no Taishang Junjin's body here. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said. What? Xuanhuan's eyes widened. Qiu Jianfeng and others also flew over, and they were all shocked when they heard the words. It is too abnormal to survive such a serious injury. Are geniuses like Tan Ningong so terrifying? It's simply much more powerful than ordinary giants, and it doesn't seem to be on the same level at all. There is no entity, but it doesn't mean that he is still alive. Maybe it means that the whole body has been bombarded and there is no scum left. Wei Su is unwilling to believe that Taishang Junjin is still alive. But at this moment, Xuanhuan took out a wooden doll full of cracks from a cracked crack. Substitution Mu. Xuanhuan gasped. What? Substitution Mu. Knowing what a substitution Mu is, they all gasped, their expressions changing. Although Han Feng has never heard of the stand-in Shenmu, he can know what it does just by listening to the name. Sure enough, Han Feng then listened to Xuanhuan say, the substitute god tree comes from a substitute god tree, and it is the most famous god tree in Ziyun god realm in ancient times. Any part of this sacred tree, as long as it is made into a doll through special techniques, can give people an extra life. Therefore, many powerful people in ancient times dug away the sacred tree. In ancient times, the substitute god the tree has completely disappeared, and the stand-in god trees that are handed down now are all obtained from various powerful caves, and they are extremely rare and precious. Taisheng Junjin was born in the Taisheng family and is valued by the Taisheng family. No wonder there is a substitute Shenmu. Xuanhuan looked eagerly at the shattered substitute Shenmu in his hand. It can make people understand, let alone Xuanhuan, even the high-ranking ancient gods will inevitably not be able to bear such temptation and temptation. Really not dead. Weisu was stunned, his voice stuttering. Han Feng sighed, this time he and Taisheng Junjin had made a big feud. The stand-in Shenmu, such a precious treasure, something even a high-ranking ancient god would covet, was used by him under compulsion. Han Feng could already imagine how Taisheng Junjin hated him at this time. Forget it, anyway, I have already known Taisheng Junjin's whole card. The next time I meet, even if Taisheng Junjin is in his heyday, I can handle it. On the contrary, my strongest whole card is Baida, which has not yet been exposed. Taisheng Junjin really troubled me, so I happened to use Baida to kill him. Han Feng rubbed his chin in thought. After picking up almost all the chaos stones scattered on the ground, everyone immediately flew to the opened opening. Seen from a distance, this opening is not that big, but when they fly closer, everyone suddenly realizes that this opening is tens of thousands of feet wide. The entrance was as dark as ink, and a strong ghostly aura slowly permeated out, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and felt chills all over their bodies. Through the pitch-black entrance, the crowd didn't notice anything, their spirits penetrated in, and they were immediately suppressed. Here, there is no scene of the God Emperor's small world at all. Everyone was uneasy. Could it be that Xuanhuan guessed wrong? Senior brother this is. Han Feng's soul quality is the highest among the crowd, but even so, Han Feng's soul is still suppressed severely, and he can no longer go deep after reaching about a kilometer. Through the telepathy, Han Feng could only sense that the ghost aura became stronger as he went deeper, as if he had broken into the Yin Chao Di Fu. In short, I didn't find anything about the small world. Xuanhuan was also stunned, and then he thought hard. Although he didn't see the small world, Xuanhuan still felt familiar with this ghostly scene, as if it had been recorded in ancient books. After a while, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. I understand, this is the reincarnation place used by the God Emperor's small world. Land of reincarnation. Han Feng's eyes flashed with a spirit. Xuanhuan nodded, that's right, it is the land of reincarnation. After the natives of the God Emperor's small world fall, their souls will fly into the land of reincarnation, and then be reincarnated. Unexpectedly, this God Emperor's small world collided with the primal chaos realm. After that, the land of reincarnation appeared. Since it is the land of reincarnation, how do we invade the small world of the God Emperor? Weisu asked blankly. It's very simple, just reincarnate. Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Reincarnation. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they took a step back in fear. Just kidding, they have practiced for thousands of years and nearly 10,000 years, and they have finally cultivated to this point. How could they be reincarnated? And the reincarnated one was the God Emperor's small world. It is obvious that the level of the God Emperor's small world has been reduced to a very low level. How much can one achieve in practicing in the God Emperor's small world? In case of not coming back and being trapped in the small world of the God Emperor forever, wouldn't it be impossible to stabilize the peak forever? The second update. Reincarnation. When Xuanhuan saw the faces of the people, he naturally knew what they were worried about, so he couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't worry, according to the records in the ancient books, after reincarnating into the God Emperor's small world, as long as you fall, you will be teleported out, and you will not be trapped in the God Emperor's small world. In the world, after all, the God Emperor is dead." But even so, most people are still not very willing to reincarnate. Han Feng looked at the land of reincarnation for a while, and said, "If you are reincarnated, then all cultivation must start from the heart, and if you want to take away the will of the small world, is less than a year enough?" It was less than half a year before the Chaos Secret Realm teleported everyone away. Please rest assured that the flow rate in the God Emperor's small world is different from the dimensional space, unless they are completely integrated. 1 year in the God Emperor's small world, the dimensional secret realm of the Chaos Secret Realm, may only have passed a day or a month. It may also be just a stick of incense, a quarter of an hour, and other different times. And even if it's time for the secret realm of chaos to send us away after we leave the God Emperor's small world, we will still be sent out, and we won't be trapped in the secret realm of chaos because the time has passed. Xuanhuan explained. In this way, to make everyone look better, if there is no danger of being trapped in the small world of the God Emperor, and there is no danger of being trapped in the secret realm of chaos, then it is okay to go there, just to appreciate the small world and the world. What is the difference between Ziyun God Realm? It is just a game. In Lu Xinfan's eyes, the color of curiosity was even heavier, and he seemed a little eager to try. And Xuanhuan suddenly smiled mysteriously, drawing everyone's attention and said, "According to ancient records, after reincarnating into the God Emperor's small world, there is another great benefit." What good? Seeing that Xuanhuan was so mysterious, everyone was really interested. According to the ancient books, when people from our world enter the small world, they will invisibly compete for the luck of the small world. The stronger we are, the more we compete for. The more regions we rule, the more we compete for. When we come back from the small world, all the luck we robbed will be turned into our cultivation, and our strength will greatly improve. Take me as an example. My current cultivation is at the peak of the 7 tribulations true God. It seems that I am only 1 step away from the 8 tribulations true God. But even this step, I don't know how long it will block me, maybe thousands of years. Maybe 10,000 years. And after breaking through to the 8 tribulations true God, it is even more difficult to go further. The time of practice is described in tens of thousands of years. But as long as I cultivate to a higher level in the small world and gain enough luck, once I return, these luck can easily help me break through to the 8 tribulations true God, and it is not the first level of the 8 tribulations true God, it is very likely to reach the middle level, and even higher levels. Everyone gasped, and immediately their eyes became hot. To be able to compete for luck and improve cultivation. The will of the small world is too far away for everyone, and they are not fools. How can they not think of things that Han Feng can think of? It would be strange if the will of the small world could be so easy to fight for. The most fundamental purpose of everyone wanting to snatch the will of the small world is to prevent Tan Ningong from breaking into the small world and snatching the will of the small world, causing the half-step God King of the Tan family to break through to the God King. They can get the best, if they can't get it, they can't let Tan Ningong get it. Even if they got it, the benefit would still be God Lu Xinggu. With Xuanhuan as a fanatic of God Lu Xinggu, the small world will let them refine it by themselves. What's more, with their mere cultivation of true gods, the lotus of chaos in their bodies has not condensed, and the huge power of the will of the small world will probably blow them up if they really want to refine it. But it's not too difficult to improve their cultivation base, to gain luck, and the benefits are their own. Improve your cultivation. Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly, staring at the land of reincarnation, so he was really going to be reincarnated once. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something. Can't help saying, "Brother, after reincarnation, can our current blood and divine body still be used?" This I don't know. The records in the ancient books are unclear. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. Xuanhuan shook his head, then paused, and then said, in fact, the benefits of reincarnation into the small world are not only it is to seize luck to improve strength, and there are other benefits recorded in the ancient books, but the ancient books are broken, so we can only explore the benefits by ourselves. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded. Looking around, Han Feng said, would you all be willing to enter the reincarnation place in the God Emperor's small world to reincarnate? This time everyone did not refuse. This is an opportunity to improve your strength, how can you not seize it? The cultivation base is still only the true god of the sixth calamity, and everyone hopes to break through the true god of the seventh calamity. The cultivation base is still at the beginning level of the seven tribulations true god, and they all hope to break through to the high level of the seven tribulations true god as much as possible. If they are lucky enough to break through to the eighth tribulation's true god, that would be even better. As for Han Feng and others whose cultivation has reached the middle level of the seven tribulations true god, and Xuanhuan, the high-level seven tribulations true god, the goal is the eight tribulations true god. A group of people filed in like this, rushing into the land of reincarnation. The place of reincarnation is full of ghosts and extremely dark. With the presence of the soul, it is not impossible to be unaware of everything, but after entering the land of reincarnation, Han Feng found that his soul was suppressed severely. Lu Xinfan and the others also discovered that their spirits were being suppressed. Their level of spirits was not as high as Han Feng's. At least Han Feng could inspect a radius of hundreds of meters or thousands of meters, but they could only inspect tens of meters or hundreds of meters. It should be noted that given the current dark and gloomy situation in the land of reincarnation, the visual distance should not exceed tens of meters. Being able to detect hundreds of meters to thousands of meters has already occupied a very favorable position. A group of people cautiously went deep, and they didn't know how far they had walked. After about a stick of incense, Han Feng's expression changed, and he said solemnly, everyone, be careful, something is approaching? Brother, do you know what is in the land of reincarnation? Xuanhuan recalled carefully, and said with some uncertainty, every small world created by the emperor is different, only the land of reincarnation is probably similar. If I guess correctly, the land of reincarnation should have soul energy condensed ghost. While speaking, a skeleton covered in blue will-o'-the-wisps appeared in Han Feng's soul detection range, slowly approaching them. The land of reincarnation suppressed everyone extremely, and Han Feng found that not only could they not fly here, but their speed was also greatly affected. Therefore, even if these ghost fire skeletons were slow, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. With Han Feng's reminder, everyone has long been alert. Soon, everyone vaguely saw the blue will-o'-the-wisp not far away. Shoot! When the ghost fire skull was within a certain range of everyone, Han Feng let out a low voice and shot first. The first update. 1786 Woman's Fire Skull, second update. These ghost fire skeletons also accelerated at the same time, heading straight for Han Feng and the others. Will-o'-the-wisp, skeleton, and ghost claws tore apart, and the eerie aura grew stronger. Han Feng rushed directly into the ghost fire skull, and the divine essence surged out like a whirlwind. The next moment, many will-o'-the-wisp skeletons were swept out and torn apart. Everyone in Xuanhuan also made moves, one after another. To the surprise of everyone in Xuanhuan, these ghost fire skeletons were too weak. In the eyes of Xuanhuan and others, even if this ghost fire skeleton does not have the power of a high-level true god, at least it must have the power of a middle-level true god, or at least a low-level true god. However, in fact, these will-o'-the-wisp skeletons don't even have the power of a true god, but only the power of the sanctuary level, and at the sanctuary level, they are not high. This is too weak. Wei Su was a little dumbfounded. Xuanhuan didn't know whether to cry or laugh, so he smiled wryly and said, this should be the periphery of the land of reincarnation. It stands to reason that this ghost should be the lowest level among the ghosts in the land of reincarnation. But no matter how low it is, it shouldn't be so weak. It can only be said that we still overestimate this small world. We thought that although the level of this small world has dropped a lot, there should be many high-level true gods, and even strong people who have broken the limits of true gods. Now it seems that this small world, whether there are high-level true gods in the world, is a problem. The small world has weak force, and the corresponding land of reincarnation will naturally have weak force. There are good and bad things about this situation. The good news is that it is much easier for us to obtain the will of the small world, and it is also much easier to unify the small world and seize luck after reincarnation. The bad news is that the level of the small world is already so low that even if we seize luck, I'm afraid the improvement will not be as much as we imagined. Everyone was a little stunned, and then sighed endlessly. It is really regrettable that the small world opened by the majestic emperor and powerhouse has dropped to such a low level. Let's go, even if there is not much improvement, it's better than no improvement at all. Han Feng didn't sigh too much. The group continued to go deeper, and every once in a while, a group of ghost fire skeletons would come to attack. Every time the ghost fire skeletons attack, there are more or less in number, and their strength varies, but the highest one is only about the level of the small perfection of the sanctuary. This level of power is no different from ordinary people in the eyes of the people who are already the true gods of the 6 tribulations and the 7 tribulations. 2 hours later, Han Feng and Xuanhuan suddenly let out a muffled snort, as if they had suddenly stepped from one world to another. It is clearly a place of reincarnation, and the sky and the earth are so dark, but at this moment, the position where Han Feng and others are located is under pressure that is several times stronger than before. At this time, Han Feng's soul was suppressed and could only detect a radius of tens of meters. As for Xuanhuan and others, their souls could not be detected at all. Speed, strength, and cultivation were all suppressed. Now, I can probably only display the cultivation of the 6 tribulations true God. Han Feng sensed it, and couldn't help being startled. The same is true for Xuanhuan, and the others are even more miserable. Everyone reported the power they could display, and Han Feng said in a deep voice, "The whole level has been lowered. The power of the group has decreased, but the strength of the ghost fire skeleton has increased a lot." This time, the will-o'-the-wisp skeletons that came to attack Han Feng and his party turned from blue to green. Will-o'-the-wisp skulls burning with green flames. The lowest strength is equivalent to the great perfection of the sanctuary. Most of them are between the great perfection of the sanctuary and the true God, and a few are comparable to the true God of a calamity. It was still easy for everyone to deal with it, but the suppression of their cultivation still made everyone feel dignified. No one knows, after going deeper, will it be suppressed again? If they are suppressed again, the strength of the ghost fire skeletons will be stronger, and the gap between them and the ghost fire skeletons will become smaller and smaller. The worries in everyone's hearts were once again fulfilled. After being suppressed again, the cultivation bases of Han Feng, Xuanhuan, Wei Su, and others have dropped to the level of the true gods of the 5 robberies, and Qiu Jianfeng and others are the true gods of the 4th robbery. Conversely, the will-o'-the-wisp evolves from green flames to purple flames. Most of the ghost fire skeletons with purple flames have the power of the true god of the 1st calamity, and a few have the power of the true god of the 2nd calamity. Not only that, but the number of ghost fire skeletons attacking everyone is increasing every time. A large number of will-o'-the-wisp skeletons at the level of 1 or 2 Kulpa's true gods, Han Feng and others are okay, but weaker ones like Wen Jincheng have gradually felt a little pressure. However, at this point, they have not found the reincarnation channel that can be reincarnated. While coping with the attack of the will-o'-the-wisp skeletons, a group of people slowly moved deeper. In the distance, everyone vaguely saw a touch of blood red. This is... Everyone looked at each other, Could there be a reincarnation channel there? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but get excited, and they moved forward much faster. Unfortunately, Han Feng and others are doomed to be disappointed. As they approached, everyone discovered that there was no so-called reincarnation channel at all, only the blood-red wasteland. The wasteland was full of broken bones. Lu Xinfan accidentally stepped on a skull and smashed it to pieces. He almost screamed out in fright. What made Han Feng and the others sink even more was that their cultivation was suppressed again. Han Feng and Xuanhuan were originally high-level true gods of the 7 tribulations true gods, but now they can only exert the power of the 4 tribulations true gods. Qiu Jianfeng and others were originally the true gods of the 6 tribulations, but now those whose cultivation base is suppressed can only exert the power of the true god of the 3 tribulations. Click. Suddenly, the ground of the Scarlet Wasteland cracked, and those skeletons that were originally shattered suddenly flew out of the cracked ground, and then gathered together. The next moment, bloody flames ignited all over these skeletons, and a shocking aura rushed out to the surroundings, directly oppressing Han Feng and the others. Skeletons burning with blood-colored flames emerged from the ground of the blood-colored wasteland. The scene was extremely horrifying. Although Han Feng and others were attacked by ghost fire skeletons many times before, they all came in waves. Sometimes there were hundreds of them, and sometimes there were only 10 or 20. However, the bloody ghost fire skeletons that appeared in the bloody wasteland at this time were in the hundreds, close to thousands. That's all, but the number of blood-colored ghost fire skeletons continues to increase, and one after another blood-colored ghost fire skeletons keep popping up. Oops! Get out! Han Feng realized that it was not good. The bloody ghost fire skeletons seem to be endless. There are hundreds of bloody ghost fire skeletons, and it is possible to face thousands of them. Xuanhuan and the others also realized that they were racing against time at this moment. The faster they rushed out, the less pressure they had to face. Immediately, everyone shot. The second update. Taishan Tianling / Flood Dragon soaring to the sky. Dozhuan Mo Shao / Dragon God Fist. Star Flame Shot. The colorful energy attacks blasted into a large group of ghost fire skeletons, but the efficiency received did not meet everyone's expectations. Everyone launched an attack together, and there was no exit at all. These bloody ghost fire skeletons may have reached the level of the 3 tribulations true gods. Xuanhuan's face was heavy. Their current cultivation is suppressed only at the level of the true gods of the 3rd or 4th calamity. Even if they have a combat power far beyond the level of cultivation after using the blood and powerful cards, they can face such a large group of ghost fire skeletons comparable to the true gods of the 2nd and 3rd calamities. It is impossible to say that there is no pressure. Especially now that they haven't found the reincarnation channel. Going deeper, I'm afraid it will be more dangerous. As expected of the God Emperor's small world, the level has been reduced to such a degree, and it can cause them such a big trouble. There are more and more ghost fire skeletons, and the pressure on Han Feng's people is gradually increasing. At this time everyone no longer kept it. Although the cultivation base has been suppressed to 3 or 4 kulpas of true gods, the quality of the gods and the divine skills of the people have not been greatly affected, and the people can still use their strongest blow, but this blow is more prepared than usual. Time. Therefore, everyone did not use all the strongest blows, but handed them over to Han Feng and others who were obviously stronger. The weaker Qiu Jianfeng and others intercepted many will-o'-the-wisp skeletons to prepare time for Han Feng, Xuanhuan and others. Ziyun Divine Arm. 9-turn Flood Dragon Breaker. Han Feng and Xuanhuan, the former true gods of the 7 tribulations, now find that the true gods of the 4th tribulation have launched their strongest moves. Jiaolong roared, and the fire arm was unstoppable. The ghost fire skeletons that were hit were all smashed to pieces. He was directly blasted out of a road through the bloody wasteland. Let's go! Han Feng roared angrily, and the group of people unfolded their strongest speed one after another, like ghosts. Almost in the blink of an eye, everyone passed through 1/10. This is because everyone's speed has been greatly suppressed now, otherwise it is not impossible to pass halfway at once. It's a pity that the blood-colored ghost fire skeletons continue to climb out of the cracks in the ground, and some of the skeleton parts scattered on the ground suddenly fly into the air and condense into blood-colored ghost fire skeletons. This has led to a continuous increase in the number of blood-colored ghost fire skeletons. Everyone was only halfway running before being blocked again. In this bloody wasteland, everyone's ability to fly is suppressed to the limit, and they can only jump up to a height of more than 10 meters. With the attack range of these bloody ghost fire skeletons, they can't escape at all, but they will become living creatures because of jumping into the air. Target. Everyone had to follow the previous method and blast out the exit again. After such a few times, injuries to Xuanhuan and others were inevitable, and bloody ghost fire skeletons continued to flow. Even though Xuanhuan and others' combat power far surpassed the level of the three tribulations' true gods, they were a bit too much to bear. What's more, among the group, someone was already injured. By this time, some people had already retreated, and even Xuanhuan hesitated. Xuanhuan's knowledge of the land of reincarnation comes from ancient books. Xuanhuan thought that with the guidance of ancient books, it should be easy to find the passage of reincarnation, but now they have not found the passage of reincarnation, and many people have been injured. Go a little further, if it really doesn't work, we can only retreat. The big deal is that we'll guard the entrance of the land of reincarnation and not let people like Tan Ningong come in. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. Those who backed down did not object, they had already come here, they had survived so many will-o'-the-wisp attacks, and they were injured. It would be too much of a loss if they left in such a desperate manner. Gritting their teeth, everyone persisted. Half an hour later, everyone barely passed through the Scarlet Wasteland, or in other words, they were still in the Scarlet Wasteland, but without the attack of Scarlet Ghost Fire Skeleton. Except for a few people in Han Feng, most of them looked tired. Lu Xinfan's original curiosity about the small world has disappeared without a trace. At this time, the blood color of the bloody wasteland where everyone is located has faded a lot. From here on, the land of reincarnation will no longer be dark as it was before the bloody wasteland. Be careful, everyone, don't let your guard down. Although there was no attack for the time being, Han Feng still didn't dare to be careless. After walking like this for a long time, blood-colored trees appeared in everyone's sight. These blood-colored trees were blood-red all over, without branches and leaves, only trunks. Everyone's expressions immediately became vigilant, for fear that this weird bloody tree would suddenly live and attack them. In the outside world, there are not a few weird sacred trees that can attack people. It's just that everyone was worried for nothing this time, until they passed through the area of the scarlet tree, they didn't see the scarlet tree attacking them. Han Feng frowned slightly. Those who can appear in the land of reincarnation are not ordinary beings. Since the bloody tree is not attacking them, it should have another function, but they don't know this function for the time being. Passing through the scarlet tree, an obscure river blocked in front of everyone. The river couldn't tell what color it was. If it really had to be said, it was a color of chaos. The river is nearly a kilometer wide. If it is normal, this distance is nothing. Even if they don't fly, they can jump over it. How can it be possible that the leap of the true god of 6 or 7 kalpas is not even 1,000 meters? But now, a kilometer is a long distance for everyone. Since approaching this river, everyone once again felt the oppression from the land of reincarnation. Xuanhuan and the others turned pale. They had been suppressed before and could only display the power of the three tribulations' true God, and now they are suppressed again, wouldn't it be possible to only display the power of the second tribulation true God? Even if you can fight at a higher level based on various aspects, but the foundation of the second tribulation true God is there, how much can you get higher? Who knows, to what level will the next will-o'-the-wisp skeleton's strength be raised? They were already the true gods of the three tribulations before, but if they were promoted to the level of the true gods of the four tribulations now, they would be in danger. Now, do you want to go deeper? Huang Zhiqi and others, with lower strength, couldn't help but ask. Xuanhuan was silent. Even Han Feng didn't have much confidence. After a while, Han Feng said, "Senior brother Shi, do you know what this river is?" Xuanhuan said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, this river should be the Sea of Reincarnation. We come from the real world. After reincarnating through the reincarnation channel of the small world, we can still have our current memories. When the reincarnated body dies, we can also return to our original world. However, if we fall into the sea of samsara, then we will lose our current memory, truly reincarnate, and become a member of the small world. After death, we will only continue to reincarnate in the samsara of the small world, and it is impossible to return to our world." The first update. What? Including Han Feng, everyone was shocked. They thought that reincarnation in the small world was like playing a game, and they could come back after death. But now they are told that falling into the sea of reincarnation is a real reincarnation, and they will never return to the outside world, which makes everyone more determined to retreat. Even Han Feng is unwilling to continue taking risks. Not to mention Han Feng, he was very ambitious at the beginning, and wanted to fight for the will of the small world to dedicate to Xuanhuan, the god of Lu Jinggu, and he didn't want to continue his career. Go back. A look of unwillingness flashed across Xuanhuan's face. But soon this unwillingness turned into relief. Although Tan Ningang's strength is strong, he probably won't be able to break through. Everyone came here with high spirits, but returned in despair. Soon, everyone disappeared in the sea of reincarnation, ready to go back the same way and leave the land of reincarnation. At this time, Han Feng and the others didn't know that another strong man and an old acquaintance came to the Scarlet Wasteland. It was Taishang Junjin who escaped with a substitute, Shenmu. The stand-in Shenmu can help Taishang Junjin save one more life and survive, but there is no way to recover Taishang Junjin's injury. After Taishang Junjin escaped with the substitute Shenmu, she swallowed the elixir and recovered a little bit before coming here. Like Han Feng and others, Taishang Junjin's cultivation base was also suppressed. The difference is that Taishang Junjin's cultivation base has reached the elementary level of the 8 tribulations true God. The power of. And because of the extremely high quality of the gods and the magical skills and miraculous help, Taishang Junjin's power far surpasses the true God of the 6 tribulations. However, Taishang Junjin is only one person after all. Before Taishang Junjin came here easily because there were not many ghost fire skeletons, but it was different in Scarlet Wasteland. The appearance of a large number of bloody will-o'-the-wisp skeletons made Taishang Junjin's face almost crack. Damn it! Taishang Junjin cursed. Her injuries were not fully healed at first, but now surrounded by hundreds of bloody ghost fire skeletons, Taishang Junjin knew something was wrong. But Taishang Junjin will not retreat so easily. Tianluo sect, Chi Bai Sword sect, and Qiankuan sect are one of the 3 overlords in the eastern realm of Ziyun God realm, among which Chi Bai Sword sect has the longest history. The Taishang family is the first family of the Chi Bai Sword sect, and the ancestor of the Taishang family is the founder of the Chi Bai Sword sect. Therefore, the Taishang family has a profound heritage and the education of the family's trainers is extremely strict. At the beginning, Taishang Junjin did not recognize the cause of the vibration in the secret realm of chaos, but when Taishang Junjin recovered from her injuries, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred in her mind, and she recognized it immediately. Therefore, the injury only recovered in 7s and 80s, and Taisheng Junjin hurriedly came to the land of reincarnation. Taisheng Junjin knew that Han Feng and the others were ahead of her, and if she didn't hurry up, she would fall behind step by step. I am already the true god of the 8 tribulations. After reincarnation, unifying the small world can at least help me break through to the true god of the 9 tribulations. If the level of the small world is higher than I imagined, it is not impossible for me to break through to the peak of the true god of the 9 tribulations in one fell swoop. Once I break through to the peak of the 9 tribulations true god, I can attack the heavenly general true god, saving me a lot of time in practice. A sharp edge flashed in Taisheng Junjin's eyes. The next moment, the supreme sword flew out of Taisheng Junjin's hand. Taisheng sword body, the human sword is one. Surging sword intent. Carrying a sharp momentum, it swept out like a storm. A group of will-o'-the-wisp skeletons that hadn't approached Taisheng Junjin were swept out one after another and turned into fly ash. Taisheng Junjin sneered, even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was just a group of ants from the 3 tribulations, and he still wanted to contend with him? Taisheng Junjin rushed all the way without hindrance. However, after all, Taisheng Junjin underestimated the impact of the suppressed cultivation base, and before he reached halfway, Taisheng Junjin's follow-up Xuanhuan couldn't keep up. Taisheng Junjin secretly hated, obviously the spirit in his body was still very powerful, but because of the suppression, the output every time was extremely limited. It's as if the capacity of a bucket of water remains the same, but the output port changes from a large size to a small size. If it is a large output port, it only takes one time to meet the needs of Taisheng True Spirit / but after changing to a small one, it will take a certain amount of time. I used Taisheng True Spirit / once before, but now Taisheng Junjin had to slow down. But with such a slowdown, the good situation that had opened up immediately disappeared. The ghost fire skeletons surrounded Taisheng Junjin again, and more ghost fire skeletons crawled out. Gradually, Taisheng Junjin's situation became worse and worse. Damn it, if someone helps me resist it, so that I have enough time to perform the Taisheng True Spirit / how difficult is it to break through the ghost fire skeleton at the level of the true god of the 3 tribulations? Thinking of this, Taisheng Junjin became more and more annoyed by Han Feng and the others. Oh? Look who this is? Isn't this Taisheng Junjin, the #1 sword king of the Chi Bai sword sect? It's really embarrassing, where's the subordinate of the #1 sword king? A mocking voice suddenly came. Taisheng Junjin stared at him, turned his head away, and his face sank. The #1 general of the Tian Luo sect, the son of heaven Luo Tianqing. The person here is the son of the head of the Tian Luo sect, a super genius comparable to Tan Ninggang and Taisheng Junjin, Luo Tianqing. Behind Luo Tianqing, several figures stood with extraordinary momentum. Luo Tianqing didn't have many subordinates, but all of them were elites. All of them were middle-level cultivators of the 7 tribulations true gods, and a few even reached the early stages of the 7 tribulations true gods, second only to the giants. One of them was not weaker than the giants at all, and the reason why he didn't rank among the giants was probably because his blood was inferior. Of course, being suppressed at this moment, these people can only exert the cultivation power of the 4 tribulations true god. The power that Luo Tianqing can exert is the same as that of Taisheng Junjin, both of which are the first stage of the 5 tribulations true god. Luo Tianqing and his party were at the border of the Scarlet Wasteland, and the ghost fire skeleton hadn't attacked Luo Tianqing and the others yet. Taisheng Junjin never expected Luo Tianqing to appear here, and just happened to see his embarrassed side, and a trace of violence flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Taisheng Junjin realized that he could perform the second Taisheng True Spirit / and immediately slashed out as if to vent his anger. The whirlwind of sword intent swept all around, the space buzzed, and a large number of ghost fire skeletons were strangled. Taisheng Junjin ignored Luo Tianqing, took advantage of the situation being opened up again, and galloped away with all his strength. Luo Tianqing hurriedly shouted, "Follow!" Taisheng Junjin still did not rush out of the bloody wasteland this time, and was blocked by ghost fire skeletons about 2/3 of the way. At this time, Taisheng Junjin turned her head and saw Luo Tianqing and others following behind her. Her face twitched with anger. Shameless! Taisheng Junjin was trembling, and even took advantage of a path opened by herself to follow, and this is not how to pick up cheap. Luo Tianqing didn't take it seriously, instead he showed a big smile at Taisheng Junjin, and Taisheng Junjin's face immediately darkened when he was so angry. The second update. Luo Tianqing glanced at Taisheng Junjin in amazement. It was not that the two sides had never fought before. In his memory, Taisheng Junjin was not such a restless person. He just took advantage of it a little bit, and then smiled on purpose. Why is Taisheng Junjin so angry? Was it stimulated by something before? Luo Tianqing really guessed right. Taisheng Junjin has always been full of arrogance and calmness. Proud and calm seem to be opposite words, but Taisheng Junjin has perfectly integrated these two temperaments. Ao Ran, because of his own aptitude and divine body, with such outstanding aptitude and divine body, Taisheng Junjin has the qualifications to look down on his peers. Not only that, but Taisheng Junjin's comprehension of sword intent is far superior to that of her peers. These are the capitals of Taisheng Junjin's arrogance, and even Taisheng Junjin's ancestors have praised Taisheng Junjin's excellence more than once. Calmness means Taisheng Junjin's trust in his own strength, believing that his own strength is enough to deal with any crisis he thinks he can handle. However, this time, Taisheng Junjin not only lost his sight, but also suffered a severe loss from Han Feng. Taisheng Junjin felt that her dignity had been severely trampled under her feet. This made Taisheng Junjin, who had suffered such a big loss for the first time, no longer be able to calm down, only left with unstable emotions of rage and rage. The reason why Taisheng Junjin was like this was precisely because her previous experience and life were too smooth, which caused nothing more than a blow, and her personality changed immediately. With a sneer, a strange smile flashed across Taisheng Junjin's face. The next moment Taisheng Junjin made another move, but this time Taisheng Junjin did not make another big move, but a normal move. Not only that, under the intentional guidance of Taisheng Junjin, many ghost fire skeletons rushed in front of Luo Tianqing and others. Luo Tianqing squinted his eyes slightly, staring at Taisheng Junjin with a half-smile, and immediately shot to kill the ghost fire skeleton. Just like he took advantage of Taisheng Junjin, but Taisheng Junjin couldn't attack him, now he still can't trouble Taisheng Junjin. Surrounded by so many will-o'-the-wisp skeletons, if they fight with each other, they will be the ones who suffer. Luo Tianqing and his party are all elites, and there are a large number of them. It is much easier to deal with ghost fire skeletons than Taisheng Junjin. However, even so, Luo Tianqing and his party failed to break through. Among them, naturally, there is also the reason why Luo Tianqing himself did not amplify his moves. Among the three sects, Tian Luo Zong has the least background, and the ancestors who created Tian Luo Zong and their descendants have long since declined. Today, the most powerful family of Luo Zong has changed. In addition, Luo Tianqing himself doesn't like to study any ancient history besides practicing, so he doesn't know what this place of reincarnation is. Luo Tianqing was only interested in the sudden appearance of such a place of reincarnation in the secret realm of chaos, so he came in to take a look, but unexpectedly, he ran into Taisheng Junjin. Seeing that Taisheng Junjin was alone, and was not in perfect condition, Luo Tianqing knew that there must be some opportunity in this place, and Taisheng Junjin must be aware of this opportunity, otherwise it would not be the case. However, Luo Tianqing still wants to know from Taisheng Junjin what the place is here and what opportunities he has, so that he can judge whether to go further. Thinking of this, Luo Tianqing continued to smash the ghost fire skeleton in front of him with a palm, then jumped up and jumped to a place close to Taisheng Junjin, while resisting the ghost fire skeleton, he said in a leisurely way, "Brother Taisheng, here what is the place? You don't even know where this is, so you just rushed in?" Taisheng Juanjin's sneering face was a little stunned by Luo Tianqing's question. Taisheng Junjin obviously didn't expect Luo Tianqing to have so little knowledge, and immediately said in a sarcasm, "Humph, a fool with strong limbs and a simple mind." Luo Tianqing didn't care about Taisheng Juanjin's sarcasm at all, as long as the goal was achieved. So what if he was ridiculed for a few words? It's a pity that Taisheng Junjin didn't tell Luo Tianqing, and only cared about killing the ghost fire skeleton. Luo Tianqing's eyes flashed brightly. The less Taisheng Junjin said, the more it showed that this place was not simple. Immediately, Luo Tianqing smiled slowly, and said, "Brother Taisheng, the number of ghost fire skeletons is increasing. You must have noticed it. Why don't we work together? As long as we work together, we can easily rush out." "Of course, the premise is Brother Taisheng, tell me what is this place?" "Dream." Taisheng Junjin didn't move at all. Seeing that Taisheng Junjin was so stubborn, Luo Tianqing's expression finally turned gloomy. With a sneer, Luo Tianqing directly threatened, "Since this is the case, don't blame Luo for attacking the Taisheng brother. The Taisheng brother seems to have injuries on his body. If you are injured by Luo again, Taisheng brother, you will break through?" Being threatened by Luo Tianqing, Taisheng Juanjin's face turned cold, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. However, after weighing the strength of both sides at the moment, Taisheng Junjin had to endure it. If Luo Tianqing really attacked him, he might not be able to reach the passage of reincarnation. On the other hand, even if Luo Tianqing doesn't understand the place of reincarnation, as long as he keeps going, he will be able to find the passage of reincarnation sooner or later. Thinking of this, Taisheng Junjin gave in unwillingly. While the two were dealing with ghost fire skeletons, Taisheng Junjin informed Luo Tianqing of some information about the land of reincarnation. The place of reincarnation? Reincarnation channel? After reincarnation, can seizing luck improve strength? Luo Tianqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and Luo Tianqing finally understood the purpose of Taisheng Junjin, which was to reincarnate into the small world to gain luck. After taking a lot of luck and returning from the small world, who else in the same generation would be the opponent of Taisheng Junjin? Even Luo Tianqing couldn't resist the temptation to improve his cultivation, and Luo Tianqing's elite subordinates were equally irresistible. Of course, Luo Tianqing also knew that Taisheng Junjin must have concealed something, and the reincarnation of the small world should not only gain luck. But Luo Tianqing knew about this matter *. He had already reached his limit when he asked this question, and he would not say more if he asked Taisheng Junjin. Thinking in another way, if I were in the position of Taisheng Junjin, I would also worry that I would be silenced after telling everything. Since you already know, let's do it. Taisheng Junjin said coldly. Luo Tianqing smiled, knowing that in order to form an alliance, he had to show his skills. With Taisheng Junjin blocking the ghost fire skeleton, Luo Tianqing quickly accumulated the divine essence to perform his ultimate move. Eight-armed demon god, now! Luo Tianqing roared angrily, and the surging devilish energy gushed out crazily, and the devilish energy surged to the sky. The eight-armed demon body is Luo Tianqing's powerful body, and its grade has also reached the level of the chaos god. Almost in the blink of an eye, Luo Tianqing turned into a huge eight-armed demon god. The demon god had a ferocious face, and when he opened his mouth, demonic energy spewed out. A large number of ghost fire skeletons were engulfed by the demonic energy and disappeared in smoke. The first update. The demon god stretched out his 8 arms, holding a cloud of demonic energy in each of the 8 palms. The demonic energy rolled, and a surge of coercion pervaded the air. The next moment, the demon god threw out 8 balls of devilish energy, threw them into the group of ghost fire skeletons, and exploded with a bang. A powerful demonic whirlwind rolled out, and all the ghost fire skeletons involved could not resist the erosion of the demonic energy at all, and were quickly reduced to ashes. The devil's palm that covers the sky. A deafening sound roared out, as if from the abyss demon. Immediately, 8 giant palms covering the sky descended from the sky, and with the earth-shattering rumble, a large number of will-o'-the-wisp skeletons were smashed into powder. With Luo Tianqing's big attack, the front of the group was immediately vacated, and the road leading to a deeper place was presented in front of everyone. Luo Tianqing immediately recovered his human body. His face was a little ugly. He didn't know until he used his big move, and only after he used it did he realize that under the condition of suppressed cultivation, the powerful moves that could have been used continuously are now impossible. This greatly limited his strength. Taisheng Junjin showed a gloating smile at the side. If he could use his big moves one after another, even if his cultivation was suppressed, what was a group of will-o'-the-wisp skeletons at the level of the 3 tribulations' true gods? He had already rushed out of the encirclement of the ghost fire skeletons. Taking advantage of Luo Tianqing's opening up a great situation, Taisheng Junjin rushed out immediately, followed by Luo Tianqing. Luo Tianqing's elite subordinates also showed no sign of weakness. When Han Feng was in the Scarlet Wasteland, he encountered only 1,000 ghost fire skeletons. Because everyone worked together, they quickly rushed out of the circle of ghost fire skeletons. Therefore, the number of ghost fire skeletons that finally appeared in the Scarlet Wasteland did not exceed 2,000. But Taisheng Junjin was different from Luo Tianqing. They spent too much time in the Scarlet Wasteland, which caused a steady stream of ghost fire skeletons to appear. The number of will-o'-the-wisp skeletons appearing in the Scarlet Wasteland now exceeds 3,000 and approaches 4,000. Luo Tianqing unfolded the 8-armed demon body and cast the Sky Demon Palm. Although it caused a large number of casualties to the ghost fire skeletons, it was not enough compared to the nearly 4,000 ghost fire skeletons. About a quarter of the way to the bloody wasteland, everyone was surrounded again. But at this moment, Taisheng Junjin's expression froze, his eyes flickered with anger and killing intent. This is... Luo Tianqing was taken aback. Someone had already passed through the Scarlet Wasteland before Taisheng Junjin? Who is it? Could it be Tan Ningong? And since you have already broken through, why return? In Luo Tianqing's line of sight, a large group of people appeared. It was Han Feng and others. Luo Tianqing quickly saw that Han Feng and the others were not Tan Ningong, and most of them were even weaker. Those who were suppressed were only 3 Kulpa true gods, which meant that the heyday of these people was 6 Kulpas god. How many true gods of the 7 tribulations led the true gods of the 6 tribulations through the Scarlet Wasteland? Luo Tianqing felt a little ridiculous. They still haven't crossed the Scarlet Wasteland yet. Taisheng Junjin. Han Feng and the others looked serious. Luo Tianqing and the others discovered Han Feng, and Han Feng and the others naturally also discovered Taisheng Junjin. You really are not dead. Han Feng frowned. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart if I don't kill you. Before I killed you, how could I die? Taisheng Junjin stared at Han Feng with resentful eyes, and Luo Tianqing was heartbroken by the deep-rooted chill. Trembling. Therefore, Han Feng greatly aroused Luo Tianqing's curiosity. Taisheng Junjin hates this kid so much, it must be because of this kid's disadvantage, and he can make Taisheng Junjin suffer. This kid is not easy. Luo Tianqing did not because of Taisheng Junjin's performance, not because of Han Feng at this moment. He only showed the cultivation base of the 4 tribulations true god and underestimated it. The appearance of Han Feng and others attracted the attention of Luo Tianqing and others, and Luo Tianqing and others were immediately attacked by ghost fire skeletons, and they became flustered. Taisheng Junjin immediately ignored the hatred of Han Feng, and resisted the attack of the ghost fire skeleton first. Han Feng and Xuanhuan also ignored Taisheng Junjin. No matter how great the hatred between the two parties is, this is not the place to solve it. Get ready, strike. Han Feng and the others stood outside the Scarlet Wasteland, and Xuanhuan began to amplify his moves as soon as Xuanhuan was ready. Tai Xian Tian Ling Slash. Flood Dragon soaring to the sky. Dozhuan Mo Xiao Slash. Dragon God Fist. Star Flame Shot. Everyone worked together, blasted a bloody road, and immediately shuttled away. Then Han Feng and others were surprised to find that although they were also attacked by ghost fire skeletons, only a few attacked them, and most of them attacked Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing. What's going on here? Wei Su wondered. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. It seems that our direction of progress is related to the return journey. The main task of these ghost fire skeletons is to prevent outsiders from passing through the bloody wasteland. We are going out now, so the attack we receive is far worse than going deep. Yes. Exactly, this can reduce our losses. Seeing thousands of will-o'-the-wisp skeletons at the beginning, Han Feng and the others were also taken aback, worried that they would not be able to get out. Now, that worry has disappeared. Without a large number of ghost fire skeletons besieging, Han Feng and the others were able to deal with it with just ordinary attacks, and more than half of them left soon. At this time, both Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing thoroughly confirmed that Han Feng and his party were indeed going to leave the land of reincarnation. Humph, weak people like you can come to the land of reincarnation, you'd better get out obediently. Taisheng Junjin cursed viciously. Luo Tianqing suddenly felt hee-hee when he heard the words. You who have suffered a disadvantage have the right to say that others are weak. Luo Tianqing muttered in his heart, and then his face became serious. Being able to make Taisheng Junjin suffer a lot, one can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood, even if his cultivation level is not as good as Taisheng Junjin's. He should not be inferior to Taisheng Junjin in terms of combat power. People with such powerful combat power have escaped back. Can they finally reach the reincarnation channel? While dealing with the ghost fire skeleton, Luo Tianqing couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Han Feng, if Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing are reincarnated into the small world and get the will of the small world, things will be bad. Xuanhuan's idea of retreating came to him when he saw Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing and his party. Shaken. They won't pass, the possibility is too small. Han Feng sneered and shook his head, and continued, before we approached the sea of reincarnation, we already felt the feeling of being suppressed. When we really stepped into the sea of reincarnation, our strength was suppressed again. It is inevitable. No matter how strong Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing are, after being suppressed, there will only be 4 kulpas of true gods left, and there must be blockers similar to ghost fire skeletons in the sea of reincarnation. Their strength should be stronger than the bloody ghost fire skeletons. The possibility of the sea of reincarnation is too low. Even if it passes, who knows what's behind? I'm afraid they will return in embarrassment in a short time. Han Feng will never go deeper, it's too dangerous, and if he accidentally falls into the sea of reincarnation, he will be truly trapped in the small world forever. The current memory is the real reincarnation. Han Feng, can't you use your bone skeleton puppet to open the way? If you have your puppet, it is not difficult to deal with those ghost fire skeletons. After holding back, Xuanhuan still couldn't hold back, and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Immediately, many people's eyes also fell on Han Feng. This is also what they doubted. It stands to reason that their cultivation would be suppressed, but puppets are not living beings after all. The second update. Han Feng smiled wryly. Ever since he found out that the deeper he went, the more dangerous he was, Han Feng hadn't thought about using a skeleton to open the way. But the problem is that the bone skeleton is not a puppet, but a special artifact made by the Bone Order. The Order of the Bone was produced in the real world outside, and does not belong to the small world. Some laws of the small world and the rules of heaven and earth are different from the real world outside. No matter how big or small the difference is, it has greatly affected the order of bones. In this land of reincarnation, the bone token is just like an ordinary token, and it cannot summon a bone skeleton at all. Now that things have happened, Han Feng has no choice but to expose the bone order, otherwise there is no way to explain it. Naturally, the bone order explained by Han Feng overwhelmed its function. The highest level that the bone order can create is the bone emperor, which is comparable to the level of the heavenly emperor and true God, but Han Feng has suppressed the strength of the bone emperor to the level of the heavenly general true God, and the number is still 1. Sure enough, although Xuanhuan and others envied Xuanhuan and others after suppressing the function, it was only envy. Heavenly generals and true God-level combat power, Qianquanzong really does not lack. But the combat power of the Tianjun true God is different, and the Tianzuan true God and the Tiandi true God are even more absent. Once the true function of the bone order is exposed, who knows whether Xuanhuan and others will become greedy. Han Feng didn't want to use the order of the bone to test the character of Xuanhuan and others. Rather than let things happen and lead to a breakdown in the relationship, it would be better to nip everything in the bud. A group of people left the bloody wasteland and came to the original ghostly and gloomy place again. The purple ghost fire skeleton, the green ghost fire skeleton, and the blue ghost fire skeleton all attacked one after another. As Han Feng guessed before, the attack power and the number of attacks were greatly weakened. A group of people easily passed through the ghostly and gloomy land, and came to the secret realm of chaos again from the land of reincarnation. Back in the secret realm of chaos, everyone was disappointed for a while. After all, they didn't reach the passage of reincarnation. Do you want to leave? Han Feng said. Everyone looked at each other. Xuanhuan said, wait a little longer. Han Feng knew that this was Xuanhuan, who wanted to see if Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin would also escape in embarrassment. Han Feng originally planned to leave Qianquanzong. Naturally, he doesn't have much loyalty to Qianquanzong, but Xuanhuan is different, so Han Feng also has some understanding of Xuanhuan's psychology. Han Feng guessed that if Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin didn't come out for a long time, Xuanhuan would most likely enter the land of reincarnation again. In that case, just wait. Han Feng sat down cross-legged. Everyone recovered from meditation. After about a stick of incense, Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold energy burst out from Han Feng's body. In Han Feng's line of sight, many strong men were flying towards him in the distance. Some of the familiar sights made Han Feng's eyes flash with coldness. It was Tan Ninggang who came here. Behind Tan Ninggang, among a group of dog legs, Qin Shan was among them. The arrival of Tan Ninggang made everyone's complexion change drastically, especially Xuanhuan's expression was even colder. Sure enough, Tan Ninggang still found this place and came here. But I don't know if Tan Ninggang knew that this place was the place of reincarnation in the small world. Tan Ning just flew over with a cold face, but he didn't even look at Xuanhuan. Focusing on the land of reincarnation, Tan Ningang's Gujing Wubua finally became moved. Sure enough, this is the land of reincarnation in the small world. The violent vibration of the chaos secret realm before was the collision of the small world and the chaos secret realm. The martial Tao world that did not reveal the small world, only showed the land of reincarnation, indicating that the level of this small world is far weaker than that of the chaos secret realm. With my strength, it will not be a problem to unify the small world after reincarnation. Seize the luck of the small world, and I will be able to break through to the 9 tribulations true God, and even the heavenly general true God. At this time, Tan Ning finally set his sights on Han Feng and the others just now. Tan Ninggang pointed at Xuanhuan, tell me the situation in the land of reincarnation. Looking at the situation of Xuanhuan and others, Tan Ninggang knew that Xuanhuan and others had returned in a state of distress, so he couldn't help showing contempt. Such gazes naturally made Xuanhuan Feng and the others extremely uncomfortable. Why should I tell you? Since you don't tell me, let's search for the soul directly. Tan Ningong's eyes were cold, and the next moment the two strong men around him shot at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression froze. He didn't expect Tan Ning to do it as soon as he said he would do it, and he wanted to search for the soul. Xuanhuan is not clear about the sequelae of soul searching. Drink. Naturally, Xuanhuan would not just sit still. He yelled, his divine energy surged, and he shot at the two opponents in a flickering figure. These two people, Xuanhuan, knew each other, and they were both from the 11th to the 20th on the Qianlong list of Qiankanzong, second only to the giants. With such a master, Xuanhuan dare not underestimate the two of them. If you dare to resist senior brother Tan's order, you will die. Don't you think that being a giant is great? Both of them snorted coldly, their tone sarcastic. The spirits of the two surged, and one of them slammed his hands in the void. The next moment, the energy of the heavens and the earth gathered, and a 100-foot ice spear crossed away. An extreme cold force made Xuanhuan's body stiff, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface. The other person grabbed it in the void, and the thunder exploded, turning it into a huge prison, trying to trap Xuanhuan in the prison of thunder. Xuanhuan immediately displayed the blood of Wanyan Jialong, and the flames shot out. The dragon roared, and with Xuanhuan's palm, the power of the dragon poured out. The next moment, the ice spear shattered, the thunder prison collapsed, and the faces of the two changed slightly. They were indeed among the top existences among the giants, and they were able to easily withstand the attacks of the two of them under the circumstances of extraordinary injuries and exhaustion. But the two sneered, and each used their blood vessels and divine bodies. Frost fell from the entire world, thunder surged and rumbled. The three of them fought into a group, and the terrifying energy continuously diffused towards the surroundings like a stormy wave. Xuanhuan Feng, Wei Su, and the others were about to help them immediately, but at the same time, a huge coercion descended, oppressing them there, and those with weaker resistance had distorted faces and vomited blood. Apart from Tan Ning Gang, there was no one who exerted such power and coercion. Tan Ning Gang turned his gaze, and suddenly landed on Han Feng. Boy, I heard that you have a treasure on you. Give it to me, I will give you a good time. Qin Shan's complexion was complicated. If Han Feng really had some big secret, after being obtained by Tan Ningong, he and the Qin family still want to share a piece of the pie. However, Han Feng grew up so fast that Qin Shan felt fear that he would be killed by Han Feng, who was in the same sect at some point. For this reason, even if he paid the price of not getting the secret, Qin Shan would have to see Han Feng die with his own eyes. Brother Tan is the #1 member of the younger generation of the Tan family, so he will also look at Han's treasure? Han Feng's tone was full of sarcasm. Tan Ningong's expression remained the same, but his tone turned cold suddenly. If you tell me to hand it over, then hand it over, why so much nonsense? Warongtsai, take this kid down. This young master must personally search for the soul and find the treasure. Brother, don't worry, the 7 tribulations true God intermediate level, the younger brother will capture this person immediately. As the voice fell, a green-haired young man with purple eyes came out from behind Tan Ningong, with a sharp look coming from this person. Burst out of the body. Boy, die. The purple-eyed green hair shouted coldly, and the golden eyes flashed away, and immediately the energy of the world gathered, and the golden light shone on the sky. The will of gold turned into a golden spear, and terrifying fluctuations permeated the space. The next moment, it directly pierced through the space, and shot at Han Feng with astonishing speed and power. The third update. The golden spear contains the terrifying power of gold, and it seems to pierce the sky. Warongtsai with purple eyes and green hair, ranked more than 30 in the top 100 dragon list, and already belonged to the pinnacle level among the 1,000 dry dragon list. The power displayed by Wurongzai at this time is almost not weaker than that of the 7 tribulations true gods early stage. This is also Wurong's confidence to win Han Feng. However, the next scene completely hit Wurongzai's self-confidence. I saw Han Feng swung his fist, piercing the sky, a vast force surged out fiercely, and the terrifying flame power surged away. It was Xuanhuan. The quality of Han Feng's divine essence is already extremely high, so even if the Xinyan War Fist is only in the 3rd stage of the initial stage, which is only equivalent to an extraordinary high-grade low-level magical skill, it can still exert extraordinary power. Compared with Han Feng, Wurongzai's quality of divine essence is far inferior, and Wurongzai's attack did not use all his strength, so when Tadao's flame fist collided with the golden spear, the golden spear was almost destroyed. It was completely opportunistic, and the power of the flames covered the sky and the sun, and it was extremely fierce. Wurongzai's expression froze. Good boy, you are really capable. At this moment, Wurongzai really treated Han Feng as an opponent. Tan Ninggang in the distance also narrowed his eyes slightly. The quality of Xuanhuan is superb, even better than mine. Is this the secret of this kid? If so, although it is of some value to me, it is not as good as I imagined. So good. Involuntarily, Tan Ning just glanced at Qin Shan beside him. If Han Feng didn't have secrets and treasures that would amaze him, he wouldn't be able to spare Qin Shan. Wurongzai no longer underestimated Han Feng, and immediately displayed his own blood, and the sharp golden aura became more surging. Around Wurongzai, the power of gold was densely condensed into long spears, and the astonishing aura locked Han Feng firmly. If it was an ordinary high-level powerhouse of the 7 tribulations true god, facing Wurongzai's oppression at this moment, he would have been unable to move. His face was pale and frightened. It's a pity that Wurongzai is facing Han Feng. With the dual use of the Xinyan battle body and the golden immortal body, Han Feng turned into a flaming god of war. The immortal rune flashed on his forehead, and the majestic power swept out, directly breaking through the oppression of Wurongzai's breath, and even oppressed Wurongzai instead. Wurongzai. Boom. There was a bombardment in the void, which was the impact of the collision of the two people's momentum. Wurongzai spit out blood suddenly, and staggered back a few steps. A trace of shock and anger flashed across his face. Damn it, go to hell. Wurongzai never imagined that he wanted to capture the other party to impress Tan Ninggang, but in the end he lost face and his murderous intent soared. Unable to bear it anymore, the numerous golden spears around Wurongzai's body followed Wurongzai's anger, piercing through the void like a golden torrent, and blasted fiercely at Han Feng. 6-winged mysterious dragon transformation. Han Feng took his time and turned into a 6-winged black dragon. The breath of the dragon spewed out and collided with the golden torrent. The next moment, the breath of gold fell from the sky like a torrential rain, and the breath from the 6-winged black dragon completely crushed Wurongzai's attack, and then the 6-winged black dragon swung its tail wildly away, with a rumbling roar of great power sound. Not good. Wurongzai's complexion changed wildly, and he felt an unspeakable force coming, which was even beyond his tolerance. Han Feng has mastered the 6-winged dragon transformation to an advanced stage, which is comparable to a top-grade high-level magical skill. For Wurongzai, who has only mastered the top-grade mid-level divine skills, this is an irresistible force. But at this moment, a golden magic knife appeared in Wurongzai's hand, and the magic knife suddenly slashed out, shining golden light. Boom! The attack of the black dragon and dragon tail froze. The golden streamer kept hitting the dragon's tail, trying to shatter the dragon's tail completely. Han Feng snorted, immediately dispersed the 6-winged Xianlong transformation, and took out the Taixian Excalibur. Taixian Tian Ling Slash. With a sword slashing out, the shocking sword light seems to split the void. Wurongzai hurriedly resisted, and cut out the magic knife in his hand. Whether it is Han Feng or Cai, almost all of them have mastered the Nine Tribulations divine artifact to an extremely advanced level, and the two are on par in this regard. However, Han Feng has mastered Taishan Tianling Zhan to the 9th stage, which is not weaker than the top-rank high-level divine skills. As for Cai, he was still displaying a top-grade mid-level divine skill. Puff. This time, Warong suffered a serious injury, and a hideous bloody mouth was cut out on his chest. The bones were deep, and the blood spurted out desperately. Just as Tan Ning ignored Cai, he just waved his hand, and immediately someone from his subordinates rushed out, carried Cai back, and fed him the magic pill. Han Feng also didn't go out of his way to make up for it. To Han Feng, Cai is just an existence that can be easily killed. It doesn't deserve much attention. The one who really deserves his attention is Tan Ninggong. At this level, you still want to catch me? Tan Ninggong, you should do it yourself. Han Feng looked directly at Tan Ninggong, which was a provocation to Tan Ninggong. Tan Ninggong's complexion was cold, full of murderous intent. Qin Shan and other subordinates immediately fell silent. Han Feng's fighting power was astonishing, even Cai was defeated, let alone them. Among them, there are naturally some who are stronger than Cai, but it is impossible for Han Feng to win so easily. Those who are qualified to compete with Han Feng are now fighting Xuanhuan. Part of Han Feng's attention was on Xuanhuan's side, but when he realized that Xuanhuan could still persist, he turned his attention back. The atmosphere was heavy, and after a long time, Tan Ning suddenly sneered, "I have to admit, I really underestimated you. You do have a combat power comparable to that of a giant. But if that's all it is, your gust of wind will only bring you disaster." After saying that, Tan Ninggong's eyes contained a terrifying storm, and an extremely strong will and aura erupted from Tan Ninggong's body, rolling straight into the sky. The sky suddenly changed color, large black clouds condensed, rumbled, and thunder after thunder fell. Han Feng's expression suddenly changed. This Tan Ninggong's cultivation was actually stronger than Taishang Junjin's. Taishang Junjin is only at the early stage of the 8 tribulations true god, approaching the middle stage, but Tan Ninggong has directly reached the peak of the 8 tribulations true god's initial stage. Hiss. Han Feng gasped slightly. This Tan Ninggong really deserves to be the #1 inner disciple of the Qiankuan sect. To what extent has he been suppressed at the peak level of the 6 tribulations true god? True god elementary peak. Han Feng's face was extremely solemn. This Tan Ninggong was undoubtedly a more terrifying existence than Taishang Junjin. Death. Tan Ninggong's eyes suddenly opened wider, and through Tan Ninggong's eyes, he could vaguely see the power of thunder that contained a terrifying storm. In the void, thousands of thunderbolts suddenly condensed and rumbled, as if the end of the world was coming. The next moment, the power of thousands of thunders turned into a thunder palm that held up the sky, and slapped towards Han Feng at a seemingly slow but extremely fast speed. The space bombarded by thunder along the way seemed to be shattered. The first update. God. The terrifying power and the continuous bombardment of thunder made the scalps of all those who were not targeted feel numb. Is this kind of power comparable to a giant? Can it compete? Han Feng looked solemn. This move was undoubtedly an extremely powerful upper-level mid-level magical skill. With this move, it would be unbearable for an ordinary middle-level true god of the 8 tribulations. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the spirit in his body was running wildly at this moment. The next moment, purple flame soared into the sky, engulfing Han Feng, and it turned out to be Ziji Xuanhua. The Ziji Xuanhua, whose grade was not weaker than that of the 9th grade divine fire, merged into the 2 great bodies, and Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed again. Fusion, Xinyan Fighting Fist. Like a bright flaming star rushing out, it immediately collided fiercely with the thunder palm. Rumble. The powerful aftermath rolled continuously like a monstrous wave, and the void was filled with a lot of thunder power and flame power. The aftermath spread frantically in all directions. Xuanhuan didn't care about fighting the two opposites, he hurriedly backed away. Seeing that Han Feng and the others hadn't fully recovered, they immediately rolled up their sleeves and swept everyone away. Xuanhuan's two opponents also gave up pestering Xuanhuan. The momentum of the aftermath was too terrifying. If the middle-level 8 tribulations true gods were swallowed by the most central aftermath, they would be severely injured if they were caught off guard. I don't want to be head-to-head with this strong aftermath. Tan Ningong's subordinates spread out their figures one by one, like a rock spreading its wings, and they left a long way away in a few flashes. These subordinates looked at Han Feng in astonishment. Although senior brother Tan hadn't displayed his divine power yet, being able to carry out this move was definitely beyond the reach of ordinary giants. This kid actually hit his strength before. With this strength alone, it can be regarded as an average figure in the giant class. No, I'm afraid it's not just average, at least upper average. Tan Ningong's eyes flashed with lightning, and there was a blaze of fire hidden in the depths. In just 100 years, this boy has grown to such a degree. Then Qin Shan is right, there must be a big secret in this boy. Have this secret. Maybe in the future I can also hit the realm of the King of Gods. I must get this secret. Boom. If it was said that Tan Ningong had acted casually before, then this time Tan Ningong was really serious. The terrifying aura burst out from Tan Ningong again, and it became stronger and stronger. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder roared like a dragon. Shantian Thunder God Body, Ning. Tan Ningong yelled violently, and the next moment, the terrifying thunderbolt in the dark clouds, which was like a dragon, crashed down, swallowing Tan Ningong under Han Feng's shocking eyes. Tan Ningong's aura erupted at this moment, growing faster than before. The heaven-shocking Thunder God Body, the Chaos God level, was cast by Tan Ningong at this moment. The thunder entangled and turned into the Thunder God's battle armor. Tan Ningong stood proudly in the void as if the Thunder God descended, holding the thunder spear formed by the condensed thunder in his hand. At this time, Tan Ningong's aura might not even be able to bear the ordinary high-ranking true gods of the 8 tribulations. The power of thunder surged like turbulent waves, each wave was stronger than the last, and the turbulent waves brought more and more pressure on Han Feng. But at this moment, Tan Ning just moved suddenly, and his body almost turned into a bolt of lightning in the void, blasting in front of Han Feng in the blink of an eye. Break! Tan Ningong's speed was so fast that before Han Feng could react, the thunder spear in Tan Ningong's hand had already hit Han Feng's Xinyan battle armor hard. Puff! With just one blow, Han Feng vomited blood, and the Xinyan battle armor on his body was surrounded by thunder, cracking and shattering. With a sharp retreat, Han Feng let out a roar, and the sound rolled out, turning into a dragon's howl, which turned out to be a 6-winged black dragon. It didn't stop turning into a gigantic black dragon. Ziji Xuanhuan even merged into the body of the black dragon, transforming into a huge flame dragon. The flame dragon's huge body shuttled through the void, and when it opened its mouth, the dragon's breath gushed out. Tan Ningong stretched out his right palm slowly, and the terrifying power of thunder suddenly condensed, and the thunder shield appeared in Tan Ningong's hand just like that. The dragon's breath hit the thunder shield, and the thunder shield vibrated violently, as if it might shatter at any moment, but it finally endured it. The next moment Tan Ning just jumped up, the body of Thor rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng, who already knew that Tan Ningong was extremely fast, naturally couldn't have been unprepared. In fact, the transformation of the 6-winged black dragon itself is a magic skill that increases speed. After turning into the body of a black dragon, Han Feng's speed may not be worse than that of Tan Ningong. In the crystal on Xuanhuan's forehead, Han Feng has opened the golden fairy pupil, and the power of the soul is gushing out like a spring. The soul power, comparable to that of the ninth grade, allowed Han Feng to see Tan Ningong's movements more clearly. The body of the Xianlong twisted violently, Tan Ningong's thunder spear hit the void, and at the same time, the Xuanlong's tail pierced through the void, and slammed it fiercely. Thunder God Fist. Tan Ning just turned around and punched out, the force of thunder blasted out like a long river. The dragon's tail shattered. Fortunately, it was only formed by the condensed energy. Han Feng didn't feel any pain. It only took a part of his soul to make the dragon's tail take shape again. And Tan Ningong was also directly sent flying by the huge force thrown by the dragon's tail, and rolled several times in midair before stopping. With a cold snort, Tan Ning just stepped in the void and charged again. Shocking Thunder God Fist. The incomparably violent vibration struck with the horrifying power of thunder. If the previous Thunder God Fist was only a relatively weak level among the top-rank middle-level divine skills, then this time's sky-shaking Thunder God Fist is almost the top-level upper-grade mid-level magic skill, even comparable to the weakest high-grade high-level skills. Supernatural skills. The astonishing power was endless, and the Thunder God that Tan Ning transformed into instantly fought with the Black Dragon, and the void was full of dragon roars and thunder bombs. The two fought fiercely together, and the intensity made many people speechless. Suddenly, Tan Ning hit Xuanlong's head with a punch, almost smashing the head of Xianlong, and then Tan Ningong threw the thunder spear in his hand, and instantly pierced into Xuanlong's body, and a large hole in Xuanlong's body destroyed. When Long Xiao was in misery, Han Feng also realized that it was difficult for Tan Ningong to rely on the body of the Xianlong alone, so he immediately broke away from the body of the Xianlong, and immediately cut out the Taishan Excalibur in his hand. Shocking Thunder God Fist. Tan Ning just punched him. The void vibrated, sword energy shot down like rain, and the earth was pierced through thousands of potholes in an instant. The thunder fist burst into dazzling light for an instant, and then disappeared. Tan Ningong frowned slightly. Even Tan Ningong would not underestimate the power of the artifact. Badian Thunder God Fist. A sense of domineering king rose from Tan Ningong's body, and the lightning power in Tan Ningong's eyes was even more terrifying. Just being stared at by Tan Ningong's eyes, Han Feng felt as if he was struck by a divine lightning. In the next moment, a punch even more terrifying than the thundering thunder fist came from the air. This punch has truly reached the level of high-grade high-level magic skills. The second update. Taishan Tianling Slash. Faced with such a terrifying punch, Han Feng could only do his best to unleash the ninth power of Taishan Tianling Zhan. The sword light was extremely bright and sublimated to the extreme, but the punch full of the will of the domineering king was even more terrifying. With the power of one punch, the void vibrated like the roar of 10,000 beasts. At the same time, an incomparable thunder force overflowed the void, full of destructive power. An extremely dazzling light shone in the void, and Tan Ningong's tyrant Thunder God Fist had already collided fiercely with Taishan Tianling Zhan. Puff! Han Feng only felt waves of energy that he couldn't resist hit. He vomited blood and flew upside down, almost unable to hold the Taishan Excalibur in his hand. At the same time, thunder filled with destructive power also surrounded Han Feng's body, paralyzing Han Feng's body. Han Feng immediately felt his body stiffen, and at the same time waves of tyrannical energy wanted to pour into his body, destroying his body. Han Feng immediately let out a low shout, and Ziji Xuanhuan surged out. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng is not as good as Tan Ningong, but the power of Ziji Xuanhuan is extraordinary. As soon as the tyrannical energy poured into Han Feng's body, the Ziji Xuanhuan immediately wrapped it up, and then directly devoured it. Restricted by Han Feng's cultivation, Ziji Xuanhuan couldn't devour too high-strength energy, and the effect was not that terrifying, but it had greatly eased Han Feng's crisis. Han Feng can predict that if his body is destroyed from the inside, not only will his own foundation be affected, but he will also be directly injured at this moment and his combat power will be greatly reduced. Facing Tan Ningong, if the combat strength is greatly reduced, the consequence is needless to say. The thunder around it also made a more violent rumbling sound when the Ziji Xuanhuan gushed out, roaring angrily as if they had discovered a natural enemy. Ziji Xuanhuan suddenly rose up, like an ancient ferocious beast opening its ferocious fangs, swallowing the thunder in one gulp. Humph! Tan Ning just let out a cold snort, feeling seriously dissatisfied that Han Feng couldn't be dealt with one punch, and the next moment he stepped on the void, and thunder flowers formed under his feet. Tan Ningong's speed was extremely fast, and he slammed another punch violently. Tai Xian Tian Ling Slash. Dance of Yan Tian. This time, Han Feng used two great Nine Tribulations artifacts to withstand Tan Ningong's blow, barely making his injury worse. Two artifacts of the Nine Tribulations? Tan Ning frowned slightly, and then regained his composure the next moment. What about the two artifacts of the Nine Tribulations? Boom! Tan Ningong unleashed his aura to the extreme, and the shocking Thunder God body burst out with a dazzling thunder brilliance. Badian Thunder God Fist. It was still this punch, but it was more powerful than before. Tan Ningong pushed the power of this punch to the extreme, even exceeding 100% of the power. But at this moment, Tan Ning just felt a shock of pain in his soul, and his soul was tumbling. No, my spirit has been attacked. Tan Ningong felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Tan Ningong noticed that a shining golden eye appeared on Han Feng's forehead. This guy has divine eyes. Tan Ningong was a little surprised. With two large bodies and divine fire, he now even has divine eyes. If this kid hadn't been too weak, he would have been really hard to deal with. Tan Ningong's soul is also high strength, only stronger than Han Feng's soul, but Han Feng has golden fairy pupils, which greatly increases the power of the soul, so Tan Ningong's soul was lightly injured by Tan Ningong's accident. Han Feng knew that Tan Ningong's soul would be wounded, probably only this time. After this time, Tan Ningong must be vigilant, and he will never easily injure Tan Ningong with the power of the soul next time. Taking advantage of the impact on Tan Ningong's mind and body, Han Feng immediately threw the soul-eating ruler and smashed it hard at Tan Ningong. Tan Ning just woke up very quickly, but the speed of the soul-devouring ruler was not slow either. Tan Ning just had time to punch him. The fist collided with the soul-devouring ruler, and a burst of thunder and starlight burst out. The soul-devouring ruler has the power to devour souls, but its attack power is not very strong. With Tan Ningong's punch, the spirit of the soul-devouring ruler made a scream. But at the same time, Tan Ningong's spirit was shocked again. The damage to his soul made Tan Ningong's face turn pale in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Feng's eyes flashed, and the powerful attacks of Taishan Excalibur and Yantian Wubaoluan blasted out wildly. Damn it! Tan Ning was furious, and a terrifying pitch-black thunder burst out, almost tearing apart the void. At this moment, a pitch-black sledgehammer appeared in Tan Ningong's hand. There were strange purple patterns on the sledgehammer, and the entire sledgehammer exuded a violent and powerful aura. Thunderhammer, destroy the world with lightning. The pitch-black thunder and lightning in the void turned into an incomparably huge energy hammer with terrifying power, and it crashed down. The sword cut made by the Taishan divine sword was hit by the divine hammer, and it was almost crushed and shattered in bursts. The beams of flame shot out by Yantian Wubaoluan continuously sprayed onto the hammer, but they couldn't shake the hammer at all. Tan Ningong snorted coldly. How can a mere top-grade artifact compete with this young master's top-grade artifact? Thunderhammer is an extremely powerful artifact, and it is only one step away from the artifact of chaos. If it weren't for Tan Ningong's special status in the Tan family, the spirit of Thunderhammer might not be willing to give up the retreat to attack the chaos artifact and come to assist Tan Ningong. Before Tan Ningong had used the divine weapon, Han Feng could barely contend with Tan Ningong by relying on 3 powerful divine weapons. Now that Tan Ningong had used the best divine weapon, he immediately defeated Han Feng in a sweeping manner. Han Feng retreated step by step after being bombarded, and his blood was churning. "Let's lose." Tan Ningong's calm voice came out faintly. From Tan Ningong's point of view, Han Feng has no power to resist now. However, it was Tan Ningong's slight relaxation that suddenly gave Han Feng an opportunity to fight back. The 9 Dragons seal was thrown violently, turning into a gigantic monster like a giant mountain, and it rumblingly pressed down on Tan Ningong, causing the void to vibrate. As soon as the 9 Dragons seal came out, an astonishing coercion filled the void. This coercion made Qin Shan and the others suffocate for a while. They looked at Han Feng in horror. Han Feng's fighting power was astonishing and terrifying. That's all, they know the 9 Dragons seal, that is to say, the giant of Qianquanzong has already fallen into Han Feng's hands. 9 Dragons seal. Tan Ningong's expression froze. That guy was actually killed. Because he thought that Han Feng had lost the power to resist, Tan Ningong didn't use much force when he blasted out the hammer this time. At this moment, the 9 Dragons seal came suddenly, and Tan Ningong was caught off guard. 9 Dragons seal is also a powerful top-grade artifact, perhaps not as powerful as Thunder Hammer, but it cannot be underestimated. Amidst the roar of 9 dragons, 9 Dragons' divine seal had slammed into the Thunder Hammer in Tan Ningong's hand, and the huge force made Tan Ningong fly backwards involuntarily. Its ferocious power made Tan Ningong, who was bombarded, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. Ziyun God's arm. Han Feng did not stop because of this, but took advantage of this opportunity to unleash his most powerful blow. The 10th most powerful purple cloud arm. Boom. 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 The dark clouds in the void were torn apart immediately, and an arm that looked like a giant from ancient times pierced through the sky and crashed down. The Ziji Xuanhuan merged into the Ziyun divine arm, and the Ziyun divine arm slammed into flames, making it even more powerful. The first update. Mirror. What? This power and aura were so great that Qin Shan and the others couldn't help but tremble, their expressions frightened. Facing such a terrifying force, they have no power to resist. If they were in Tan Ningong's position, they would probably be blasted to death without leaving any scum behind. How could this Korean style be so strong? Qin Shan's complexion was extremely complex and unpredictable. On the one hand, he regretted that he might not be able to get the secret of Han Feng. This is the secret that can make an ascendant rise to such a terrifying level in less than 1,000 years. On the other hand, I am also glad that I have made a decision long ago. If not, if he uses his current strength to find trouble with Han Feng, there will only be one result, and that is to seek his own death. Extreme divine skill. Tan Ningong was equally astonished. This is the ultimate divine skill, not any top-grade divine skill. The terrifying arm of God blasted towards Tan Ningong. At this moment, Tan Ningong had just been blown away by the 9 Dragons God seal, and the divine energy in his body collapsed. Faced with such a powerful blow, Tan Ningong had no choice but to grit his teeth and block the thunder hammer in front of him. At the same time, Tan Ningong was running Thor's body with all his strength, and the Thor armor wrapped Tan Ningong almost airtight to resist this powerful move. Rumble. The entire world seemed to shake at this moment. The incomparable power of Ziyun's divine arm directly blasted Tan Ningong to the ground, creating a huge deep pit, filled with flames. With the huge pit as the center, it gradually collapsed in a radius of 10,000 meters, and then it spread to 10,000 meters away. Han Feng stared at the huge crater of flames with a solemn expression. Han Feng knew that Tan Ningong would never be defeated so easily. Taisheng Junjin has the chaos artifact, so Tan Ningong doesn't have it? Under Han Feng's dignified expression, a somewhat embarrassed figure flew out of the fire pit. Han Feng stared at this figure, and the spirit in his body surged wildly and recovered. The 10th layer of the purple cloud arm is the category of supernatural skills. Every time it is used, it needs to consume a terrifying amount of divine energy. With the current Han style, it is still impossible to perform it easily and successively. Tan Ning just stared at his injuries, his eyes were cold, and his tone was cold. Very well, among my peers, I can suffer, except for those two, you are the third. I was careless before. After this, I will deal with you seriously. Tan Ning Gang, who was completely serious, would not think that Han Feng had no strength to fight because of Han Feng's pale face. Tan Ning had just figured out that Han Feng would suddenly reveal some whole cards to hurt him at the end. Only by maintaining high combat power from beginning to end can we completely kill the opponent. Death. Tan Ninggong roared out, his figure flickered, and there was a flash of thunder in the void, and Tan Ninggong's figure disappeared, approaching Han Feng at an extremely fast speed. Han Feng frantically explored outside, but he could only roughly see Tan Ninggong's movement attack. The next moment, Tan Ninggang suddenly appeared behind Han Feng, and slammed down the thunder hammer fiercely in his hand. When Han Feng turned around, Ziyun's divine arm blasted out. Boom boom boom. In the void, the two fought fiercely, and there were endless shocking aftermaths, and everyone watched with horror. However, soon, Han Feng began to fall frequently. The Ziyun divine arm consumed too much, and Han Feng couldn't maintain it continuously. It couldn't be maintained continuously, and Han Feng couldn't resist Tan Ninggong's thunderbolt hammer, which was constantly waving and releasing terrifying power. This Tan Ninggong is much stronger than Taishang Junjin. No, when I played against Taishang Junjin used up a lot of physical strength. It seems that this is the true strength of the first person of the younger generation in the 3 sections. There is still a gap between me and this level, my strength is too far behind them, I am only the middle level of the 7 tribulations true god. If I am now a high-level 7 tribulations true god like senior brother Shi, I will definitely win. Unable to use Ziyun divine arm one after another, Han Feng used the 9 dragon divine seal to assist. It's a pity that in the face of Tan Ninggang who has fallen into a serious state and the powerful top-grade artifact Thor's hammer, Han Feng still gradually loses his support after all. Sighing, Han Feng had no choice but to sacrifice the 9 main royal fire flag. As soon as the chaos artifact was released, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared completely, and instead, a terrifying vortex of flames rolled out. The 9 Python Royal Fire Banner unleashed extraordinary power. Tan Ninggong paused and retreated quickly. An artifact of chaos? A mere ascendant from a lower plane actually has such an artifact. Could it be that the secret of this kid is an artifact of chaos? Tan Ninggang couldn't help guessing. Tan Ninggang couldn't help showing disappointment on his face. If the secret is just a low-grade chaotic artifact, although Tan Ninggang can't say that there are no surprises, it is completely different from what he originally expected. The Tan family has great potential and rich heritage, but the Tan family has no shortage of low-grade chaos artifacts. If it is said that the Tan family can still pay attention to the top-grade chaos artifact, it can only be said that one more is not too much, and one less is not much. As the number 1 member of the Tan family's younger generation, Tan Ninggong was greatly valued by the Tan family. As long as his cultivation reached a certain level, he would be bestowed with a second low-grade chaos artifact by the family. Therefore, the reward for killing Han Feng is only a low-grade chaos artifact, which is nothing more than advancing the reward for breaking the limit of the true god. Although disappointed, Tan Ninggang would not let Han Feng go because of this. Just because Han Feng offended him before, in Tan Ninggong's opinion, Han Feng should apologize with death. Humph, did you just think you had the chaos artifact? Tan Ning just sneered, slapped his palm in the void, and a mirror appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, with the mirror as the center, a power that was not weaker than the Nine Main Royal Fire banner swept through. The Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, an extremely top existence among the low-grade chaos artifacts, has been bestowed by the family since Tan Ning just broke through to the Six Tribulations True God. For so many years, Tan Ninggong has been nurturing the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, and has established a very deep relationship with the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the Eight Tribulations True God, Tan Ninggong is in charge of the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror. Far more than normal. Jiutian Liebeijing and Jiumeng Yu Woki confronted each other, and they were deadlocked. Han Feng's sleeves were rolled up, and he suddenly punched a few spells with his hands, and submerged into the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire flag. The next moment, the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire array suddenly unfolded, wrapping the two of them inside. Huh? This is... Tan Ninggong's expression froze slightly. So it has the function of trapping formation. It is also a low-grade chaos artifact. Since your chaos artifact also has the function of trapping formation, it is definitely not as good as my Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror in terms of attack. Tan Ninggong is full of confidence. This is the balance. If the Nine Pythons Royal Fire banner has the trapping function and its attack power is still comparable to the top low-grade chaos artifact, then the Nine Pythons Royal Fire banner cannot be just a low-grade chaos artifact. The second update. Being in the Nine Pythons Imperial Fire array, Tan Ninggong was not afraid at all. His cultivation base was already stronger than Han Feng's, his divine body was super strong, and he had the chaos artifact in his hand. Tan Ning just couldn't think of a reason for his defeat. 9 fire dragons roared out of the sea of flames, and rushed towards Tan Ninggong frantically, with overwhelming momentum. Tan Ning just played the magic formula and fell into the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror. The next moment, Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror released terrifying thunder, destroying the world. The divine thunder blasted by the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror is also known as the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, and its power is infinite. A fire dragon was struck by the thunder of the Nine Heavens God and died instantly. Huijiao roared, extremely angry, but helpless. As the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder continued to blast out, the Huijiao fell one after another. Han Feng's face was solemn. Tan Ninggong's destructive power at this moment undoubtedly surpassed that of Taishang Junjin, who was caught in the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire formation. The Huijiao kept falling and being reborn again and again, frantically bombarding the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. From time to time, another Huijiao passed through the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder and came to Tan Ninggong. However, Tan Ninggong's strength is extraordinary. Even if the Huijiao is close, Tan Ninggong can also use the shocking Thunder God body to repel the Huijiao, and then the Nine Heavens Thunder will destroy the Huijiao. Gradually, Tan Ninggong noticed that Huijiao's rebirth was getting slower and slower. Tan Ninggong's eyes flickered. Very well, when these 9 fire dragons can no longer be reborn, you will die. This chaos artifact will also belong to me. Tan Ning just realized that he may have underestimated the chaos artifact possessed by Han Feng. Just relying on the continuous rebirth of the fire dragon, this is not like a mere low-grade chaos artifact. After all, it already has a very powerful trapping effect. Tan Ninggong guessed that this chaos artifact should be damaged, and that its intact state is definitely not just low-grade. If such a chaos artifact is handed over to a family or sect, at least it can be exchanged for a top-notch low-grade chaos artifact, or even a middle-grade chaos artifact. At that time, his strength will increase greatly. How did Tan Ninggong know that the 9 Python Fire Control Formation was obtained from the Xianlong Patriarch, so it can be said that it was originally a thing of the Qiankuan sect? But at this moment, the 9 fire dragons quickly retreated, flew high into the sky, and merged together under Tan Ninggong's astonished gaze, forming an even larger fire dragon, whose power soared. Huh? Tan Ning, who thought he was about to win, frowned suddenly. The fused Huijiao made Tan Ninggang feel some pressure. Sure enough, after that, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder did not have the crushing dominance before, and was directly swallowed by the fire dragon several times. Instead, it was the flames ejected by the fire dragon, which made the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror have to avoid it. Tan Ninggang, who was hiding behind Jiutian Lei Baojing, also had to dodge, quite embarrassed. Once hit by the flames, Tan Ninggang found out with a rather ugly face that the Tian Thunder God body was in danger of being burned and collapsed. Damn it, why is this attack so powerful? Tan Ningang's heart sank. He had already looked down upon this chaos artifact before, but he still underestimated it. The state of damage is so strong, at least it is a top-grade middle-grade chaos artifact when it is intact, and it is even very likely to be a top-grade chaos artifact. Thinking of this, Tan Ningang's heart was burning with enthusiasm. If a high-grade chaos artifact is handed over to the sect, the number of universe points he will get is probably an astronomical figure. It is not a problem to exchange a few low-grade chaos artifacts. Boom! Tan Ninggang frantically poured the divine energy in his body into the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, and the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror shone brightly. The strength of the Nine Heavens God Thunder blasted out was not much enhanced, but the number was multiplied several times. In the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire formation, it almost became a battlefield between the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder and the huge Huijiao. Tan Ning's strength lies in his strong cultivation. After pushing the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror to the limit that he can use, the huge Huijiao fell into a disadvantage. Every time the Nine Heavens God Thunder strikes, part of it always hits the Huijiao. Bring moderate damage to the fire dragon. Once, twice, 4 times, 8 times. The accumulation of little makes more, even if the damage is not big each time. After several accumulations, the huge fire dragon will gradually lose its support. However, Han Feng had practiced the 9 flames and different fire art to an extremely advanced level, and his recovery ability was stronger than Tan Ninggang, so he continued to persevere. But if this continues, Han Feng's defeat is almost inevitable. On Tan Ningang's face was a smile that was sure to win. It seems that we have no choice but to let Bai De go. Being suppressed to such an extent, this is the only solution. In fact, Han Feng could release Bai De, Bai Er, Bai San and other skeletons from the very beginning. Han Feng believed that no matter how strong Tan Ninggang was, it would be impossible for him to fight against the combination of Bai De, Bai Er, and Bai San. Especially Bai De, who is comparable to the high level of the 9 tribulations true God. But Han Feng didn't do this. If he made it a habit to release Bai De when he encountered a strong enemy, he would lose the opportunity to go further. Fighting against the strong has great benefits, especially when the cultivation base is in a bottleneck state, and fierce fighting is very helpful to break through the bottleneck. Han Feng's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 7 tribulations true God's mid-level, but because he broke through in the secret realm of chaos with the strange rules of heaven and earth, the foundation could not be said to be weak, but it was not very deep. In short, Han Feng didn't feel the opportunity to break through the high level of the 7 tribulations true God, he didn't feel it at all. But after going through a lot of battles in the secret realm of chaos, especially the battle with Taisheng Junjin and Tan Ninggang, he has completely mastered the power of the mid-level peak of the 7 tribulations true God, and has vaguely felt the opportunity to break through the 7 tribulations true God's high level. The experience of fighting the strong made the background of the middle-level peak of the 7 tribulations true God more stable. Han Feng reckoned that if he had retreated for decades now, he would be able to successfully break through to the high level of the 7 tribulations true God in 1 out of 10. This is still cultivating in an ordinary place. If you practice in a blessed place like Xuanhuan Mountain, the time to break through can be shortened several times or even 10 times. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue fighting. As soon as his spirit moved, Han Feng was about to summon Bai De. However, at this moment, the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation was suddenly attacked violently, rumbling and trembling. Han Feng's expression changed instantly. The Land of Reincarnation. Several figures flickered, galloping one after another, from the depths of the Land of Reincarnation. These people were pale and embarrassed, as if they had gone through a difficult battle. It was Taishang Junjin and Luo Tianqing and his party. Damn it, how could there be so many strange fish in the Sea of Reincarnation? Luo Tianqing's face was livid, and his heart ached even more. Because of those strange fish, he lost several elite men. You know, many of these elites have the qualifications to break through the ancient gods, and now they have fallen here. Taishang Junjin's expression was also not much better. The danger of the Sea of Reincarnation was much greater than he had imagined. Seriously speaking, the strength of the strange fish is not very strong. Most of them are at the elementary level of the Four Tribulations True Gods, a small part reach the middle level of the Four Tribulations True Gods, and the high levels of the Four Tribulations True Gods are extremely rare. As for the true gods comparable to the Five Tribulations, the number is very small. However, their strength was also suppressed. In the Sea of Reincarnation, they were suppressed to the point where they only had the cultivation base of the Four Tribulations True God. The rest of the people were even suppressed to the point where they only had 3 kalpas of true gods. That's all. After all, the cultivation base is suppressed, the blood and divine body are still there, and it still has the power far surpassing the true gods of the 4 kalpas. However, there are too many strange fish. The first update. Too many ants can kill an elephant, not to mention that those strange fish are not ants, and they are not elephants after being suppressed. Fastest update visit. Damn it. Thinking of the terrifying number of strange fish, Taishang Junjin was annoyed at those strange fish for blocking her access to the passage of reincarnation, and rejoiced that she escaped back in the end. Brother Taishang, should we just give up like this? Luo Tianqing was full of unwillingness. So what if you don't give up? You have also seen the danger of the Sea of Reincarnation. We just reached the center, and we almost fell there. It's hot on the face. Thinking of Han Feng, Taishang Junjin's eyes flickered with spirit. Brother Luo, why don't we find someone to unite with? Find someone to unite with? Luo Tianqing was startled, and slowly said, it's not impossible. But the strength must be comparable to the two of us, otherwise we won't be able to play much role in the Sea of Reincarnation, and we need to be distracted to take care of it. Behind Luo Tianqing, all the subordinates smiled wryly. Even if Luo Tianqing was distracted to take care of them, they also lost a few companions. If Luo Tianqing ignored them, they would be terrified. It's natural, I have a candidate here. Although Taishang Junjin hated Han Feng, it was nothing compared to the reincarnation of the small world to win luck. The big deal is to return from the small world and get rid of Han Feng. Hearing the candidate recommended by Taishang Junjin, Luo Tianqing became interested. It's him? Luo Tianqing obviously still remembered the person who was likely to make Taishang Junjin suffer a lot. Luo Tianqing didn't know what his name was, but he remembered what Luo Tianqing looked like. Now that Taishang Junjin personally introduced it, Luo Tianqing knew that the person was Han Feng. Okay, it shouldn't be long since this person left the land of reincarnation. We can still catch up if we hurry up. Everyone immediately speeded up. Originally, Luo Tianqing and his party fled to the place close to the exit of the land of reincarnation, but at this moment they accelerated, and it took almost a few breaths for them to leave the land of reincarnation. At this moment, everyone saw the great battle outside in astonishment. I saw a strange formation appearing in the void, and there were rumbles inside. 9 fire pythons could be faintly made in the formation. Luo Tianqing's expression suddenly changed. From the formation, Luo Tianqing felt a vast and powerful force. This force is clearly the power of the chaos artifact. Is this a chaos artifact? Could it be Tan Ninggang? Apart from Tan Ninggang, Luo Tianqing couldn't imagine that among so many people who entered the Chaos Secret Realm, there would be a chaos artifact. It is true that there are some extraordinary family backgrounds in the secret realm of chaos, and there is no shortage of chaos artifacts in these families. However, if the family's children are not strong, it is very likely that the chaos artifact will be lost after the fall. No family will put a powerful chaos artifact on such a family disciple. He, Luo Tianqing, Taisheng Junjin and Tan Ninggang, were bestowed with the chaos artifact precisely because of their strength. The possibility of their fall was extremely small, and they were really taken seriously. Another point is that without strong strength, it is impossible to activate the chaos artifact. The cultivation base of the Eight Tribulations True God is also the capital and confidence for Luo Tianqing and the others to activate the chaos artifact. Etc. Luo Tianqing's eyes froze, and he glanced at Taisheng Junjin. Could it be? Sensing Luo Tianqing's gaze, although Taisheng Junjin felt her face turned livid because of the scars exposed, she still nodded. Luo Tianqing gasped, it was really that kid named Han Feng. What was the origin of that kid? And Luo Tianqing sensed the remaining aura left by the void with his soul, and all of these auras told Luo Tianqing that both sides of the war were extremely powerful. Luo Tianqing never underestimated Han Feng. Now that he feels the aura left by Han Feng, he is even more afraid. And another breath. If I'm not wrong, it should be Tan Ninggang. Taisheng Junjin once had contact with Tan Ninggang, and immediately made a judgment. It's amazing that you forced Tan Ninggang to such an extent. Luo Tianqing praised him, and then laughed loudly. With the help of this sun, if Tan Ninggang is added, the possibility of us breaking through the sea of reincarnation is greatly increased. The problem is that the two are in a battle right now, and I don't think there will be a result, and it's hard for them to get out. Taisheng Junjin snorted coldly. Since this is the case, we need the two of us to take action. Before arriving at the reincarnation channel, neither of these two people can have anything to do. This is true. Taisheng Junjin nodded. Not only can't have trouble, even serious injuries can't be suffered. Serious injuries will only greatly weaken their strength. The two looked at each other, and both shot. Taisheng sword body, the human sword is one. Taisheng true spirit slash. Eight-armed demon body, Ning. The devil's palm that covers the sky. The sword intent soared to the sky, and the devilish energy surged. Both of them used extremely powerful moves, but they had some reservations. At least neither of them used the chaos artifact. The two intend to prevent Han Feng and Tan Ninggang from fighting, rather than to severely damage Han Feng. Boom boom boom. Rumble. The demonic hand that shrouds the sky and the world-shocking slash landed on the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire Array with a bang, and the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire Array that was impacted by incomparable power made a crackling sound. The two shot very quickly, and the group had just escaped from the land of reincarnation, so Qiu Jianfeng and the others and Tan Ninggang and the others discovered it at this moment. It's Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin. How did they appear? Haha, with these two people attacking, that kid's formation will definitely be broken, and senior brother Tan can easily take down that kid. Tan Ninggang's subordinates thought that Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin were helping Tan Ninggang, and they all laughed excitedly. In contrast, the gloom of Xuanhuan and others was gloomy. It's not that Xuanhuan and the others don't want to make a move, but what else can they do in the face of two beings comparable to Tan Ninggang? In the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation, Tan Ninggang naturally discovered the strangeness of the Nine Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation. Someone is attacking? It's just a matter of cooperating with the inside and the outside. Tan Ning was extremely excited, and the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror kept blasting out the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, blasting around. Impressively want to attack the outside attack from inside and outside, and smash the 9 pythons' imperial fire formation. Not good. Han Feng immediately gave up summoning Bai Cai, and hurriedly used a formula to fly into the 9 pythons' imperial fire banner, and the 9 pythons' imperial fire formation suddenly dissipated. The destruction of the 9 pythons' imperial fire formation will make the already damaged 9 pythons' imperial fire banner even more damaged, and the level will drop. Han Feng's move is really helpless. Damn it, who the hell is it? Han Feng didn't expect someone to intervene at this moment, and the attack power was so shocking. It was another Tan Ning gang. The 9 pythons' imperial fire formation dissipated, and the murderer appeared in Han Feng's sight. It's you. Han Feng's face was cold, and Taisheng Junjin was fine. He and Luo Tianqing didn't have any grudges. It turned out to be you. Tan Ning just realized that only these two people could launch a fatal attack on the 9 pythons' imperial fire formation. Immediately, Tan Ning's eyes flashed sharply, staring at Taisheng Junjin and the two with vigilance in his heart. Tan Ning just didn't think that the two of them did it to help him. They didn't have that kind of friendship yet, so it would be good if they didn't have a big fight. Luo Tianqing was stared at by two cold and fearful eyes. He didn't care at all. Instead he said something that surprised Tan Ninggong and Han Feng. You two don't need to be so vigilant. This move by Luo and brother Taisheng is just to prevent both of you from being hurt. Even if you die in your life, it's not what Luo wants to see. Luo wants to enter the land of reincarnation with the two alliances. What do you think? The second update. Reincarnation again. Alliance? Both Tan Ninggong and Han Feng looked surprised. They never expected that this was the purpose of Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin's attack. Luo Tianqing said, "The land of reincarnation is more dangerous than we imagined, and it is difficult to break through with our own strength, so Luo needs help. The strength of the two is extraordinary. If we form an alliance with the two, the possibility of the four of us reaching the reincarnation channel will be greatly increased. The two of you must be aware of the benefits of reincarnation in the small world, but if we can't even reincarnate into the small world, what are the benefits? Why don't we reincarnate together first? As for the grievances between the two, we can use the reincarnation of the small world to resolve them, or we can settle them after we leave the small world." Han Feng had crossed the land of reincarnation, and naturally knew the danger of the land of reincarnation. Hearing Luo Tianqing's words, he knew that Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin had failed in the sea of reincarnation. Otherwise, how could Junjin's disposition in the ether choose to ally with him? The two of them have enmity. But it is also because of this that Han Feng has a clearer understanding of the dangers of the sea of reincarnation. Even the combination of masters like Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing failed, and even the Taisheng Junjin who forced you had to find an enemy alliance. Han Feng was silent, thinking seriously about the possibility of alliance. How could Han Feng not be tempted by the benefits of reincarnation in a small world, but the land of reincarnation was too dangerous, so he gave up. However, if he really joins forces with Luo Tianqing and other level experts, he may not be unable to break through. However, Tan Ning has never crossed the sea of reincarnation, and has never experienced the horror of the sea of reincarnation. I can pass through the land of reincarnation by myself. Why should I join hands with you? You reincarnated in a small world, wouldn't you add more opponents to me? Tan Ningang even hoped to be reincarnated alone. Alone? Brother Tan thinks too highly of himself. Taisheng Junjin has been suffering all these days, and she has been full of anger, and at this moment, she uses Tan Ninggong's words to vent it out. Tan Ninggong showed disdain and released his own cultivation. The 8 Tribulations True God was at the peak of the elementary level, and his cultivation level was only one step away from the middle level, which really made Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing look pale. Seeing this, Tan Ningang felt even more confident and arrogant. In the past, the three of them said together, but now he has surpassed Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin. Luo Tianqing wanted to say something more, but Taisheng Junjin stopped him via voice transmission. Tan Ningong is arrogant and arrogant. He has never experienced the sea of reincarnation, so he will not believe what we say. Even if we tell our experience in the sea of reincarnation, you will only be ridiculed, why bother? But if you don't say it, Tan Ningong may not be able to join us. Even if Han Feng joins, with the strength of the three of us, we may not be able to break through. So what? Even if we don't make an alliance, we still want to enter the land of reincarnation together. Once Tan Ning feels the danger of the sea of reincarnation, he will naturally form an alliance with us. That's right. Luo Tianqing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Since Brother Tan is unwilling, Luo will naturally not force it. Brother Han, I wonder what your decision is. Luo Tianqing looked at Han Feng. After all, Han Feng couldn't resist the temptation of reincarnation, and nodded slowly after a while. Yes, but I also have conditions. I hope to bring some people with me. Of course, but I also hope that Brother Han will bring as little as possible. If there are too many people, we will not be able to take care of them. Luo Tianqing reminded. This sentence does not say Han Feng also knows. Seeing how many people were missing behind Luo Tianqing, Han Feng knew the fate of these people. Seeing the alliance between Taisheng Junjin, Luo Tianqing and Han Feng, Tan Ningong's face finally changed. No matter how confident Tan Ningong was, he didn't think he would be the opponent of Han Feng and the three of them. In fact, until now, Tan Ningong still has some doubts about how the three of Han Feng formed an alliance so easily, and they just believed that the other party would not do anything wrong. Naturally, Tan Ningong didn't know that the three of Han Feng had been to the land of reincarnation long ago, and then retreated or fled back. The three of them have already experienced the horror of the land of reincarnation. Han Feng and the three formed an alliance, so they ignored Tan Ningong. Han Feng flew to Xuanhuan and asked everyone who would like to enter the land of reincarnation again. Tan Ningong's expression changed, but at this moment, he regretted that he refused too quickly. What should he do if the three opponents plot against him in the land of reincarnation? Thinking of this, a faint killing intent flashed in Tan Ningong's eyes, and some wanted to take advantage of this to severely injure one of the three to reduce his own crisis. However, Han Feng, Luo Tianqing, and Taisheng Junjin are such masters, and their souls are extremely powerful. Tan Ningong's killing intent was very faint, but they were still noticed by the three of them. The expressions of the three of them were serious, and they changed their positions calmly. This position made it possible for any one of the three to be attacked, and the other two would be able to strike in time and kill the enemy back. As soon as Tan Ning saw this, he knew that his plan had been noticed, and immediately gave up his plan to make a move. Now that the opponent is alert, it is unlikely to succeed if he makes another move. Han Feng returned to ask Xuanhuan, and Tan Ningong also came to his subordinates to find out how Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin appeared. After this inquiry, Tan Ning was stunned. Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin actually ran out of the land of reincarnation, that is to say. These two have already been to the land of reincarnation and returned. Is that Han Feng too? Thinking about it carefully, I found them before. It seems that they did not just arrive at the land of reincarnation, but came out of the land of reincarnation. That makes sense, no wonder the three of them formed an alliance so quickly. Knowing the reason, Tan Ningong's expression turned ugly. This means that Han Feng failed to break into the land of reincarnation, and Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin also failed. This shows that the danger of the land of reincarnation is greater than what I imagined. Realizing that the land of reincarnation is extraordinary, Tan Ningong lost his 100% self-confidence before. But the arrogance in Tan Ningong's heart made Tan Ningong unable to do things like bowing his head to seek an alliance. That kid Han Feng is not as strong as me. Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin used to be on par with me, but now they are a little behind me in terms of cultivation. If they can't break through, it doesn't mean I can't break through. Tan Ninggang measuring the strength of both parties in my heart, my mood quickly calmed down. On the other side, Qiu Jianfeng was shocked when he learned that Han Feng wanted to enter the land of reincarnation again. Immediately, many people advised Han Feng not to enter the land of reincarnation again. Even with the alliance of Luo Tianqing and others, it is not very safe, and everyone knows that this alliance is just before reaching the passage of reincarnation. Once they reach the channel of reincarnation, even if the alliance is terminated, there will inevitably be a big battle at that time. Taisheng Junjin had a grudge against Han Feng, and Tan Ninggang was also full of hostility towards Han Feng, and when the time came to fight, he also knew that Han Feng would be at a disadvantage. The first update. Reincarnation again. If Han Feng could still summon the skeletons, everyone wouldn't be so nervous. It is a pity that due to the slightly different rules, Bone Order cannot summon General Bone at all in the land of reincarnation. In the face of everyone's persuasion, Han Feng is determined. With Luo Tianqing and others moving forward together, the possibility of success is extremely high. How can we not do it at this time? If it fails, it's a big deal to retreat. Han Feng is more confident that he will retreat unscathed. But if it succeeds, at least thousands of years and tens of thousands of years of practice time can be saved, and you can step into the level of the 8 tribulations true God or even the 9 tribulations true God in one fell swoop. Since Han Feng is so determined, we can only hope that you will successfully reincarnate into the small world and gain luck. But we don't plan to go in, so we can spare you the trouble. Seeing Han Feng's firm attitude, everyone stopped persuading him, but no one was willing to step into the land of reincarnation again, except Xuanhuan. In the end, only Han Feng and Xuanhuan were willing to enter the land of reincarnation on Han Feng's side. Taisheng Junjin is still alone, and his subordinates have all fallen. Luo Tianqing was also alone, and had seen the danger of the sea of reincarnation. Luo Tianqing knew that he had to be at the giant level, and only the top ranked among the giants could be able to protect himself. Tan Ninggang brought more people, perhaps because he knew that the combination of Han Feng and the 4 would be too dangerous for him. Tan Ninggang almost brought everyone into the land of reincarnation. Qin Shan is impressively among them. Qin Shan asked to join on his own initiative, because Qin Shan did not dare to stay. Qin Shan was not sure about his grievances with Han Feng, whether Han Feng had told his companions. What if I told him and stayed by myself, and Han Feng's companions came to make trouble for him? Instead of that, it's better to follow Tan Ninggang together. Given his blind confidence in Tan Ninggang's strength, Qin Shan completely ignored the possibility that he might perish in the land of reincarnation. A group of people entered the land of reincarnation again. With previous experience, the 4 of Han Feng overcame all obstacles, and soon came to the Scarlet Wasteland again. Tan Ninggang and the others followed closely behind. Perhaps they did not expect that the land of reincarnation would suppress their cultivation, and many people looked uneasy. When they came to the Scarlet Wasteland, the 4 of Han Feng took turns taking turns according to the previous method. When Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin made their moves, Han Feng and Xuanhuan accumulated their divine energy and released their big moves. Then Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin, who took the shot, saved up their spirits, and replaced it with Han Feng and Xuanhuan to stop the ghost fire skeleton. The devil's palm that covers the sky. Taisheng True Spirit / Taisheng Tianling / 9 Turn Flood Dragon Breaker. The 4 of them divided into 2 groups and took turns to fight, and quickly fought their way through the crowd of ghost fire skeletons. This time the 4 moved very quickly, so the ghost fire skeletons hadn't gathered many, only 400 or 500. There were only 400 to 500 ghost fire skeletons, and half of them were divided from Tan Ningong, and only about 200 fell on Han Feng and the others. There are only about 200 ghost fire skeletons, what is it to Han Feng and others? Within 2 minutes before and after, the 4 of Han Feng had rushed out of the encirclement of the ghost fire skeletons. Very good, let's go. Luo Tianqing was overjoyed for a while, and it really was extraordinary to unite together. Luo Tianqing still remembered that it took a lot of effort to go through the Scarlet Wasteland before. Of course, the will-o'-the-wisp skeletons encountered before may be a reason, but if they weren't too procrastinating, how could they encounter more and more ghost fire skeletons? The 4 of them galloped towards the strange tree area. This time, Tan Ning and his group fell behind. After all, it was the first time to venture into the Scarlet Wasteland, so he had no experience. Damn it! Tan Ninggang was furious as he watched Han Feng and the others leave them far behind. Hit me! Tan Ning just roared angrily. The next moment, all over the sky bombarded the ghost fire skull, including Tan Ninggang, who also used their big moves. Badian Thunder God Fist. The ferocious thunder devoured the ghost fire skeletons like a raging wave, and a large number of ghost fire skeletons were annihilated in the thunder. Soon, a large area was vacated in the Scarlet Wasteland. Everyone's figures are fanning, and they are about to rush out of the bloody wasteland. But at this moment, more and more will-o'-the-wisp skeletons crawled out from the cracks in the ground. Only halfway through the run, Tan Ning and his party were surrounded again. Humph! Tan Ning just snorted coldly, not paying attention to these ghost fire skeletons at all, and was about to punch out again. At this moment, Tan Ninggang suddenly realized that Xuanhuan was not enough to succeed. Oops! Tan Ninggang was so smart that he immediately discovered the root of the problem. I didn't expect that my cultivation base would be suppressed to the level of the 5 tribulations true God, and I would have to accumulate energy if I wanted to use the Badian Thunder God Fist. Tan Ning had no choice but to give up the Badian Latian Fist. Qin Shan and others also found the same problem, so they had to use ordinary moves to resist. As a result, there will be more and more will-o'-the-wisp skeletons following up, and the pressure on everyone will increase. No wonder Luo Tianqing and the others are divided into 2 groups. Sure enough, they have been here before. Thinking of this, Tan Ning just took a deep breath and immediately ordered everyone to divide into 2 groups. After being divided into 2 groups, Tan Ninggang and his party quickly crossed the Scarlet Wasteland. The Sea of Reincarnation. Han Feng and Xuanhuan stood here again, sighing. Before they left here, Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin had crossed the Sea of Reincarnation before, and now Luo Tianqing was explaining the situation of the Sea of Reincarnation. At the same time, Luo Tianqing put the strange trees that had been cut down in the strange tree area on the ground. According to Luo Tianqing, the Sea of Reincarnation can only bear the wooden boats made of these strange trees, and other treasures such as spaceships are useless at all and will only sink to the bottom of the sea. Brother Han, Brother Shi, the Sea of Reincarnation will suppress our strength again. The strength of Brother Taishang and I will be suppressed to the level of the 4 tribulations true God. If you guessed correctly, Brother Han and Brother Shi, you too, we will be suppressed to the true God of the 3 tribulations. Fortunately, we all have a lot of trump cards, and the quality of the gods we cultivated before and the magical skills we have comprehended are still there, so our strength is far superior to the true God of the 3 tribulations and the true God of the 4th tribulation. But there are strange fish in the Sea of Reincarnation. I call them ghost fish. The weakest ones are equivalent to the first level of ordinary 4 Kulpa true gods. A single ghost fish is not terrible. It is estimated that it can be easily solved by the means of the 2. But the number of ghost fish is extremely large. We cannot underestimate the combination of so many ghost fish. To be honest, Brother Taisheng and I were only halfway through the Sea of Reincarnation. Only halfway through. Shi Huanqing was surprised. With the methods of Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin, he was only halfway through. So with him and Han Feng, how far can they go? Shi Huanqing is very self-aware, and there is still a big gap between him and Han Feng. I also want to know that the closer the Sea of Reincarnation is to the opposite shore, the more dangerous it is. Maybe, the danger faced in the last paragraph will be several times that of the previous one. The four of them may not be able to break through. The second update. Luo Tianqing may have seen Shi Huanqing's worry, and smiled slightly. Brother Shi, don't look down on us too much. To be honest, the reason why Luo and Brother Taisheng only broke through halfway before was because they were distracted from taking care of Luo's subordinates. If not, with the means of Luo and Brother Taisheng, at least 2/3 of it can be broken through. I see. Shi Huanqing suddenly became more confident. Together, Luo Tianqing and Taisheng Junjin can break through at least 2/3 of the way. If there is an extra Han Feng who is no less powerful than the two, the possibility of breaking through is greatly increased. And Shi Huanqing thought of Tan Ningong behind him, and when Tan Ningong discovered the danger of the Sea of Reincarnation, he would naturally look for alliances, and their side would only be stronger by then. Han Feng stared at the Sea of Reincarnation. As far as the naked eye could see, he could see the opposite side of the Sea of Reincarnation. Such a short distance, if not because of the suppression of the land of reincarnation, can usually be jumped over with a single jump. A few people started to work, and quickly made the strange tree they had resisted into a rather huge wooden boat. The moment the strange wood was made into a wooden boat, the wooden boat burst into a dazzling blood-colored light, and the light gradually dissipated, but converged to the surface of the wooden boat. At this moment, the wooden boat seemed to be surrounded by blood-red streamers, which was really strange. Han Feng let out a low cry, and fully activated the divine essence in his body. Even if the divine essence of the 9th rank was suppressed to the 3 tribulations true God due to his limited cultivation, he could still unleash an extremely powerful blow. However, this palm hit the wooden boat, but there was no trace of the mark, and the wooden boat was still lying there steadily, almost motionless. What a strong defense! Han Feng praised. Taisheng Junjin obviously knew more than Shi Huanqing, and said, "This is the tree of reincarnation. It doesn't have any strong defense ability when it is just a strange tree, but once it is made into other shapes, the defense ability will be enhanced to incredible. Don't say that your current cultivation base is suppressed to a small true God of the 3 tribulations, which is your heyday, and don't even think about leaving the slightest damage on it." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flashed. Since the wood of reincarnation is so strange, if you take it away with you, you will have a very strong defense in refining some kind of treasure that exists like a puppet in the future. How could Taisheng Junjin not know Han Feng's thoughts, but actually knew the characteristics of the tree of reincarnation? As long as they are normal practitioners, they will probably have similar thoughts. Luo Tianqing also had such thoughts before. But Taisheng Junjin said with a half-smile, "The so-called tree of reincarnation has this peculiar function in this place of reincarnation. If you leave the place of reincarnation, it will turn into fly ash in a moment." That's right, it's a pity. Han Feng's thoughts were said, and there was nothing embarrassing about it, but he felt extremely regretful. Luo Tianqing said with a smile. Luo also had a similar idea before, but was told by the Taisheng brother that he couldn't take it out. At that time, Luo was extremely disappointed. I can only say that this tree of reincarnation and our martial arts academy. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. The ship of reincarnation has been made, and it's time for us to set off. The ship of reincarnation? Shi Huanqing raised his eyebrows. Hee, isn't the wooden boat made of the wood of reincarnation the ship of reincarnation? Luo Tianqing laughed, and immediately flicked his sleeve robe. An invisible force bombarded the ship of reincarnation. Boom! Immediately, the ship of reincarnation was photographed by this force into the sea of reincarnation, and the next moment Luo Tianqing stretched his figure, and stepped into the ship of reincarnation in an instant. Han Feng, Xuanhuan, and Taishang Junjin also jumped up and fell into the ship of reincarnation. The ship of reincarnation carried Han Feng and 4 people, and began to slowly move towards the opposite bank. At the same time, Tan Ningong and his party also came to the wood of reincarnation area. Everyone was cautious, for fear that these trees of reincarnation would be like ghost fire skeletons. Tan Ningong was thoughtful. How do I feel that I have seen these blood-colored strange trees? Forget it, let's go first, we are too far behind. After thinking for a long time, Tan Ningong didn't think of the tree of reincarnation, so he gave up. After passing through the wood of reincarnation area, Tan Ningong and his party also came to the sea of reincarnation. Feeling the oppression of the sea of reincarnation, everyone looked a little ugly. Suppressed to the level of 4 true gods? In other words, other people will be suppressed to 3 true gods. Tan Ning just frowned, feeling the level of cultivation he could bring out. Qin Shan's complexion was pale. As the only true god of the 6th calamity who entered the land of reincarnation this time, Qin Shan was suppressed into a small true god of the 2nd calamity. What should I do? God, the previous blood-colored ghost fire skeleton is already equivalent to the level of the 3 tribulations true god. If there is a similar ghost fire skeleton in the sea of reincarnation, it will not be worse than the 3 tribulations true god. I am only 2 culpas true god, I'm afraid. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous Qin Shan felt. How could he be so delusional at the beginning, thinking that it would be safe to follow Tan Ningong? Now how to do? Return? As soon as this idea came to his mind, Qin Shan immediately killed him. How? Tan Ningong will definitely not go back, nor will he listen to him, he is such a little dog. It is estimated that Tan Ningong is not even willing to take care of him. Did he go back alone? Thinking of the bloody will-o'-the-wisp skeleton from before, Qin Shan felt his hair stand on end. It's dangerous now. Qin Shan's heart was filled with deep regret. While Qin Shan was regretting, Tan Ningong also found Han Feng and the other 4 on the ship of reincarnation. Tan Ningong immediately turned his head and said to the person beside him, I remember you have a tier 6 spaceship, take it out. Yes. This person did not refuse, and immediately took out the 6th rank spaceship. However, the Qianquan spaceship can't fly in the land of reincarnation. But when the Qianquan spaceship landed on the sea of reincarnation and was about to be treated as an ordinary wooden ship, it sank suddenly. The owner of the Qianquan spaceship had a heartache on his face. This is a tier 6 spaceship, and he spent a lot of Qianquan points to exchange it for it. It's good now, it's sinking directly into the sea of reincarnation. This person didn't dare to have any objection to Tan Ningong, he just sighed that he was too unlucky to be picked by Tan Ningong. Tan Ningong was thoughtful, it seems that not all boats can sail on the sea of reincarnation. I remember that only wooden boats made of wood of reincarnation can sail on the sea of reincarnation. Wait, the sea of reincarnation wood? Damn it, no wonder I feel familiar. Those blood-colored strange trees, before are the trees of reincarnation. Tan Ningong suddenly thought of the origin of the blood-colored monster. These are good, and they have to go back, and the gap with Han Feng and the other 4 is even bigger. Not to mention how angry Tan Ning was getting backward, Han Feng and the other 4 became serious. At this point, they had already driven a quarter of the distance, and they were already within the attack range of the ghost fish. The first update. The closer to this moment, the slower the boat of reincarnation travels. Everyone's spirit is highly concentrated to prevent accidents. Clatter. The calm water surface suddenly fluctuated and churned endlessly. Be careful, the ghost fish is coming. Luo Tianqing reminded carefully. As soon as the words fell, dozens of black shadows burst out from under the water in an instant, shooting at everyone like sharp swords. In Han Feng's mind, he finally discovered the specific appearance of these ghost fish. Light blue flames are burning all over the ghost fish, the flames are faint, and it looks extremely infiltrating. Han Feng was greatly surprised. Isn't this exactly the same as the ghost fire skeleton? Ghost fire skeletons are divided into blue fire level, green fire level, purple fire level, and blood color according to their strength. The ghost fish appearing now is the blue fire ghost fish. Does that mean that there will be green fire ghost fish in the future? Purple fire level ghost fish or even bloody flame ghost fish? What surprised Han Feng even more was that the ghost fish was burning with blue will-o'-the-wisps. How did it survive in the sea of reincarnation? For a moment, Han Feng shook his head with a smile. Since it is a will-o'-the-wisp, it is naturally not as hot as a real flame, but rather gloomy. And the sea of samsara is not an ordinary sea, but the sea of samsara transformed by the power of samsara. Naturally, there is no conflict with the will-o'-the-wisp. Thinking of these things in his mind, Han Feng had already made a move at the same time. The strength of the blue fire ghost fish is roughly equivalent to the elementary level of the four tribulations true God, and this level is not enough to threaten Han Feng. With the Xingyan battle armor attached to his body, Han Feng blasted out a Xingyan battle fist. A simple punch is enough to easily injure an ordinary middle-level four tribulations true God. The flames blasted out, devouring several ghost fishes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Luo Tianqing, Taishang Junjin, and Xuanhuan also took action. The three of them were equally at ease, especially Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin. Their current cultivation level was comparable to that of the blue fire ghost fish. In almost a moment, the dozens of blue fire ghost fishes that attacked everyone were all bombarded to death. Brother Han, Brother Shi, this is just the first wave of attacks, don't be careless. There will be more and more ghost fish attacks in the future, and the level will become higher and higher. It is not impossible for thousands or even more purple fire ghost fish to appear. Purple fire ghost fish, the power is equivalent to the high-level true gods of the four tribulations. Luo Tianqing didn't relax because he easily killed the blue fire ghost fish, and immediately shouted in a low voice. Han Feng and Xuanhuan's expressions froze, and their vigilance, which had not been relaxed, became more dignified because of Luo Tianqing's reminder. Sure enough, every few breaths, the sea surface churned again, extremely violent, far exceeding before. As far as the naked eye can see, the fluctuations of the sea surface can be seen everywhere. Boom boom boom. Powerful auras shot out one after another, and hundreds of ghost fish emerged from the sea at one time. Although almost all of them are blue fire ghost fish and there are very few green fire ghost fish, the number of several hundred should not be underestimated. The four share hundreds equally, and almost everyone has to deal with dozens of heads. Dozens of blue fire ghost fish, including one or two green fire ghost fish, attacked Han Feng with terrifying power. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and Xingyan's battle body suddenly unfolded. The surging flame swept out like a hurricane, blasting towards the ghost fish frantically. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation was suppressed to the level of the three tribulations true God. This level of cultivation can be said to be extremely low. But it is also because of the low level that after using the Xingyan battle body, the increase will be even more terrifying. Han Feng's aura crazily pressed over like a tsunami, and the oppression brought by the ghost fish was instantly defeated. At this time, these ghost fish finally revealed the difference from the ghost fire skeleton. The ghost fire skeleton obviously has no instinct at all, just like a puppet, without life characteristics. However, when these ghost fish were bombarded and killed, they could make screams. This scream was not directly uttered, but was reflected in Han Feng's soul, with a strange fluctuation, through which Han Feng felt the misery of these ghost fish. Among them, the green fire ghost fish, while screaming miserably, also had a burst of anger. Xuanhuan also displayed his own bloodline, the bloodline of Wanyan Jiaolong. The power of the dragon surged out, and every time he swung his fist, it seemed that a dragon was roaring. Both Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin have not used their blood and divine body yet, but they have each displayed their unique skills that are not weak. This time everyone spent a little time, but that was all. Unless they were surrounded by a large number of purple fire ghost fish, with the strength of Han Feng and the others, there was really no need to worry too much. Tan Ningong and his party finally built the ship of reincarnation and stepped into the sea of reincarnation one after another. The ship of reincarnation was slowly moving, and everyone was attacked again and again. Soon, the four of Han Feng came to the central area of the sea of reincarnation. Before, Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin had to retreat here. Han Feng only heard Luo Tianqing say that the central area was scary, but he didn't experience it personally, so naturally he didn't feel deeply. However, now surrounded by more than 1,000 ghost fish, Han Feng finally felt that creepy feeling. The fluctuation of the sea surface is still expanding, and it is conceivable that there will be more ghost fishes coming in a steady stream. The most important thing is that almost all of these ghost fish have reached the bloody flame level. That is to say, among the more than 1,000 ghost fishes surrounding Han Feng, any of them has the power no less than the high-level power of the four tribulations true God. Just pulling out a bloody flame ghost fish, Han Feng and the others can easily kill it, but with more than 1,000, it will be troublesome, especially when there are more ghost fish coming in a steady stream. Too many. Han Feng and Xuanhuan were shocked. Facing so many ghost fishes, the four of Han Feng had to use their whole cards, but as I said before, limited by their cultivation, it is impossible to use such whole cards one after another, and it takes time to recover and relax after each use. Immediately, Han Feng and Xuanhuan formed a group, and Luo Tianqing and Taishang Junjin formed a group. Han Feng and Xuanhuan were the first to attack. Golden Immortal Physique, Ning. Ziji Xuanhua, merge. Taishan Tian Ling slash. Han Feng's terrifying power shot out, and the purple flames covered the sky and the sun, like a king of flames descending, with supreme power. Suddenly, fierce sword energy burst out from the flames, sweeping around, and a large number of ghost fish fell under Han Feng's powerful moves. There was a large space around the ship of reincarnation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Feng took a deep breath, and immediately Yantian Wubaoluan and Jiolong Shanin appeared beside him to carry out auxiliary attacks. The Yantianwu treasure wheel burst into endless flames, and the 9 dragons' seal turned into a huge mountain and fell down with monstrous force, and large pieces of ghost fish fell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the ship of reincarnation suddenly accelerated, wanting to take this opportunity to rush out. However, the ghost fish burst out continuously from below the sea surface, making Han Feng doubt that these ghost fish are endless. Strange, is it possible that the number of these ghost fishes is limited in each attack? Han Feng frowned slightly. The second update. Han Feng has already noticed that although there are a steady stream of ghost fish joining the attacking team, the number of ghost fish surrounding them has always remained at around 1,000. Each blasted road will soon be blocked by ghost fish, and the distance traveled by the ship of reincarnation is very short each time. At this speed, God knows when he will be able to reach the other shore. Although the ghost fish can quickly block the intersection of the bombardment, but now, there is only one way to go. If you don't blast the road, you will be bombarded by the ghost fish all the time, and it will just stay in place and wait until Xuanhuan, the exhaustion is unbearable, so I can only go back home. Thinking like this, Han Feng tried his best to mobilize the spirit in his body. Taishan Excalibur, Yantian Wubaoluan, and 9 dragons' seal show their supernatural power. Han Feng, it's my turn. Xuanhuan noticed that Han Feng was panting, and immediately took Han Feng's place. Xuanhuan naturally wouldn't hide anything at this time. Han Feng didn't use his strongest move. Firstly, that move was too costly. Second, the current crisis has not yet reached that level. Xuanhuan was different. His strength was not as good as Han Feng's and the others. If he tried his best, he might not be as efficient as Han Feng. The 8 desolation dragon flames came out from around, and the roar of the dragon was faintly heard. Flood Dragon Skyfire Fist. The Jiaolong roared out, and the Jiaolong transformed into Bawang Longjian quickly rushed into the ghost fish school. But the effect was very little. The ship of reincarnation sailed for a while, and had to stop when it was blocked again. Seeing this, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and immediately took out the top-grade artifact. 9-turn Flood Dragon Breaker. The roar of the Jiaolong became more and more shocking, and the momentum blasted out like a howling wind. With Xuanhuan's full blow, the ship of reincarnation finally traveled a long distance. At this time, Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing had already finished their savings. Brother Han, Brother Shi, please step back and recover, and then hand it over to Brother Luo and Taisheng. Luo Tianqing strode out, and at this moment, the devilish energy all over his body gushed out frantically and rushed straight into the sky. Luo Tianqing himself also turned into a colossal monster, which was the body of an 8-armed demon god. The devil's palm that covers the sky. The 8 arms of the demon god blasted out, the demonic energy surged, and the sound rolled. Taisheng sword body, the human sword is one. Taisheng true spirit slash. The sword intent swept out like a king descending, covering the sky and the sun, densely packed. As soon as the two of them made a move, the effect was really extraordinary, far beyond Xuanhuan's comparison. The ship of reincarnation began to move slowly again. The 4 of them continued to take shots alternately like this. It couldn't be said how easy it was, but it couldn't be said how difficult it was either. Luo Tianqing couldn't help sighing, this is the benefit of the 4 masters joining forces. I think it was not so easy when the main opponents to deal with these ghost fish were only him and Taisheng Junjin. Especially when he had to take care of his subordinates, he was even more restrained. Even so, he still lost several elite subordinates, which made him very sad. The ship of reincarnation sailed by 4 people was neither fast nor slow, but the speed could not be compared with the first half after all. Therefore, Tan Ningang and others quickly caught up. A large number of purple fire ghost fish surrounded the ship of reincarnation that Tan Ningang and others were riding on, making many people pale. Tan Ningang and his party are large in number, far from being comparable to the 4 of Han Feng. But in terms of overall strength, Tan Ningang and his group are far inferior to Han Feng and the others. Soon, Tan Ningang and his group were injured. It didn't even take long for someone to fall. The person who fell was none other than Qin Shan. Qin Shan's original cultivation base was only the true god of the 6 tribulations, but he was suppressed to the level of the true god of the 2nd tribulation in the Sea of Reincarnation. In the face of a large group of ghost fishes comparable to the high-ranking true gods of the 4th calamity, what is the power of the true god of the 2nd calamity? Even if Qin Shan's magical skills and divine essence quality are still there, the 9 tribulations divine artifact can still exert some power. If he dies, he can barely fight a ghost fish. It is almost impossible to win. Faced with a large number of ghost fish, Qin Shan was quickly hit hard. But Qin Shan's death was not only due to lack of strength, but to prevent disaster for others. Beside Qin Shan, a member of Tan Ningang's direct line was accidentally rushed into the defensive area by several ghost fish. Seeing that he was about to be severely injured by several ghost fish attacks, this person immediately pulled Qin Shan, who was on the side in front of him, and endured it forcefully. Several ghost fish attack. Qin Shan was very unwilling to die, his eyes were wide open, as if he did not expect that he did not die at the hands of Han Feng, but at the hands of his companion. The man used Qin Shan to escape, but he didn't have the slightest thought of thanking him. The true God of the six tribulations, is such a waste worthy of being valued by senior brother Tan? You are only worthy of practicing in the small world. I am kind enough to let you reincarnate in the small world. Saying this, the man threw Qin Shan into the sea of reincarnation. A strange ray of light bloomed in the sea of reincarnation, wrapping Qin Shan. The moment Qin Shan sank into the sea of reincarnation, his entire body disappeared as the light faded. Han Feng didn't notice Qin Shan's fall, and even if he did, he probably didn't care. In the eyes of Han Feng, Qin Shan is just a small character who can be killed at any time. Even the member of the Qin family from the Qingyun sect, and only the patriarch of the Qin family who broke through the limit of the true God and stepped into the true God of the heavenly general, is worthy of making the current Han Feng fearful. As time went by, the four of Han Feng felt the pressure gradually increasing. The number of ghost fish attacks remained unchanged, still in the early 1000, but the quality was steadily improving. The purple fire ghost fish is equivalent to the high-level true gods of the four tribulations in strength, but even the high-level true gods of the four tribulations are divided into early, middle, late and peak stages. The purple fire ghost fishes that are attacking everyone today are basically at the peak level of the four tribulations true god. All four of Han Feng were like this, not to mention Tan Ningong. Tan Ninggang was also quite embarrassed when many of his subordinates were holding back. At this moment, Tan Ninggang really had the idea of letting go of his dignity and seeking a union. Wait a little longer, maybe it's enough to survive this period of time. Tan Ninggang thought, full of expectation. However, Tan Ninggang was going to be disappointed after all. The ship of reincarnation of the four of Han Feng has almost reached 2/3 of the sea of reincarnation, and only 1/3 of the distance is left to the other side. During the attack of the ghost fish, the bloody flame ghost fish finally appeared. The bloody flame ghost fish has reached the initial level of the five tribulations true God. With such strength, without using the chaos artifact, Han Feng also needs to go all out to be able to bombard him more easily. As for Xuanhuan, he needed to resist with all his strength. The appearance of the blood-colored flame ghost fish immediately inflicted severe damage on Tan Ningong and his group. Immediately, a disciple of the inner sect of the Xuanhuan sect who was suppressed to the first-level true god of the third tribulation fell and was swallowed by the blood-colored flames, turning into nothingness. It is worth mentioning that being swallowed by the sea of reincarnation can also be reincarnated into a small world. Swallowed by the ghost fish's will-o'-the-wisp, there is no possibility of reincarnation, and it completely disappears between heaven and earth. Speaking of which, this person's fate is not as good as Qin Shan's. Ironically, this person is the one who threw Qin Shan into the sea of reincarnation. The first update. 1803 Under the King of Ghost Fish, second update. There were not many bloody flame ghost fish, but there were not many, there were probably more than 10 of them. This kind of power is definitely a disaster for Tan Ningong and his party. No one except Tan Ningong can defeat the scarlet flame ghost fish alone. What's more, except for Tan Ninggang, the rest of the people were more or less injured, seriously, and almost lost the strength to fight again. There were endless screams. "Brother, save me. Brother, I don't want to die yet. I'm so sorry. Brother, if you don't save yourself from death, I curse you to die." At the moment of death, all humanity is exposed. Why did they follow Tan Ningong? It's not that following Tan Ning just has a future. If they knew that following Tan Ningong would lead to a dead end, no matter how bright Tan Ningong's future was, they would not be willing. Even life is gone, how can we talk about the future? Among them, Xuanhuan's two opponents and Wurongzai were the most important. If they didn't follow Tan Ningong, they would be able to break through the ancient gods in the future based on their talents. Even if the limit of the true gods is not broken, the ordinary ancient gods who have broken through the realm of the nine tribulations true gods are still ancient gods with a lofty status and an extremely long lifespan. And now, Tan Ning's face turned livid with anger. It's reversed. Perhaps because he was used to being flattered by Warongtsai and others in the past, Tan Ningang didn't expect this situation at all, and kept roaring angrily. Tan Ningang didn't want to make a move, he was obviously entangled and couldn't make a move unless he used the Chaos Artifact. But with the use of the Chaos Artifact, it is foreseeable that the divine essence that can be used in the body will be consumed in an instant. At that time, if you fall into the siege again, you will be extremely passive. At first, I wanted to save you all, but since I cursed you so much, then I'll all die. Tan Ningang felt a little guilty at first, but now he has nothing. The god of thunder and thunder was cast out, and Tan Ning just descended like a god of thunder. Thunder God Fist. Shocking Thunder God Fist. Badian Thunder God Fist. Thunder destroys the world. Rumble. Lightning flashes and thunder rumbles. The raging thunder continued to open the way for the ship of reincarnation. Nine-turn flood dragon breaker. Ziyun divine arm. Taishang Zhenwu Zhan. Slash with the demonic axe. The four of Han Feng formed two groups, shot one after another, abruptly opening a path to the other shore for the ship of reincarnation. Luo Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only two people, then they could only take turns one by one. Then in order to open up a path comparable to the current one, it is estimated that the artifact of chaos will be used. But now it is still a little far away from the other side, and it is not the time to use the chaos artifact. Wait. That guy Tan Ningang is approaching us, wait for him. Taishang Junjin said suddenly. Luo Tianxing, Han Feng, and Xuanhuan did not refuse. No one knows what dangers there will be when approaching the other shore, one more person's strength, naturally more security. When the four of them consciously lowered the speed of the ship of reincarnation, Tan Ningang quickly caught up. With one punch, he killed the ghost fish surrounding him. Tan Ning just jumped up, and the next moment he landed on the ship of reincarnation where Han Feng and the others were. Tan Ningang looked embarrassed. Compared with the previous wild words, the current facts can be said to have slapped Tan Ningang in the face. But Tan Ningang didn't bother to apologize in a low voice, because the ship of reincarnation slowed down, and at this moment it was naturally surrounded by ghost fish again. The five shot immediately. This time, with the strength of 5 people, it is easier to open the way. The 5 were also divided into 2 groups, Luo Tianxing and Han Feng were in the same group, Taishang Junjin and Tan Ningang were in the same group, and Xuanhuan acted according to the situation. In the current situation, Xuanhuan's full shot can play a very small role. The ship of reincarnation is still about 1/5 of the distance away from the other side. If everyone jumped at this distance with all their strength, and then made a second jump in mid-air with the help of something, they could barely reach the other side. Everyone looked dignified. The more it came to this time, the more they couldn't be careless. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea in front of him fluctuated violently, like a tsunami. The next moment, a huge monster slowly emerged from the water, and the red flames rushed out of the sky like a demon god. Dye the whole space red. Red generally represents fiery, enthusiastic and fighting spirit. However, the red color that appeared at this moment was full of a strange and gloomy feeling, no different from the will-o'-the-wisp on the ghost fish before. If we want to talk about the difference, we can only say that the eerie feeling of this red will-o'-the-wisp is far superior to that of any ghost fish before. Even the blood-red flame ghost fish is far inferior. What appeared in everyone's eyes was still a ghost fish, but it was a colossus hundreds of times and 1,000 times bigger than normal ghost fish. The red will-o'-the-wisp devoured the ghost fish completely, and the terrifying aura was like a stormy sea. This ghost fish. I'm afraid it's close to the level of the seven tribulations true God. Luo Tianqing's expression turned ugly. Cultivation being suppressed does not mean that everyone's eyesight and feeling are also suppressed. Everyone was a high-level true God in their heyday, so they can naturally feel the state of the breath released by the ghost fish at this moment. In the past, the power close to the seven tribulations true God was nothing to them, even Xuanhuan could easily kill this ghost fish. However, now that everyone's cultivation has been suppressed to the level of the true God of the third or fourth calamity, the power close to the true God of the seventh calamity is extremely terrifying. The red will-o'-the-wisp ghost fish also scanned the crowd with sinister eyes, and let out a silent roar. This silent roar was reflected in the souls of everyone, and it was the chilling killing intent. This ghost fish is the ghost fish king of the Sea of Reincarnation, and many ghost fish can be said to be the fish roe and grandchildren of the ghost fish king. Many fish roes and grandchildren were killed, and the ghost fish king just wanted to burn all the 5 humans in front of him to ashes, so that he would never be reincarnated. It's just limited by the rules of the land of reincarnation. The ghost fish king can't make a move until the 5 people continue to approach. What should I do? Luo Tianqing asked. Everyone frowned. Facing the ghost fish king in front of them, it is obviously not enough to rely on the strength of a group, but if they are all together, they are afraid that the ship of reincarnation will be bombarded by the aftermath of the battle on a remote track. How will they settle down then? Leave the ship of reincarnation to me. I will stabilize the ship of reincarnation. But you 3 can only rely on the shot. Anyway, my power will not be of much use against this ghost fish. Xuanhuan said suddenly. Luo Tianqing nodded slowly. This plan is feasible. Then the ship of reincarnation will be handed over to you. Senior brother Shi, our safety is in your hands. Han Feng was also extremely cautious. Don't worry, I'm not sure about fighting that ghost fish, but it's still possible to just stabilize the ship of reincarnation. Xuanhuan replied solemnly. Xuanhuan also understood that once he did not control the ship of reincarnation to stabilize here, but was washed away by the aftermath of the battle, the 4 of Han Feng would fall into the Sea of Reincarnation. That's it. The second update. Tan Ninggang and Taishang Junjin hesitated. Strictly speaking, both of them have grievances with Xuanhuan, so naturally they don't trust Xuanhuan too much. But other than that, they really couldn't think of any other way to stabilize the ship of reincarnation. Thinking that Xuanhuan would at least not harm Han Feng, the 2 gritted their teeth and decided to trust Xuanhuan more, thinking that Xuanhuan would not do anything to self-destruct the city wall. If even Han Feng was harmed, Xuanhuan would have to fight alone for the rest of the journey. With only Xuanhuan alone, the possibility of breaking through is too small. Shoot! The 4 of them got ready, and Luo Tianqing gave an order. The next moment, the 4 jumped up one after another. Ziyun divine arm. Slash with the demonic axe. Taishang Zhenwu Zhan. Thunder destroys the world. The ghost fish king was limited by the rules of the land of reincarnation, so he couldn't make a move before, but now the 4 of Han Feng had reached the range where the rules could attack, and immediately roared silently, and the red ghost fire turned into various attacks, blasting towards the Han Feng 4 people. A blow close to the 7 tribulations true God was really not taken seriously by Han Feng and the others before. But now such a blow is hard for Han Feng and the others to resist. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the 4 collided with the will-o'-the-wisps, and the ear-piercing roar resounded through the Sea of Reincarnation. The Sea of Reincarnation violently churned, and the waves continued to spread towards the surroundings. Fix! Xuanhuan yelled loudly, and the divine essence surged out, stabilizing the ship of reincarnation. No matter how heavy the task is, the ship of reincarnation will only sway within a certain range from the original place. With such a distance, it is not too difficult for the four of them to retreat. In the air, the attacks of the two sides collided, causing waves of aftermath. Puff puff. The four of them snorted, and immediately took advantage of the aftermath to return to the ship of reincarnation. No, this kind of attack has no effect on the ghost fish. The ghost fish didn't even do any damage. All our attacks were blocked by the red ghost fire. Luo Tianqing said immediately as soon as he landed on the ship of reincarnation. The ghost fish king roared in anger silently, and the four of Han Feng withdrew, out of the range that the ghost fish king could attack. The ghost king could only stare at the four of them angrily. Huh? Han Feng couldn't help being startled when he discovered this phenomenon. Before I wondered that something was wrong with this huge ghost fish. Now it seems that it should be restricted by the land of reincarnation. I guess as long as we are more than a certain distance from the opponent will not be able to shoot. Han Feng touched his chin and guessed. When Han Feng conjectured, Taishang Junjin was overjoyed. This way, it gives us time to rest and relax. Even if we are given time to rest, the ghost fish can still recover, which is not of great benefit to us. Tan Ninggang snorted. Luo Tianqing frowned slightly. This is indeed a problem. While they retreated to recover from their injuries, why not the ghost fish? This is an endless loop. Then we can only use the chaos artifact. Han Feng said. Obviously, it was impossible for the previous attack to cause harm to the ghost fish, but they suffered a lot. But if you use the chaos artifact, unless we can kill that ghost fish in one go, otherwise. Luo Tianqing shook his head. If they can't kill the ghost fish in one go, then when they retreat to recover, the ghost fish will also recover from their injuries. When they make another shot, the ghost fish, probably, it's all good. Damn it, if it wasn't in the Sea of Reincarnation. Tan Ning was furious. If he wasn't afraid of falling into the Sea of Reincarnation, how could he be so restrained? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The problem now is that dragging that ghost fish can't make that ghost fish recover. In this case, Han has an idea. Oh? Please tell me. Luo Tianqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately made an invitation gesture. Han Feng smiled slightly. Brother Luo, Han's chaos artifact has the effect of trapping arrays. Taishang Junjin and Tan Ning were startled, and immediately understood what Han Feng wanted to do. On the contrary, Luo Tianqing was still a little uncertain. He had never personally experienced the power of the Nine Main Royal Fire Banner. But soon, Luo Tianqing knew. Han Feng sacrificed the 9 Pythons Royal Fire Flag, and the 9 Pythons Royal Fire Array wrapped himself and the Ghost Fish King. The 9 Fire Pythons rolled over and attacked the Ghost Fish King without being affected by the Sea of Reincarnation. Han Feng sat cross-legged in the boat of reincarnation, and said, "There is Han's 9 Main Royal Fire Banner. This ghost fish will be attacked until the 9 Main Royal Fire Banner, and then only 3 of you need to take action to consume the other party. It's just that, in order to maintain the 9 Pythons Imperial Fire Formation, Han has consumed a lot. With the cultivation base of the 3 Tribulations True God that is suppressed now, it may not last long." Han Feng stared at Luo Tianqing III with piercing eyes. People. Luo Tianqing was stunned, and immediately took out a bottle of elixir. This is the top-grade divine elixir Tianluden specially refined by our alchemy master of Tianluozong. It must be very useful for Brother Han. Han Feng accepted it with satisfaction, and then swept towards Taishang Junjin and Tan Ninggang. The two were a little reluctant, but they could only grit their teeth and take it out. After getting 3 bottles of magic pills, Han Feng said, "The next thing is to rely on the 3. At this time, the Ghost Fish King had already fought fiercely with the 9 fire pythons. The 3 of Luo Tianqing took out the chaos artifact one after another. Luo Tianqing's artifact is a magic stick filled with demonic energy. Taishang Junjin's is the Chilean Excalibur. and Tan Ningnong's is the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror. The three of them used the chaos artifact, and the power immediately skyrocketed, with a monstrous momentum, which was far from comparable to the previous tricks. It is precisely because the three people's current cultivation bases have been suppressed to an extremely low level that the chaos artifact can be activated to exert a power far exceeding that of the four tribulations' true god. The whole body of the Ghost Fish King was covered with red flames, but he was completely wiped out by the 9-day god thunder blasted out by the 9-day thunder mirror. The attacks from the magic stick and the Chilean divine sword slammed into the body of the Ghost Fish King. The Ghost Fish King's huge body rolled over, rolling up waves of terror, roaring in pain. The roar of pain was still silent, and everyone felt it only with their souls. The faces of Luo Tianqing and the others were pale. With their cultivation base suppressed, such a blow would almost drain them dry. Xuanhuan made a sudden move, and three gentle forces wrapped around Luo Tianqing and the three of them, dragging them into the ship of reincarnation. The three of them didn't care about their distress at this time. They all took out the precious pills and swallowed them one after another, recovering their divine essence as quickly as possible. The three of Luo Tianqing hated in their hearts. They obviously still had a lot of spirits in their bodies, but those spirits were suppressed and unable to move. It was really aggrieved. At this time, the pressure on Han Feng was great. Now, it can be said that Han Feng is alone against the Ghost Fish King. The Ghost Fish King kept attacking the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation, and Han Feng's Xuanhuan was consumed at an extremely terrifying speed. Fortunately, Han Feng had already had the elixir in his mouth, and he swallowed it immediately. The elixir was of a very high grade, turning into waves of majestic energy. Han Feng ran the 9 flames and different fire art with all his strength, turned all these majestic energies into his own divine essence, and then output them, trying not to waste a single bit. It is also thanks to Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire Ju that he has cultivated to an extremely advanced level, otherwise at least 20 to 30% of the energy of the elixir would be wasted. At such a critical moment, it might be that the 20 to 30% of the energy of the elixir was wasted to get the Ghost Fish King out of trouble, causing them to fall short. The first update. At this time, Han Feng's responsibility is very important, that is, to drag the Ghost Fish King with all his strength, not to let the Ghost Fish King recover from his injuries, and not to let the Ghost Fish King approach them. 1 pill, 2, 3, 4. Soon, Han Feng's innermost elixir was almost exhausted. At this time, the three of Luo Tianqing stood up, jumped up suddenly, and the chaos artifact in their hands exploded with terrifying power, blasting towards the Ghost Fish King. The thunder of the 9 heavens, the sword intent like a king, and the devilish energy like the descending of a demon god almost swallowed the Ghost Fish King. Han Feng's expression was slightly cold. Luo Tianqing's attack, this time, was not as violent as before. Soon, Han Feng figured out why. The recovery time for the three of Luo Tianqing was too short after all. It is true that the three of them swallowed the extremely advanced recovery pill, but there was no way to convert the pill into their own divine essence in such a short period of time. In other words, many of the gods output by the three of them are the energy of divine pills. After all, the energy of the divine elixir is not divine essence, and its quality obviously cannot compare with the quality of the three of them, which also caused a lot of the output energy to be somewhat vain. Therefore, the attack of the three people was not as good as the attack at the beginning. However, Han Feng knew that this was already the limit of what the three of them could do, and they couldn't delay any longer. Han Feng himself knew that even if the three of Luo Tianqing were delayed for a few more breaths, he might not be able to bear it anymore. Taking advantage of the moment when Luo Tianqing and the others attacked the Ghost Fish King, Han Feng stuffed a lot of pills into the innermost part. Going back and forth like this, the elixir was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost all the elixirs given to Han Feng by Luo Tianqing and the others were consumed. The three of Luo Tianqing shot again, and each time they failed to fully absorb the energy of the magic pill, which also caused some trouble for the three of them. At least leaving the land of reincarnation, the three of them need a period of time to stabilize the quality of Xuanhuan, otherwise the quality of Xuanhuan is very likely to decrease. However, everything has advantages and disadvantages. The three of them are so exhausted, and the Ghost Fish King is naturally not much better. With Han Feng trapping the other party with the 9 Python fire control formation, and with the constant attacks of the fire python, the Ghost Fish King has no way to recover, and the consumption is getting bigger and bigger. Today's Ghost Fish King, the momentum cannot be compared with the heyday. The Ghost Fish King is dying. Brother Han, tear down the formation, the four of us will take the final blow, and try to kill the Ghost Fish King. Luo Tianqing said with a stern look on his face. Okay. Han Feng responded immediately. The 9 fire pythons roared and flew towards the sky in an instant, gathered together and turned into an even bigger fire python. Luo Tianqing and the other three made another move. Taishang Zhenwu Zhan. 9 Heavens Thunder. Devil Stick. Roar. The Ghost Fish King let out a miserable and shrill neigh, and his body gradually collapsed into nothingness. Xuanhuan's divine essence erupted out of his palms, blasting towards the sea of reincarnation continuously. With the help of this recoil force, the ship of reincarnation sailed towards the opposite bank at an extremely fast speed. On the way, the four of Han Feng landed on the ship of reincarnation. The faces of the four of them are not much better. The Chaos Artifact is a big killer move, even Luo Tianqing and the other three will not use it easily. Now in order to cross the sea of reincarnation, I don't know how many times I have been urged. Fortunately, I have the 9 flames different fire art. Refining and absorbing all the divine pills did not affect my spirit. Han Feng exhaled. Compared with Luo Tianqing and the other three, Han Feng's situation is much better, at least there are no sequelae. The ship of reincarnation finally reached the other side, and the 5 jumped to the other side. Feeling his own cultivation, Han Feng was relieved when he found that he was not suppressed. If it is suppressed again, there will be something more dangerous than the ghost fish in the rear, and I really don't know if it will retreat again. As long as the cultivation base is not suppressed, even if there is an existence stronger than the ghost fish, it is not without strength. This is not the sea of reincarnation, so there is no need to restrain your hands and feet during actions. The 5 looked at each other, and they all saw a trace of relief in each other's eyes. The next moment, the 5 of them unfolded their movements and galloped further in. After about a stick of incense, the bodies of all 5 of them shook. Not far away, 3 huge and strange vortexes were floating in the air in a tripod formation. Above each vortex, starlight fonts of different colors flashed. Golden Humanity. Purple Demon Way. Black Magic. These fonts are composed of star points of different colors, so they are not stable, but floating above the vortex in a distorted manner. Reincarnation, the channel of reincarnation. The expressions of the 5 people were shocked, and a look of ecstasy appeared on the faces of the 5 people. The next moment, Han Feng and the others froze, and then moved their bodies, and immediately distanced themselves from the rest of the people. Han Feng and Xuanhuan are quite close to each other, so they count as one. Obviously, now that they have come to the channel of reincarnation, the previous alliance has broken down. Everyone was vigilant against each other, to prevent being attacked by surprise. Tan Ninggang just wanted to let himself be reincarnated alone, the coldness surged in his eyes, and the murderous intent gushed out. Taishang Junjin and Tan Ninggang had similar ideas. Most importantly, Taishang Junjin wanted to use this to completely resolve the grievances with Han Feng. Luo Tianqing didn't have such an idea. Luo Tianqing had already judged the strength of everyone in the previous attack. To be honest, no one person could crush the others. Without the strength to crush, it is almost impossible to kill everyone and reincarnate themselves. Everyone was wary of each other, but the atmosphere became stalemate. Brother Tan, you and that kid should have a grudge. Why don't we work together to kill that kid Han Feng first? Taishang Junjin sent a voice transmission to Tan Ninggang. Tan Ningang's eyes moved. Okay, wait until we get rid of this kid and Xuanhuan, and then settle the matter between us. Brother Luo, what do you think? After the sound transmission, the two asked Luo Tianqing again. Luo Tianqing refused without hesitation. The three of them deal with Han Feng. Han Feng certainly cannot escape, but with Han Feng's strength, it is not impossible to drag one of them to die together in a desperate situation. No matter how bad it is, they can desperately injure one of them. In case he was tricked, Luo Tianqing did not believe that Tan Ninggang and Taishang Junjin would show mercy. Besides, even if the three of them join forces, can they really trust each other? Who knows if there is any secret connection between the two of them? Such a joint effort must be tied up and full of worries. Humph. Luo Tianqing's refusal made Tan Ninggang feel angry. Brother Taishang, how about we join forces to kill Luo Tianqing after that kid is dealt with? This, good. Taishang Junjin paused, and immediately agreed. But Taishang Junjin immediately sent a voice transmission to Luo Tianqing, and told Luo Tianqing everything. Brother Luo, that guy Tan Ninggang has bad intentions, you have to be careful. After Han Feng is killed, Tan Ninggang will definitely attack you. When we unite together, we will be able to severely damage Tan Ninggang. Taishang Junjin is not stupid. There is injury. Tan Ninggang has a strong cultivation base. Fighting alone, he is definitely not Tan Ninggang's opponent. If only he and Tan Ninggang are left in the end, is there any need to talk about his ending? The second update. The corner of Luo Tianqing's mouth twitched. As expected, the alliance was unreliable. Tan Ning just joined forces with Taishang Junjin, and Taishang Junjin immediately betrayed Tan Ninggang. Etc. Luo Tianqing shuddered suddenly. What if this was a smoke bomb released by Taishang Junjin? What if Taishang Junjin really united with Tan Ninggang, and the sound transmission with her was just to deceive herself? Luo Tianqing's expression was gloomy, and he didn't really believe in Taishang Junjin in his heart. But regardless of whether Taishang Junjin lied to him or not, Luo Tianqing agreed, and it was also to reduce the vigilance of Taishang Junjin and Tan Ninggang. Anyway, Luo Tianqing's eyes flashed an imperceptible light, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Han Feng, be careful. Xuanhuan approached Han Feng nervously, and whispered. Han Feng nodded slightly, and seeing the expressions of Taishang Junjin and Tan Ninggang, he knew that they must have bad intentions for him. Now that he has reached the channel of reincarnation, it is natural to have grievances and revenge. Han Feng didn't believe that Tan Ninggang and Taishang Junjin would let him go. As for Luo Tianqing, Han Feng didn't know what Luo Tianqing's decision would be. Normally, the two had no grievances, but Luo Tianqing, as a genius alongside Tan Ninggang and Taishang Junjin, Han Feng didn't know what Luo Tianqing would think. Shoot! Suddenly, Taishang Junjin and Tan Ninggang shot. The two had already finished negotiating, and the moment they made a move, it was like thunder. The Taishang sword body and the shocking thunder god body have already been deployed. Han Feng responded calmly, with a deep chill in his eyes. Han Feng was also prepared for a long time. The moment Tan Ninggang and Taishang Junjin shot, Han Feng had already displayed the Xinyan battle body and Jin Xian body, and integrated Aurora Tsangyan into it. Xinyan fighting fist. Taishang true spirit slash. Shocking thunder god fist. None of the three tried their best. Who knows that there is Luo Tianqing on the other side? Even so, the collision of the attacks of the three was also shocking. Waves of powerful destructive aftermath gushed out crazily, rumbling. It's this time. Luo Tianqing made a decision that no one had thought of. He ignored Han Feng's battle with Taisheng Junjin and Tan Ning Gang, but rushed to the reincarnation channel. How could this happen? Taisheng Junjin was shocked and furious, and agreed to join forces to deal with Tan Ning Gang later. Taisheng Junjin quickly realized that Luo Tianqing didn't trust him. For a while, Taisheng Junjin didn't know what to do, and continued to deal with Han Feng. After that? Will Tan Ning just let her go? But if Han Feng is let go? Taisheng Junjin felt unwilling. Tan Ning Gang also did not expect Luo Tianqing to behave like this. Damn it. Tan Ningang's original intention was to first unite Taisheng Junjin and Luo Tianqing to kill Han Feng and Xuanhuan, then unite Taisheng Junjin to kill Luo Tianqing, and finally kill Taisheng Junjin, leaving only himself reincarnated. But now Luo Tianqing didn't care about the previous sound transmission agreement, and rushed directly to the reincarnation channel. Don't even think about it. Angry, Tan Ning just gave up besieging Han Feng and turned around to obstruct Luo Tianqing. Where are you going? Han Feng yelled. Xuanhuan blasted out, and smashed Tan Ningang with Xinyan Zhanquan. Since Luo Tianqing didn't choose to embarrass him, he has to accept it. In other words, Luo Tianqing's departure is actually beneficial to Han Feng. The boy is looking for death. Tan Ning just felt the blow from behind, so he had to give up his plan to block Luo Tianqing, and turned around to block Han Feng's punch. Luo Tianqing's speed was so fast, it was almost impossible for Tan Ning to catch up with Luo Tianqing after being blocked by Han Feng just now. Luo Tianqing shouted loudly, "Brother Han, thank you very much. After being reincarnated in the small world, Luo will definitely be rewarded." In a few breaths, Luo Tianqing had already rushed to the passage of reincarnation. My divine body is the eight-armed demon god's body, which belongs to the attribute of the devil itself. I have decided to devote myself to the way of the devil. Luo Tianqing had an intuition. Perhaps the reincarnation demon path can get more benefits than the reincarnation human path and demon path. Luo Tianqing didn't know why he had such an intuition. But at Luo Tianqing's level, sometimes intuition is very important. Luo Tianqing decided to respect his intuition and jumped into the magic way. Luo Tianqing's figure fell into the magic way and disappeared. You bastard! Tan Ning just stared at Han Feng, his teeth itching with hatred. It's a pity that after his cultivation was suppressed, the gap between Tan Ningang and Han Feng had already narrowed. In addition, Tan Ningang didn't dare to use his big move easily, so he couldn't take down Han Feng in a short time. Taisheng Junjin, why are you still standing there? Why don't you act quickly? Tan Ning was so angry that he couldn't take down Han Feng. Suddenly noticing Taisheng Junjin, who was stunned aside, Tan Ningang yelled again and again. Taisheng Junjin remained unmoved, his eyes flickering. In the current situation, after Han Feng falls, he will be the next one. Afterwards, Taisheng Junjin made a move, but the target of the attack was Tan Ningang. Tan Ningang obviously did not expect that Taisheng Junjin would suddenly attack him, and was caught off guard. But as a strong man, Tan Ningang still reacted in time, and was not completely hit, and even punched back. Puff! Puff! Tan Ningang and Taisheng Junjin both vomited blood. Obviously, Tan Ningang suffered more injuries than Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin, do you know what you are doing? Tan Ningang asked Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin sneered, is Brother Tan an idiot? Or is Brother Tan treating me as an idiot? If Han Feng dies, I don't think I will end well. Tan Ningang narrowed his eyes slightly, it seems that you understand everything. Naturally. Taisheng Junjin remained expressionless. The reason why Taisheng Junjin joined Luo Tianqing secretly was that she felt that she and Luo Tianqing would win between 5 and 5, but it was different from Tan Ningong's. Han Feng, although I don't like you, we can only be safe by uniting in this situation. What do you think? As for the grievances between us, they can be resolved after reincarnation in the small world. Taishang Junjin sent a voice transmission Korean style. Han Feng agreed without thinking. One-on-one, Han Feng is naturally not sure that he will win. If they were united, Tan Ningong would be the one to be careful of. Do you think you can fight against me together? It's ridiculous. Tan Ningong was furious, and the spirit in his body poured out desperately. Both Han Feng and Taishang Junjin snorted coldly, their bodies moved, and they attacked Tan Ningong from both sides. Xuanhuan wanted to make a move, but Han Feng stopped him. Brother, your strength can't compete with Tan Ningong, so go reincarnate too. Leave this to me and Taishang Junjin. This? Xuanhuan was moved immediately, but he was worried that Han Feng would stay here alone. What if Taishang Junjin suddenly changed his mind halfway and joined forces with Tan Ningong again? The first update. Han Feng naturally knew Xuanhuan's concerns, and while fighting against Tan Ningong, he said via voice transmission, Brother, don't worry, as long as Taishang Junjin is not a fool, he will not join forces with Tan Ningong. One-on-one, the state of Taishang Junjin is definitely not Tan Ningong opponent. And maybe what the younger brother said was a bit unpleasant. How can the older brother stay here to help? On the contrary, if Tan Ningong took the opportunity to capture and threaten the senior brother, the junior brother would have to tie his hands and feet. Han Feng's last sentence dispelled Xuanhuan's hesitation. Indeed, the effect he can play by staying here is too small. Compared with Tan Ningong and Taishang Junjin, his strength is too weak, and he may become Han Feng. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, turned and ran towards the passage of reincarnation. Tan Ningong's murderous intentions rushed out, and Luo Tianqing was fine. Mere Xuanhuan, why is he qualified to reincarnate with him in a small world to win luck? Although Taishang Junjin has some unhappy, but understand that now is not the time to have conflicts with Han Feng, and even Taishang Junjin breathed a sigh of relief. When Tan Ningong is resolved and only he and Han Feng are left, Xuanhuan will be a big threat. Han Feng and Xuanhuan teamed up, and it is very likely that he will not win. As for the bone puppet, Taishang Junjin already knew that it was produced by a special artifact, not a real puppet. In the land of reincarnation, and the rules are somewhat different, the bone order cannot summon the bone skeleton. Without the bone skeleton, Taishang Junjin prides herself that she is still better than Han Feng. Speaking of the bone order, Han Feng took the initiative to explain it. Taishang Junjin met General Bone. Han Feng understood that even if he didn't say anything, Taishang Junjin would still say that instead of arousing Luo Tianqing's fear and causing him to be isolated, it is better to speak out first. Naturally, Han Feng weakened the effect of the bone order a lot, and deliberately took come out and show it to Luo Tianqing, otherwise Luo Tianqing may not believe it. Han Feng is very glad that he has confessed the bone order, otherwise Luo Tianqing may not rush to the reincarnation channel regardless of everything, and it is very likely that he will choose to be with Taishang Junjin and Tan Ningong united. At that time I will be in danger. The cooperation between Han Feng and Taishang Junjin cannot be said to be a tacit understanding, and it can even be said to be full of loopholes. Neither of them has the consciousness to hand over their backs to each other, and they dare not do so. This gave Tan Ning just time to catch his breath. The three of them didn't use any expensive moves, and they couldn't stand each other. Very good, I'll settle the debt with you two again when we get to Small World. Tan Ning just gave up the idea of killing Han Feng and Taishang Junjin, so let's reincarnate first. Thinking of this, Tan Ning just let out a low cry, and the divine essence burst out, forming a wave of anger. Han Feng and Taishang Junjin were caught by this god. The wave of vitality was swept away, and he retreated again and again. Taking this opportunity, Tan Ninggang ignored Han Feng, and the two of them stretched his body like a rock, spreading its wings, and ran towards the passage of reincarnation. Han Feng and Taishang Junjin looked at each other vigilantly. Immediately, they followed behind Tan Ninggang. Tan Ninggang didn't do anything anymore, so they naturally didn't need to do anything, but the two of them were still vigilant, for fear of being attacked secretly by the other party. The three of them, one in front and one behind, came to the passage of reincarnation. Tan Ninggang jumped up and jumped towards the human way. But at this moment, a terrifying wave of flame blasted towards Tan Ninggang, followed by a clear bird song. It was the vermilion skylark. When Tan Ninggang was about to reincarnate in the human way, at this time, Han Feng summoned the 5 beasts of vermilion skylark, and placed Tan Ninggang together. After vermilion skylark, there were 4 beasts: Aoyan swallowing Sirius, Fian six-tailed cat, flying flame lion, and phantom thunder leopard. The 5 beasts, the attack couldn't cause fatal injuries to Tan Ninggang, but it drove Tan Ninggang into the demon way. The land of reincarnation was suppressed and he couldn't fly, so naturally he had no point of strength in the air. Tan Ninggang couldn't make any resistance at all, so he fell into the Go to Yao Dao. Han Feng, I can't spare you. Tan Ninggang's body disappeared in the demon way, leaving only this sentence full of overwhelming anger and resentment. Taishang Junjin swallowed a mouthful of spit. It was so pitiful. She was about to jump into the human way, and was beaten into the demon way. You must know the human way of reincarnation. No matter it is ugly or short and fat, even if it is reincarnated as a woman, it is still a human being. However, the reincarnated monster way, although there is luck to become the queen of some kind of divine beast. But it is also possible to become a low-level monster like a big-billed duck or a 3-legged chicken. If the former is fine, if it is the latter, then Tan Ninggang will be sad. Han Feng, please first. The corner of Taishang Junjin's mouth twitched, and she still made the motion of asking. Seeing Tan Ninggang's fate, Taishang Junjin didn't dare to jump to humanity before Han Feng. Han Feng swept towards Taishang Junjin with a smile that was not a smile. Taishang Junjin's muscles were tense, and his voice was slightly cold. Han Feng, don't forget the agreement we made when we united before, and we will settle any grievances after reincarnation. Violation? Han Feng said lightly. Han can't do such a shameless thing. 5 beasts stared at Taishang Junjin, and Han Feng jumped into the human realm. When Han Feng's body disappeared, the 5 beasts, the beast also disappeared from Taishang Junjin's sight. Taishang Junjin took a deep breath. I hope that after reincarnation, I can cast a good tire and win at the starting line. After saying that, Taishang Junjin also jumped up, fell into the human world, and disappeared. Martial Dao Continent. Great Sun Holy Land. As one of the top 10 holy places in the Martial Dao Continent, the Great Sun Holy Land gathers a large number of martial arts experts from the Martial Dao Continent. Many strong men of the younger generation came here, hoping to soar into the sky and become famous throughout the continent. There are also many warriors of the older generation who come here looking for opportunities. There are also some casual cultivators who are of low background but focus on martial arts, and who have extraordinary aptitude in martial arts come here to seek influence to join them and get resources to cultivate them. There is an endless stream of people coming and going in the holy land of the Great Sun. There is an extremely famous auction house in the whole continent, and there is also a famous square market in the whole continent. In the very center of the Great Sun Holy Land stands a huge statue. The statue is lifelike, as if there is really a martial arts expert standing here, guarding the Holy Land. Even if it is just a statue, there is a sense of solemnity and majesty, and all warriors who approach the statue become cautious. More martial artists, when their eyes fell on the statue, they were full of worship and admiration. This statue is based on the appearance of the god of war. The Great Sun Martial God is not only a legendary martial god, but also the creator of the Great Sun Holy Land, who abruptly raised the Great Sun Holy Land to the top of the ranking of the Holy Land. Although the Great Sun martial god has now fallen, causing the prestige of the Great Sun Holy Land to decrease, the Great Sun Holy Land is still a giant in the martial Tao continent. The Great Sun martial god left his blood in the Great Sun Holy Land, and is also the most powerful family in the Great Sun Holy Land, the Han family. In the past few days, it was the Han family that had been most discussed in the Great Sun Holy Land. At present, the next head of the Han family is firmly established, and he is about to welcome his third child. The second update. I wish you all a happy new year. The successor of the patriarch of the Han family was won by several candidates for the patriarch. At novel %%. In the past, the competition among candidates for housing was extremely fierce, but this year it is completely different. Among the candidates for patriarch, Han Su stood out as the leader by far. Since Han Su was born, he was tested for the holy body qualification, which can be said to be extremely dazzling. In the Holy Land of the Great Sun, there are not a few people who have the qualifications of the holy body, but they all reach this level through acquired practice, and gradually increase with the improvement of their cultivation base. Han Su, on the other hand, possessed a low-grade holy body from birth. From the beginning of training, Han Su broke through as a martial artist in one day and reached the first-level martial artist. After only half a year, he broke through from a first-level martial artist to a great martial artist. Great martial master is an extremely critical level. 99% of martial artists in the martial Tao continent have been stuck at this level all their lives, and cannot be promoted above great martial master. Even in the Great Sun Holy Land, there are too many people who have been trapped in this realm all their lives. However, Han Su broke through from a great martial artist to a martial king in just a few years. In the subsequent practice, Han Su broke the family records one by one. Now Han Su, who is over 200 years old, is already a master of Emperor Wudi. And Han Su's holy body, also in the continuous improvement of martial arts, has been upgraded to the level of the best holy body, almost half a foot into the divine body. Some people speculated that when Han Su broke through to the realm of martial saints, it was the time when the sacred body broke through to the divine body. Possessing a divine body means stepping into the realm of a martial god with 1 foot. If the Holy Land wants to develop, it must have strong warriors sitting in command. As the founding family of the Great Sun Holy Land, the Han family needs several martial gods to maintain the family's glory and the status of the first family of the Great Sun Holy Land. Han Su, a martial arts genius and strong man who has been promoted to the god of war, can imagine his status in the Han family, and he has left his peers far behind. In time, when Han Su was promoted to martial saint, it would be the time when Han Su became the head of the Han family. Such a character not only has the highest status in the Han family. In the entire Great Sun Holy Land, it is also in full swing. Now, Han Su is about to welcome his third son, and countless people's eyes are on Han Su's wife. Although Han Su's first 2 sons are not as good as Han Su's father, they are also extremely outstanding geniuses among their peers. So what kind of qualifications will this third son have? High in the sky of the Great Sun Holy Land, several figures burst out from a distance like rainbow lights. The leader of the group had deep eyes and a peaceful face, with an unspeakable temperament in his cold expression. This is a martial arts expert with a strong cultivation base. But at this moment, there was a hint of urgency in the deep eyes of this martial arts expert. Behind this person, someone shouted helplessly, "Brother Su, my sister-in-law is still a few days away from the birth date, and she has already arrived at the Holy Land of the Great Sun, so there is no need to be so urgent." According to this person, this martial arts powerhouse is Han Su, who has the cultivation of Emperor Wudi. Han Su ignored the jokes of the people behind him at all. When he moved, his speed was even faster, and he disappeared from the sight of the people behind him like lightning, and flew towards Han's house. Several people behind him shrugged helplessly and followed closely behind. Han Su and others are very fast, but there are many strong people in the Holy Land of the Great Sun, and there are some existences at the level of Emperor Wu. These existences naturally saw Han Su. That guy Han Su is back. Han Su's return means that the bandits who attacked Fengyuan City before have been killed. Fengyuan City is the city protected by our Great Sun Holy Land. That bandit really ate the guts of a leopard, and he deserved what happened to him. No, I heard that the bandit leader is also a strong Emperor Wu. So what about Emperor Wu? Do you really think that there is not much difference in the same realm? Don't compare the ordinary Emperor Wu with Han Su. Han Su is an existence that has successfully escaped from fighting against the level of martial saints. There are many warriors in the Holy Land of Great Sun who worship them verbally, and some of them are powerful at the level of Emperor Wu. What kind of record is it to successfully escape against Wu Xing at the level of Emperor Wu? A character like Han Su, I'm afraid this third son is also extraordinary. A martial emperor said sourly, full of envy and a little jealousy. Everyone around was in a daze. Yes, Han Su himself is already a genius, and his two sons are only second to Han Su. This Han Su is simply a big winner in life. Han House. Han Su couldn't wait to appear in a courtyard. In the courtyard, a woman dressed as a noble lady is lying on a chaise longue, enjoying the sunbathing, and the maid beside her is equally extraordinary. The lady's body is full of tenderness, like a ray of warm sun in winter, making people want to embrace her involuntarily. Roar. Han Su's stiff face immediately softened when he saw the lady. Brother Su. The lady called Roar also stood up suddenly in surprise, and was about to pounce on Han Su in the next moment. Before she could move, the lady stopped when she thought of her current situation, and just looked at the man she loved most with eyes full of love. Han Su embraced his wife in his arms, touched his wife's belly, and showed a smirk. I'm about to give birth. The wife gave Han Su an angry look. Look at you, you are so stupid, you have become the father of 2 children, and you are still the same. Both of them looked at each other deeply. Although it was not long before they parted, for them who loved each other deeply, seeing each other every day was like 3 autumns. This has been hundreds of autumns. Gradually, a blush flashed across the faces of the two, and they slowly approached each other. The maids at the side disappeared without a sound, leaving space for the couple. Outside the courtyard, a young man with a dark complexion looked embarrassed, and hurriedly covered the eyes of the child who was about years old beside him, and dragged him away. The swarthy young man was speechless, cursing in his heart. Stinky old man, you did such a thing in the glory of the day, did you forget that your mother is about to give birth? No matter how bad it is, at least do it inside the house, it's really. The child with his eyes covered struggled unwillingly. Let go of me, I want to see. What's so interesting? Watch out for the eye of a needle. The young man hit the child on the head angrily. The child was still dissatisfied. Isn't it just a kiss? This young master is not some ignorant brat. You black charcoal, let me go. I haven't seen the live version yet. The young man's face darkened, and his tone was not kind. Heighten? Very good, you won't be on the house for 3 days. Come here, let me show you the results of your cultivation in the past few days. In the child's expression of being struck by lightning, he was dragged away by the young man abruptly. After Han Su came back, he didn't care about his 2 sons at all. All his attention was on his wife and unborn child. A few days later, under the anticipation of Han Su and the attention of senior members of the Han family, Han Su's 3rd son was finally born, named Han Feng. The first update. If you think Nine Flame Supreme is very beautiful, then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Han Su was holding the baby, his face was at a loss, his body was extremely stiff. At #novel, @:::. Lin Ro chuckled, fool, I have 2 sons, and I still can't hug them. Han Su twitched the corners of his mouth, and his eyes fell on Lin Ro for help. Lin Ro said helplessly, okay, leave Feng to me. Are you okay? What's the problem? Don't forget that I'm a master of Wuzuan. Even if I'm not as good as you, I'm still a rare master outside. It's just to have a son, and it won't consume much of my physical strength. Speaking of which, giving birth to this kid is really quiet and didn't torture me. It's not like that little bastard Wuer, who tortured me to death. Lin Ro happily took over Han Feng, and kissed Han Feng's red nose. Han Feng yawned, found a comfortable position in Lin Ro's arms, and fell asleep. Han Su's face darkened. Rower, don't worry, I will throw that kid Han Wu into the Black Wind Cave later. Lin Ro's cheeks twitched immediately. Han Wu is only 8 years old, this father is really cruel. It's all my fault. Wooer, mother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, an old man with long eyebrows appeared silently beside Han Su. See Elder Santai. Han Su's expression turned serious, and he immediately bowed respectfully. Lin Ro also wanted to salute, but was stopped by the old man with long eyebrows. Chang Mei smiled and said, you hold the boy, don't do this. By the way, the old man came here to ask you, when are you going to let your boy go to the marrow washing spring to test his qualifications? You too, 1.5 feet into the divine body, and the other is also a middle-grade holy body. I am very curious about what kind of divine body you guys will have. This, after the 3rd wash. Han Su thought for a while, and replied like this. Okay, the old man will come to pick up this kid the next day after the 3-day bath. Rower, you just gave birth, so you can rest and let Sewer go there that day. Yes. Lin Ro nodded. The next moment, the old man with long eyebrows disappeared, came and went without a trace, and Han Su, a master of Emperor Wudi level, did not catch the slightest trace. As expected of a martial arts master. Han Su sighed, and there was a blaze of fire in his deep eyes. Valkyrie is not just his goal. His goal is to become a legendary martial god like his ancestor. Once again, the Great Sun Holy Land has been developed to its original heyday, and even a step further. Shisan passed away very quickly. The Shisan of the 3rd son of Han Su did not invite many people, but all of them were prominent figures in the Great Sun Holy Land. The worst ones are also masters at the level of Emperor Wu, there is no one below Emperor Wu at all. Even Wu Xing, there are many. On the 2nd day, the old man with long eyebrows brought Han Feng to the Shisui spring of the Han family with a group of elders. In addition to Han Feng, some newborn babies of the Han family were also taken to Xuanhuan. Some of these babies are only a few days old and are as big as Han Feng, while some are several months old, and some are even over a year old. The so-called Shisui spring is just to develop and test the qualifications of descendants of the Han family, and it doesn't have much magical effect. Generally speaking, about 1-year-old is the most suitable, and it is also the easiest to be tested by the marrow washing spring and develop qualifications. The younger you are, the harder it is to detect. It's just that when the aptitude is unusual, even if it's only a few days old, it can be detected. This was true of Han Su back then, and so were Han Su's 2 sons, so this time Han Su's 3rd son, Han Feng, was brought here at such a young age. Brother Su, what level of physique do you think your nephew will have? Someone couldn't help asking. Han Su said lightly, it should be about the same as Wuer, but I hope Fenger can surpass my father. Difficult, too difficult. Hearing this, the man who asked Han Su shook his head. How many people are there in the entire martial Dao continent when they are born with the Eucharist? This is extremely promising for the physique to break through to the divine body in the future, and it is not considered a low-level super aptitude in the divine body. All of them grow up to be extremely remarkable existences in the martial Dao continent. The Han family is very lucky to have Han Su now. How could there be a second one? The man estimates that it is basically impossible within thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. The parents handed over their babies to the old man with long eyebrows and a group of elders. Immediately, the babies burst into tears, but the elders were unmoved, as if they were not surprised. The person beside Han Su burst out laughing. The aura of the elders is too scary, these little dolls can't bear it anymore. Han Shuto, the elders are all demigods. Although they have tried their best to restrain their aura, these boys have not completely dissipated the innate energy in their bodies because of their newborns, and their perception is extremely keen. I am afraid that in the eyes of these boys, the elders are scourges. Huh? Han Su suddenly gasped in surprise, and found that his third boy was staying in the arms of the old man with long eyebrows without crying or fussing. The old man with long eyebrows laughed loudly. Han Su, your kid is extraordinary. Everyone was surprised and admired. It should be noted that the old man with long eyebrows is a real warrior. The long-browed old man teased the baby in his arms, and suddenly met Han Feng's dark pupils that had just opened. The old man with long eyebrows clicked his tongue and said, "It's amazing that you opened your eyes only 4 days after you were born, and you are still so energetic. I really look forward to what level your kid's big sun inflammation experience is." The Great Sun Flame physique is the physique inherited from the ancestor of the Han family, the Great Sun martial god. According to different levels, they correspond to different physiques. What Han Su detected at the beginning was the congenital high-level Great Sun Flame physique, comparable to the holy physique. The elders carefully put the baby into the marrow washing spring. The spring water of the Shisui spring presents a strange red color. As Han Feng and other babies soak in the Shisui spring, the strange red energy is centered on Han Feng and other babies, and begins to be drawn into the bodies of Han Feng and other babies. Everyone stared at the Xuanhuan and their own children with piercing eyes, either expecting or apprehensive. Not long after, a baby was suddenly brought into mid-air by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, the fiery energy between heaven and earth poured into the baby's body like a whirlwind. The next moment, a mysterious and complicated divine pattern appeared on the baby's forehead, and a red sun disk spread out in the center of the divine pattern. The red color gradually disappears from light to deep. The elder waved his hand, and the baby flew into the elder's hand. Innate high-grade treasure body, primary day sun inflammation body, not bad. The elder nodded in satisfaction. The baby's parents also breathed a sigh of relief. They are only collateral, and the physique of the two of them is only the best treasure physique so far, and they are only great martial arts masters. Now their son is born with a high-grade treasure body, and in time he will be promoted to a spirit body. Possessing the qualifications of a spirit body, he will be a martial king in the future, and his status in the Han family will be improved. If they are released outside, they are also the lords of a city. If they are taken over, they will be able to enjoy the rest of their lives. The second update. If you think Nine Flame Supreme is very beautiful, then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Following the detection of this primary baby with a high-grade treasure body, many more babies have their aptitude detected one after another. Without exception, all of them are primary Great Sun Flame physiques. However, even the junior Great Sun Flame body can be divided into high and low. There are first babies who are equivalent to a high-rank treasure body, and there are also those who are equivalent to a low-rank treasure body. It's just a low-grade treasure body. Unless you break through to King Wu in the future, it will be difficult to promote your physique to a spiritual body. However, for warriors who only have a treasure body, the possibility of breaking through to King Wu is too low. For example, the parents of the first baby have not yet broken through. Huh? Suddenly, the long-browed old man's expression froze. I saw one of the babies suspended in mid-air, and the extremely terrifying flame whirlwind gathered around the baby, and soon rushed into the baby's body frantically. The sun will imprint on the baby's forehead turned from light red to deep red at a very fast speed. With this speed, is it possible that a spirit body will be born? The long-browed old man showed joy. Generally speaking, the Xiantian treasure body is considered a very basic level. If there is no Xiantian treasure body, then the baby's achievements will be extremely limited. Unless there is an acquired adventure to strengthen one's physique, it will be difficult for one's physique to reach the middle-grade treasure body in one's life, and it is difficult to break through the level of a martial artist. And the innate middle-grade treasure body is already considered a middle-grade posture. Congenital top-grade treasure body, barely considered a genius. The congenital best treasure body is the position of a genius. Anyone with a congenital physique that exceeds the treasure body and reaches the level of the spirit body belongs to the ranks of super geniuses. When they grow up in the future, they will at least become a strong martial king. With luck, it is not impossible to become a martial emperor. The highest achievement may be able to break through to martial saint. As for demigods and martial gods, these super geniuses need to rely on luck. Even if they are really lucky, it will take a long time. As for Han Su, he is known as a heaven-defying genius who will become a martial god within 500 years old. The performance of the baby in front of him is very likely to have the characteristics of an innate spirit body. Maybe the innate spirit body is not as good as Han Su's innate heavenly body, but it is also one of the future pillars of the Han family. How can the old man with long eyebrows not like it? When the crimson sun will imprint is very red, the red sun will imprint seems to come out through the body, extremely dazzling. Boom! A wave of energy spread around the baby, and the next moment the sun will imprint on the baby's forehead changed from red to blue. A faint blue sun disk imprint appeared in the center of the baby's forehead, and slowly disappeared. First-class spiritual body. The long-browed old man happily took over the baby, and an elder behind him suddenly said, "Elder Supreme, the junior wants to accept this child as a disciple, please allow the Elder Supreme." Haha, a genius with a first-class spiritual body is very likely to enhance his physique to the level of a holy body in the future. In the future, he will be a martial arts master at least, and he is qualified to be your apprentice. You take this baby to follow him, tell the parents. The long-browed old man handed over the innate spirit baby to the elder behind him. The elder immediately consulted with the baby's parents. The baby's parents were ecstatic. This is the elder of the Han family, a demigod-level powerhouse, who would only refuse if his brain is broken. Everyone looked at the parents enviously. With the backing of the elders, it is estimated that there will be nothing unreasonable in the Han family in the future to easily provoke the parents. This couple is lucky. They are the pinnacle of martial arts masters. Now that they have the backing of a demigod, they will inevitably be a martial king in the future. One person said sourly. King Wu already possesses an extraordinary status in the Han family. Since the birth of the congenital spirit baby, many congenital super treasure body geniuses have been born one after another, but none of the congenital spirit babies. There were fewer and fewer babies in the marrow washing spring, and there were only 4 left. Everyone stared at the 4 babies with piercing eyes. The later you stay in Shisui Spring, the more likely you are to develop a strong physique. However, it is also possible that the awakening fails. The third son of Han Su's family, it seems like it's been a long time. A certain elder frowned slightly. Maybe it's too young, after all, it's only a few days old. The old man with long eyebrows sighed and decided to take another look. After about a stick of incense, one of the 4 babies awakened the innate world spirit body. The second one also awakened the first-class spirit body. The third place is the innate middle-grade spirit body. It is the most qualified of all babies today. These 3 babies were soon snatched by some elders and adopted as disciples. The quality this time is pretty good. The long-browed old man was a little surprised. In the past, only a few years would give birth to an innate spirit genius. This time, 4 people were born on the same day. Now in Xuanhuan, there is only one baby Han Feng left. Brother Su, aren't you worried? Han Feng had been soaking for too long, and the man beside Han Su couldn't help but said. Han Su's face was calm. Isn't it just a long time? There is nothing to worry about. Maybe my son will awaken a stronger physique than mine, or it may be because my son was born too short for the Xuanhuan to detect it. If later, or, at most, it will be tested after a month or half a year. Even if my son is really not qualified, with my father and my son's 2 elder brothers around, who would dare to bully my son? Hearing this, the man opened his mouth, smiled wryly, and said nothing. Indeed, Han Su would not treat his son differently because of his son's qualifications. But Han Su won't, but others will. Even some family candidates contenders would use this to stir up trouble. Anyway, there will be some bad effects. Time passed by every minute and every second. Half a day passed. Han Feng still stayed in the Shisui spring safely, and opened his mouth comfortably. It seems that the time is really too short to detect it. The long-browed old man gave up. Han Su's eldest son and youngest son are both born with high-grade spiritual bodies. The old man with long eyebrows thought that Han Feng would have a similar physique. Looking at it now, it may be the lower middle-level spirit body, or even lower. Except for the old man with long eyebrows, many elders who put their hopes in Han Feng also turned dark. Some even harbored malicious intentions, secretly laughing. However, just when the old man with long eyebrows announced that Han Su would explode Han Feng from the Shisui spring, dense flames suddenly rolled up in the space above the Shisui spring, and terrifying coercion descended like a god of war, oppressing on everyone. Puff puff. Immediately, many strong Han family members were caught off guard and were oppressed to vomit blood. Rumble. The terrible coercion suddenly raged within a radius of 10,000 meters around Shisui Spring, and the earth was torn apart. What happened here? Everyone was stunned, including the old man with long eyebrows. Could it be that someone sneaked into the Han family? The long-browed old man flicked his fingers, and an invisible force gushed out from the ground, forcibly resisting this extremely powerful oppression. Afterwards, the long-browed old man looked at the void again. This time, the long-browed old man was stunned. The first update. Body. It was not only the old man with long eyebrows who was shocked, but also Han Su. As a master at the Emperor Wu level, and at the peak level of the Emperor Wu level, Han Su thought that someone was attacking the Han family at the first moment, and almost made a move. But soon Han Su remembered that, not to mention that their Han family was protected by a large barrier, the few elders who were in charge of the Han family would not let the enemy break in here silently. What is Mara Washing Spring? That is the root of the Han family, the core of the Han family. Without the leadership of the Supreme Elder, or the warrant of the Supreme Elder, even Han Su and the head of the family are not qualified to bring the Han baby here. If even Xuanhuan was attacked by the enemy, then the Han family would be waiting to be wiped out. Thinking of this, Han Su guessed that the abnormality might have something to do with Xuanhuan, and immediately stabilized his figure and looked intently. That coercion is certainly terrifying, but after making full preparations, it is not so difficult for Emperor Wu's masters to resist it. And the shot of the long-browed old man made it easier for Han Su to resist, and perhaps King Wu could handle it. Han Su stared wide-eyed. That little kid held in the air by Huiyun is his third son? It's fine to put it on the fire cloud, but what about the condensed flame storm? Is this flame storm crazily drilling on his son's forehead? Is this a sign of awakening? But, God, even when he awakened, he wasn't so scary. The flame storm was like a flame king, exuding a majestic aura. Even the old man with long eyebrows, a true martial arts master, was frightened and did not dare to move forward. But such a terrifying flamestorm crazily flocked into the mere little human body. And the villain not only did not feel any discomfort, but also laughed happily. The pupils of the long-browed old man shrank, and after the shock, his face was full of disbelief and ecstasy. Could this be physical awakening? Such a terrifying scene, what kind of physique is this awakened? Congenital holy body? The innate middle-grade holy body, or the innate top-grade holy body? The heart of the long-browed old man started beating, his face was flushed, as if he had taken aphrodisiac. Han Su was also excited, and his breath became short of breath, as if he was about to witness the birth of a miracle. Beside Han Su, it was determined that there would not be a man who was a genius comparable to Han Su or surpassed Han Su, so he was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Just looking at the terrifying vision, I thought and knew that the awakened one would not be some simple physique. When the flame storm finally submerged into Han Feng's forehead, bursts of majestic aura spread around Han Feng, and everyone's foreheads involuntarily showed the imprint of the sun, as if they wanted to break free from them and go to the fire. The baby on the cloud bows down. Everyone was shocked again, staring at the baby above the fire cloud in astonishment. They have never heard of such a thing, their solar imprint. They want to kneel down and obey the solar imprint of a baby who has just awakened. From Han Feng's forehead, a dazzling red light burst out almost instantly. The red light covered the sky and covered the sun, dyeing the whole space red. In an instant, the entire space was like a sea of flames. The red sun will imprint reached the extreme red in the blink of an eye, and then turned into a blue sun will imprint in one fell swoop. Blue sun mark. It shows that it has reached the middle-level great sun flame body, which is comparable to a spirit body. The long-browed old man originally thought that after transforming into a blue sun disk imprint, the speed of darkening would be slower, but in a short while, the blue sun disk imprint became extremely intense, blue and purple. The sea of flames in space turned into a sea of purple flames. The sun will imprint on Han Feng's forehead has changed from blue to purple. The purple sun will imprint, which means that the great sun flame body has reached an advanced level, comparable to the Eucharist. Han Su back then, when he first awakened, he was the first-class holy body, with a lavender sun will imprint. Purple sun will imprint, advanced great sun flame physique. This kid has reached it so quickly. The long-browed old man lost his mind for a while. Suddenly, the long-browed old man shuddered, and immediately said excitedly, "No, this news must be told to those old men." Not long after, 3 figures appeared beside the long-browed old man. These 3 figures are exactly 3 of the remaining 4 supreme elders of the Han family, and all of them are true warriors. In the entire Great Sun Holy Land, there are estimated to be more than 10 martial arts masters, and the Han family occupies 5 of them. The last martial god did not appear. This person is the great elder of the Han family and the number 1 martial god of the Great Sun Holy Land. His cultivation has reached the peak of the middle-ranked martial god. High-ranking Valkyrie. Third brother, you said that a high-level great sun flame body was born. Where? One of them excitedly asked. Look for yourself. The long-browed old man was too lazy to talk to the elder, who was too lazy to talk, and his eyes were fixed on Han Feng without any distraction. In this short period of time, the lavender sun will imprint on Han Feng's forehead has been transformed into a darker purple sun will imprint. This innate mid-grade holy body. It's incredible. Who are the parents of this little guy? The 3 old warriors were very shocked, and they were too excited to be themselves. Could it be that their Han family is about to rise again? What is the innate middle-grade holy body? The long-browed old man snorted coldly. He believed that Han Feng's aptitude was not as simple as the innate middle-grade holy body. The 3 old guys looked at each other, wondering what the long-browed old guy was doing so coldly at this time. But soon the 3 old guys understood. Since the imprint of the sun disk turned purple, the speed of darkening has been much slower. But even so, after a few minutes, Han Feng's solar imprint reached a deep level. In terms of Eucharist level, it is the top-grade Eucharist. The top-grade holy body, the current Han Su, is only the limit of the best holy body. This kid is even better than his father. What kind of perverts are in this family? The old man with long eyebrows had a toothache, and the whole family was perverted. What? These are the 3 boys from Han Su's family. The 3 old guys cried out in horror. As martial gods, the 3 of them have a high status. Although they knew that Han Su had a 3rd son recently, they had never visited him. Right now, the 3 old fellows felt a little regretful. They hadn't seen the heroic appearance of such a genius who had just been born. He must have been mighty and extraordinary. If Han Su knew what the 3 old guys were thinking, he would probably twitch the corners of his mouth. Where does the newborn baby look so heroic? It's almost time for the holy body. Among the 3 old guys, one of them suddenly shouted. The next moment, the sun will imprint on Han Feng's forehead glowed purple, revealing a little golden light. The long-browed old man and the 3 old guys looked at each other, looking at the speed at which the color of the sun will imprint had not stopped. Could it be possible? The ultimate Rion physique is comparable to a divine physique. Can this kid achieve it? Innate divine body. If this kid is innate divine body, our Han family has developed, and in time, let alone the first holy place, it is not impossible to become the 2nd sacred mountain in the martial Tao continent. The faces of the old guys were tense, and a strong expectation flashed in their eyes. Xuanhuan, the strongest force in the martial Tao continent. If their Han family can become the 2nd sacred mountain, even if the Han family is destroyed in the future, there will definitely be a Han family in the historical records of martial Tao continent. Thousands of celebrities. The 2nd update. Sacred Mountain. Many strong men of the Han family swallowed and spit, their eyes burning. The Sacred Mountain definitely has the supreme status in the martial Tao continent. Of the top 10 holy places in the martial Tao continent, only the top 3 have legendary martial gods sitting there, but they are only low-level legendary martial gods. However, on the Holy Mountain, there are middle-ranked legendary warriors and upper-ranked legendary warriors who are superior to the lower-ranked legendary warriors. There are even existences beyond the legendary Valkyrie. Will their Han family become a colossus like Xuanhuan in the future? Involuntarily, the gazes of these strong men fell on Han Feng. Strictly speaking, on the light golden sun will imprint on Han Feng's forehead. Innate divine body, maybe there is such a possibility. After a few minutes of deepening, the sun will imprint on Han Feng's forehead has indeed completely transformed into gold, reaching the ultimate sun flame body, comparable to the level of a god. Huh? Why is it still deepening? Suddenly, the long-browed old man and the old fellows exclaimed. In the eyes of the old guys, the innate sacramental body was already inconceivable, not to mention the innate divine body, so the old guys thought that Han Feng's sun will imprint ended here. Unexpectedly, the color of the solar imprint is still deepening now. Could it be that the divine body of the world is not the limit? Several old guys were stunned. In the entire Han family, only the elder De Taishan has strengthened his physique to this level, so he can cultivate to the peak of the middle-ranked martial god, and now he is retreating to attack the upper-ranked martial god. Old guys like them, even if they are low-ranking warriors, their physique is still the best holy body, and they have not stepped into the divine body, and there is almost no possibility of further progress. Now, for a mere little child, does his awakened physique surpass that of the great Supreme Elder? Han Su was also dumbfounded. What kind of freak did he have? The faint golden sun mark deepened at a slow speed, and it took a full hour before the color deepened to a somewhat dazzling golden color. This speed is very slow, but the old man with long eyebrows thinks it is very fast. This is the level of the divine body. It is normal that it does not deepen much in a long time. It deepened to a somewhat dazzling level in just an hour, which was already amazing in the eyes of the long-browed old man and other old guys. Innate middle-grade divine body, and it is still deepening, could it be? A martial god Taishang elder felt that the scene in front of him was really shocking. I heard that there is the ultimate great sun flame body on top of the ultimate great sun flame body. Those levels have surpassed the divine body, and it is said that it has reached the level of the super divine body. This kid is already an innate, middle-grade divine body. Could it be possible to reach the legendary level in the future? The realm in it? No. It's unlikely. The super divine body also appeared in ancient times, how could it be possible now? Look, it's not so easy to achieve a super divine body. If this kid's physique reaches the limit of the innate high-grade divine body, maybe in the future it is possible to improve his physique to a super divine body. The long-browed old man felt that the super divine body was too far away. That's right. The three martial god Taishang elders nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden sun wheel imprint reached a new level after 2 hours. Innate high-grade divine body. An astonishing light flashed in the eyes of the long-browed old man. Another half-day later, the extremely bright golden sun wheel imprint appeared on Han Feng's forehead. Gradually fade away. Innate superb divine body. Everyone gasped. Especially the four martial god Taishang elders, they understand what this means. This means that Han Feng is very likely to have a super divine body in the future. Developed. Really developed. Their Han family is finally about to rise again. Without the imprint of the sun wheel, the fire cloud gradually dissipated, and the old man with long eyebrows immediately swung a force, holding Han Feng in his arms. The old man with long eyebrows looked at Han Feng with bright eyes. The future of the Han family will depend on this sun. No, the news of the innate top-grade divine body cannot be known to outsiders. If it gets out, those powerhouses in the Holy Land are very likely to be unfavorable to Han Feng. Even Xuanhuan may find a way to eliminate Han Feng. Since in this way. The long-browed old man glanced at all the people present, and suddenly swung his sleeves. An invisible force shot at everyone like a sharp sword, and shot into their bodies in a breath. The next moment, everyone's eyes became confused. This crowd also includes the demigod elders. Only Han Su was intact. This is the magic trick to erase memory, third child, you. The martial god Taishang elder was slightly startled when he saw this, but soon understood the intention of the old man with long eyebrows, and continued, indeed, the innate supernatural body, the information is too important, no matter how careful you can be, I will use some means to change their memory. Let's change Han Feng's physique to an innate top-grade spirit body, just like Han Su's first two sons. Another martial god Taishang elder smiled slightly, it is not safe to change the memory. Anyway, this elder will put a shackle in the depths of their souls. If they are soul-searched here in the future, these people's souls will be destroyed. Self-destruct. Han Su took a deep breath. There are quite a few demigod elders here, and several supreme elders are willing to sacrifice the demigod elders for their own sons. The old man with long eyebrows handed Han Feng over to Han Su, with a solemn expression on his face, this son's talent is really amazing. I am afraid that I am not qualified to be his master. In the future, let him develop his own cultivation. All the martial arts secrets of the Han family, the old man will give the order and be completely open about it. Can't you intervene? Han Su frowned slightly. No one knows how terrifying the innate supernatural body is. What if we intervene and affect this child's growth? Let this child practice on his own first, and let's see the results first. The long-browed old man said. Hearing this, Han Su finally nodded. Our children of the Han family start practicing at the age of 6, and I will not deliberately guide Feng'er before the age of 10. But if Feng'er's own practice is not as good as the disciples of the Han family after the age of 10, the younger generation, we had to intervene. It's natural. The long-browed old man agreed. Han Su hugged Han Feng and left. His eyes fell on Han Feng with joy, but complicated. You kid, you really surprised my father. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Han Family Martial Arts Pavilion. The 3-year-old villain took out a book of martial arts on tiptoe and spread it out, and studied it seriously with deep eyes. Coupled with that white and tender face, there is no doubt that she is at the level of a girl killer. The villain has a serious face, and in the eyes of many girls around him, he is indescribably cute. If it weren't for the noble status of the villain, he would have been ruined by the claws of these girls long ago. This villain is naturally the reincarnated Han Feng. The first update. 18133 years later, 2 more. About a few days after reincarnation, Han Feng gradually awakened his memory, and it was fully recovered after a month or 2. Knowing that he has amazing talent after reincarnation, Han Feng is happy to do some genius things. For example, you can walk at 3 months, speak human language at half a year old, and start practicing at 1 year old. Perhaps it was because of the innate supernatural body, Han Su and others actually felt that this was in line with the performance of Han Feng's innate supernatural body. In order to learn more about the situation in this small world, Han Feng began to read a lot in Han Family Book Pavilion and Martial Arts Pavilion after he was 1 year old. In the Book Pavilion, Han Feng constantly understands and explores this small world. In the Martial Arts Pavilion, Han Feng studies the difference between martial arts in this world and his own world. In just 2 years, Han Feng knew everything about the Martial Dao continent. This small world is called the Martial Dao continent, and the ranks of warriors from low to high are Warrior Apprentice, Warrior Master, Great Warrior Master, Warrior King, Warrior Emperor, Warrior Saint, Demigod and Warrior God. Except for Martial Master and Martial God, the remaining levels are divided into early, middle and late stages. Martial arts are divided into 9 levels, and each level is divided into early, middle and late stages. Martial gods also have the distinction of lower-ranked Valkyrie, middle-ranked Valkyrie, and upper-ranked Valkyrie. There are 3 levels of Valkyrie, and each level is divided into early, middle and late stages. Above the Valkyrie, there is also the legendary Valkyrie, which is also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels, and each level is also divided into early, middle, and late stages. As for the level above the legendary Valkyrie, the Han family did not record it. Martial Apprentice is the most basic level of these warriors, and most of them can't stay in this realm for long. Han Feng guessed that this is about the same as ordinary rank. The level of martial artist is different. There is a big gap between each level of the 9th level. Many warriors stay at this level all their lives and cannot break through. Great Martial Master is a bit unusual. It may not be a big deal at the level of Great Sun Holy Land, but outside, the level of Great Martial Master is already considered a master. The Great Sun Holy Land governs 10 major cities, and each major city governs 10 giant cities, and the giant cities govern countless great cities, followed by ordinary cities. The lord of an ordinary city is only King Wu. In other words, the Great Martial Master is already the strongest after the city lord in an ordinary city. The lord of the big city is usually Wu Zun. The owner of the giant city is usually Emperor Wu. The city lords at the main city level are basically strong men at the martial saint level. Demigods are basically elders or supreme elders in the Great Sun Holy Land. Martial God is the highest level in the Martial Dao continent. Only with a Valkyrie can one be qualified to become a Holy Land. However, the gap between the Valkyrie is huge. The most powerful Valkyrie can destroy the Valkyrie who has just entered the realm of Valkyrie with a single breath. Therefore, the Valkyrie can be divided into lower-rank Valkyrie, middle-rank Valkyrie, upper-rank Valkyrie, lower-rank Legendary Valkyrie, middle-rank Legendary Valkyrie, and upper-rank Legendary Valkyrie. It is said that there are higher levels above the Legendary Valkyrie. But no matter whether it is a high-level Valkyrie or a Legendary Valkyrie, or a Valkyrie above the Legendary Valkyrie, they are all at the level of Valkyrie. Han Feng didn't know how to match the level of the martial Dao continent with the level of his own world, because the direction of practice was different. But what Han Feng is sure of is that the realm of martial God is equivalent to a true God. As for the level of the lower-ranked martial God and the legendary martial God, which are equivalent to true gods, one can only know after seeing it, but Han Feng already has a vague guess in his mind. In addition to the level of warriors, Han Feng discovered that the practice in this small world mainly depends on physical fitness. Physique is divided into treasure body, spirit body, holy body, and divine body, and each level is divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and extreme grade. Han Feng determined that the divine body is probably equivalent to the divine blood or divine physique in his own world. As for the treasure body, spirit body, and holy body, they cannot be accurately corresponded. To Han Feng's surprise, these physiques are not static. With the improvement of martial arts, his own physique will gradually increase. In addition to these, Han Feng learned that martial arts, skills, and weapons in this world are also divided into treasure level, spirit level, holy level, and God level. Han Feng easily understood all these levels, and for the rest of the time, Han Feng basically understood the world of martial Dao continent. The more you know, the clearer the martial Dao continent will appear in Han Feng's mind. In the past 2 years, Han Feng has almost understood the same, so now the main experience is placed on the martial arts pavilion. Because of studying a lot of martial arts, Han Feng has created many powerful martial arts that he can display at this stage. These martial arts are more suitable for me, and they are more able to exert their power. Due to the different rules of heaven and the reincarnated small world, the unique knowledge and divine skills of the sanctuary that he originally mastered cannot be used in a short period of time. It's just that Han Feng discovered that these martial arts are slowly undergoing some changes. The changes are very small, but qualitative changes have taken place. Han Feng boldly guessed that maybe it won't be long before the unique skills he has mastered can be used in the martial Dao continent. The same goes for artifacts. This made Han Feng look forward to it. You must know that there are very few artifacts in the martial Dao continent. Han Feng even suspected that he could just take out an artifact from the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, and it would cause the world's powerful people to go crazy. Of course, the premise is that the artifact is transformed. As for the current stage, Han Feng still needs to practice the martial arts of the martial Dao continent. But from Han Feng's point of view, these martial arts are naturally full of loopholes, and Han Feng had to change them. After reincarnation, there is one thing that Han Feng will not be affected by, that is the 9 Flames Heavenly Fire Pagoda and the 9 Flames Different Fire Ju. Therefore, in Han Feng's body now, there is the extremely terrifying Ziji Xuanhuan hidden. What Han Feng is practicing now is also the 9 Flames and Different Fire Ju, not the Han family's God-level skills. 9 Flames and Different Fire Ju has been practiced to an extremely advanced level. Right now, Han Feng's realm is 0, and his cultivation base is growing even faster and terrifying. Because of the cover of the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda, no one could detect Han Feng's current cultivation level, including the martial god Taishang Elder of the Han family. However, the 4 major martial arts like Xinyan battle style need to start from scratch. Fortunately, Han Feng's reincarnation was of a noble background this time, and he has a lot of resources to practice, so it is easy to improve the 4 major martial arts. Because of the innate supernatural body, the Han family didn't feel bad for using these resources on Han Feng. After closing the martial arts, Han Feng stretched his waist. The second floor of the martial skills pavilion has been finished, and the next step is to look at the third floor. The third floor is basically all holy level martial arts. Do you want to continue reading so quickly? If this is the case, it will probably cause an uproar, right? No, it's better to read quickly. Anyway, these ordinary children of the Han family don't know my talent. In their eyes, I'm probably just playing for fun. That's right, in the eyes of the disciples of the Han family, a 3-year-old child reading a martial arts book is probably looking at the pictures in the book. They don't really think that a 3-year-old child can understand the content in it. The second update. It is precisely because these Han family disciples think that Han Feng is looking at the pictures in the book with a serious face, so they find it cute and fun. If these people knew that Han Feng could really understand, then this serious face would probably be terrifying in the eyes of these people. A 3-year-old child can understand martial arts at the spiritual level. What a heaven-defying comprehension it must be. It's getting late, let's go back to sleep first. Han Feng looked at the sky and prepared to go back. Ignoring the fiery gazes of the girls on both sides, Han Feng calmly left the martial arts pavilion. Wow, so cute. It's fun for this little guy to look at the picture seriously. Can he understand it? Haha, I remember when I practiced when I was young, I only looked at pictures and not words. A 3-year-old kid with a serious face, I really want to pinch him. Before he left the martial arts pavilion, Han Feng felt a force coming towards him from the dark. Han Feng turned around calmly and dodged. Oh, failed again. An annoyed voice sounded. Han Feng turned his head, only to see a Jingtai about 11 or 12 years old, with annoyed expression on his face. It was his second brother Han Wu in this life. Speaking of why Han Wu attacked Han Feng, we have to talk about what happened 2 years ago. Although Han Wu has a genius father like Han Su, but because Han Su is too genius, he often retreats at every turn. Even when he leaves, most of them stay with his wife Lin Ro. It can be said that since Han Wu began to practice, he was basically guided by his elder brother Han Hu, and the days of being guided by Han Su were few and far between. On the surface, Han Hu is only 17 or 18 years old, but that's because of his practice. In fact, he is over 30, and now he is already a strong man at the early stage of King Wu. Now Han Hu is still in the stage of rapid improvement in practice, so he will concentrate on martial arts for the time being and will not marry a wife and have children. Therefore, Han Hu is Han Wu's elder brother on the surface, but in fact Han Hu's teaching Han Wu is no different from teaching his son, full of strictness. Under Han Hu's teaching, Han Wu's life was in dire straits, and it was like tears of bitterness. Afterwards, Han Wu made a secret decision. If he had a younger brother in Japan, he must take revenge on his younger brother and let his younger brother experience the miserable life. So when Han Wu heard that the 1-year-old Han Feng planned to practice cultivation, he was immediately excited. Han Wu seemed to see his heroic appearance like Han Hu in the future, and grinned viciously at Han Feng. But Han Feng is not a real 1-year-old child. As a former true god of the 7 tribulations, would he look up to the teachings of a little martial artist who is only equivalent to a human level or a mysterious level? So Han Wu's plan was doomed to fail, and the 1-year-old Han Feng had already rejected Han Wu clearly and resolutely. Han Wu immediately became upset. Why should he be taught harshly by his eldest brother? But it would be impossible for his third brother. In the next few months, Han Wu kept pestering Han Feng like a dog's skin plaster. The entanglement of Han Feng was so annoying that he wished to slap Han Wu to disappear. And Han Feng really did this. A little martial artist is really nothing in Han Feng's eyes, even though Han Feng was only over 1 year old at the time. Swinging out his small fleshy palm, Han Wu yelled and was slapped for eating shit, and then he cried and complained to Lin Ro. I still remember that when Lin Ro gloated and laughed, it was like throwing salt on Han Wu's young heart. After that, Han Wu completely confronted Han Feng, constantly attacking Han Feng. Sleep was attacked. The meal was attacked. The toilet was also raided. Now even outside the martial arts pavilion, Han Wu started to attack blatantly. Although, it never worked out. He sighed helplessly, "Why is the second brother so funny? You are too cunning to escape my attack." Han Wu pointed at Han Feng angrily. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. If he didn't hide, it would be impossible to stand still and get beaten. Clearly knowing that he shouldn't argue with a kid, but he didn't know if it was because he was only 3 years old after reincarnation, Han Feng grinned viciously. "Haven't the lesson been enough? Do you still want to be thrown into the cesspit by me?" The last time Han Wu shamelessly hid in the latrine and attacked Han Feng, but was thrown into the cesspit by Han Feng. This incident was listed by Han Wu as the biggest scandal in his life. Oh. I want to kill you. Han Wu suddenly became furious, blushing, and thick-necked. The next moment, Han Wu stretched out his figure like a hungry wolf rushing at a sheep. Unfortunately, Han Feng is not a sheep, but a tiger more powerful than a wolf. Han Wu is not a hungry wolf, but a hungry little milk dog. Han Feng dodged easily, and somehow his fleshy little hand landed on Han Wu. Immediately, Han Wu yelled and was photographed in the lotus pond not far away. The drowned Han Wu screamed and struggled in the lotus pond. Han Feng rolled his eyes. "Second brother, the pool reaches your neck at most." Han Wu choked, and stood up cautiously. Sure enough, the height of the pool only hit his neck. Thinking of his struggle and yelling, Han Wu only felt a burst of embarrassment, and then, "Woo! Han Feng shrugged, didn't take it seriously, turned around with his hands behind his back, and left leisurely. A figure quietly appeared on the spot, with extremely long eyebrows stretching directly from the eyebrows to the chest. It was the third elder of the Han family, a master of the martial arts level. Han Feng was born with the best divine body. The old man with long eyebrows did not dare to misunderstand Han Feng because of his private teaching, but he would not really care about anything. In the past 3 years, the long-browed old man couldn't say it all the time, but he often secretly peeped at Han Feng. The old man with long eyebrows noticed Han Feng's behavior of playing tricks on Han Wu several times. The old man with long eyebrows was in disbelief. It's so surprising. Although Han Wu is only 11 years old, he is still at the level of a martial artist, and he has mastered treasure-level body skills and martial arts, but he was easily thrown out by Han Feng, a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation is this kid Han Feng? It's a shame that this old man can't see through it at all. Could it be because of the innate top-grade divine body? After thinking about it, the long-browed old man could only attribute the reason he couldn't see through to the innate top-grade divine body. After all, in the current martial Dao continent, it has never been heard of a genius who was born with such a divine body. Including Mount Kinabalu. In a small courtyard of the Han mansion, Han Feng's short body was punching in the courtyard, and the punches were like a dragon going out to sea, with a mighty force. Every time a fist is punched, the air is squeezed and makes a popping sound. The long-browed old man hiding in the dark was secretly startled. What level of this kid's strength has reached? At the level of a mere martial artist, he would never be so powerful. This courtyard is the residence that Han Feng personally exported to himself. Han Feng has many secrets, so it is not good to stay with his parents. As for the peeping of the long-browed old man in the dark, Han Feng smiled slightly. How could he not notice it? What he showed now was just what he wanted the people in the dark to know. Anyway, it is also a congenital top-quality divine body, so it must show some differences, right? Otherwise, I am afraid that within a few years, I will be personally taught by the strong Han family. The first update. After an unknown period of time, the peeking sight disappeared. Han Feng paused, and when he punched again the next moment, it was even more violent. A majestic breath pervaded the air, and Han Feng's body fluctuated with amazing power. This time, the martial arts that Han Feng displayed were countless times stronger than before. If the old man with long eyebrows were here, he would be shocked to find that the martial arts that Han Feng is displaying at this moment are not far from the holy level. The Han family has no shortage of holy martial arts. But Han Feng's martial arts approaching the holy level was created by himself. And Han Feng is only 3 years old. After performing a set of martial arts, Han Feng stood with his hands tied, exhaled a breath of foul air, and the astonishing breath gradually subsided. Afterwards, Han Feng spread his palm, and a faint purple flame appeared in the center of Han Feng's palm. The moment this group of flames appeared, the space was slightly distorted in an instant, which was caused by the purple flames. This group of purple flames is none other than the Ziji Xuanhuan. The power and level of the Ziji Xuanhuan are related to the 9 flames different fire Ju. Han Feng was reincarnated, but the level of the 9 flames and different fire art remained unchanged, so Ziji Xuanhuan did not change much. However, it is impossible for Han Feng's cultivation base to be promoted to the 7 tribulations true God in just 2 years, so the Ziji Xuanhuan that can be mastered is just a small ball in his hand. When this ball of purple fire is swung out, all the strength in his body will be exhausted in an instant. But even so, the power of this small group of Ziji Xuanhuan is not bad. Han Feng reckoned that this strong man who has just entered the level of martial god in the martial Dao continent will also be severely injured. The premise is that this group of Ziji Xuanhuan really hit the Valkyrie. Under the Valkyrie, there is absolutely no way to escape. In addition, Han Feng's ability to detect the long-browed old man in the dark is also related to the increase in spirit. After the reincarnation, the soul is too powerful to be able to withstand the reincarnated body, so it is self-sealed. Now, with Han Feng's age, and with the increase of Han Feng's cultivation base, the soul is gradually liberated from the seal. The old man with long eyebrows couldn't see through Han Feng's cultivation. It was true that it was because of the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, but Han Feng's own soul also played a role. Now Han Feng's soul has not recovered much, and he can only sense that someone is peeping at him in the dark. As for who the owner of this peep is, Han Feng has not yet noticed. It is not known how many kalpas of true gods the cultivation base of this peeping person is equivalent to. When my soul is strengthened, maybe I will be able to know what level the martial god is equivalent to among the true gods. Now, I'm going to say hello to my mother. Fenger, did you bully your second brother again today? During the greeting, Lin Ro said with a smile. Han Wu was complacent, waiting for his old mother to avenge him. Unexpectedly, Han Feng widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Mother, my boy didn't do it on purpose, who made me feel that someone was attacking me, so I accidentally did it. But the second brother is too useless. With a light slap, the boy was thrown into the lotus pond. How dare you say I'm useless? Han Wu slapped the table with an incredulous look on his face. Sit down. Lin Ro stared. Han Wu was immediately discouraged and had to sit down, but he still stared at Han Feng viciously. Lin Ro laughed wildly in her heart. How could she not know what happened, how many times this happened in the past 2 years? With a light cough, Lin Ro said softly, Wooer, you don't think your third brother did it on purpose, let's forget about it. What? Han Wu looked at his wife in disbelief. Is this the end? Don't punish the third brother? Lin Ro was still smiling, but a threatening light flashed in her eyes. What do you think? Han Wu shuddered, and said aggrievedly, Oh. Han Feng looked at this scene amusedly. This situation has happened countless times, why doesn't this second brother know how to change it? After eating, Han Feng returned to his place of residence under Han Wu's gnashing of teeth gaze. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years have passed. Now that Han Feng is 6 years old, she is still a delicate doll, which makes many women's eyes shine. Han Wu is already a 14-year-old boy. The boy at this age has really grown up. Although Han Wu's behavior is a bit funny now, it is not as serious as it was 3 years ago. Thinking of his fight with his third brother in the past few years, Han Wu silently covered his face. It was too embarrassing. But at the same time, it also made Han Wu more curious about Han Feng. Isn't it the innate best spirit body? It should be similar to him. Why does he look so much stronger than himself? As for Han Hu, he took a mission from his family a few days ago and left the Great Sun Holy Land. At the level of Wuwang, the speed of practice starts to slow down. I don't know how many strong people may not be able to break through Wuwang and reach Wuzuan for hundreds of years. No matter how strong Han Hu's aptitude is, it is impossible to make a breakthrough in just 3 years. 3 years ago, Han Hu was probably at the middle level in the early stage of King Wu. Now Han Hu is already at the peak of the early stage of King Wu, and may break through to the middle stage of King Wu at any time. Lin Ro also retreated half a year ago, preparing to attack Emperor Wu. Han Su even closed the test 2 years ago, and his impact was on the martial saint level. Everyone in the Han family knew that when Han Su left the customs, it was the time when Han Su took over as the head of the Han family. No. It's not good. On this day, Han Feng was practicing in his own courtyard, and Han Wu rushed in yelling. What happened? Han Feng looked serious. For 6 full years, Han Feng has established a deep relationship with the reincarnated family. Now Han Wu's expression, Han Feng naturally pays great attention to it. Brother has an accident. Han Wu said anxiously. Han Wu didn't know why he came to look for his third brother immediately when he got the news. Perhaps somewhere, Han Wu felt that the mysterious third brother could make him rely on him. After all, Han Wu is only 14 years old. Brother has an accident. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and Han Wu's heart trembled when he saw it. What a terrifying look, his third brother is only 6 years old. Second brother, explain the matter carefully. Han Feng withdrew his cold gaze. Third brother, you also know that some time ago, a large number of women disappeared in Zither City under the command of our Great Sun Holy Land. Because of this, the eldest brother took over the family mission to investigate, but now the eldest brother is missing. Han Wu pressed down. Feeling uneasy, let's talk about things one by one. Qingqing is one of the many ordinary cities under the command of the Great Sun Holy Land. Such a city was not taken seriously by the Great Sun Holy Land before. But too many girls disappeared in Zither City, and the matter has begun to expand, which has attracted the attention of the Great Sun Holy Land. Therefore, Han Hu, the peak master in the early stage of King Wu, went to investigate. Don't look at Han Hu as the peak of King Wu in the early stage, maybe even lower than the city lord of Zither City, but in a real fight, the city lord of Zither City is definitely not Han Hu's opponent. Whether it's the cultivation methods or martial arts, the lord of Zither City can't compare with Han Hu. What's more, Han Hu has also practiced martial arts to an extremely advanced level. It can be said that Han Hu can also fight against the ordinary late King Wu. This time Han Hu took over the mission, on the one hand, to investigate the mystery of the disappearance of the woman, and also to use this experience to break through the bottleneck. Unexpectedly, something went wrong. The Han family is in shock now. Han Hu is the son of Han Su. Something happened to Han Hu. This is not a small matter. Right now, the Han family is discussing a lot, and they are about to send strong people to investigate. It is precisely because there are too many people talking about the Han family that Han Wu learned the news. The second update. Third brother, do you want to tell mother and father about this matter? Han Wu felt a little dissatisfied when he heard that the family was only going to send one martial master there. However, Han Feng knew that Emperor Wu was considered a first-rate martial artist in the Han family, occupying many important positions, and could not move easily. Han Hu had an accident in Qingqing, but Qingqing is just an ordinary city, and the strongest power is no more than King Wu, so the Great Sun Holy Land will naturally not pay attention. If it wasn't Han Su's son Han Hu who was missing, maybe the one who went to investigate this time was the peak of Wu Wang's late stage, or just a few Wu Wang. It is not easy to send a Wu Zun to the late stage now. Second brother, both mother and father are breaking through, so don't disturb them easily. Han Feng shook his head and rejected Han Wu's proposal. But it's too perfunctory to send only one martial lord. Han Wu frowned. Han Feng rolled his eyes. Second brother, you are surrounded by strong people, so you naturally think that Wu Zun is nothing. But in fact, Wu Zun is a strong person everywhere, and you can't ignore it. Let's talk about my mother. Before, it was just Wu Zun. Respect the pinnacle? As the son of Han Su, Han Wu is surrounded by many strong men arranged by Han Su to guard him. Basically all of them are at the level of Wu Zun. In addition, Han Wu worshipped a demigod elder as his teacher, and saw more Wu Zun, even Emperor Wu, and even Wu Xing from the demigod elder, which gave Han Wu an illusion. That is Wu Zun is nothing. The Han family sent a martial lord to investigate in the ordinary city, and they regarded Han Hu's disappearance as a matter of great importance. However, for Han Wu, Wu Zun is just equivalent to his secret guard. Han Wu choked when Han Feng said this. Thinking about it carefully, Wu Zun has been able to become the lord of the big city, sitting in one side. He really can't be regarded as a weak person. Hateful. If the elder brother brought along Wu Zun's hidden guards, he wouldn't be missing. Brother planned to make a breakthrough with this mission, so naturally he wouldn't bring a hidden guard. Han Feng sighed. Han Wu also sighed heavily. No, before my father succeeds as the head of the family, I can't trust the powerhouse of the family too much. Maybe it's under the command of my father's competitor? Then I will definitely not contribute. Maybe I will assassinate the elder brother. Maybe, the disappearance of Big Brother is related to those people? Han Wu suddenly became excited. Han Feng said unhappily, you think too much. Father's succession as head of the family is almost a certainty. Where will a competitor suddenly appear to deal with elder brother? If you want to deal with it, you should deal with father. In the past 2 years, Han Feng's soul has been recovering better and better, and it is easy to cover most of the Han family without letting martial God find out. Therefore, Han Feng knew that although some competitors in the Han family were still a little resentful and jealous of his father, they almost resigned to their fate. And the stronger the father is, the better the development of the Han family will be in the future. This is something that is beneficial to all the children of the Han family. Those competitors who are stupid will cause an accident or even fall to their father, and they will undoubtedly dig their own graves. It should be noted that in the Great Sun Holy Land, the Han family is no longer as talkative as before, and some families have begun to unite to fight against the Han family. In the final analysis, the Han family lost its overwhelming power. For example, there are 3 mid-level martial gods in the Great Sun Holy Land, and only one of them is the supreme elder of the Han family. The eldest brother Han who disappeared, and Han Feng guessed that he might have miscalculated the strength of the enemy, so he lost contact for a while. If someone is really eyeing the eldest brother, Han Feng is more inclined to be some family in the Holy Land of the Great Sun, rather than the Han family. Han Wu didn't think so, and said decisively as if he had discovered some kind of truth, I know, the other party must want father to know about the accident of eldest brother, and then disturb his mood. It is best to let father break through and fail. Come, those family candidates will have another chance. Han Feng still shook his head. Father is in a critical period of breakthrough. I believe the elders of the family will also pay attention to father secretly. After all, father also has the potential to become a strong warrior. Therefore, it is impossible for the news of elder brother's accident to spread. In the ears of my father, it will definitely be blocked by the elders in advance. Second brother, you really think too much. How is it possible? Isn't it all written in the book? Han Wu looked disbelieving. Han Feng didn't know what to say. After pondering for a while, Han Feng said, perhaps what you said is also possible. The other party may indeed want to use the big brother's accident to disturb father's breakthrough, but it does not mean that the one who made the shot is father's competitor, or it may be the one from the Great Sun Holy Land. Certain families. You mean? Han Wu hesitated for a moment. Han Wu is already 14 years old, and he knows a lot about it. He naturally knows that the Han family looks good on the outside, but in fact they are walking on thin ice, and their dominance in the Great Sun Holy Land is somewhat unstable. If that's the case, then it's even more impossible for me to let my elder brother be in danger. I'm going to Qingqing. Han Wu said surprisingly. Han Feng was stunned. Second brother, you are only a young martial artist, what can you do when you go? No, I'm going anyway. Han Wu said firmly. How are you going? Don't forget the hidden guards around you. I guess you were blocked by the hidden guards before you left the Han mansion. Han Feng snorted softly. This? Hey, third brother, you must have a solution. Han Wu was dumbfounded, but soon he smiled and flattered Han Feng. As far as Han Wu is concerned, his third brother has always been mysterious, so what can he do if he is not sure? You must go out? Know that with your strength, nothing can be done. Who said that? Han Wu took out a lot of things in front of Han Feng, and there were even many disposable treasures. Although these treasures can only be used once, they can exert great power. For example, one of the sky-shattering talismans is a talisman paper made by Han Wushizhen's demigod elders at a great cost. After crushing the sky-shattering talisman, it will release the holy-level martial skill Tian Tian Palm. This sky-shaking palm is one of Master Han Wu's unique moves. It is released from the talisman paper. Naturally, it cannot have the full power of Master Han Wu, but there are still 1 or 2 points. 1 or 2 points of the demigod's power, if used well, it is not impossible to severely injure Emperor Wu. No wonder Han Wu is so confident. Brother should also have these treasures, but he didn't bring anything for breakthrough. Han Feng thought to himself. How is it? Not bad. Han Wu was triumphant. Since Han Feng didn't worship any strong man as his teacher, he naturally didn't have a talisman like the heaven-shaking talisman. Well, with these treasures, you do have the power to protect yourself, but the hidden guards still won't allow you to leave the Han mansion. That's why I said please, third brother. Han Wu became more flattering. Han Feng had a half-smile. Is that why you have confidence in me? The first update. Hearing this, Han Wu felt guilty. Speaking of which, Han Wu subconsciously believed in Han Feng, but because he had suffered too much at the hands of Han Feng left a mysterious and tall impression in Han Wu's heart. At this moment when Han Feng asked such a question, Han Wu suddenly remembered that his third younger brother was only 6 years old now. For a moment, Han Wu became depressed. A 6-year-old kid, no matter how good he is, how good can he be? Unexpectedly, Han Feng suddenly said, I do have a way to take you out of the Han mansion without disturbing anyone. But after leaving the Han mansion, everything must be obeyed by me, can you guarantee it? When Han Feng said this, he really wanted to leave the Great Sun Holy Land and wander around the vast place of Martial Dao continent. Huh? You can really do it? Han Wu was pleasantly surprised. Nature. Okay, as long as I can leave the Han mansion and go to Qingqing, I will listen to you. Han Wu promised, patting his chest and abdomen. An hour later, Han Feng and Han Wu had already left the Han mansion, and quickly ran towards the teleportation array of the Great Sun Holy Land. The Great Sun Holy Land is so huge, Han Feng himself is fine, but Han Wu is just a small martial artist. With the speed of a martial artist, even half a day's full running may not be able to leave the Great Sun Holy Land. Half a day was enough for the people of the Han family to discover the disappearance of the two of them and come after them. So if you want to leave the Great Sun Holy Land, you have to use the teleportation array. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, Han Feng and the two were teleported to the edge of the Great Sun Holy Land. Not long after, the two left the Great Sun Holy Land completely. It was also the first time for Han Wu to leave the Great Sun Holy Land, and his face turned red with excitement. Wow, I'm finally leaving, let's go, don't let them catch up. Han Wu's feet accelerated in excitement. Speaking of which, third brother, how did you manage to make them turn a blind eye to us? Han Wu was greatly surprised by this. The directions of various parts of the Han Mansion can be described as strict, especially the entrances and exits of the Han Mansion. But Han Wu was surprised to find that they ran out all the way, and no one seemed to see them. Han Feng smiled slightly, but did not respond to Han Wu's question. As for why so many people turned a blind eye, it was naturally because of Han Feng's soul. Han Feng's soul has only recovered a little now, and it is far from the heyday. After all, the soul level in the heyday was close to rank 9. But even if he just recovers a little, he is almost close to the soul of the martial god level in the martial Dao continent. Han Feng released his divine soul, which directly affected the perception of those strong in the Han family. In the eyes of those people, there was no Han Wu in front of them at all. Cut, if you don't say it, don't say it. Han Wu saw that Han Feng didn't mean to explain, so he couldn't help curling his lips. Which direction is Qingcheng? Han Feng changed the subject. Ah? I don't know. Han Wu looked confused. Han Feng's eyes widened slightly, and his voice also became louder. Don't you know that you are going to Qingcheng? Han Wu knew he was in the wrong, so he looked embarrassed. Han Feng raised his forehead. His second brother was too unreliable. Okay, let's escape first, and after we escape to a certain distance from the Great Sun Holy Land, we can find someone to ask. Because of guilty conscience, Han Wu. Naturally, there was no resistance to Han Feng's proposal. But gradually, Han Wu realized something was wrong. Third brother, the direction you are heading is the Three-Monster Mountain, and there are all monsters inside. Han Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, excitement, and fear. The Three Monsters Mountain is a gathering place for monsters. In the entire martial Dao continent, the Three Monsters Mountain is also one of the more famous gathering places for monsters. The reason why Three Monster Mountain is called Three Monster Mountain is because of the three most powerful monsters in Three Monster Mountain. These three monsters have already reached the level of demigods, and they are considered top powerhouses among the monsters in martial Dao continent. In the martial Dao continent, there are many human warriors, but there are very few monster warriors. This is because humans are willing to let go, otherwise it is hard to say whether there are any monsters in the martial Dao continent that are above the martial king level. The powerhouses of the martial Dao continent left these monsters behind to train the younger generation of humans. This small world is divided into three realms. Martial Dao continent, Demon Dao continent, and Demon Dao continent. The three realms exist in different spaces, and there is little communication between them. There are mostly humans in the martial Dao continent, followed by monsters, and almost no demons. Almost all Demon Dao continent is demons, with very few humans and monsters. The Monster Dao continent is naturally dominated by monsters. Three Monster Mountain is well known throughout the martial Dao continent. Han Wu, the little guy who left the Great Sun Holy Land for the first time, was naturally very curious about such a place. Thinking of being able to fight the demon, Han Wu's heart was filled with excitement again. But the cruelty of monsters and their hostility to humans also made Han Wu a little scared. It would be no fun if he was swallowed by a monster. Thinking of this, Han Wu retreated a bit, and persuaded Han Feng. Han Feng said, "Your speed is too slow. How long does it take to reach Qingqing at this speed? Don't forget that the family has sent Wu Zun there. Can your speed compare to Wu Zun? Three Monster Mountain. I know a monster whose strength is not high, but its speed is extremely fast, comparable to the level of a martial king or even a martial king. Now we are going to find this monster." After saying that, a strange light flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he looked towards Three Demon Mountain. Tan Ning had just been reincarnated in the Demon Dao, and he didn't know if he was reincarnated in the Demon Dao continent, or among the monsters in the Martial Dao continent. In the latter case, it would be much easier to solve Tan Ning Gang. Han Feng was very curious, what kind of breed did Tan Ning Gang reincarnate into? You're talking about the Dragon Yuma? Han Wu heard the words, but his face changed. Third brother, are you stupid? The Dragon Yuma is not strong, but it is true that it has a speed comparable to the king of martial arts, but you also who do you want to compare with? I can handle a juvenile dragon yam, but its speed is comparable to that of a 9th level martial artist or a very poor martial artist. A dragon yam that is as fast as a martial king or even a martial master is at least an adult. A grown-up dragon Murma is a 5th order monster. The 5th order monster, how can we compete against it? The 1st level monster corresponds to a martial artist, the 2nd to 4th level corresponds to a martial artist, and the 5th level is already equivalent to the level of a great martial artist. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks correspond to Wu Wang, Wu Zun, Wu Emperor, and Wu Xing respectively. A 10th order holy beast is equivalent to a demigod. Further up, there are divine beasts. Han Wu is only 14 years old, but he is already a 7th level martial artist. This achievement is not bad. But a 7th level martial artist is equivalent to a 4th level low-level monster, and cannot be compared with a 5th level monster at all. You can't handle it, but it doesn't mean I can't handle it. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. I'm really confident. Han Wu gritted his teeth, but he was also curious. Han Wu has always known that Han Feng is not simple, but Han Wu does not know what level Han Feng is. Right now, maybe it's an opportunity to explore? The second update. I'd like to see, what are your abilities? Han Wu muttered in his heart, and stopped trying to persuade Han Feng. At worst, wait for Han Feng to lose, just use a sky-shattering talisman. The two rushed towards Three Demon Mountain, and soon came to the outer area, where there was a strong demonic aura, and the bloody aura made Han Wu wrinkle his nose uncomfortably. Han Feng was already familiar with this aura, and his face didn't change at all. This is the outskirts of the Three Demon Mountain, and there are first-order monsters everywhere, and sometimes there will be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier monsters. If you want to encounter a 5th-order monster, you need to get close to it. Monster beasts above the 6th level are almost all inside the 3 monster mountains, and they each occupy a mountain top. Not only that, starting from the 6th level monsters can take shape. However, the monsters in the Martial Dao continent hate humans, and it is precisely because they are humans that they have fallen to the miserable state they are today. Therefore, even if they can transform, most monsters cannot transform. Soon Han Feng and Han Wu met a first-order monster. The mere first-order monster is only equivalent to the level of a warrior, and Han Wu excitedly shot the first-order monster to death. The monsters outside are more vicious after all. Han Wu was greatly surprised. In order to train the younger generation, Han Wu also caught a lot of monsters for the younger generation to practice. However, the monsters captured by the Han family were either seriously damaged, or had lost their fighting spirit long ago, and naturally lost their vicious aura. At this time, they were only facing a first-order monster, but the fierce performance of this level of monster, which was not afraid of death, aroused Han Wu's curiosity. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Han Wu pouted. If you think the first-order monsters are too weak, just go a little deeper. There are always powerful monsters. The two continued to walk inside. The monsters he faced also began to gradually increase. From the lower level of the first level to the upper level of the third level. Roar! A demon leopard covered in purple hair spotted Han Feng, and the two, exuding a ferocious aura, rushed towards Han Wu. The strength of this demon leopard seems to have stepped into the fourth-order level, and it is still a middle-level fourth-order. A fourth-level mid-level monster is already equivalent to an eighth-level martial artist in terms of superficial realm. Han Wu grinds his fists furiously. Only monsters of this level are worthy of his full strength. Han Wu's figure was like a big rock spreading its wings, and he punched the leopard. The dazzling red shadow of the fist blocked the space around the leopard. Low-grade spiritual level martial arts. Han Feng's eyes moved, quite admiring. It should be known that Han Wu is only a 7th-level martial artist, not to mention a 7th-level martial artist, even a great martial artist, and there are very few who can master spiritual level martial arts. With low-grade spirit-level martial arts, Han Wu showed great power, and his power far surpassed that of a 7th-level martial artist. After a while, Han Feng frowned. Spirit-level martial arts consume a lot of energy. Has this guy Han Wu mastered this martial art to the point of proficiency? Every time he performs it, he will waste his true energy. I'm afraid he won't be able to last long. And Han Wu can't handle it for long. The experience of the monster forehead is still very good, I'm afraid. Just as Han Feng's idea came up, the monster leopard over there suddenly showed its power, and the breath of the monster beast surged out, unexpectedly breaking Han Wu's attack abruptly. Han Wu's complexion turned pale in an instant. Not good. It's just a fourth-order medium monster, how could it be? Be careful. Han Feng shouted hastily. At the same time subconsciously guide up. Now that Han Wu was facing a crisis, he subconsciously fought as Han Feng said, and turned the situation around after a while. Han Wugong is super strong, and he has mastered powerful martial arts. After swallowing the elixir, he made up for the real energy consumed by performing martial arts. Under Han Feng's guidance, he easily regained his disadvantage. Not long after, the demon leopard died in the hands of Han Wu. Han Wu panted heavily. This was the first time Han Wu faced such an aggressive fourth-order monster, which was far stronger than the monsters in the family that provided training. Boy, how do you know these tricks? After recovering, Han Wu gritted his teeth and pressed. Han Feng remained unmoved and was not threatened by Han Wu's oppression at all. Okay, stop talking nonsense, the most important thing is to find the dragon shark first. Han Wu stared at Han Feng, but finally had no choice but to compromise. The dragon shark was found by a lake near the inner circle of Three Demon Mountain. Dragon shark horse, with the word dragon and shark, naturally has two bloodlines of dragon and shark. Not to mention Long Shi Shui, sharks are also creatures that live in water, and of course the area where dragons, sharks and horses live cannot lack water. The dragon mackerel spends at least 1/3 of its time in the water every day. When Han Feng and Han Wu arrived, they found dozens of dragon sharks gathered together. Dragon mermoss are monsters that live in groups. With so many dragons and mermoss gathered together, ordinary 6th-order monsters would be extremely afraid and would not dare to provoke them easily. Han Feng's eyes fell on the dragon merma, and it was indeed as recorded in the book. The dragon merma had dragon horns on its head, its body was almost grayish-blue, and there were shark-like gills on its neck. Look at the teeth that the dragon shark shows from time to time, it is extremely ferocious, and it looks like a carnivore. That's right, the dragon yerma, which has the blood of dragons and sharks, is a real carnivore, not a herbivore. Who? A dragon mackerel suddenly raised its head, looking directly at Han Feng and Han Wu with ferocious eyes. Han Feng knew that with Han Wu around, it was impossible to hide, so he didn't hide, but directly appeared in front of this group of dragons and sharks. It turned out to be two little human dolls. They haven't eaten humans for a long time. The one who found Han Feng and the other was obviously the leader of this group of dragons and sharks. The rest of the dragon sharks also opened their mouths and laughed loudly. As a fifth-order monster, it is already able to speak human language. Dozens of dragon mermen surrounded the two of them, and the bloodthirsty coercion oppressed the two of Han Feng. Han Wu's legs trembled. It was only at this moment that Han Wu clearly understood the horror and ferocity of real monsters. "Little brother, can you deal with it? If you can't, I'll use the sky-shattering talisman." The leader, the dragon merman, is obviously a sixth-order monster. Han Wu said secretly. "You don't need a sky-shattering talisman. The sky-shattering talisman is powerful, and the premise is to hit the right person." While speaking, Han Feng took a step forward, and suddenly an unparalleled majestic aura surged towards Long Shark like a stormy wave. Horse. Boom boom boom. Long Yuma only felt that his spiritual world had suffered an unprecedented impact and was collapsing rapidly. The leader of the dragon Yuma was extremely terrified, and his pupils were full of fear. Wu Wang is at the peak. The leader of the dragon Yuma was dumbfounded. How could a little human child be so terrifying? Han Wu was also dumbfounded when he heard Long Yuma's words. Impossible. Martial King? Although Han Wu knew that Han Feng was powerful, at most he guessed that Han Feng was a great martial artist, but he didn't know that he was the martial king. It's fine to be King Wu, or the peak of King Wu. At the peak of Wu Wang, he is only one step away from Wu Zun, and he is much stronger than his elder brother at the early stage of Wu Wang. The first update. Han Wu looked at Han Feng in confusion. God, what kind of monster is my little brother? The eldest brother started practicing at the age of 6, and his real contact with the family's martial arts began at the age of 8 or 9. Since then, he has practiced more than 30 pairs and only half a foot has stepped into the middle stage of martial arts. This age is about to break through to the middle stage of King Wu, and he is already an extremely outstanding genius among the same generation in Great Sun Holy Land. Even the father, in his 30s, was at this level, half a foot into Wu Zun. How old is Han Feng? Only 6 years old. At this moment, Han Wu did not believe that Han Feng's physique was just an innate top-grade spirit body. How could such a physique cultivate so quickly? Reminiscent of his father's laissez-faire, Han Wu vaguely noticed something. I'm afraid it's because the younger brother's talent is too high, so high that no one dares to interfere. Han Wu didn't know that Han Feng practiced so fast. On the one hand, it was indeed due to his innate top-grade divine body, and on the other hand, it was also related to being the true god of the 7 tribulations. Han Feng faintly realized that the true god of the 7 tribulations, even in the now declining martial Dao continent, was definitely an extremely high-level existence. Han Feng unleashed coercion, constantly oppressing the leader of the dragon Yuma. Suddenly, Han Feng shouted loudly, like a bang that exploded in the spiritual world of the leader of Long Yuma. Long Yuma trembled, his legs went limp, and he collapsed on the ground. This is true of the leaders, not to mention ordinary dragon sharks. These dragon sharks are only at the level of great martial arts masters. As for the underage, they have already passed out. King Wu's aura at its peak was definitely not something they could bear. Only Han Wu, who was not targeted by Han Feng's momentum, was intact. Surrender, or be killed. Han Feng looked directly at the leader of the dragon Yuma with cold eyes, piercing into the leader of the dragon Yuma like a sharp sword. The leader of the dragon Yuma is naturally unwilling to submit, and surrender is tantamount to losing freedom. However, facing the huge gap in strength, Long Yuma had no choice but to lower his proud head. After the recognition ceremony, Han Feng hit a stick and gave a sweet treat, don't worry, you will be free after finishing the work, and I promise you to give you some pills to improve your strength at that time, so as to help you break through to the 6th level is not a problem. As for whether you can break through the racial limit and enter the 7th level, it depends on your own efforts in the future. Long Yuma's unwilling expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by joy. Master, what you said is true. Nature. Master, please sit up. The leader of the dragon Yuma immediately knelt down on the first 2 hooves without restraint, letting Han Feng sit on his back. Han Wu stared at this scene dumbfounded. The majestic 5th-order monster dragon and Murma, has it been subdued? Not even using force. Han Wu completely admired his 3rd brother. No, you take the 2nd brother out of the 3-demon mountain first, and I will catch up later. Unexpectedly, Han Feng shook his head, not intending to sit on the back of the dragon shark for the time being. Long Yuma looked at Han Wu, a 14-year-old human being, but with a cultivation level close to that of a great martial artist, which is not bad. Thinking that this person is the master's 2nd brother, Long Yuma didn't have much resistance in his heart. 3rd brother, what else do you want to do? Han Wu couldn't help being curious when he learned that Han Feng didn't plan to leave with him immediately. Naturally, Han Feng would not answer, but only responded with a slight smile. Han Wu curled his lips and said, then I'll wait for you outside the 3-demon mountain. You should hurry up and follow up after finishing your work. Knowing that Han Feng's cultivation has half a foot into the rank of martial lord, Han Wu is quite surprised. There is no need to worry too much, as long as Han Feng does not go to the inner circle of 3-demon mountain. Don't worry, my business is not serious, it will be soon. After Han Feng finished speaking, he disappeared into the jungle. Oh, the 3rd brother is only 6 years old, why are there so many things? Forget it, I'd better leave the 3-demon mountain and wait for this kid outside. Sitting on the dragon Yama leaped into the air, and unexpectedly showed its full potential. At a speed that was completely unequal to his cultivation, he shot straight towards the periphery of 3-demon mountain. In the blink of an eye, the dragon shark disappeared by the lake like lightning. The other side. Han Feng has come to the inner circle of 3-demon mountain. From here on, they are basically monsters of the 6th rank or above, each of which has its own territory. Human? Die. A 6th-order monster spotted Han Feng and roared towards him. Han Feng slapped it away, and Wu Wang's terrifying cultivation at the peak turned into a powerful palm, slapping the 6th-order monster to death. After that, Han Feng didn't go any further. When he came to the depths of 3-demon mountain, Han Feng's purpose was not to kill the monsters. Forming a spell with both hands, Flying Flame Lion Xuanhuan appeared in front of Han Feng. The Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda is not affected by the reincarnation of the small world, so naturally the beasts that exist in the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda are also the same. Today's Flying Flame Lion is still the cultivation base of the 7 Tribulations True God, and it is already an extremely powerful existence on the Martial Dao continent. Of course, because the laws of the small world are different from those of the outside world, the Flying Flame Lion will definitely be affected, such as not being able to exert the full power of the 7 Tribulations True God. But even so, there is a power equivalent to that of the 5 Tribulations True God. There are 3 demigod-level monsters in the 3-demon mountains, you go and subdue them and occupy the 3-demon mountains. Han Feng ordered. A mere demigod? Flying Yancher looked disdainful. In the past few years, Han Feng and Jisho had also communicated, and Jisho naturally knew that monsters at the level of demigods were not as good as Ikong True God. In the eyes of several beasts, this level is no different from that of ants. Don't worry, boss, I'm just a half-god, I can take it in less than half an hour. The Flying Flame Lion spread its wings like fire wings, and flew towards the location of the 3 monsters in 3 Monster Mountain. Along the way, the flames were as terrifying as meteors, and a large area of flames ignited. Flying Flame Lion let out a little bit of his aura, and in an instant, countless monsters in Three Monster Mountain were sprawled on the ground in panic. How? How could there be such a powerful monster? What is this powerful monster, Senior, coming to Three Monster Mountain to do? This trace of aura naturally alarmed the three great powers in Three Monster Mountain. In a cave filled with bones, a huge creature blinked its blood-red pupils, extremely uneasy. Who is this aura? It doesn't look like Senior Lei Jinyang, nor does it look like a senior pterosaur, nor does it look like a senior wild monster bull. Could it be a new senior divine beast? One of the three overlords, the bone snake python, has a sudden change of heart. The thunder-winged golden goat, pterosaur beast, and Manhuan Yaonyo are the only three remaining mythical beasts in the martial Dao continent, and they are only equivalent to the lower level of martial gods, living in Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain, and Yaonyo Mountain respectively. But at this moment, a shocking sound came from the bone snake's mind, booming, as if it wanted to collapse the spiritual world. Little guy, come out and see me. The bone snake boa's face was cloudy and uncertain, and a divine beast came in person, and the bone snake boa was very worried that it was coming to trouble him. A divine beast is not something that a 10th order holy beast of his own little demigod level can contend with. But thinking of the fate of disobeying the order of the divine beast, the bone snake python gritted its teeth and crawled out of the cave. Immediately, the bone snake saw a huge lion with red hair all over its body. The lion's back spread its wings, as if condensed by flames. The bone snake python was startled. It seemed that it had never seen such a monster in its memory. The second update. Mountain. What are you looking at? Flying Flame Lion roared displeased. $. The bone snake trembled, and immediately lowered its head. This junior lost his composure, and please forgive me, Senior. I don't know what the senior is doing in Three Demon Mountain. If the senior has something to do with the younger generation must do their best. Flying Yanshur is proud of himself. His age may not necessarily be older than this giant python, but who is the stronger brother? This seat intends to become the master of Three Demon Mountain. Are you willing to submit to this seat? The bone snake was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that the other party wanted the entire Three Demon Mountain. No, maybe I expected this kind of situation from the beginning, but I just didn't want to think about it in the beginning. The bone snake is silent. As the three overlords of the Three Monster Mountains, the bone snake has the supreme status and power in the Three Monster Mountains. Once the Three Demon Mountain changed hands, there would be no freedom and peace in the future, and there would be a crisis of falling if he offended the senior in front of him. Huh? Don't you want to? Flying Flame Lion lowered his eyes, and a breathtaking force suddenly oppressed the bone snake boa. Boom boom boom. The entire oppressed body of the bone snake clings tightly to the ground, unable to move. The bone snake was horrified. Is this the power of the divine beast? But it has clearly seen the three seniors, Thunderwing Golden Goat, Winged Dragon Beast, and Savage Monster Bull, and has felt the power of the three seniors. The three seniors who are also divine beasts, Thunderwing Golden Goat, Pterosaur Beast, and Savage Bull, definitely don't have the aura of this senior in front of them. This aura reminded the bone snake python of the existence above ordinary divine beasts, legendary divine beasts. No, maybe even stronger. That's all, it's just a loss of freedom and current status. Following such a strong man, maybe there will be a wider world in the future. The bone snake python accepted his fate and lowered his head. The junior is willing to follow the senior. Respect, the senior is the master of the Three Demon Mountains. However, there are two other existences in the Three Demon Mountains that are not weaker than the junior, and the junior wonders whether they will respect the senior as the master. In other words, in order to become the true sole overlord of Three Demon Mountain, he still needs to subdue two other 10-level holy beasts. Feitian Yanshur said indifferently, "Take me there." Yes. The second 10th rank holy beast in Three Demon Mountain is a black fox. Xuanhuan is not very powerful in the same rank, but full of wisdom. It can be said that among the 3 10th rank holy beasts in Three Demon Mountain, Xuanhuan played the role of a military advisor. Since you are smart, you will naturally recognize the facts more clearly. If it is said that the bone snake python surrendered with some hesitation at first, then Xuanhuan immediately chose to surrender after learning that the flying flame lion was a divine beast without the slightest hesitation. However, the third 10th rank holy beast chose to refuse. The type of this sacred beast is a wild bear, a well-known one-headed monster among monsters, and it will not change easily after deciding on something. Similarly, this kind of monster is always unable to distinguish the gap between itself and the enemy. Of course, this savage bear also had the confidence to refuse. Before he knew it, this savage bear actually crossed the bottleneck between the 10th and 11th steps. From a 10th order holy beast equivalent to a demigod to an 11th order divine beast equivalent to a warrior. Boom! The savage breath belonging to the wild bear gushed out like a storm, breaking through the sky. Standing proudly in the sky, the barbarian bear's huge body brought strong oppression to all the monsters in Three Monster Mountain. Humph, I just made a breakthrough, and I planned to subdue you two when I was planning to stabilize the realm, but I didn't expect you two to surrender to outsiders so spinelessly. Man Xiong glanced at the bone snake python and Xuanhuan disdainfully. The bone snake's face was stiff, and he wanted to refute, but he was concerned that the barbarian bear had broken through to the level of a divine beast, so he finally remained silent. Xuanhuan, however, let out a long sigh. Barbarian, you just broke through, but this senior is also a very powerful existence among the beasts, and you are not able to contend with it. Don't let 10,000 years of practice be ruined by a moment of arrogance once. The barbarian bear has just broken through the divine beast, and it is the moment when its self-expansion is extremely violent, so how could it listen to Xuanhuan's advice? How can there be so much nonsense? Watch me kill this stupid lion. The fat bare paw of the wild bear slapped it over. The power of this palm could easily tear apart a huge mountain. For the bone snake python and Xuanhuan, the power of this palm is unparalleled, and it is definitely not something they can compete with. But at this moment, Flying Flame Lion snorted coldly, and suddenly a raging flame spewed out from his mouth. Compared with the fat bear's paw, this flame is so inconspicuous. However, when the flame touched the bear's paw, the barbarian bear immediately let out a shrill scream, and the flame spread along the bear's paw and spread directly to the entire body of the barbarian bear. In the blink of an eye, the wild bear was swallowed by raging flames. No. Forgive me, I am willing to surrender. Until this moment, the barbarian bear finally clearly recognized the gap between himself and the unknown monster in front of him. But it was too late. Flying Flame Lion turned a deaf ear to barbarian bears begging for mercy, and it was also out of prestige. Feitan Yancher wanted to let Bone Snake Boa and Xuanhuan see the end of the wild bear with their own eyes, so he didn't dare to think of resistance and betrayal in his heart. Facts have proved that this method is correct. When the barbarian bear was completely burned into nothingness by the flames, the bone snake python looked at the Flying Flame Lion with fear in its eyes. Even if it is a newcomer to a divine beast, it is still a divine beast, and it was killed so easily. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the bone snake boa looked in disbelief. Xuanhuan, are you planning to sign a slave contract? It's the best way to get this lord to trust. Don't you want to be like a wild bear? Xuanhuan sent a sound transmission to his neighbors for so many years. The bone python shuddered, and after thinking for a few seconds, it did the same thing. With the bone snake python and black fox as slaves, it was easier to subdue the remaining monsters in Three Demon Mountain, and these monsters did not resist. In the past, the bone snake python, black fox, and barbarian bear ruled them, but now it's just another ruler, there is no difference. Even because the new ruler is a divine beast, many monsters in the Three Monsters Mountain are full of confidence, and feel that they can stand side by side with Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain, and Yaonyo Mountain. It took less than an hour from the time when the Feitian Yanshi found the bone snake python to now occupying the Three Demon Mountain. My lord, do you want to change the name of Three Demon Mountain? Xuanhuan turned into a human form and asked, standing on the left. Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain, and Yaonyo Mountain are all named after three divine beasts. Feitian Yanshi thought for a while, and said, no need, so as not to arouse the vigilance of those humans, it is better to use the Three Monsters Mountain. People call me the Lord of the Three Monsters Mountain. Yes. Xuanhuan replied. As for the bone snake python, it is renovating the barbarian bear's residence, and this will be the residence of the flying flame lion in the future. Xuanhuan, step back, and renovate my palace with the bone snake python, and I will go out for a while. The flame flashed, and the flying flame lion disappeared. Xuanhuan looked respectful, and didn't dare to ask where the flying Yanshi was going. Three Demon Mountain, on a stone platform, Han Feng sat cross-legged. When the flying flaming lion descended, Han Feng opened his eyes. Has the Three Demon Mountains been taken? Yes, boss. What else can I order, boss? No more, you will stay here as the master of the Three Demon Mountains in the future. By the way, look around in the Three Demon Mountains to see if there is any news about Tan Ningong. Yes. Flying Flame Lion said excitedly. The first update. For a long time, the Flying Flaming Lion and other beasts stayed in the beast breeding space of the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda. With the deepening of the unblocking of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, the beast breeding space will become larger, and various scenes can be transformed. However, it is an indisputable fact that there are only 5 beasts in the beast breeding space. No matter how the environment changes, no matter how the space expands, the 5 beasts will inevitably feel a little lonely and boring. At this time, Feitian Yanshi can stay outside for a long time, but he still enjoys a lot of food and drinks as the master of Three Demon Mountain. How could Feitian Yanshi not be excited? The other 4 beasts all showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Han Feng laughed and said, the 4 of you also have a share. Don't forget there are Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain, and Yaonyo Mountain. There are more than 10 mountains under these 3 mountains that are comparable to the 3 monster mountains, which is enough for you to bully. The eyes of Vermilion Skylark and the 4 beasts all lit up. Feitian Yanshi suddenly said, Boss, Tan Ning has just reincarnated in the Demon Dao. I think the possibility of reincarnation in the Demon Dao continent is relatively high. Han Feng nodded. I also understand this, but we can't stop investigating, because the possibility of reincarnation in the Martial Dao continent is small. If we can find Tan Ningong first, we will have the upper hand. Three Monster Mountain is your trump card now. After Thunder Wing Mountain and other monster mountains are also occupied by us, you will look for Tan Ningong in the Monster Beast Mountain range of Martial Dao continent. If you can find the best one, forget it. Even if Tan Ning has just reincarnated in the Demon Dao continent, sooner or later there will be a battle. Although the Martial Dao continent, the Yao Dao continent, and the Demon Dao continent are in different spaces, they have not really lost contact with each other. In the past, there have been many cases where the Yao Dao continent invaded the Martial Dao continent, or the Demon Dao continent invaded the Martial Dao continent. Even sometimes, the Martial Dao continent will invade the Yao Dao continent and the Demon Dao continent. The monsters in the Martial Dao continent are actually the descendants of the monsters who invaded the Martial Dao continent in the past and stayed in the Martial Dao continent after their failure. The same is true for the human race and demon race in the Demon Dao continent, and the human race and demon race in the Demon Dao continent. Of course, there is another situation, that is the slave who was captured. Han Feng believed that if Tan Ningong was reincarnated in the Demon Dao, with Tan Ningong's ambition, there would be a 9 out of 10 chance that he would invade the martial Dao continent and the demon Dao continent after ruling the demon Dao continent. In the jungle of Three Demon Mountain, Han Feng walked towards the outside of Three Demon Mountain quickly with psychedelic steps. If the leader of the Dragon Yuma was here, he would be horrified to find that the speed displayed by Han Feng at this moment is by no means comparable to that of the Peak Wu King, and it is definitely among the best in the rank of Wu Zun. It is extremely inconceivable that a martial king, with a peak cultivation base, has such a speed. This is no longer a change that martial skills of the body type can bring about. No matter how advanced the body skills are, this leap is too great. The only explanation is that Han Feng's cultivation is not Wu Wang, but surpassed Wu Wang. Outside the Three Demon Mountains, Han Feng's figure appeared. Han Wu heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately said violently, "You guys are worried about me, do you know? Damn it, what happened to Three Demon Mountain?" There was such a terrifying aura from inside Three Demon Mountain before. Speaking of this, Han Wu's eyes flashed with fear. Before the barbarian bear exuded the aura of a divine beast, it was already far away from the Three Monsters Mountain, but it was still affected. Perhaps the savage bear aura that has spread beyond the Three Demon Mountains is less than 1% of what it was in its heyday. But for Han Wu, who was a mere 7th-level martial artist, it was still terrifying and unbelievable. Perhaps because he realized that his performance in front of his younger brother was a bit too unbearable, Han Wu immediately put away his frightened expression, coughed twice and said, "Since we are out, let's go to Qingcheng." Han Feng smiled and agreed. The Dragon Yuma is huge, not to mention a teenager and a child. It is also feasible to carry 2 burly men. The Dragon Yuma carried Han Feng and the 2 of them, and ran at high speed on the road between the mountains, like flying through the clouds. Such a speed made Han Wu very addicted. For about half a day, Long Yuma had already carried the 2 of them far away from the Three Demon Mountains, let alone the Great Sun Holy Land. At this time, if someone came after the Great Sun Holy Land, it would be very difficult to catch up with the 2 of them. Huh? Someone is fighting. Han Wu heard the sound of fighting ahead and looked curiously. As far as the eye could see, a group of black wolves surrounded more than a dozen people, most of whom were guarding a carriage. An old man on the carriage looked serious, holding a long whip in his hand, probably a treasure-level weapon. In the carriage, a woman came out under the old man's disapproving gaze. Beside the woman, a maid dressed as a maid followed anxiously. "Miss, it's too dangerous outside, it's better to stay in the carriage," the old man said seriously. The woman's skin is more than snow, and her hair is scattered around her waist like a waterfall. His eyebrows are like spring mountains, his eyes are like autumn waters, and he looks like I feel pity for him. The moment Han Wu saw this woman, he was stunned and opened his mouth wide, almost drooling. "It's so beautiful, my heart is moving." Han Wu held his heart and looked obsessively at the woman who came out of the carriage. Han Feng felt something hard behind his buttocks, and his face turned black instantly. When he turned his head, he saw Han Wu looking full of spring. Han Feng. After holding back, Han Feng still couldn't hold back, and slapped Han Wu's head suddenly with his little hand, bringing Han Wu back to his senses. "That's enough. Don't be so unsteady." Han Feng couldn't understand, since there were many beautiful maids serving him in the family, why should he be so uncontrollable now? Han Wu was very dissatisfied with being photographed. "Stinky boy, don't you see that I'm doing something big? What are you shooting for?" Han Wu glared at Han Feng. Han Feng was speechless for a moment. The so-called big thing is to keep looking at a beautiful woman? Han Feng really didn't expect that when he came out, someone would be pregnant. On the carriage, the woman Han Wu was obsessed with said firmly, "No, everyone is facing danger now. How can I sit safely in the carriage? At least I have to contribute my strength." The old man still wanted to say something, but thinking of the strength of his young lady, he kept silent. The black wolves are just a group of monsters with low strength. When they were born, they weren't even considered monsters. They were just ordinary wild wolves, and ordinary people could kill them. After growing to a certain stage, Hei Lang will step into the stage of a first-order monster. Most of the black wolves are at the second level of monster beasts. There are very few black wolves at the third level, and even more rare ones at the fourth level. Almost all of them are black wolf kings. Now surrounding the group of women are the many black wolves led by a fourth-rank black wolf king. But the group of women is not weak either. Ah! With a howl of wolves, the black wolf immediately pounced on more than a dozen guards. These guards released their true energy, displayed their respective treasure-level martial arts, and stood side by side with the black wolf in an instant. All of these guards have the combat power of a second and third level martial artist, and 2 or 3 are even equivalent to a fourth level martial artist. That old man turned out to be a 7th level martial artist, the same level as Han Wu today. A 7th level martial artist, comparable to a 4th level monster. The old man unfolded his movements and rushed towards the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King obviously also knew that the old man was the most powerful in the group, so he roared angrily and started fighting with the old man. A simple and wooden guqin appeared in the woman's hand at some point. Qian Qianyu played the guqin in her hand, pouring her true essence into it, and the sound of the piano turned into a blade, which instantly cut towards the group of black wolves. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman didn't look very old, about 15 or 16 years old, but she was already a 6th level martial artist. And that guqin is a spiritual weapon. The second update. 1822 It's all going to Zither City, 1 update. Han Feng guessed that this woman should be from a decent family. Han Feng doesn't know if there is a martial lord level powerhouse in this family, but there is at least one or several martial king level powerhouses. For a family that doesn't even have a martial king, spiritual level weapons and spiritual level martial arts are a disaster for such a family, and it will arouse the coveted power of the martial king. A 16-year-old 6th level martial artist is far behind the second brother, but among the younger generation of the Han family, he is considered to be in the middle. Han Feng rated the girl. And Han Wu stared at the woman intently. Following the woman's attack, Han Wu applauded again and again. As expected of the woman that this young master has his eyes on, she is really amazing. Han Wu looked proud. However, Han Feng didn't have too high expectations for this group of people. Those guards were comparable to ordinary black wolves. It would be good for one person to fight against 1 or 2 heads. Only the woman and the old man could really pose a fatal threat to the black wolf. Now women have attracted most of the black wind wolf's firepower. As long as the old man can beat the black wolf king, the woman will win in the end. However, the old man did not have the power to overwhelm the black wolf king. The old man is a 7th level martial artist. With treasure level martial arts and treasure level weapons, his combat power far exceeds that of a 7th level martial artist. But the Black Wolf King's body and hair are also extremely tough, comparable to treasure level weapons. Furthermore, the old man is old after all, and the aging of the body prevents the old man from exerting his strongest combat power. In the beginning, the old man was able to gain the upper hand by relying on the sudden explosion, but with the intense consumption of physical strength, the old man couldn't hold on anymore. Oops. Han Wu came from an extraordinary background, and soon discovered the embarrassment of the female side. Third brother, I've got to do it. Han Wu actually left Han Feng and Long Yuma behind, unfolded his movements, and jumped down from a high place. Overlord Fist. A domineering feeling surrounds Han Wu, and Han Wu descends like a general, with extraordinary power. True essence gushed out, and this domineering punch hit the Black Wolf King fiercely. Han Wu is not as old as the old man. 14-year-old Han Wu is in a vigorous state. With the profound skills he cultivated, and as a 7th-level martial artist, Han Wu's true energy far surpassed the old man's in terms of quantity and quality. And the spiritual level boxing method of Xuanhuan has allowed Han Wu to develop his strength to the limit. The old man was shocked when he found that there was a helping hand. Ow! The Black Wolf King sensed the danger from Han Wu and wanted to retreat. How could the old man make the Black Wolf King do what he wanted and tried his best to stop the Black Wolf King? It was time for Han Wu's attack. Boom! The Black Wolf King's wolf claws collided with Han Wu's fist, and a huge force surged in. With a scream, the Black Wolf King was sent flying by Han Wu's fist. The Black Wolf King's bloodline is not high, and he is only a low-level monster of the 4th rank. He can't pose a threat to Han Wu at all, so Han Feng didn't make a move. Not long after, the Black Wolf King was killed under the attack of Han Wu and the old man. Without the leader of the Black Wolf King, the other ordinary black wolves screamed and fled in all directions. Thanks to this young hero for helping me, I am very grateful. The old man looked grateful. And the woman Han Wu fell in love with. He also bowed slightly to Han Wu and said, "Little girl whining, thank you, Your Excellency." Hey, I'm a Jianghu person, how can I see death without saving me? Han Wu stared at the woman and smirked. Seeing Han Wu's appearance, the old man immediately understood that he was another hero who was fascinated by his young lady. Although he is grateful to Han Wu for his help, if he has other plans for his young lady, that would be another matter. The old man's originally grateful expression became a little far-fetched. Seeing that Han Wu was still staring at his young lady, the old man couldn't help but said, "Little brother, I don't know where you are going. If we make it along the way, we can go together." This was purely polite. There are so many cities in the Martial Dao continent, the possibility of the same destination is too small. The old man waited for Han Wu to name a destination different from their destination, and then left in a grand manner. "I don't know. This junior is going to Qingqing, I don't know if senior is going." Han Wu was a little apprehensive, even more reluctant. But compared to the woman he likes, the elder brother's safety is the most important. If the destination is different, they can only be separated. But before we part, we still have to ask where the woman we love is, and we can go after the woman after the elder brother's matter is settled, Han Wu secretly thought. Qingqing. The old man's voice suddenly rose, his face was stiff, and he looked at Han Wu in disbelief. This kid, wouldn't he be an admirer of the young lady who followed secretly, otherwise, how could he even know where they were going? Ah? Han Wu was puzzled by the old man's suddenly raised voice. The woman named Whining covered her mouth and laughed. Unlike the old man, Whining was not wary of Han Wu. Judging from Han Wu's clean eyes and slightly red face, Whining doesn't think that Han Wu is the same as the group of dudes who admired him in the past. "Young master, the little girl is also going to Qingqing, since you are on the way, let's go together." Whining first made an invitation. Han Wu stared blankly at Whining, then blushed and said, "Since the girl invites you, then Han Wu will be disrespectful." The old man looked annoyed and regretted endlessly, feeling that he was digging a hole for himself to jump into. How can it be such a coincidence that the destination is the same? The group was about to leave together when Han Wu suddenly remembered that he still had a third brother. "Wait." Han Wu called out. "Master Han, what else is there?" the old man said angrily. Han Wu rubbed his head and smiled honestly. "This junior also has a third brother." "Huh? The young master is not alone?" This time, the old man was surprised. The old man still thought that Han Wu was the young lady's admirer and followed him secretly. It's just a coincidence that the destinations are all Qingqing. But if he brought his brother with him when he came out, it would be different. Which dude would chase a woman and bring his brother with him? Did he misunderstand? Thinking of Han Wu's strength, it is definitely not something a dude can achieve. did I really guess wrong? Humph, thanks to the second brother remembering the third brother. A cold snort came from behind, and Han Wu looked embarrassed. The old man turned his head to look, and was momentarily stunned. A mighty dragon mackerel carrying a 6-year-old child unexpectedly appeared behind them without a sound. God, that's a dragon shark. Dragon Yuma neighed in a low voice, and grinned its ferocious fangs. A fierce breath oppressed the old man, whose legs gave way and almost fell to the ground. Sixth rank monster, the king of the dragon samurai. The old man tremblingly said the title and level of the leader of the dragon samurai. Whining poked his head out of the carriage, and immediately covered his mouth in fright. A 6th-order monster, that is a powerhouse of the king of martial arts level, and it is estimated that they can kill all of them with one hoof. The first update. Owner. Miss Protection. A group of guards yelled loudly, took out their weapons, and looked at Long Yuma vigilantly. Han Wu hurriedly said, "Everyone misunderstood, this is my third brother, and the dragon Murma is a monster that my third brother subdued." The group of guards still looked serious. Will a 6th-order monster be subdued by a 6-year-old child? Just kidding. Han Feng sat on Long Yuma and patted Long Yuma on the head. Calm down and say hello to everyone. Dragon Yuma exhaled, and then said with a lazy and disdainful expression, "Humans, put away your weapons, I want to eat you, it's useless if you take out your weapons." Long Yuma's words were not arrogant, but it made the old man and others breathe a sigh of relief. Just like what Long Yuma said, the 6th-order monsters comparable to the martial king level can indeed kill them with ease. The old man took a deep look at Han Wu, and at this moment he really believed that Han Wu just met them by chance on the way, not the group of admirers who followed secretly. The old man knew that those admirers were a group of dandies who had no means to subdue a 6th-order monster like the Dragon Shark Horse King. Not to mention those dandy kids, drunks and rice bags, even the younger generation Xuanhuan doesn't have such ability. Even the families behind Xuanhuan may not be able to subdue the Dragon King. Missed. To subdue such a monster at such a young age, even if the elders behind him take action, it is definitely not an ordinary martial king who can subdue the Dragon Yuma King. It seems that this son has an extraordinary background. Could it be that he is a military-level force? Thinking of this, the old man's attitude changed silently. "Huaining, I didn't scare you," Han Wu said worriedly in a gentle tone, with Han Feng's goosebumps all over his body. "It's only been so long, but I'll just call him by name." Han Feng's heart twitched, and he had to say that his second brother had a thick skin. Huaining shook his head, but looked curiously at Han Feng, who was sitting on the back of the dragon shark. The 6-year-old pursed his lips rigorously. In Huining's eyes, he was indescribably cute. Han Wu sees the woman he likes focus on Han Feng. Gritting his teeth, he turned his head and glared at Han Feng. Han Feng only felt innocent. Cough, it turned out to be a monster that was subdued by Han Wu's younger brother. It really opened my eyes. The old man had a happy expression. With the Dragon Shark King here, there is no danger in going to Zither City. Senior. Han Feng nodded to the old man without saying anything unnecessary. The old man didn't care either, who asked Han Feng to sit on the back of the Dragon Shark Horse King. After figuring out the origin of King Long Yuma, a group of guards relaxed, and all kinds of curious eyes fell on Han Feng and Long Yuma. The old man invited Han Feng to go with him, and Han Feng naturally would not refuse, and the group went on the road again, but this time there were 2 more people and 1 beast. On the way, Han Feng learned that the woman his second brother liked was named Shi, and her full name was Shi Huaining. The old man, surnamed An, was called An Lao. An Lao and Shi Huaining are from Yuqing. Yuqing is a big city, and the lord of the city is a strong man at the level of Wuzun. The Shi family is considered a remarkable family in Yuqing. There are several strong Wu kings sitting in the town, but not long ago, all the Wu kings of the Shi family fell for unknown reasons. Huaining left Yuqing and went to Qingqing to join his aunt. Speaking of Shi Huining's aunt, she turned out to be the wife of the lord of Zither City. Han Feng and Han Wu looked at each other, and both could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Yuqing is one of the cities under the rule of the Great Sun Holy Land, but its owner is not from the Han family, but from another powerful family of the Great Sun Holy Land. This family is ambitious and wants to replace the Han family and become the first family and ruler of the Great Sun Holy Land. What key role did the city lord of Yuqing play in the unexplained fall of King Wu in Yuqing? You must know that most of the families in Yuqing still obey the Han family for the time being. If it weren't for the fact that the Han family no longer had an undisputed status in the Great Sun Holy Land, the position of the city lord of Yuqing would not have fallen into the hands of the hostile family. When this young master grows up, sooner or later the family will pay the price. Han Wu snorted coldly. Han Feng thought further. Something happened to the Shi family, maybe it was the master of Yuqing who secretly did it, in order to oppress some clan teams in Yuqing. From this point of view, the Han family is about to experience a catastrophe. Shaking his head, Han Feng suppressed his worries. Even if the Han family suffered a catastrophe, with him around, the Han family would not be able to collapse. The Han family has 5 supreme elders. What is the strength of that family? Han Feng thought. Along the way, many people will encounter some monsters or robbers, but they are all solved by Han Wu and others. Most of these robbers are at the level of martial artists, and almost none of them are above martial artists. The level of a great martial artist has a certain status anywhere, especially in ordinary cities. It is second only to the existence of the city lord. There is no need for a master of this level to become a bandit. Among the monsters, there are fifth-order monsters that are comparable to great martial artists, but as long as the Dragon Yuma King releases his breath, these monsters will retreat without fighting. In short, everyone finally arrived at Zither City smoothly. Before arriving at Zither City, Han Feng turned the Dragon King into a human form. A sixth-order dragon and shark horse king, comparable to the level of a martial arts king, is really eye-catching. The dragon, shark, and horse king turned into a human form. He was middle-aged and had an ordinary appearance. He belonged to the kind that could not be found among the crowd. Haha, cousin Huining, you are finally here. My father asked me to receive you here. At the gate of Qingqing City, a young man about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in fancy clothes, opened his arms and was about to hug Huining. Huining took a step back, his face full of alienation. Cousin, where is cousin Fei? Because of Huining's retreat, the young man's expression turned ugly for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, My sister caught a cold not long ago, so it's inconvenient to see my cousin for the time being. While speaking, the young man's obscene eyes fell on Huining, and a blaze of fire flashed in the depths of his eyes. Han Wu's expression darkened. If Han Feng didn't stop him, he probably would have taken action to teach Huining's cousin a lesson. Cousin has a cold? Is it serious? No, I'm going to have a look. Huining's expression became anxious. The young man stopped him for a while, and then said, My sister's cold is not serious, but it will be bad if my cousin is infected. I will wait for my cousin to see her when she recovers. Right now, it's better for my brother to arrange a place for my cousin first. The young man stretched out his hand to grab Huining's hand. At this time, Han Wu couldn't bear it anymore, and knocked off the young man's hand that was reaching out to Huining with one hand. Your Excellency is too rude if you don't want to kiss each other. Han Wu said with a gloomy face. Who are you? The young man realized that there was such a handsome young man beside his cousin Huining, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. The second update. The young man had already regarded Huining as his belonging, but at this moment he suddenly saw a young man beside Huining, and the young man had murderous intent in his eyes. Han Wu sneered, as a disciple of the Han family in the Holy Land of the Great Sun, how could he take the son of an ordinary city lord seriously? What's more, he is still the son of the city lord. Long before, Huaining had told Han Feng and Han Wu about the Qingqing city lord's mansion. Only Chi Fei is the daughter of the lord of Zither city, and the rest are concubines and sons. The relationship between the concubine and the concubine is not good, which makes Shi Huaining not have the slightest affection for the children of the city lord except Chi Fei. Huaining naturally noticed the murderous intent in the young man's eyes, his heart shivered, and he quickly said, "Young Master Han is my cousin's savior." Afterwards, Huaining told the young man what happened on the road. At the same time, Huaining also introduced the youth to Han Feng and the two. The young man is the eldest son of the city lord, named Chai Quan. While introducing Chai Quan, Huaining kept winking at Wu Han. Huaining knew from Han Wu that the two brothers Han Wu came to Qingqing for business. Since they were doing business in Qingqing, they couldn't offend Chai Quan, the crown prince. Although Chai Quan is a concubine, but in the absence of a concubine, Chai Quan, the eldest son of a concubine, is no different from the crown prince. The whole Zither city knows that Chai Quan is very likely to succeed the city lord, as long as the Great Sun Holy Land agrees to the request of the current Zither city lord. If you offend the prince, you will have many obstacles in doing business in Qingqing. So what if there is a dragon shark king? A strong dragon does not overwhelm a snake, and there is more than one King Wu in Zither city, and Chai Quan's father is the pinnacle of King Wu. Han Wu noticed Huaining's wink, and was just about to say that Chai Quan is nothing. As a disciple of the Han family, let alone that Chai Quan succeeds the city lord of Qin city, even if the current city lord falls from his position impossible. But at this moment, Han Wu received a voice transmission from Han Feng. "Second brother, we are here to investigate the disappearance of eldest brother. Do you want to make it known to the whole city? Then be known by the secret enemy?" This reminder from Han Feng made Han Wu swallow his breath. Seeing this, Chai Quan thought that Han Wu was shocked by his identity, and immediately sneered a few times. "So you saved my cousin's life, thank you so much." Chai Quan stretched out his hand with a half-smile, his gaze was still extremely cold. The kindness of life-saving is the easiest way to make women feel good, and Chai Quan has already regarded Han Wu as an enemy in his heart. Han Wu also extended his hand and shook Chai Quan reluctantly. Han Feng took a deep look at Chai Quan. With the matter of Yuqing ahead, Han Feng had to remain vigilant and suspicious of the lord of Qingqing. Does the lord of Zither city really not know the whole story of what happened to the elder brother? The reason why the girl of Zither city disappeared, is the lord of Zither city really not clear at all? It seems that we need to test the city lord of Zither city. This Chai Quan may be a breakthrough. Han Feng did not intend to reveal the identity of the disciples of the Han family to meet the city master of Zither city. If there is really a problem with the city lord of Zither city, revealing his identity will only make the city lord of Zither city more cautious and not reveal the slightest clue. "Cousin, don't you want to welcome your cousin into the city? Don't you want my cousin to let her stay outside the city?" Huaining was afraid of further conflict between Han Wu and Chai Quan, and he didn't care about his dislike for Chai Quan. With a playful smile, he drew Chai Quan's attention back to himself. Chai Quan was obviously fascinated. In Chai Quan's memory, this was the first time Huaining showed such a look to him. Han Wu and others were immediately forgotten by Chai Quan. "Second brother, let's also go to the city lord's mansion." Han Feng immediately transmitted his voice. "Let's go too. If we enter the city lord's mansion, we won't be free unless we expose our identities." Han Wu didn't understand what Han Feng was up to. To investigate the whole story of the eldest brother's disappearance, it is obviously necessary to enter various places for investigation. Trapped in the city lord's mansion, what can be investigated? etc. Third brother, do you suspect that the disappearance of the eldest brother is related to the Lord of Zither City? Han Wu gasped. If this is the case, the matter will be serious. I do have such doubts. First of all, the news that the Lord of Zither City passed on to our Han family was just the disappearance of the girl in Zither City, and later the disappearance of the eldest brother. But think about it carefully, the Lord of Qin City is the Lord of a city. No investigation? As long as there is an investigation, there will always be some investigations, but in fact, the city lord has never mentioned it, as if nothing has been investigated. This kind of thing is unbelievable. It is very likely that the city lord has not investigated anything. Why not investigate? It is very likely that the Lord of Zither City knew everything from the beginning. Han Wu immediately retorted, could it be that the city lord of Zither City is too useless, so nothing can be investigated? This city lord of Zither City was personally appointed by our Han family. It should be less likely to betray. At the end, Han Wu lacked confidence. Han Feng said coldly, second brother, you also said that our Han family personally appointed the Lord of Zither City. Do you think our Han family will appoint a fool? What happened in Yuqing has revealed something, why won't the Lord of Qinqing betray? Besides, in an ordinary city like Qinqing, the Han family would at most send ordinary disciples here for a little inspection, which is considered to be the identity of the city lord. In terms of affection and loyalty, it is indeed not deep. Han Wu was silent. If there is one betrayal, there are two. If the Lord of Zither City really betrayed the Han family and took refuge in other families, what about the other cities under the command of the Great Sun Holy Land? How many are truly loyal to the Han family? The current situation of the Han family is really in jeopardy. Of course, the above is just my guess. Whether it is true or not, we need to go to the city lord's mansion to find out. Han Feng was silent for a moment, then spoke. Han Wu frowned, knowing that it is most important to find out whether the Lord of Zither City is related to the disappearance of his elder brother, so he suppressed his dislike for Chi Quan and followed closely behind Huaining. When he came to the city lord's mansion, Chi Quan suddenly realized that Han Wu had also followed him. Huaining winked at Han Wu along the way, hoping that Han Wu would leave. As long as Chi Quan forgets about Han Wu, then Han Wu will not be troubled in Qinqing. But Huaining did not expect that Han Wu followed all the way to the city lord's mansion and did not leave. What are you doing here? Chi Quan's eyes were cold. Han Wu said with a half-smile, Mr. Han saved Ms. Huaining and the others anyway, and she is kind to Ms. Huaining and the others. As Ms. Huaining's cousin, don't you plan to entertain Mrs. Han? Huaining's eyes widened, completely unable to understand what Han Wu was doing now. The city lord's mansion is Chi Quan's world, so entering the city lord's mansion is not at the mercy of Chi Quan? Elder and also felt that Han Wu's head was broken, even if he wanted to pursue their young lady, there was no need to pursue him to this extent. The first update. Chi Quan naturally felt that Han Wu was still pestering Huaining, and felt that it was necessary to teach Han Wu a lesson. Thinking of this, Chi Quan showed a sinister smile. Your Excellency is right, my next cousin, who is cousin Huaining, wants to show your kindness. Please. Sitting sideways in an invitation gesture, Chi Quan was already thinking about how to teach Han Wu a lesson. After entering the city lord's mansion, it is not so easy to get out, don't ever think about going out again. The living place that Chi Quan arranged for Huaining was naturally grand and comfortable, and he also arranged many servant girls to serve him. However, for the two brothers Han Wu and Han Feng, they made do with it. It was just a very ordinary wooden house, which looked no different from the place where the servants of the city lord's mansion lived. Under Han Feng's sound transmission, Han Wu deliberately made his face extremely ugly, and even cursed a few times angrily. This was also to prevent Chi Quan from becoming suspicious. Chi Quan arranged a place for Han Wu's servants to live in, obviously to humiliate Han Wu. If Han Wu endured it silently, it would inevitably give people the feeling that he is scheming and will endure. Once Han Wu gave Chi Quan such a feeling, it might make Chi Quan feel that Han Wu entered the city lord's mansion for another purpose. That would only make Chi Quan and the Lord of Zither City wary, which would be bad. In order for Chi Quan to confirm that Han Wu's entry into the city lord's mansion was for Huaining, Han Wu said angrily under Han Feng's voice transmission instructions, "This is obviously the place where servants live, and this is how you entertain your cousin's benefactor." Without Huaining, Chi Quan smiled ferociously. "Yes, it is the wooden house, where the servants live. In my eyes, you are a lowly person." What is Huaining's identity? That is what you can imagine? Do you think the place to live is not good? Then you can find a place to sleep at will, but my city lord's mansion has patrol guards patrolling the city lord's mansion at night. If you are mistaken for a thief, because of your intrusion at night, but it's not good. By the way, cousin Huaining has just arrived. As a cousin, I will definitely entertain Huaining well. I hope you don't disturb my cousin during this period. Naturally, this young master will not let my cousin spend more time to see you. As he spoke, Chi Quan clapped his hands, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him. The big man's real energy breath is released, and he is a strong man at the level of a great martial artist. Chi Quan laughed and left, leaving only Han Feng, Han Wu, the dragon mackerel king in human form and the great martial artist in the wooden house. The big martial artist stretched out his hand indifferently, and let the three of Han and Wu enter the wooden house. "Young master, that pariah wants to pursue Miss Huaining ignorantly, he deserves to die." "I don't know when the young master is going to deal with that pariah." Beside Chi Quan, a dog-legged said. "Don't worry, my cousin Huaining has just arrived, and this young master and my father will hold a banquet in honor of her cousin and the envoy who came from the Great Sun Holy Land to investigate that matter. Don't let too many things happen during this period. Wait until everything is over, then deal with that kid. Anyway, with Lida around, that kid can't escape." Chi Quan thought for a while, but still held back. "But that untouchable once saved Miss Huaining. I'm afraid Miss Huaining will go to find that untouchable soon. If Miss Huaining knows that the residence we arranged for Miss Benefactor is the place where servants live, and sends someone to supervise them, I'm afraid I'll find a way to rescue that untouchable." Hee hee. Chi Quan slowed down and said proudly, "No, after today's dinner. Cousin Huaining can no longer remember that boy, and will only remember Ben Shao in the future. TSK, cousin Huaining's body, I have been coveting for a long time, this young master will be able to get it tonight. If the envoy of the Great Sun Holy Land is also successfully assassinated, we can deal with that kid tomorrow." The figure of a master and a servant gradually disappeared. In the wooden house, Han Wu's expression returned to calm. "Third brother, we have come in now, what should we do next?" "Wait." Han Feng spit out a word. "Wait." "That's right, we don't know anything right now, so we can only wait. At night, I'll go check it out." "Just you to investigate? Without me?" "Of course, you are only a martial artist, you will definitely be discovered if you go." Han Feng rolled his eyes. Han Wu was choked immediately, and wanted to ridicule Han Feng, but thought that Han Feng was already at the peak of Wu Wang, and there was no one stronger than Han Feng in the entire city lord's mansion. Han Feng went to investigate, the possibility of being discovered was naturally small. Thinking of this, Han Wuyan shut his mouth, but a trace of worry flashed across his face. This worry was for Huaining. Han Wu remembered what Chi Quan said before, cousin Huaining has just arrived. As a cousin, I will definitely entertain Huaining well. I hope you will not disturb my cousin during this period. Naturally, my young master will not let my cousin spend more time see you. Don't tell him to disturb Huaining, Han Wu knows what's going on. The big martial artist outside is obviously the one who is watching him and preventing him from going to Huaining. but Han Wu didn't quite understand the last sentence. To prevent Huaining from spending more time to see him, how can Huaining not come to see him? Han Wu had a very bad feeling in his heart. Third brother, I always feel that Xuanhuan is going to do something to Huaining. When you go to investigate tonight, please help second brother take care of Huaining. Han Wu knew that he couldn't do anything, so he could only please Korean. Han Feng nodded in agreement. The humanoid head of the dragon shark horse king turned into a big one. Human beings feel so troublesome. If you just grab the city lord, nothing will happen? In the eyes of the dragon shark horse king, the master is so strong, why bother be scruples about this and that? Han Feng said unhappily, there is only one person, the city master of Zither City. It is impossible for anyone to have the guts to deceive the elder brother. There must be someone behind him. It is easy to catch the city master of Zither City, but what if the people behind him are alarmed? The dragon shark horse king still didn't react, so Han Feng didn't explain any more when he saw this. Hey, I hope the lord of Zither City didn't betray me. Han Wu sighed, with a worried look on his face. If there is no betrayal, we will directly reveal our identities. I think Xuanhuan will look very good at that time. Thinking of the situation, Han Wu smiled triumphantly. Han Feng glanced at Han Wu, but didn't say a word. According to his judgment, even if the lord of Zither City didn't betray him, it must have something to do with his elder brother's disappearance. Night is coming soon. The moon is in the middle of the sky, and the evening breeze is blowing. Han Feng rushed out of the wooden house, without a sound, and Lida turned a blind eye to Han Feng. If you look carefully, you can find strange fluctuations around Han Feng's body, which is the power of the soul. Han Feng's soul affects Lida's sea of spiritual consciousness, which causes the influence Lida sees to change. It was obvious that Han Feng had just walked past Lida, but in Lida's eyes, there was no one there. The second update. In order to prevent Lida from secretly peeping, Han Feng left a small part of his soul power in Lida's sea of spiritual consciousness, before leaving. With the influence of this power of soul, even if Lida peeped at the situation in the wooden house, he would see another Han Feng staying in the house because of this power of soul. There were indeed guards patrolling the city lord's mansion at night, but these guards were only at the level of martial arts masters. How could they have discovered Han Feng? Han Feng didn't use the power of the soul, and the guards couldn't find it just by speed. According to Xuanhuan's words during the day, Han Feng knew that the lord of Zither City would specially entertain Huaining at night, but Han Feng didn't know where Huaining was being entertained. The power of Han Feng's soul gushed out, and with the power of Han Feng's soul at this moment, only the strong warriors would feel it. Soon, Han Feng sensed a spiritual force at the peak level of King Wu. Han Feng's spirit was shaken, and he moved away quietly. Coming nearby, Han Feng's soul power enveloped the entire hall. The power of the soul fed back the situation and conversation in the hall to Han Feng's mind one by one. No one was in the hall, but Han Feng knew everything that happened in the hall. It turned out to be him. A trace of surprise flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng didn't expect that not only Huaining, but also the strong Wuzuan from the Han family would be entertained by the lord of Zither City. Thinking about it, even if Huaining is a guest, he is also a junior. As the city lord of Zither City, there is no need to hold a special banquet for Huaining. This dinner is not so much for entertaining Huaining, but rather for the Wuzuan of the Han family. Huaining is just incidental. Han Feng, the martial master of the Han family, knew him. His name was Han Meng. He was one of the disciples of the Han family who were close to his father, and he was also an outstanding student among his peers. During the observation of the soul, although Han Meng was talking with the lord of Zither City, his expression was a little vigilant. Obviously, Han Meng did not trust the lord of Zither City very much. However, the city lord of Zither City is too articulate and can speak well. Coupled with the graceful posture of some dancers dancing in front of everyone, Han Feng gradually relaxed a lot. The Lord of Zither City entertained Han Feng. On the other side, Xuanhuan also entertained Huaining. Han Feng could see Huaining's hidden disgust and impatience. In front of the elders, Huaining obviously didn't dare to go too far and give Xuanhuan face. Suddenly, a woman with slender shoulders, slender waist, slender figure, and a duck face came out of the dancers, with a strange fragrance on her body, and came to Han Feng's side. The Lord of Qin City laughed loudly and said, "Your Excellency Han Feng, Miss Tianxiang is a famous dancer in our Qin City. I don't know how many younger boys want to worship under Miss Tianxiang's skirt. It seems that Your Excellency Han Feng is blessed today." Gone. The Lord of Zither City winked, indescribably wretched. Huaining didn't expect his uncle, the city lord, to pimp the envoy of the Great Sun Holy Land. Suddenly, his face flushed red, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. This uncle is too rude, even in front of her. The fragrance on Miss Tianxiang's body is extremely strong, and she didn't feel anything when staying in the dancer before, but now as Miss Tianxiang walked in, the fragrance permeated the entire hall. It not only jumped into Han Feng's nose, but also rushed towards Huaining. Huaining spat secretly, without looking at Miss Tianxiang. She lowered her head and drank the wine in the glass. Although Han Feng was amazed by Miss Tianxiang's face for a while, Han Feng was a strong martial artist after all, and he was too young to sprout. Don't look at Han Feng's young face, just like a young man in his 20s. In fact, Han Feng is more than 100 years old and nearly 200 years old. What's more, Han Feng still remembered the mission of his trip. Like Han Feng, after Han Feng came to Zither City, after some observation, he regarded the Lord of Zither City as the object of suspicion. Having doubts, Han Feng was vigilant in his heart. Where would he allow a strange woman to approach him? Immediately, Han Feng smiled and politely refused. Miss Tianxiang had a resentful look on her face. "My lord, isn't the little girl beautiful?" "A pair of beautiful eyes are very agile and full of seductive charm." Han Feng, as a strong martial artist, almost couldn't control it. With a light cough, Han Feng said in embarrassment, "The girl is indeed a natural beauty, but Han already has a lover, so." The Lord of Qin City said in amazement, "It turns out that Your Excellency Han Feng already has a lover?" Sigh, look at the half-badness of this city lord, which almost affected the relationship between Your Excellency and Madam. Chai is here to apologize. Saying that, Qin the city lord immediately picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Han Feng smiled and waved his hands. "Those who don't know are not to blame. The city lord also has good intentions, but Han will live up to this good intention." When the envoys of the Great Sun Holy Land went to the city, many city lords would bring some dancers to entertain the envoys. This was almost a common practice, so Han Feng did not blame the city lord of Zither City for this. The Lord of Zither City apologized, and Han Feng raised his wine glass in return. Miss Tianxiang bit her lip and said sadly, "It turns out that the Lord already has someone he loves." Forget it, although the little girl admires the Lord, she is not a villain who likes to break up a loving couple. The little girl resigns. Cough, Miss Tianxiang is so beautiful, I think she will find her own husband in the future. For some reason, facing the eyes of Miss Tianxiang, Han Feng unexpectedly replied such a sentence. Even after Miss Tianxiang left, she was still a little bit reluctant, and almost said the words to let Miss Tianxiang stay. No, how can I be easily fooled by women? Han Feng's heart trembled, and he immediately used his martial arts mentality, which suppressed the urgency in his heart. A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the city lord of Zither City and Miss Tianxiang. They didn't expect Han Feng to be quite strong. But so what, isn't it enlightened? The corners of their mouths curved slightly. When Han Feng saw this scene, he immediately understood that the two of them did not know what they had done, and that Han Feng had already been tricked. After that, the city lord of Zither City was still full of witty words, so that even if Han Meng had doubts about the city lord of Zither City, his vigilance disappeared unknowingly. After an unknown period of time, Han Meng's face became more and more confused, and his eyes were chaotic. This is me. Anyway, he is a strong Wu Zun, still maintaining a trace of clarity. Whining on the other side has already passed out. The Lord of Zither City smiled strangely. Master Messenger, you are drunk. So it's like this. Am I drunk? The world spun before Han Meng's eyes, completely lost the light, and fell to the ground with a plop. As expected of a strong martial lord, Miss Tianxiang released most of the you-burning fragrance to this person, and it took so long to pass out. Chai Quan sighed, and then looked at Han Meng, who had fainted on the ground, and smiled triumphantly. So what about Wu Zun? He hasn't fallen to such a level now. In the future, I am afraid that there will never be a possibility of regaining clarity. Father, how should we execute this person now? Chai Quan respectfully asked the Lord of Zither City after a moment of complacency. The second update. 1827 Lost Soul Wine, second update. He, Chai Lai, I want this girl. But at this moment, a goosebump smiling smile came from outside the hall, and the one who walked in was the girl Tianxiang who had left not long ago. Before, Miss Tianxiang was a dancer, but now that Miss Tianxiang walked in, Chai Lai, the Lord of Zither City, showed a respectful expression. Since Miss Tianxiang intends to ask for this person, how can Chai refuse? However, Han Meng is a strong martial artist, and he is extremely resistant to lost soul wine. If Chai is not mistaken, it will take about a few days. Get back to your senses, Chai Lai reminded. Miss Tianxiang waved her hand. I know this, I just enjoyed today's night. To be honest, I have enjoyed many great martial artists and Wu Wang. Wu Zun is the first one. I don't know Wu Zun and Wu Wang in bed. What's the difference? Chai Quan rolled his eyes aside. They are all men, what difference can there be? The size of a man has nothing to do with his cultivation, at most his cultivation is deep and long-lasting. Chai Lai nodded when he heard the words. In this case, it is enough for Miss Tianxiang to hand over Han Meng to Chai after dawn. Chai will hand this person over to the master, and after the master sets the slave heart seal, this Han Meng he will completely become the master's slave. Without his own clarity, there will be no betrayal. With the relationship between Miss Tianxiang and the master will not be stingy in giving Han Meng to you, Miss Tianxiang. Don't, it's enough for the same man to enjoy it once. Of course, it's another thing to serve this girl when she's comfortable, just like that Han Hu. Tianxiang girl immediately refused, but when Han Hu was mentioned, Tianxiang girl stretched out. He licked his lips with his tongue, as if meditating on something. Chai Quan felt a chill. It's true that Chai Quan likes beautiful women, and it's true that Miss Tianxiang is prettier than she whining. But for a woman like Miss Tianxiang, who doesn't know how many men she has had sex with, Chai Quan is not interested at all. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched as he observed her with fascination. From what Miss Tianxiang said, could it be that his eldest brother has lost his body? Then Han Feng's face was gloomy. Hearing what Chai Lai said, Han Meng would be handed over to the master behind him in the future, and then he would be set as a slave heart seal. Knew Shinin, just by hearing the name, Han Feng knew what it was for. Eldest brother Han who has been missing for such a long time, could it be that he has already been planted with the seal of slave heart? What Chai Lai said afterwards immediately confirmed Han Feng's conjecture. I only heard Chai Lai triumphantly say, Han Hu and Han Meng have been set as servants, and they will be the master's slaves in the future. It is estimated that the master will let these two go back to the Han family soon. I really want to see the Han family. The faces of people who found out that they were attacked by Han Hu and Han Meng. Just wait, there are still many years before the master's family's plan. Han Hu also needs to grow up, otherwise if his strength is too weak, even a sneak attack will not be able to cause much damage to the Han family. Miss Tianxiang squinted at Chai. With a glance and a wave of his hand, Han Meng's body was taken away by Miss Tianxiang. Han Feng confirmed that Chai Lai and the others had indeed harbored ill intentions towards the Han family, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Firstly, it was discovered in time, and secondly, the eldest brother's life was temporarily safe. As for the slave heart seal, as long as the mastermind behind the scenes is solved, it will naturally be broken, and the elder brother will be able to return to normal. Han Feng hid in the dark and continued to observe the hall with his soul. The one who fainted was Xuanhuan. Chai Quan glanced at Xuanhuan brightly, rubbing his palms together. Can't wait means self-evident. Chai Lai frowned. Don't spend all your time on womanizing. Even if you inherit the position of Qingqing City Lord in the future, you won't be able to suppress the situation without the cultivation of King Wu. Chai Quan chuckled. Father, I naturally understand the truth. Isn't it that I've been coveting it for so many years and finally got it, so I'm a little excited. Chai Lai waved his hand helplessly. Since that's the case, I don't care about being a father. But before dawn, you will also bring Huaining with you, and let the master set a seal of slavery. Now, Chai Quan is a little unhappy. If the master likes it, will this Huaining still be his own? Furthermore, a Huaining who obeys his orders no longer has the taste to attract him. Chai Lai scolded. Aren't you just a woman? Look at you like that? If you let the master know your thoughts, you know what will happen to you? When the master's event is successful, how many women can you choose? Chai Quan couldn't help but shudder when he thought of his master's cruel methods. That's right, it's just a woman, and it's useless after I enjoy it, so why make the master dissatisfied because of this woman? What's more, the master may not be interested in a broken flower. Thinking of this, Chai Quan couldn't wait to take Huaining away. Han Feng and Han Wu promised to take good care of Xuanhuan, so they followed immediately. Chai Quan returned to the residence, and hurriedly hugged Huaining to the bed, and then anxiously began to take off his pants. But when Chai Quan's eyes fell on Huaining's face with closed eyes, Chai Quan paused. That's not okay. How can you close your eyes and face me? Chai Quan stretched out his hand and patted Huaining's face, but Huaining still didn't wake up. Chai Quan frowned, and with more strength in his hands, he finally woke Huaining up with a few slaps. However, Huaining opened his eyes, but his eyes were dull, staring upwards, without focus. Damn it, this spirit-lost wine. Chai Quan was annoyed. There was no struggle or resentment. What's the point? What is the difference between such Huaining opening his eyes and closing them? Lost soul wine, lost soul, is that so? Han Feng in the dark squinted his eyes, but a question arose in his heart. The wine was obviously just an ordinary wine. How could it have the effect of lost soul? Han Meng was obviously fine when he drank at the beginning. Why did he end up? Moreover, Han Feng also knew that Han Meng secretly checked the wine at the beginning, and only drank it after he found that there was nothing wrong with the wine. Or is it that the spirit-lost wine tasted exactly the same as the ordinary wine, which made Han Meng not notice anything? At this moment, Chai Quan was annoyed for a while, but decided to make do with it and enjoy it. Suddenly, Chai Quan noticed a shadow falling over his head. Chai Quan was startled, turned his head and shouted, "Who?" Before people could see clearly, Chai Quan only felt a pain in his neck and lost consciousness. Han Feng jumped off the ground and caught Chai Quan's fallen body. Throwing Chai Quan on the ground, Han Feng was very worried. What should he do now? After beating Chai Quan unconscious, Xuanhuan is fine, but Chai Quan will definitely find something strange when he wakes up tomorrow, and if he tells Chai Lai at that time, he will definitely startle the snake. The same goes for killing Chai Quan. Han Feng wanted to capture Chai Lai directly, but Chai Lai might have been imprinted with a slave heart. If Chai Lai had warned the mastermind behind the scenes through the slave heart seal, then the elder brother might not be able to find him. Etc. Han Feng suddenly remembered that after killing so many sect geniuses in the secret realm of chaos, the rewards he got were magic pills that could fascinate the soul. I don't know if this magic pill is useful in this martial Dao continent. Flipping his palm, Han Feng had an extra magic pill in his hand. Anyway, it's still a divine pill. Even if the rules of heaven and earth are different and the effect cannot be exerted much, it should be enough to deal with warriors at the mere martial artist level. Thinking of this, Han Feng squeezed Xuanhuan's mouth open, and was about to throw this magic pill into it. However, Han Feng paused, and said to himself, the ecstasy effect of this elixir should have an effect on the soul, and the slave heart seal should also be aimed at the soul. I used the elixir to confuse this person to interrogate him. Will it really not arouse the vigilance of the people behind the scenes? Han Feng didn't dare to take any risks, so he could only withdraw his hand with a sigh. So what to do next? Han Feng closed his eyes and began to think, recalling everything he had seen since he came to the city lord's mansion, and wanted to see if he could find some clues and find a solution to the problem from these clues. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam of light flashed across. I remember, Xuanhuan said that cousin Huining had contracted a cold, so she was bedridden and couldn't go out. If so, why didn't even the castellan's wife and Huining's aunt show up? That's not right. Could it be that for some reason, the mother and daughter were locked up? But it doesn't make sense in this way. Why are they locked up? Could it be that the mother and daughter have not been imprinted with slave hearts? Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng stood up suddenly, feeling unbelievable. The second update. Since Chi Lai, the lord of Zither City, has been planted with the seal of slave heart, there is no reason for his wife to escape. Or, did I guess wrong? The mayor's wife was not imprisoned. Did she really not show up for some unavoidable reason? Regardless of whether my guess is right or wrong, this city lord's wife must be a breakthrough. Thinking of this, there is another question in front of Han Feng, that is, where does the mayor's wife live? Although the soul can perceive the realm of the soul, Han Feng doesn't know what kind of cultivation the lady of the city lord is, and naturally he doesn't know the realm of the soul of the lady of the city lord. It seems that someone needs to search for the soul. Han Feng muttered to himself. Han Feng didn't have the soul of Xuanhuan, so the slave heart seal must have been imprinted on his soul. It would be bad if the soul of Xuanhuan attracted people behind the scenes to perceive something through the slave heart seal. So Han Feng just randomly found someone in the city lord's mansion to search for his soul. What Han Feng was looking for was a servant, and his status in the city lord's mansion was not high. If he wanted to come to such a servant of the city lord's mansion, he should not be spotted by the black hands behind the scenes and set up a slave heart seal. Since she is a servant, she doesn't know much about it, and she doesn't know what the city lord's wife's cultivation level is. She only knows that there are so many powerful people in the city lord's mansion, so it's not easy to mess with them. However, Han Feng learned about where the mayor's wife lived from the servant's soul. Han Feng does not know the art of searching for souls, or the art of searching for souls that Han Feng knows will have indelible sequelae to the soul after completion. There is no grievance between this servant and Han Feng, so Han Feng will naturally not do this. Therefore, Han Feng just brought the servants to the soul search space, and Xiaopeng took action. Xiaopeng searched for the servants' memories through the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, and there would not be too serious consequences for the servants. Knowing where the city lord's wife lives, Han Feng made a movement and quietly moved over in the dark. Sure enough, the mayor's wife is imprisoned. When I came to the place where the city lord's wife usually lived, as far as I could see, the guards there were average, only some guards at the martial artist level and the leading guards at the early stage of the great martial artist. However, in the dark, Han Feng's soul sensed many powerful beings. These strong men in the dark are all at the level of great martial arts masters, and there are many half-step martial kings among them. Come to think of it, these strong men in the dark are the main forces monitoring and imprisoning the wife of the city lord. Han Feng smiled slightly, and the power of the soul gushed out, affecting the visual response of the strong man hidden in the dark. Whether it is searching for the soul or letting the warrior be fascinated by the soul, it will have a certain impact on the soul. Only in this way can the black hand behind the scenes be aware of something through the slave heart seal. However, the influence of Han Feng's soul is only to make these strong people see wrong images, so it will not cause harm to the souls of these strong people, and the black hands behind the scenes will naturally not be aware of anything through the slave heart seal. Furthermore, Han Feng confirmed that only the city lord of Zither City had won the slave heart seal, and Han Feng did not know whether the others had won the slave heart seal. The house was quiet, the candles flickering. There was only a middle-aged woman in ordinary clothes, kneeling on the futon, clasped her hands, praying for something. In Han Feng's realm, it's easy to be silent under his feet, but in order to alarm the woman, Han Feng deliberately made a little noise. This middle-aged woman is also a half-step martial king. This trace of sound was already extremely weak, but it was still heard by the middle-aged woman. Who? Is it still here after all? The middle-aged woman subconsciously shouted based on the warrior's instinct, and then she didn't know what to think, with a trace of pain and helplessness. After that, the middle-aged woman turned around slowly, her eyes were astonished, and she looked at her in disbelief. She never expected that the person who appeared in front of her was not someone she imagined, but a 6-year-old child. How did a mere 6-year-old break in? Moreover, that trace of sound is obviously due to the cultivation of body skills to an extremely advanced level, otherwise it would not be so weak. No matter how you look at it, 6-year-olds are not that strong. Who are you? The middle-aged woman stared at Han Feng. With the knowledge of a middle-aged woman, she naturally knew that Han Feng was extraordinary, and she would not treat Han Feng with the attitude of a real 6-year-old child. Han Feng smiled slightly, and instead of answering the other party's question, he asked instead, who did Madam think was here? A middle-aged woman, that is, Chi Lai's wife, the wife of the city lord of Zither City, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan frowned, she didn't ask what she wanted to know, instead she was asked back. Xuanhuan didn't want to answer, and said, I don't know how you got in, I think you have some means. But this place is not a place to stay for a long time, you should leave quickly. Han Feng was unmoved, Madam, don't worry, just relying on those wine bags and rice bags outside, I still can't find the boy. The boy came here just to ask Madam a few questions. Madam thought that the person who came here was Madam's lover, Chi Lai? Xuanhuan was startled, but didn't make a sound. Han Feng knew in his heart that this Xuanhuan might really know about Chi Lai and knew Shinin. This made Han Feng curious, why hasn't Xuanhuan been imprinted with a slave heart for so long? Why did Madam think it was Chi Lai who came? This has nothing to do with you, hurry up and leave. Xuanhuan shouted in a low voice. This is impossible. The disappearance of the boy's elder brother has something to do with Chi Lai. It is impossible for the boy to leave here without rescuing the elder brother. Han Feng shook his head and continued, as long as Madam answers a few questions of the boy will naturally leave. Xuanhuan looked helpless, and cautiously sensed the outside, and found that the outside really wanted to not notice the 6-year-old child in front of her. Xuanhuan sighed, if you have any questions, please ask quickly, if you ask, please hurry up go. If I'm not wrong, your elder brother is afraid that something will happen and you won't be able to save him. If you don't want to follow in your elder brother's footsteps, you should leave as soon as possible. By the way, if you see your elder brother in the future, you have to be more careful. What Xuanhuan said made Han Feng even more sure that Xuanhuan knew that Chi Lai had been awarded the slave heart seal. Thinking of this, Han Feng cut to the chase and said, Ma'am, may I ask if City Lord Chi Lai has a slave heart seal? Xuanhuan's gaze froze immediately, and she asked, how did you know that? Xuanji originally thought that Han Feng used some special means to sneak here in order to find out the whereabouts of his relatives, but who would have thought that he even knew about the slave heart seal, which is not easy. Who are you? Xuanji was a little panicked, but also a little hopeful. The madam really knows, but I'm just curious. Since the madam knows that Chi Lai has got the slave heart seal, why is the madam still intact? Han Feng didn't explain his identity. At present, there are still many doubts about Xuanji, who knows if she has contact with the mastermind behind the scenes, so she must not reveal her identity. The first update. This. Xuanji couldn't figure out Han Feng's identity for a while, and hesitated in her heart whether to say it or not. If a mere 6-year-old child can come here without disturbing those great martial artists and half-step martial kings, the treasures in his hands must be extraordinary, and with such treasures, his family background must also be astonishing. Maybe, this is a good chance to save myself, my daughter and my husband. Han Feng did not reveal his identity, and with Xuanji's experience of living for so many years, he naturally understood Han Feng's concerns. However, Xuanji is not like this, who knows if Han Feng was sent by the other party, just to test her. However, thinking of her husband's changed personality, he must have been imprinted with a slave heart sooner or later even without that person's order, and immediately felt that he had to fight. If he succeeded, he might be able to use the family of the 6-year-old child in front of him to get out of this vortex. If it failed, it was nothing more than being planted with the slave heart seal a few days in advance. Having figured it out, Xuanji said everything quietly. Han Feng was surprised when he heard the whole story. It turned out that Chi Lai, the lord of Zither City, was not as cruel and ruthless as he is now before he planted the seal of slave heart, and he did not have any bottom line in doing things. He also dotes on his daughter Fei, and loves his wife deeply. Aunt Xuanhuan was just the old matriarch, that is, Chi Lai's mother, who decided to give Xuanhuan to suppress Xuanji, his daughter-in-law. After all, Xuanji's family background is much stronger than that of the Chi family. A daughter-in-law who is too strong will always be disliked by her mother-in-law. Now that the old matriarch had already passed away, Chi Lai had an eldest son before he had a concubine daughter. This caused a thorn in the relationship between Chi Lai and Xuanji, and their relationship was greatly affected. This thorn made Xuanhuan grow up to be domineering. Xuanji doesn't like Xuanhuan, and doesn't have much good looks towards Chi Lai. When Chi Lai is annoyed, she wants to pamper Xuanhuan as if angry. The various conflicts between the two gave opportunities to many women, and made Chi Lai many more aunts. As a result, the conflict between Xuanji and Chi Lai intensified rapidly. Before Chi Lai was planted with the slave heart seal, the two had almost reached the point of ignoring each other. In the eyes of outsiders, the relationship between the city owner and his wife is not deep. There are many contradictions. But no matter what, Chi Lai did love Xuanji deeply when he asked for Xuanji, but the conflict between the two is now because of that thorn. Therefore, once the most critical moment came, none of those aunts could compare with Xuanji. For example, when the man behind the scenes came to Zither City, Chi Lai could not resist and asked the man behind the scenes to let go of his first wife, that is, Xuanji. Xuanji had been secretly resenting Chi Lai because of Xuanhuan, the eldest son, but she didn't expect that Chi Lai would defend herself in such a critical moment, and the trace of resentment in her heart was eliminated a lot. However, after getting the slave heart seal, Chi Lai's personality changed drastically. Even if Xuanji wanted to restore her relationship with Chi Lai, she couldn't do it. Now that Xuanji is imprisoned, it is an order issued by Chi Lai after her personality changed drastically. The black hand behind the scenes actually let Madame go? Han Feng was surprised. Xuanji smiled wryly. After my husband got the slave heart seal, his personality changed drastically. The black hand behind the scenes obeyed everything, and sooner or later he would attack me. Naturally, the black hand behind the scene would not take me seriously, and he was happy to abide by it, promise. Han Feng understood. No matter how much Chi Lai loved Xuanji in his heart before he was planted with the slave heart seal, he would not anymore after his personality changed drastically. Then Chi Lai, who has changed his personality greatly, is very likely to give Xuanji to the black hand behind the scenes sooner or later for the sake of the black hand behind the scenes, so that the black hand behind the scenes can plant the seal of slavery on Xuanji. According to the current level of supervision, I am afraid that this day is not far away. Besides Chi Lai, who else has been planted with the slave heart seal? This is what Han Feng wants to know most urgently. Apart from my husband, there are only some of my direct descendants, as well as those aunts, concubines, and concubines. Xuanji thought for a while and said. Han Feng's eye sank. Even that Chai Quan planted a slave heart seal? This is not good. In order to prevent Huaining from being tarnished by Chai Quan, what must be done to Chai Quan is the best, so that Chai Quan wakes up and thinks that he has accomplished what he wants to do, while Huaining can remain intact. But it is bound to affect the soul, and the person behind the scenes is very likely to notice something and slip away in advance through the slave heart seal. When Han Feng was anxious, Xuanji's words undoubtedly surprised Han Feng. I only heard Xuanji say, then Chai Quan has not been planted with the seal of slavery. Why is this? Han Feng was both surprised and delighted. Xuanji sneered, with hatred in her eyes, that person was originally met by Chai Quan outside, so it is also because of Chai Quan that that person was able to come to Qingqing City Lord's mansion to assassinate her husband. Perhaps because of this reason, that person did not plant a slave heart towards Chai Quan. Of course, it is also possible that Chai Quan's personality is in line with that person's taste. Han Feng didn't care why Chai Quan was not planted with the slave heart seal. As long as there was no slave heart seal, the next step would be much easier. Madam, Chai Quan has not been imprinted with the slave heart seal. Are you sure about this? Can you guarantee it? Han Feng asked urgently. This, of course it is true. Xuanji felt that something was wrong. It was because Han Feng's expression changed too much. Han Feng noticed Xuanji's eyes, and quickly said, this person is the key to whether or not this matter can be resolved. If this person is also imprinted with a slave heart, the matter will be difficult to handle. Xuanji was still a little puzzled. How could a mere playboy become a key person? Han Feng had no choice but to tell the story of Huaining. Xuanji raised her voice in shock. What, that girl Huaining is here? Bastard, how dare Chai Quan? The matter involved Huaining. Xuanji couldn't calm down anymore. Suddenly, Xuanji knelt down, pleading, please, please save that girl Huaining. No. Can't let. At the end, she couldn't continue. Han Feng quickly helped Xuanji up. Madam, don't worry, since Chai Quan has not been planted with a slave heart seal, things will be much easier to handle. Madam can just wait for the good news. By the way, Madam has heard my elder brother Han whose words information? Han who? What, the surname is Han? Could it be that little brother, you are? Xuanji looked at Han Feng in surprise. Xuanji originally thought that the Han Feng family had a martial emperor or a martial sage in charge, which was already an extremely great master for Xuanji. Xuanji never expected that Han Feng came from the Han family in the Great Sun Holy Land. This time, Xuanji completely trusted Han Feng. The mastermind behind the scenes came from a rival family of the Han family. Since it was the Han family, there was absolutely no reason to let him go. Their family is saved. The second update. There will be one more. I heard that the Han family has masters at the level of martial arts. To be able to quietly send a 6-year-old child to her room, this is something ordinary Wu Wang and Wu Zun can do. Now that the Han family has discovered the clues, the person who came this time may be a master at the level of Emperor Wu or even a martial saint. Not sure, there are demigods. No matter how powerful that person is, no matter how talented he is, after all, he hasn't practiced for a long time, so he can't be the opponent of this level of master. Facing Xuanhuan's eyes full of hope, Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't say that it was his own ability to come here quietly. Confidence. Could it be that the Han family hasn't noticed the seriousness of the situation yet, and this time it's up to him? Under normal circumstances, no one would place their hopes on a mere 6-year-old. So Han Feng kept silent, and let Xuanhuan imagine it. When everything was over, Xuanhuan didn't believe it anymore, and everything was over. After the surprise, Xuanhuan realized that she hadn't answered Han Feng's question. After thinking for a while, Xuanhuan said slowly, when the little brother's elder brother arrived, it had not been too long since the husband had just been planted with the slave heart seal, so he was able to resist 1 or 2. After all, the husband is a peak martial arts master, only half a step away from Wuzun. So at that time, the concubine still had a little freedom. I don't know the specific concubine's identity. I only know that the elder brother of the younger brother passed out after drinking some alcohol. In the end, he was sent to the hiding place by the husband and was planted. Got the seal of slave heart. Not long after that, my concubine was put under supervision, and even my daughter was put under supervision in another place, and I never got any news. Han Feng nodded and said, Madam, do you know what kind of wine that is? Xuanhuan shook her head. Han Feng sighed, and it seemed that he still wanted to ask Xuanhuan. Thinking of Miss Tianxiang again, Han Feng asked, Madam, do you know about Miss Tianxiang? I heard that Miss Tianxiang is a famous dancer in Qin City. I don't know how many young people want to meet her. When mentioning Miss Tianxiang, Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold. Little brother, you have been deceived. Miss Xiang appeared with that person that day, and called him young master. How is she famous in Qincheng? In the old Zither city, there was no such person. By the way, when the little brother and the big brother were entertained and drank by the husband, it seems that Miss Tianxiang also went there today. Han Feng was taken aback. Miss Tianxiang followed that person from the beginning? Thinking of this time, Han Meng was gradually tricked after Tianxiang girl left. Could it be that there is another mystery behind the lost soul wine? This mystery lies in Miss Tianxiang? Ma'am, is Miss Tianxiang also imprinted with a slave heart? I don't know about this concubine either. Presumably she doesn't have one, after all, she is also under that person's command. Xuanhuan replied with some uncertainty. I'm not sure. Han Feng pondered, since he was not sure, it would be difficult to make a move, so as not to startle the snake. Ma'am, I'm leaving now, kid. Han Feng's face turned serious, and he disappeared using body skills. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and she sighed for a long time, as expected of the Han family in the Holy Land of the Great Sun. A 6-year-old child has such tricks. It's ridiculous that I thought it was the elders who did it secretly. A 6-year-old child has such supernatural powers. That person and that person's family have planned for many years. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan sneered a few times. A burst of joy. Han Feng returned to Huaining and Xuanhuan. Huaining still opened his eyes, but his eyes were blank and out of focus. Xuanhuan was still fainting. After confirming that there was no slave heart seal in Xuanhuan's mind, Han Feng happily stuffed the elixir into Xuanhuan's mouth. Soon, Xuanhuan opened his eyes blankly. Han Feng immediately questioned him, especially about the lost soul wine. Sure enough, soul lost wine has an inseparable relationship with Miss Tianxiang. Lost soul wine is actually nothing ordinary like ordinary wine, it just has a little special stuff added in it. The added stuff is colorless and tasteless, so it has no effect on the taste of the wine. In addition, wine mixed with other things is not harmful to the human body, so Han Meng didn't find anything even though he was vigilant at first. But Miss Tianxiang has a long burning fragrance on her body. Once this long burning fragrance is mixed with the extra ingredients in the Lost Soul wine, the wine will turn into the Lost Soul wine, making people lose their minds and become a doll at the mercy of others. Because Han Feng had confirmed that there was no problem with the wine before, he was careless afterwards, and he fainted and was kidnapped by Miss Tianxiang. Han Feng pondered for a moment, and asked again, "Can that person perceive your father's situation through the slave heart seal?" "That person can't perceive what my father is doing, but if my father is injured or dies or his soul is injured, that person can perceive something wrong with the slave heart seal. Even through the slave heart seal, I can see the picture of my father before his death." Chai Quan answered Han Feng's question in a calm and creepy tone. Han Feng thanked himself for being cautious, and asked again, "Is there a solution to the Lost Soul wine? Will it alarm that person?" Lost Soul wine depends on one's cultivation base. The stronger the cultivation base, the faster he will wake up. It won't disturb that person. So that's how it is. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and it would be much easier to solve this way. Han Feng asked some more questions, some of which Chai Quan knew and some of which he didn't. For example, only Chai Lai knew the hiding place of the Black Hand behind the scenes. Presumably, it should be that Chai Quan has not been planted with the slave heart seal, so that person is worried. In other words, that person looked down on such a dude as Chai Quan, so all Chai Quan knew was some irrelevant information. The effect of the elixir is to fascinate the soul. Now Chai Quan has no effect, but the effect has not disappeared. Han Feng is thinking about how to solve Chai Quan. But at this moment, Han Feng glanced at Huai Ning. Immediately, Han Feng took out a pill from his bosom. This elixir was also harvested in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm. It is not of high grade and can relieve all negative effects on the body. Naturally, the effect is that the higher the cultivation base, the weaker it is. However, Huai Ning is only a mere martial artist. Even if the rules of the world are different in the small world, the effect of the pill is affected, and it is enough to solve Huai Ning's problem. Huai Ning swallowed the elixir, and his gaze gradually became brighter and warmer. Suddenly, Huai Ning screamed and sat up immediately. Huai Ning didn't remember very clearly what happened during the period of losing his soul, but he still had some vague impressions. Huai Ning had just woken up, and he had the impression that Chai Quan almost got his way. The fear and anger in his heart made Huai Ning sit up and slap the opposite side. This palm gathered all the strength of a 6th-level martial artist. However, opposite Huai Ning is Han Feng. Han Feng just stretched out a finger and broke Huai Ning's attack. With one finger pointing at the center of Huai Ning's jade hand, Huai Ning's palm could no longer move forward. "Sister Huai Ning, don't panic, it's me." Han Feng's voice sounded immediately. The third update. Hearing the familiar voice, Huai Ning paused for a moment, and then his gradually clear mind began to function. He vaguely remembered that when Chai Quan was about to do something wrong to him, he was knocked out. Huai Ning's eyes followed the sound and saw an incredible scene. "Feng, brother Feng?" Huai Ning never thought that Han Feng would appear here. Huai Ning is not a fool. After waking up and seeing the current situation, he knew that it was Han Feng who saved him. Huai Ning was very grateful for this, but Huai Ning's face still became extremely horrified. Just because Han Feng's performance really surprised Huai Ning. Not to mention that Chai Quan himself is a warrior at the level of a martial artist, but it is not easy to say that Han Feng can escape so many patrolling guards in the city lord's mansion and come here quietly. How did a 6-year-old do it? At this time, Huai Ning heard that Han Wu once said that the Dragon Mackerel King was subdued by Han Feng. When I heard it at first, Huai Ning didn't believe it. I just thought that it was Han Feng's elders who subdued the Dragon Yuma King, so that Han Feng was able to subdue the Dragon Yuma King. Looking at the current situation, could it be that what Han Wu said is true? If this is the case, this this is too perverted. The 6-year-old kid can personally subdue the dragon mackerel horse king at the level of the martial king. This is simply a future martial god is slowly rising. Han Feng was struck by Huaining's brother Feng, but thinking about how old he is now, he had no choice but to accept the title. After Huaining thanked Han Feng, he asked what happened. Sister Huaining, you are like this, because you drank the spirit-lost wine. Han Feng told the story one by one. Now, there is no need to hide it from Huaining. Only Huaining, who is aware of the seriousness of the matter, can cooperate with him to solve Chai Quan's trouble. At present, Chai Quan can't do anything, otherwise Chai Lai will be vigilant. Similarly, Chai Quan could not be alerted. Therefore, when Chai Quan wakes up tomorrow, he must let Chai Quan think that he has succeeded, which requires the cooperation of Huaining. Huaining's heart was full of turmoil. He never expected that such an accident would happen to his uncle's family. My uncle was engraved with the slave heart seal, and his personality changed drastically. Although my uncle doted on Chai Quan before, he would not let Chai Quan kidnap him to complete Chai Quan. The aunt and cousin were also imprisoned, and they might be imprinted with slavery at any time. What shocked Huaining even more was that Han Feng and Han Wu came from the Han family in the Great Sun Holy Land, and they came to Qin City to solve this problem. It's no wonder that Han Wu is a 7th-level martial artist at a young age, and his combat power exceeds the category of a martial artist. But compared to Han Wu, Han Feng is even more evil, and he is worthy of being a child of the Han family in the Holy Land of the Sun. The Han family of the Great Sun Holy Land has a great reputation in the area ruled by the Great Sun Holy Land. Many younger generations blindly worship the Han family. Many Han family children have been demonized in the eyes of the younger generation, as if the Han family children are all of them are monsters who speak human language at birth and can cultivate at a few years old. Huaining used to think it was a bit exaggerated, but now that he saw Han Feng, he believed it. Huaining didn't know that the Han family only had a monster like Han Feng. After pondering for a moment, Huaining had a solution. Yes, we can do this. Huaining bit his index finger. A few drops of blood dripped on the bed. Chai Quan is spoiled a little arrogantly, and his head is rather stupid. He must think that he has succeeded when he sees the pool of blood tomorrow. Huaining said. After thinking about it, Huaining tore his clothes again, tried to look as embarrassed as possible. But this alone is still not enough, there must be more tearing, but worried about Han Feng being here, Huaining coughed lightly and said, when brother Feng leaves, sister will tear it up. Han Feng also knew what Huaining would look like if he continued to tear it apart, so he blushed and said, in this case, I will leave. Chai Quan has already been fascinated. Sister Huaining can give him a hint later. Wake up tomorrow, Chai Quan will think he did what you hinted at. After confirming that Huaining understood everything, Han Feng jumped up and left here. Huaining gritted his teeth and stared at Chai Quan bitterly. Although he knew that Chai Quan had bad intentions for him, Huaining really didn't expect that Chai Quan would dare to do this because he had an uncle who had a drastically changed personality behind him. It seems that this girl has to sacrifice a lot today. After everything is over, I see that this girl makes you look good. If I don't eunuch you, how can I vent my hatred in my heart? Taking a deep breath, Huaining pulled himself to pieces. In order to convince Chai Quan, Huaining also worked hard. Afterwards, Huaining pinched out all kinds of purple bruises on his body, making it look like he had been ravaged by others. It's almost done, the rest is. A trace of disgust flashed across Huaining's face. Huaining gave Chai Quan a hint that he was passionately with him, and then Huaining saw Chai Quan pumping and thrusting into the air. Huaining's face twitched. But after a while, Chai Quan let out a groan and shot out. Huaining was speechless for a moment, but he didn't expect Chai Quan to be a quick shooter. Glancing at Chai Quan contemptuously, Huaining endured his nausea, dipped his fingers in the sprayed out by the other party, and wiped it casually on himself. With Chai Quan's head, you should be able to believe it when you wake up tomorrow and see what I've sprayed out. Huaining's sacrifice is not insignificant. If it gets out, the reputation will be ruined. Therefore, even though Huaining knew that Chai Quan was likely to be fooled, he was still very nervous, afraid that Chai Quan would see something. Once the reputation is gone, it will be gone. Huaining is not the kind of woman who values reputation too much. Can fame be eaten? But they have already achieved this step. If they are still discovered, then they will be wronged. At that time, not only will he lose his reputation, but he will also truly lose his body. We've come to this point, we can only depend on God's will. Gritting his teeth, Huaining tore off Chai Quan's clothes, and pushed Chai Quan onto the bed. Afterwards, Huaining also lay down, but deliberately kept a distance from Chai Quan, thinking that with Chai Quan's head, he would not be able to find this small problem after waking up. Close your eyes, Huaining goes to sleep, whether you can succeed or not depends on tomorrow. At the same time, Han Feng is also hesitating whether to rescue Han Meng. No, Chai Quan has already confirmed that he has not been planted with the slave heart seal, but Miss Tianxiang is not sure. If Miss Xiang had already been planted with the seal of slavery that day, I can't do anything now. Anyway, Han Meng is a man, and his innocence is not as precious as a woman's. I guess it will make many men envy Han Meng if it spreads. Aventure. Han Meng, don't blame me. Han Feng went to meet Han Wu with a strange smile that he didn't know whether it was gloating or something. The first update. When Han Feng came back, Han Wu couldn't wait to meet him. Can you find news about Big Brother? Han Feng told the information he got, and naturally concealed the matter about Guan Ning. Otherwise, with Han Wu's character, he might rush out roaring, even though Huaining was already safe. What? Chai Lai was planted with the seal of slave heart. No wonder. Brother actually also. Han Wu's complexion changed drastically. Could it be that his eldest brother will also change his personality and become like Chai Lai? Han Feng calmly said, Chai Lai will send Han Meng to the hiding place of that person tomorrow, and I will follow him secretly, and then get rid of that person. Presumably once that person dies, the slave heart seal will automatically be disbanded. I'll go too. Han Wu said suddenly. No, don't forget that Huaining you like is still in the city lord's mansion and needs your protection. In addition, no one knows whether the other party can control people through the slave heart seal. What if they can pass the slave heart seal from a long distance? Those who control martial arts will be in trouble. If the other party is forced into a dangerous situation by me, it is very likely that the fish will die, and those who have been planted with the seal of slave heart in the city lord's mansion are likely to kill in the city lord's mansion. Mrs. Shi, Chiang Fei, and Shi Huaining are prone to accidents if they are not guarded. Ma, you stay with the second brother in the city lord's mansion. King Long Yuma nodded, and did not dare to resist Han Feng's order. Han Wu opened his mouth to say something, but Han Feng pointed out the core problem. You follow me to follow Chai Lai, maybe you can guarantee that Chai Lai will not find you. Han Wu immediately shut up. It is true that there are many treasures in Han Wu's hands that can cause damage to powerful people at the level of Wu Zun and even Wu Emperor, but Han Wu himself is only in the realm of a mere martial artist. Okay, I'll stay in the city lord's mansion. But you must bring these things with you. Big Brother has already had an accident, and you must not have an accident. Han Wu threw all the one-time attack treasures, such as the sky-shaking talisman, to Han Feng. Han Feng didn't refuse, it was also for in Han Wu's heart. The night passed like this, and the morning came soon. Chai Quan blinked, and woke up in a daze, only feeling a dull pain in his head. But at this moment, pictures flashed in Chai Quan's mind, extremely evocative. Chai Quan almost snorted a nosebleed, and a certain place stood up in an instant, with an ugly appearance, and looking at Chai Quan's face, the obscene smile was clearly visible. Naturally, Xuanhuan didn't know that the glamorous picture he thought was just his own imagination after being hinted by Huaining. Huaining lay quietly on the side. In terms of cultivation, Huaining was about the same as Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan didn't practice hard and swallowed a lot of pills, so his foundation was a bit unstable. Huaining has cultivated to the peak level of a 6th-level martial artist, but he has a solid foundation through his own hard work. Therefore, the moment Xuanhuan woke up, Huaining also woke up from a deep sleep, and quickly stabilized his breath, without Xuanhuan noticing the slightest. When Xuanhuan called Huaining, Huaining opened his dull eyes. Xuanhuan sighed and scanned Huaining up and down, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. It's a pity, after all, I didn't encounter any resistance. It's like a rape. It's too boring. Forget it, wait for Huaining to wake up in 10 days or so and come back again. As he spoke, Xuanhuan gave another wretched smile. Unaware of the murderous intent in Huaining's heart upon hearing his words. Fortunately, Xuanhuan quickly put on his clothes and left, otherwise Huaining was really afraid that he couldn't help but kill Xuanhuan. This person is too disgusting. Thinking that he was almost succeeded by such a disgusting person, Huaining felt rejoiced, but also a little nauseated. It was purely disgusted. Huaining thought resentfully in his heart, several maidservants have already walked in to clean Huaining's body. Huaining was at their mercy, during which the maids also noticed something strange, but these maids were not qualified to take care of Xuanhuan's affairs, so they continued to clean up Huaining with doubts in their hearts. At the same time, Chi Lai had led several great martial artists to carry Han Feng away from Qin City. Han Feng followed in secret, with superb cultivation and superb body skills, coupled with unparalleled spiritual power. Chi Lai and others did not even know that they were being followed. Not long after Chi Lai and his party walked, they came to a relatively desolate place outside the city, where huge rocks stood tall. Chi Lai came to a huge rock with a height of 5 or 6 meters, knocked something, and the rock quickly opened a stone door, and Chi Lai and others walked in immediately. Chi Lai and others disappeared, and Xuanhuan was closed again. With the disappearance of Chi Lai and others, Han Feng quietly appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Han Feng didn't open the stone door immediately, but waited for a while, and then used the power of his soul to sense the rock, and found a groove somewhere in the rock. The palm of the hand slammed towards the groove, and the groove was sunken inward for a certain distance in an instant. There was a rumbling sound, and Han Feng stepped into it. It was precisely because of the sound of the stone gate opening that Han Feng waited for a while before entering, in order to prevent Chi Lai and others from hearing the sound of the stone gate opening. Inside the mountain rock, there is a cave. There are steps leading to the underground. Han Feng probed down with his soul power, and after finding Chi Lai and others, he sneaked away again. At the bottom of the space in the rock, the night pearls on both sides illuminate the entire space. A figure of a young man in black sat cross-legged on the stone platform, performing exercises, and a trace of black energy floated from the top of the young man's head. The young man's face was pale and his lips were purple. It looked like he was practicing an evil skill, and the evil skill was about to be completed. Beside the young man, there is a person standing with hands tied, guarding the young man's practice. That familiar face is Han Feng's missing elder brother, Han Hu. See, master. Chi Lai and the others froze when they saw the young man. The young man slowly opened his eyes, a flash of purple light flashed away, and the next moment majestic power swept out, and the entire space was filled with the oppressive aura of the young man. Everyone in Chi Lai had cold sweat on their foreheads. Chi Lai was better, at least he was at the peak of King Wu, and his resistance was a little stronger. But the men of those great martial artists fell to their knees on the ground one by one, trembling, their expressions full of horror. Although Han Hu has stepped into the realm of King Wu, he is not at the peak of King Wu. Right now, he is half kneeling on the ground, struggling to resist the pressure of space. Han Feng, who was hiding in the dark, noticed the young man's cultivation with his soul, and couldn't help but be surprised. This young martial artist, whose cultivation has reached the peak of the martial emperor, is about to hit the realm of the martial saint. This guy, what kind of evil skill did he practice? It has skyrocketed to such a degree in a short period of time. Han Feng's eyes flickered. From Xuanhuan's mouth, Han Feng already knew that this person was called Yi Yanji, and he was a member of the Yi family in the Great Sun Holy Land. The ancestor of the Yi family is also a mid-level martial god, which is why the Yi family wants to replace the Han family. In the Great Sun Holy Land, it was the Yi family who led several big families to unite to overthrow the Han family's dominance. Regardless of Yi Yanji's young face, he is actually over 300 years old. Yi Yanji was an extremely outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Yi family 300 years ago, overwhelming the younger generation of the Great Sun Holy Land for hundreds of years, including the younger generation of the Han family at that time. Yi Yanji's reputation in the Holy Land of the Great Sun was the same as that of Han Su in the Holy Land of the Great Sun now. The Yi family also became famous because of Yi Yanji, and they suppressed the Han family in one fell swoop. The second update. Those 100 years were undoubtedly dark and painful for the Han family. I don't know how many strong people and families secretly laughed at the Han family and took pleasure in other people's misfortunes. There were even rumors secretly that the Han family was about to be replaced by the Yi family. Although the grand elder of the Han family was angry, he still couldn't do anything like assassinate the younger generation by bullying the younger. It wasn't until the birth of Han Feng's father, Han Su, that the situation was reversed. The innate holy body allowed Han Su to rise wildly in a short period of time, and finally defeated Yi Yanji and replaced Yi Yanji. To this day, the Great Sun Holy Land only knows about Han Su, the future martial god, and very few people know about Yi Yanji. Han Feng knew about Yi Yanji because he was one of his mother's suitors back then. One can imagine how much Yi Yanji hated Han Su. Not only was he defeated by Han Su and took his place, but even the woman he loved fell into Han Su's arms. Speaking of which, although Yi Yanji's physique is not as good as Han Su's, it is still extraordinary, a rare dual physique. One constitution is the Dapeng spirit body, and the other system is the Wanlei spirit body. These two physiques are both innate top-grade spirit bodies, and they are not bad geniuses if taken individually, not as good as Han Wu and Han Wu's innate top-grade spirit bodies. However, when the two are combined, they surpass the spirit body and become an existence second only to the holy body. Whether it is the speed of cultivation or the strength amplified by the display of the spirit body, it is second only to the holy body. Naturally, the current Yi Yanji has refined the two spiritual bodies to the holy body. The spiritual body of Dapeng is promoted to the sacred body of Dapeng, and the spiritual body of Wanlei is promoted to the holy body of Wanlei. Yi Yanji, who possesses two holy bodies, is even more powerful and perverted. Han Feng vaguely remembered that Yi Yanji had a battle with his father a few years ago. At that time, his father was already a half-step martial saint, but Yi Yanji was still at the peak of Emperor Wu in the middle stage, and he hadn't even stepped into the late stage of Emperor Wu. But now it seems that Yi Yanji has also stepped into the martial saint level with half of his foot. In just a few years, he has stepped from the midterm peak of Wudi to half-step Wuxing, which is not surprising. Even though there is not much difference between the midterm peak of Emperor Wu and the half-step martial sage, after all, the half-step martial sage is only the peak limit of Emperor Wu in the later stage, but in fact, with such a small gap, it is difficult for most emperors to improve from the midterm peak of Emperor Wu. After 1,000 years of practice, it reached its peak in the late period of Emperor Wudi. I heard that many girls have disappeared in Zither City. Could it be that the evil skills practiced by Yi Yanji are related to those girls? If so, there must be girls missing not only in Zither City, but also in other cities. But among the news sent to the Han family, only Zither City reported this matter, that is to say. Han Feng's eyes darkened slightly. There are so many cities under the command of the Great Sun Holy Land. I am afraid that many of them are like the city lord of Zither City. The same was planted with the seal of slave heart. Unfortunately, I met me today. A coldness flashed across Han Feng's face. In the lowest space, Yi Yanji's coercion, due to the further improvement of his cultivation, gradually subsided. As if he didn't see the expressions of Chi Lai and others. Yi Yanji said lightly, "Did you bring it?" "Yes." Chi Lai wiped off his cold sweat, and asked the great martial artist to carry Han Meng over. "Is it just Wu Zun?" "Forget it, this has been expected." Yi Yanji was obviously disappointed, even though he knew that the Han family would not send a martial emperor. Yi Yanji still had expectations in his heart. It is obvious which one can cause greater destructive power between a Wudi internal response and a Wu Zun internal response. If your lord thinks Wu Zun is weak, you can continue to send messages to the Han family. Wu Zun's disappearance will definitely get the attention of the Han family. Maybe Emperor Wu will come next time. Chi Lai said cautiously. Yi Yanji waved his hand. No, those old fellows of the Han family are not fools. If there are too many times, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of those old fellows. Maybe the one who will come next time may be a martial artist. A martial artist from the Han family, it is not comparable to ordinary martial arts outside. Ordinary martial saints, as long as I haven't reached the middle stage of martial saints, I have the power to fight. Even the lowest level martial saints who have just entered, I have more confidence to kill them. But the super powerful martial saints from the Han family, even in the early stages of martial saints, I don't have the ability to fight. If it's a demigod elder who came here, we can only catch him without a fight. When Chi Lai heard the words, he had to give up. Yi Yanji smiled at the moment. It is indeed disappointing not to have an internal response at the level of Emperor Wu, but don't forget about Han Hu. Han Hu's identity is not simple, even if it is only the initial cultivation of King Wu, he may not be able to achieve it. Its effect is greater than that of Emperor Wu. Chi Lai and the others immediately said respectfully, "Your Excellency is wise." Han Huming knew that he was Yi Yanji's pawn, but because of the seal of slave heart, he said piously, "Don't worry, my lord, when I return to the Han family this time, I will definitely follow the orders of my lord, and defeat the Han family from the inside in one fell swoop, so that ye home instead." But at this moment, there was a clapping sound of pa-pa-pa from the steps. Who? Yi Yanji's face changed drastically, and the expressions of Chi Lai and others also became terrified. Getting the slave heart seal just makes them center on Yi Yanji, it doesn't mean their heads are broken. Chi Lai and the others knew very well that if the news of their plan got out, the end would be extremely miserable. A deep killing intent suddenly emerged in the hearts of several people. Under the gaze of Yi Yanji and others, Han Feng slowly walked out of the shadows. Yi Yanji and the others were shocked when they saw Han Feng. They never expected that only a 6-year-old boy would appear here. Seeing Han Feng, Han Hu blurted out, "Third brother." Yi Yanji heard Han Hu blurt out the third brother, and immediately guessed Han Feng's identity. Okay, Han Su's bastard son is not easy. Yi Yanji's tone was cold, his expression was terrifying, and he was full of murderous intent. To be able to find this place at the mere age of 6 is simply too terrifying. This talent is even more terrifying than his father. What if he grows up? Han Feng stopped clapping his hands and said indifferently, "It's really difficult for Senior Yi. There are so many schemes to bring down our Han family. Looking at the situation, there are already quite a few people who have been imprinted by seniors in the entire Great Sun Holy Land." Yi Yanji's pupils shrank. This guy even knows the seal of slave heart. Immediately grinning, Yi Yanji said cruelly, "Little guy, I have to say that you are outstanding, but you shouldn't come here alone just to show your excellence in front of me. If you have a master of the Han family by your side, I will be scruples, but you are the only one. Kill." Yi Yanji suddenly roared, and the several great martial arts masters behind Chi Lai released their true energy one by one, like a rock spreading its wings. They rushed towards Han Feng one after another. The colorful radiance of Xunqi shone in the entire bottom space, and various attacks converged into a river, blasting toward Han Feng. The first update. Huh. Han Feng sneered, his small body dodged at a strange speed, almost flashing in front of the great martial masters while wiping out the attacks of several great martial masters. The hearts of several great martial artists were shocked, so fast. Han Feng made a quick move, with his index finger and middle finger juxtaposed together, emerging like afterimages, and touching the dantians of several great martial artists. Strange power surged out, poured into the bodies of several great martial artists along the middle finger and index finger, and blocked their dantians. The dantian was blocked, the true energy could not be circulated, and several great martial artists immediately lost the power to fight again. These great martial masters were just engraved with the slave heart seal, and Han Feng didn't know what their nature was. It would be better to let them lose their power, so as not to kill them by mistake. Those who died were originally of bad conduct, and if the conduct was originally good, they would be wrong to be killed. After blocking the dantians of these great martial artists, Han Feng threw them out, and sent a trace of true energy into their bodies, which played a paralyzing effect. These great martial artists lay on the ground in an instant, unable to get up. From the beginning when Han Feng was attacked to now when Han Feng resolved the battle, everything was flowing like flowing water, and Chi Lai's eyes widened. Those are great martial masters, and many of them have reached the peak of the late stage of great martial arts masters, that is, the existence of half-step martial arts kings, who were actually killed by the 6-year-old kid. Still so fast. Chi Lai's face turned cold. No wonder you have the confidence to come here alone. Your Han family is really struggling. It's obviously not down to this point. It's just a first-class family equivalent to the top 3 holy places, but it can still give birth to geniuses in such a steady stream. It's the same for your father, and it's the same for you, little boy. However, no matter how extraordinary he is only 6 years old. Han Hu, this younger brother of yours is entrusted to you. My lord, leave it to me. Han Hu stood up, his eyes were cold, and the eyes he looked at Han Feng were not as gentle as before. Suddenly, Han Hu moved, and flew towards Han Feng at an alarming speed within this limited range. Han Feng felt a terrifying force pressing towards him, and it was Han Hu with fierce legs like a tiger, kicking towards him with a whistling sound. Spirit-level martial arts, tiger leap attack and kill. As Han Hu's third younger brother, Han Feng didn't know what martial arts Han Hu had practiced. Facing the attack that roared like a fierce tiger, Han Feng's face remained unchanged. With a slap of his right palm, a vast force gushed out, colliding with Han Hu's explosive kick. Boom! The strong air flow overflowed. Han Feng was as stable as Mount Tai, but Han Hu was shot backwards by the shock. Chi Lai turned pale with shock. This little boy, even dealt with King Wu so easily in the early stage? Yi Yanji stared at Han Feng, his eyes flushed. Why? Why? How could the Han family have fallen to this point, yet such a genius could be born? The murderous intent in Yi Yanji's eyes became even stronger. He has such fighting power at the mere age of 6. Will he be able to return it in the future? We must kill this kid before he grows up. It's really good of the Han family to hide it, the innate top-grade spirit body. Hee hee. Yi Yanji couldn't help sneering when he thought of the news from the Han family. Han Su, who was born with the holy body, was not so perverted when he was 6 years old. This guy is very likely to reach the innate best holy body. Yi Yanji clenched his fists tightly, maddened with jealousy. The great sun flame body. Ning. Han Hu and Han Feng only exchanged one move, and Han Hu noticed Han Feng's difficulty. Although he was controlled by Yi Yanji, Han whose combat experience was still there. Sensing the strength of Han Feng, Han who immediately used the Han family's signature physique, the Great Rian physique. A purple sun will rose slowly on Han whose forehead. The faint purple sun will clearly shows that Han whose innate top-grade spiritual body, De Riyan physique, has broken through to the high-level, De Riyan physique equivalent to the level of the holy physique. As soon as the holy body, De Riyan physique, came out, flames filled Han whose body, and the high temperature filled the entire space, Han who seemed to be the sun god descending. Fire flame breaker. A terrifying flame power condensed in Han whose hands, and the astonishing power made Chi Lai a little frightened. This is not because Chi Lai's combat power is inferior to Han Hu's, but because of the astonishing level of martial arts performed by Han Hu. This move Fire Flame Breaking Monument Hand seems to be very close to a holy martial skill. As the Lord of Zither City, Chi Lai's strongest moves are only top-grade spiritual level martial arts, and they are only average among top-grade spiritual level martial arts. Drink! Han Hu shouted loudly, and the hands of terrifying flames danced like wild snakes, grabbing Han Feng. Han Feng's face was condensed, and he remained motionless. When the flame hand was about to grab Han Feng in his hand, a cluster of flames flashed past Han Feng's eyes. The next moment, the extraordinary power of King Wu's peak surged out like a torrent. The awe-inspiring power of King Wu's peak blasted out a power brilliance that was more brilliant than Han whose big sun flame body. The true essence was condensed in one finger, and Han Feng pointed it out. This finger is just an ordinary finger, and there is no sign of martial arts at all, but under the blessing of the peak power of the martial king, the power of this finger is still earth-shattering. Han whose fire flame splitting monument hand was defeated by Han Feng's Xuanhuan strike before he got close to Han Feng. Han whose face turned pale, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, there was wind under Han Feng's feet, and he rushed towards Han Hu suddenly. Not good. Yi Yanji seemed to have thought of something, and quickly grabbed Han Hu, but it was too late. At the moment when Han Feng's speed unfolded, an aura stronger than that of the martial king burst out from Han Feng's body. This power is no worse than Wu Zun. Wu Zun's cultivation base, coupled with Han Feng's extraordinary body skills, took the lead again, and Han Feng grabbed Han Hu first. Just like dealing with those great martial artists before, Han Feng blocked Han Hu's dantian, paralyzed Han Hu's body with a trace of true energy, and then threw Han Hu onto those great martial artists. Those great martial artists cried out in pain. After a successful blow, Han Feng continued to retreat, widening the gap with Yi Yanji. Wu Zun. You are Wu Zun. Yi Yanji stared at Han Feng, his heart was filled with turmoil. 6-year-old Wu Zun, which great sun holy land has such a genius? Even the holy mountain may not exist. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yanji's expression turned cold. Boy, you shouldn't have come here alone. Wu Zun is indeed a rare master outside in the early days. But this seat is the peak of Wudi, a half-step martial saint. Boom. Yi Yanji let go of his aura with all his strength, and the power of the martial saint was vast and pervasive, like a huge wave. Chi Lai, who was close, spewed out a mouthful of blood from the pressure, but was blown away directly. The torrential weather struck one after another. Han Feng stood proudly, his eyes were indifferent, and he was not affected in the slightest. What about the peak of Emperor Wu? What about half-step martial saints? Han Feng used to be a true god of the 7 tribulations, and even felt the coercion at the level of the ancient gods. Yi Yanji's oppressive aura seemed ridiculous to Han Feng. The second update reappears. Things like aura oppression generally affect both the soul and the body. In terms of soul level, Han Feng's soul has returned to the level comparable to that of a martial god, and the oppression of the little Emperor Wu, like ants shaking a tree, can't affect Han Feng at all. The only thing that can affect Han Feng is the body. Han Feng was reborn and practiced. He has such a huge environment and resources as the Han family, and he also has the practice experience of his previous life. After that, he has recovered in various aspects and gradually approached his previous life. In addition, he practiced the 9 flames and different fire art. He was only 6 years old. At the young age, he cultivated to the level of Wuzun. But no matter how many unique conditions Han Feng has, he can't become a big fat man with just one bite. It has only been 5 years since I started practicing at the age of 1. In 5 years, no matter how perverted Han Feng is, his cultivation to Wuzun is the limit. Wuzun's body is naturally difficult to resist the oppression at the level of Emperor Wu. Fortunately, Han Feng has the innate divine body, the Great Rian physique, and it is also the Great Rian physique at the level of the innate best divine physique. This level of Great Sun Flame physique, even if Han Feng doesn't use it, will temper Han Feng's body all year round, continuously improving the strength of Han Feng's body. Now Han Feng's body is not necessarily weaker than Emperor Wu's level. This made it difficult for Han Feng to physically resist Yi Yanji, but it was not without the slightest resistance. Yi Yanji naturally noticed Han Feng's situation, and a strangeness flashed in his eyes. Yi Yanji narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the ancient secret book I got, it seems that there is a secret technique of taking another person's physique for his own use, but this secret technique is extremely dangerous. The greater the difference in physique between the two sides, the less likely it will be successful. This kid is very likely to be the innate best holy body, and my current dual physique has also reached the innate middle grade holy body. The difference is not too big, so I can't tell. Yi Yanji's heart became hot. Han Feng's eyes wrinkled slightly, and he didn't like Yi Yanji's eyes at the moment. They looked at him as if he was an object. But at this moment, Yi Yanji restrained his aura slightly, and was replaced by Yi Yanji's attack. Broken Star Fist. A tornado breath hit, and the space shook. A simple move is the best spiritual level martial skill. For Yi Yanji, spirit-level martial skills are almost at his fingertips, whether it is a low-level spirit-level martial skill or a top-grade spirit-level martial skill. Destruction Fist. Han Feng also punched forward. Shattering Fist is one of the most famous spiritual-level martial arts of the Han family, and it ranks among the best spiritual-level martial arts. As long as the practice is good, the power is far beyond the spirit-level martial arts. With Han Feng's method, he naturally cultivated the Shattering Fist to an extremely advanced level. Rumble. The two fists collided, and invisible waves spread in all directions, rumbling. After all, Han Feng's cultivation was only Wuzun. He suffered a big loss and was blown away by Yi Yan's punch. But Yi Yanji also felt uncomfortable, his complexion rose, and his fists hurt even more. What Han Feng practiced was the 9 flames and different fire Ju, not the Wu Dao continent's Kung Fu. As early as in the Ziyun God realm, Han Feng had practiced the 9 flames and different fire Ju to the 6th level. Now Han Feng is only reincarnated and recultivated, and the level of the 9 flames and different fire Ju has not been lowered. Therefore, Han Feng's true Yuan Zao is already different from the true Yuan of martial Dao continent. On the surface, Han Feng's true energy is only at the level of a warrior, but in fact, in terms of quality, it is already comparable to a warrior. Under such circumstances, even if Han Feng's cultivation is only at the early stage of Wuzun, he is far behind Yi Yanji, a half-step martial saint, and it is enough to make Yi Yanji suffer a lot. Damn it, this kid's true essence is so weird. Yi Yanji sensed the situation in his body, and his face became slightly gloomy. Obviously there is only a trace of true energy pouring into his body, but it can't be wiped out. Instead, this trace of true energy disturbs the true essence in his body. But at this moment, Han Feng shouted loudly, "Xingyan battle body! Holy flame armor!" The brilliance of true essence shone one after another, and a majestic battle armor appeared on Han Feng's body. The four major martial arts have to be cultivated from scratch, and now Han Feng has cultivated them to the level of the Holy Flame battle body. After so many years, he used the Holy Flame battle body and the Holy Flame armor again, and Han Feng inevitably felt a little nostalgic and kind. With the accumulation of a large amount of resources, the Holy Flame battle body has already cultivated to an extremely advanced level, and Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed. What is this? Yi Yanji was taken aback. What kind of combat body is this? It doesn't look like a treasure body, it doesn't look like a spirit body, and it doesn't look like a holy body or a divine body. This is simply not the same. But it is such a four-faced battle body, which gives him a sense of danger that is no worse than that of the top-grade holy body, even close to the top-grade holy body. Isn't the Han family, the great Rion body, inherited by blood? Has this guy mutated? Although I don't know what method you used, how much can you skyrocket in the early days of Wuzun? Yi Yanji's momentum was violent, and all his true energy gathered on one finger. Heavenly King finger. A majestic aura of Heavenly King swept out, and Yi Yanji's figure moved, and he approached Han Feng in a moment. This finger struck, and the space was filled with strong oppression. This Heavenly King finger is already a martial skill at the holy level. Even if Yi Yanji has half a foot in the martial arts world, he still doesn't have many martial skills at the holy level, and they are basically low-level martial arts. The use of holy-level martial arts means that Yi Yanji has used real means. It should be noted that most of the saint-level martial arts can be truly mastered by martial saint-level masters. What the demigods mastered were basically mid-tier and top-tier holy-level martial arts. Facing Yi Yanji's Heavenly King finger, Han Feng was fearless. Nine Flames Boundless Claw. Han Feng grabbed it with one paw. The surging true essence roared out like a galloping river. A suffocating aura rose from Han Feng's body. This move is also a holy martial skill. Nine Flames Boundless Claw was created by Han Feng through studying various Han family martial arts over the years. It is one of his own unique martial arts and also the most powerful move among them. The martial arts created by oneself are different from the martial arts practiced by others. Nine Flames Boundless Claw is very suitable for Han Feng's current physique, and Han Feng can fully exert its power. It can even exert its 110%, 120%, or even 130% of its power beyond normal. It is obviously the top martial skill among the low-grade holy-level martial arts, but when it is displayed in Han Feng's hands, it is no less than the ordinary middle-rank holy-level martial arts. Yi Yanji's face became extremely horrified. Because of jealousy, it was even more distorted. Suddenly, Xuanhuan finger and Nine Flames Boundless Claw collided. The strong airflow crazily impacted all around, and the walls of the lowest space made crackling sounds. Flames flowed one after another, and the space at the lowest level almost became a sea of flames. The Heavenly King finger finally pierced through the Nine Flame Boundless Claw, but its power was weakened by 60 to 70% when it passed through, and the remaining power fell on the Holy Flame armor, which was blocked by the terrifying defense of the Holy Flame armor. Ability to block. Yi Yanji didn't feel so good. Han Feng's terrifying divine essence, coupled with the extraordinary outburst of Nine Flame Boundless Claws, greatly made up for the gap in cultivation between Han Feng and Yi Yanji. Nine Flames Boundless Claw was pierced through, but still attacked Yi Yanji with a series of fierce attacks. Although the power of Nine Flames Boundless Claw is greatly reduced after being pierced, Yi Yanji does not have a defensive skill like Holy Flame armor. In the embarrassing dodge, Yi Yanji's body was drawn out a lot, and there were still a few flames attached to it. On the surface, Yi Yanji was disgraced by this blow. The first update.